After many days of non-stop overtime, this young man seems about to collapse. When he fainted from exhaustion, he suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and shouted loudly, "No matter how unstoppable the streak of overtime is, I can't give up now." As soon as I finished speaking, he threw himself to the ground, eyes wide open, and collapsed on the spot. But moved by this effort in working overtime, he was given a second chance at life. Or more precisely, he transmigrated into another world and inhabited the body of a hunter named Tran Phi. Tran Phi's old master was suddenly attacked and killed by a beast while hunting on the mountain. Tran Phi and his father relied on each other in a year of great hardship, so he was about to follow his father. Just then, the protagonist transmigrated into his body. Looking at the pile of meat hanging on the wall, Dunyak's tears welled up. The most tragic thing in life is to die before your money is all spent. Tran Phi only left a few seconds of dried meat, saving up the money he had earned to get married. Tears unexpectedly welled up, and the music suddenly slapped me in the face. Like a dramatic scene. How can I be resentful when the chance to live again can't be bought with any amount of money? Next, you should think carefully about how to live better. At that moment, a beeping sound rang out, accompanied by a blinding light and a warm sound. The system of the cosmic network has been activated. The dazzling light is about to blind even Yunak. What is this? Wait a minute. I didn't hear wrong. Did I? System. Could it be that I was designed to be the protagonist? After reincarnating, the system will open up a world of dominance, with 7,000 to 8,000 beautiful consorts. The legendary novel won't deceive me. Haha, based on how the story unfolds, I will surely stand at the top of humanity. Ha ha ha, I haven't even started, and already my mind is dreaming of a bright future ahead. Jiang spreads his arms wide, closes his eyes, and pretends to be willing. Come on. I will take it all. But life is not a dream. The system suddenly displayed a large cross mark, indicating it has measured the excessive imagination of the Lord of Dreams. Requests that are not suitable are temporarily denied. Hawk just arrived and already demanded to leave, making Dunyak incredibly angry. System. Don't just close it randomly. Why did you close it? What does it mean to not meet the standards? Mao explained clearly to him, and the system immediately provided an explanation. Please, Master Tuck, live your full life as a salted fish to prove your strength. This system will unlock in the next episode for you. After the music ends, he keeps raising his finger. What do you mean living a whole life of being salty? What the hell is your salty fish strength? And what exactly happens when the next level opens? What use is a system like you? Trashy thing. Useless garbage. Although the system is very professional, it can't help but get angry when cursed at like water splashing. But it still tries to analyze it carefully. No harsh words criticizing the system are allowed. The Lord's problems are many. Please refer to the guide yourself. The shock will leave a lifelong memory. So I can only listen to the system. After reading the instructions once, he basically understood how the system operates, but still had a few questions. So, this clone of a low-level salted fish doesn't need to do anything, and the next clone can become invincible. Again, they didn't specify what the low-level salted fish is supposed to be. But the most important thing is that the next clone, I am still me. The system explained that the soul of the master has been recorded, and during reincarnation, the system can preserve all of the master's memories. No matter what, the soul of the host has entered an indestructible state. Any attack that harms the soul will be reflected back 3 times as a blow to defeat the enemy. After hearing this, Runak ponders that although it sounds like what the system said, to survive this stage, it will take her at least another 40 years. This is too troublesome. How can a salted fish have anything to eat? Then, he continued asking the system, System, if I actively does that count as completing a salted fish level? Can the system then be unlocked? The system responds quickly. A true salted fish probably wouldn't know how to actively hold their breath. Ordinary people have the instinct to follow the good and avoid the evil. If they actively cause death, it will be considered against the rules and not eligible to open the system. Through this rule, Duangyak realizes that he cannot seek death himself, but he can let death come to him naturally. Still not satisfied, I keep asking the system, one last question. Is my true identity now Tran Phi or Duangyak? The system considers the male protagonist's identity to be Tran-Phi, based on the body. And after settling all questions, Dungnak claps his hands happily. All right. From now on I will try to live my salty fish life well. As soon as the words were spoken, the system immediately displayed a red warning. A true salty fish probably doesn't know how to try at all. Hearing this, Dungnak sighed. Yeah. I will live without desires or demands for the rest of this life. The system quickly turns hostile. I wish you smooth sailing on your salty fish road. If you have any other questions in the future, you can always come to me for advice. Goodbye. After saying that, the system suddenly vanished in the same way it appeared. After waiting for a moment to ensure the system had left, Dungnak revealed a sinister smile. The system is just a system. No matter how powerful its functions are, it has no brains. Since he's a salty fish, is Tran-Phi related to me, Dungnak? I understand the situation now, so I can soon move on to the next life with my power unleashed. In this life, my goal is to leverage external forces for high efficiency and to meet the criteria of finding the dead fish. Truly a bold idea. The system probably didn't expect this scenario ending somewhere in this world. The mysterious enchanting sect of the demon sect suddenly echoes with the crowd's chants in the darkness. The heavens protect the saintly maiden and uphold our sect's reputation. Tiangshu sect forever. Eternal and unchanging. Standing among the crowd, the saintess of the mesmerizing sect. Elegant and proud. Haha. Well done. Or perhaps the divine orb is a magical artifact of demonic cultivation left behind by ancient supreme cultivators. With everything secured, the Soul Hypnotist clan can surely rise to become a major demon sect. As the words fell, the crowd below grew more excited, repeatedly shouting out for the saintess. At this moment, a surge of energy suddenly surged forward, catching Shui Chenmei off guard. By the time she realized, the divine bead was already gone from her grasp. It is now in the hands of a woman in white, standing on the roof. Zing Hea. Thui Than. My suddenly changed expression, it's her. Immediately, she orders all her subordinates to chase after the treasured artifact of Mi Han Tong. Returning to Dunyak's side, after a satisfying fight, he relaxes on the bed to rest. There is no suspicious situation that warrants seeking death. This isn't an easy task at all. And there's no particular intent behind it. After a while, his stomach started to protest. He's starving, and thinking also consumes energy. Dying of hunger would be breaking the rules too. But in this deep and treacherous forest, where can I find food or hunt animals all of a sudden? Dunyak suddenly comes up with an idea. Deep in the dangerous forest and mountains, as someone who spends all day working on a computer, I'm not familiar with hunting. This situation is what I want to survive. But it's really hard to keep going. On the hunting journey they face dangers. Exhaustion, files, or being bitten by prey. Any of these could happen. Probably in less than a few days. I'll be with Dunyak's father, muttering to himself for a while. Dunyak decides to get up and carry out his plan. When he rushes into the forest, it doesn't take long before Dunyak finds his first target, standing in front of a giant wild boar charging at him. He froze, awaiting death. Come on then. My life depends on you. Haha. I'm about to be reborn as king. But life isn't a dream. Dunyak's arm suddenly moved on its own and grabbed the wild boar's tusk. In an instant, the wild boar was knocked to the ground, trembling on the spot. Dunyak was puzzled, wide-eyed in shock. Oh my mother, is this a conditioned reflex of Dunyak as a hunter? Standing in front of the wild boar he personally killed. His mind must be overwhelmed. Dunyak. Dunyak. Why are you such a powerful hunter? Keep insisting that I inherit your skills and knowledge. The death plan in the deep forest and mountains is already set. Do I really have to wait here another 40 years? A rock falling from the sky so I can just die already. As soon as the words left his mouth, something suddenly crashed into Dunyak's house. Dunyak was stunned, staring in shock as it hit straight into his home. Did they really throw the stone down? But not at us. Why did they throw it at our house? He hurriedly ran inside to check the situation. After the smoke clears, Dunyak is tidying up the broken belongings and lamenting about where he will stay next. Suddenly, he notices a beautiful girl lying on the ground. Dunyak's eyes are about to pop out of his head as he stares at this girl. Curious, he slowly moves closer to carefully observe every detail. Descending from the sky with a divine sword, Could this be a legendary immortal warrior? A divine warrior doesn't look too bad. But I wonder if they're still alive or already dead. To check, Dunyak pressed his hand against the girl's speaker, and even her heartbeat had stopped. It seems she's no longer alive. Such a young girl. So pitiful. At this moment, the girl sat up and looked straight at Dunyak. Dunyak was startled for a moment. Then, after reacting, he shouted as he dragged his butt backward, "Miss, please don't misunderstand. I just want to check if you are still alive." The girl only said one word, pain, with an emotionless face. Dunyak was puzzled. But since the house was unsafe, he took the girl outside first and decided what to do next. The house isn't safe anymore, so I can only treat your injuries here and go get some herbs. Ignore Dunyak talking to himself. The girl calmly takes off all her clothes. No need. When Dunyak turned back, his eyes were almost falling out. You. Girl. What are you doing? The girl is now completely naked, calmly producing 2 bottles of medicine. I have medicine here, but my whole body is exhausted. Could I trouble the hero to apply the ointment and help me? Dunyak, witnessing the breathtaking sight, immediately burst into tears, asking the woman if she was sure with his mouth. While his arms had already moved forward since earlier, the girl said she was an immortal cultivator who didn't fuss over details, then turned her back to Dunyak. But isn't this not fussing over details, but being too carefree? Following the principle of helping others brings joy. Dunyak sacrifices his purity to help the girl apply the medicine, only to realize her back wounds are extremely severe. But unexpectedly, as soon as I applied the medicine from the bottle, the wounds started to disappear. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked about the origin of these injuries. The girl now regained some strength and put her clothes back on. But Tu Trao asked her, and the story was quite lengthy. I am Master Tuat Lai, a disciple of the swordsmanship school. Thank you for your protection. And Dunyak also introduced himself as a hunter, then pointed up to the sky. Why did Lord Huang fall from the sky like that? Truong Tuyat Lai told everything honestly, without hiding anything. A few days ago, I learned that the demon sect Minghongan was planning a great scheme to prevent disaster. I went to that place to guard the demon's protection. Because of the weak result and being unable to fight the strong, I was chased and then fell here, destroying someone's house. But don't worry. The soldiers will return to the sect and definitely compensate for the damages. After this, Dunuo looked at her as if she was an idiot. You go alone to attack a sect. Are you crazy? But you still survived. You're really something, but you only thought to yourself and didn't say it directly. After understanding the situation, Dunyak asked her if she had any plans for what to do next. Tuyetli did not hold back and openly revealed her plan. The major scheme of the demon sect being thwarted, and their magic treasures taken undoubtedly, means they will not compromise. There will definitely be a bigger move later. I must go back to Jianmen immediately to report this. And just then, she suddenly spat blood, startling Dunyak. Miss, your injury is so severe that it will be hard to handle any danger along the way. Since that makes sense, I won't hesitate to ask for help. Excuse me. Could I ask the escort to accompany me back to the sword sect? There will definitely be rewards in the future. This girl really has a nerve demanding 2 expert escorts. And Dunyak was completely stunned after hearing that. Suddenly, Tuyet Lai felt her request was a bit too much and quickly shook her head. Maybe I should forget it. It's too dangerous. But why did Dunyak ask a few more questions about the distance to Tianqianman and the possible encounters along the way? When he learned it would take half a month to reach the Heavenly Sword Sect and the deadly route, Dunyao not only was unafraid but also smiled foolishly. If I escort this young lady and get killed by assassins on the way, that wouldn't violate the rules, right? At this moment, only Dunyak can see the system. Although he usually doesn't act heroically, if he happily helps others and suddenly encounters an accident that causes him to lose his life, it won't be considered a violation. Seeing that her benefactor seemed a bit silly, Snow Lai Market quickly raised her voice and demanded that an outsider, like her escort, was too forward. And if he refused, she wouldn't force it. Dunyuan's appearance now is totally different from before. He spreads his legs wide and declares boldly, Ahem, don't even think about stopping me. I agree now. Tuyet Lai hesitated and asked again to be sure. Since only a fool would want to help her at this moment, Dunyak, with determined will, turns his back, pretending to be cool. Little Luo girl. For the sake of the common people, you boldly venture alone into the tiger-infested canyon. Although I am just a prisoner, I know what righteousness is, and of course I will stand with you against the evil monsters and demonic cults. We move together and fall together. These lies obviously can't fool a cultivator like Chu Tuet Lai, but since she couldn't sense any malice, she didn't care much and asked Dunyak one last time. Are you sure? Dunyak? At this point, he was still pretending. Of course. There's still a reward after the battle. I believe I am blessed with good fortune. Ha ha ha. After some chatting, Du Nuo packed his belongings and set off with Zhu Shui Li to face the nightmare church chasing after them. Before leaving, he went to Du Nuo's grave to bow and say goodbye. Old Master Tran, may I borrow your son's body for a while? I promise I will die quickly so he can be at peace. Enemy. I really have nothing to say about this young man. And so Dunyak began his first journey in this new world. A journey to find death. Meanwhile, at Mihoan's sect, Thuy Than, Mai was furious at her subordinates. A useless lot. Damn Chu Tuyetli. Ruining the 50-year plan of our Mihoan sect. I will definitely not forgive you. After venting her anger, she summoned a subordinate named Chu Ton Nat. Chu Ton Nat, a master of our sect, is ordered to hunt down the elder, leading the sword quest at Chu Tuyetlai, and to bring back a demonic treasure, or divine orb. Chu Ton Nat accepts the command without hesitation. It seems he is very confident in his abilities. At this moment, a woman approaches him with an item in her hand. Even a lion must use all its strength. Snow Lai's combat power is incredible, so we cannot underestimate her. To ensure no mistakes, the one holding it goes along. Just by glancing at the item, Zhu Kuani immediately jerked back in surprise. Is this truly for me? Thuy Than, Mai stands aside with a malicious smile. For now, let someone borrow it. If they can kill Zhu Shui Li, they will be rewarded. Chu Toan Nat was overjoyed and kept thanking him. Because Thuy Than Mai was confident she could kill him, since Chu Tuyet Lai was not only severely injured, but also under her soul-guiding incense. Now, Chu Tuyet Li's whereabouts have been completely exposed. That night in the deep forest, Dunyak, heavily drunk beside the campfire, suddenly felt someone stroking her back. As I was losing consciousness, I realized Chu Tuyet Lai was atop me. Looking utterly mischievous, this must be some sort of explicit scene. Isn't it progressing too quickly? This is too exciting. But stuff like this shouldn't be shown to the readers. Dunyak's nosebleed keeps flowing as he keeps thinking about inappropriate things. Suddenly, Chu Tuyet Lai leaned close to Thi Thao's ear. They're here. It sounds exciting. But Dunyak realizes the promise doesn't quite add up and looks confused. At this moment, Zhu Shui Li whispers again. Be careful. The people from the Dream Soul sect are coming after us. Hearing that, Dunyak quickly sat up. Really? Somewhere. Or not. Seeing the panic in your voice, Chu Tuyet Lai immediately advised you to keep your voice down. That person is extremely cautious. Not approaching, and instead casting lower-level magic from the Mihan Tong. The deputy Vuxuanjia. Those inside this mist will arouse the feelings of heartbreak and desire. Look carefully. Is there a pink mist around here? Dunyak looked around and saw it just as Chu Tuet Lai had said. So that's why my mind was filled with images of healthcare and education under G. A. V. Just now. I knew it. After all, I've watched so many movies. I've lost my way myself. Dunyak is just imagining Chu Tuyet Lai speaking. Deputy Vuxuan only affects women. The enemy. Dunyak just sprayed glue and it hardened. It turns out he's simply sinister. Suddenly, Chu Tuyet Lai collapsed to the ground, feeling a strange discomfort that made Dunyak extremely worried. It seems she can temporarily hold back Fo Vuxuan for now, but she won't be able to keep it up for long. At this rate, she'll lose control and fall into the enemy's trap. When asked by Dunyak what to do now, Chu Tuyet Lai struggled to speak. There are two options to turn the tide of this situation. First, I have a trump card, but using it would lead to heavy casualties. After using it, the enemy will definitely die. And maybe I will too. Dunyak hesitated upon hearing that. But inside, he was secretly excited. Seriously. Seriously. No problem. I agree. Just go ahead and use it. But Zhu Shuili then continued, believing that the hero wouldn't agree. And I can't let an innocent benefactor die as well. Dunyak wanted to yell yes at this moment but was helpless and couldn't do anything. If you do that, the system will judge that you are deliberately seeking death, and your life will be over without gain. Of course, if there is a way, one, then there is a way two. The second way is for Dunya to find the enemy's location in the darkness and then draw his sword to kill him. Dunya has never killed anyone before, so he is a bit panicked, pointing at himself and asking again, "It must be me who finds her." Chu Tuyetlai looked at her graceful hands and explained, "It seems the visitor used some kind of magical device to hide their trail. My current mental focus isn't as strong as before and I can't find him. But since I grew up in the forest since childhood, maybe I can find his trail in the vast and tangled woods. I know this is difficult, but it's also your only chance to survive." Understanding the situation, Dunyak nodded without hesitation. "I understand. I will definitely find him. But of course, deep down, you're thinking otherwise. My chance to die a hero's death has arrived." Dear readers, see you in the next story. But nothing is that easy. Chotone is currently hiding behind a nearby tree, carefully observing the situation. Even if you touch me, you still can't feel what I am. Fifai, I am nothing. Once I've extracted the core and mind of Chotu Yet Lai, I will strike and kill immediately. But wait, killing her like this would be too wasteful. If I could drain her yin and nourish my yang, not only would I reach bliss, but I could also obtain her primordial essence, and my cultivation would skyrocket. There are treasures or divine beads on her that I just seized from Mihon sect. If I get them, I might have a chance to move up to sect master. Even now, he's already crafting a beautiful scenario where he is the male protagonist, but when he realized our main character was approaching, he showed an arrogant look. Why did that mortal come here? Has he discovered me? No. He's trying to find my position. It's really funny. A mortal, relying on pain to find me. Could it be that you are relying on the movement of the air currents? After all, I have long blocked the airflow from the south, so you can only think I am in the south. But in reality, I am in the north. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, right? While he was reveling in his clueless hideout, an arrow aimed precisely at his head suddenly came from afar. Luckily, arrows from ordinary humans pose no real threat to cultivators. With just a flick of a hand, the arrow was knocked away and broken into two pieces. But because of this action, Chu Tonat's position was exposed. He and Dunak stared at each other in shock, each surprised in their own way. The boldest person is none other than Dunyak. Going back 1 minute, Dunyak was groping and observing around. Frost arrow is shot from the south. The enemy is to the south, so shooting north surely won't hit them. The arrow must fly outside Chu Tuyetli's protection zone. Dunyak calculated carefully to make it fail. But there's no way firing one arrow could successfully locate the enemy. Now you're kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down your face. My plan was so tight. But damn it. Why did you have to hide there? Who can wait for another chance? If the enemy has come, Chu Kon Huang certainly won't spare him, but suddenly Chu Ton Not turned around and ran away, causing Dunyak to swear involuntarily. Damn it. Even in front of her, she still ran. Seeing that Chu Tu Yetlai was not reacting at all, Dunyak turned back to check nervously. She was standing far away, trembling all over. When asked why she didn't attack earlier, Chu Tu Yetlai blushed deeply and mumbled nervously, with an internal injury not yet healed. If I force myself to draw the treasured sword, my wound will worsen. I plan to find the enemy first before revealing my true form. Who would have thought you would find him so quickly? So once again, this time I will definitely seize the opportunity to kill him. Dunyak quickly withdrew his hand, then agreed to try again. This time, he was determined not to shoot them and to succeed in killing the unprepared enemy. The market must be the most crowded right now, so they probably won't let themselves get shot again. He quickly ran around for a while and then returned to his original position. He. Mortals definitely won't expect me to dare return to the old position. Ha ha ha. Now let's see how you try to shoot us. He is very confident in his intelligence and is determined to succeed with this plan so he can step to the top of his life. On Dunak's side, he drew his bow carefully, calculating where to shoot this time so we wouldn't hit him. Got it. No matter what, That guy won't be dumb enough to run around and come back to the same spot. He definitely won't fire this time, but somehow, the great minds collided, and the arrow shot straight into Chu Tonat's head before bouncing back into the sky, leaving everyone stunned. Once again, Dunyak was so angry he almost vomited blood but had nothing he could do. Just like last time, Chu Tonat keeps running after being spotted. This time, Dunyak glances over at Chu Tuyetli. You're running out of time again. Twice now. You've missed it. Chu Tuyetli feels embarrassed as she covers her face. You're too quick. Who? To regain your pride. This time she decided to draw her treasured sword from the start. I'm ready. This time I absolutely won't let him escape. As long as you find him, that will be his moment of death. But because of her unhealed wound, she had only just drawn her sword when she spat blood and could barely stand. Dunyak saw this and felt worried. But he decided to act once more. This time, you silently pray for the opponent. Elder, please try a little harder for me. Can you absolutely not let me shoot them? For Chu Tonat, this is his last chance to strike. Chu Tuyetli's potion effect is about to kick in, now or never. But somehow these two people seem like synchronized CPUs. Whenever Dunyak aims the arrow, Chu Tonat jumps right there. I really can't find words for this brainless duo. Finally, after some thought, Chu Tuan decided to attack from the spot Chu Fai was sure not to shoot at, which was directly upwards. But somehow, Chu Fai also thought that way and aimed his arrow straight at the sky. You always think that only a useless trash like a male waste belongs in that position. And facing the arrow, Chu Tonat is completely helpless. At this moment, the arrow is only 2 centimeters away from me, and I can't dodge anymore. That bastard must have seen me. Yet he's pretending not to see. Acting all brave like that clearly means he's messing with me reckless and shameless. That's just what he thinks. But Dunyak is also just making up reasons for this clown. Are you crazy or what? Why do you keep wiping your nose on my arrow? Wait a minute. Could it be that he also has a system that requires death so he rushes headfirst into his own arrow? It really is two Yervo thin kin meeting each other. At this moment, Chu Tuyetli has quickly drawn her sword. Only the world-destroying demon sect will kill you. Chu Tonat. Even though he activated the protective shield, it was useless. He was cut down by a sword and fell to the ground. Remaining still, Dunyak saw this and approached slowly to ask, Brother Dao, I have something to ask. Why do you keep rushing into my arrows? Touched by this, he was so angry that he shut his eyes and said nothing. In that case, did brother intentionally want to die? Your beautiful personal life has disappeared and now you're being teased by the other side. It makes me so angry I almost spew blood. Dunyak, seeing this, quickly grabbed him and shook him. Oh Dao brother, you're bleeding so much through your mask. Oh no. Your 5 senses are bleeding. Brother Dao, what's wrong with you? Today. Don't d. Hey. Big brother. Say something. I also want to ask, how many near-death experiences do you have to go through? Poor fellow. The easiest task, yet you keep running into trouble. Even when you're about to die, you can't find peace. While Dunyak was busy shaking, Chu Tuyetli had already sheathed her weapon and was feeling much better. This time Mihon Tong was just here to intimidate us. But next time they will surely set up experts ambushing us ahead. Right now, Dunyak wondered why the opponent knew which path they would take to set up an ambush, when there were thousands of routes to get back to Van Kimon and they could have taken a detour. Chu Tuyetli shyly explained that actually, there's one thing she hadn't told him. If her wound couldn't heal within half a month, she would surely die. The road back to the past life has 3 key points we must pass through. The Mihon Tong knows this very well, so we can't avoid it. The path ahead is very difficult. If you regret and want to abandon me now, I won't blame you. But contrary to what she thought, Dunyak has no intention of turning back. What are you saying? If I promise to bring you back to the sect, I will definitely take you there. I can't just abandon you halfway. Of course. He only wanted to find death. And what better place than to go with Zhu Shuili on this dangerous journey? But Zhu Shuili thought Dunyak was truly righteous and decided to negotiate benefits. She grabbed Dunyak's collar, suddenly pressed her forehead against his and her warm breast. Thanking the guard, Dunyak almost suffocated from the pressure and had to struggle free to survive. Groping and groping. Almost breathless. Sorry, miss. What you're doing isn't proper. It's very inappropriate. He claims to be a man of integrity. But his nose's blood has already betrayed him. It's only been a day. And our brother has lost quite a bit of blood. I wonder if he'll ascend to heaven from blood loss. It turns out that Chu Tu-Yet Li's strange condition was caused by Fovu-san's effect coming into play. She wanted to remove the energy within her body, but someone here made it inconvenient. So she asked Dunyak to leave. Dunyak may be flirtatious, but he never takes advantage. He constantly spins around to avoid looking elsewhere, repeatedly insisting he's not peeking. At this moment, at the ghostly soul sect, Shuethan was looking at the map while scheming. As expected of the Swordpath Elder of the questioning sword sect. This divine artifact is completely broken. Chu Tu-Yet Li, those old men are waiting for you. Can you still comfortably secure the victory? On the map, she has marked 3 crucial points that Chu Tu-Yet Li must pass through. Every place was already guarded by experts. Will our side finally get to fulfill their wish to die? The next day, Dunyak and Zhu Shueli arrived at Tannon City. Though she looks a bit naive, Tu-Yet Li has very rich experience in the Jianghu. After what happened last night, Mi Hontong really stopped sending people to hunt them, and they passed the first checkpoint very smoothly. On the way, Dunia wondered why they had to pass through Tannon City to get back to Van Qiamon. And Chu Tu-Yet Li, while looking at the map, explained the reason to him, because Tannon City is the gateway guarding the western border of Taidin Quoc. The Van Qiamtong sect is located within a vassal state of Taidin Quoc, and this Tannon City is the western frontier city of Taidin Quoc, defending the border region. I am now seriously injured and need to return to the sect from the west as quickly as possible, which means entering Taidin Quoc through Tannon City. After hearing this, Dunyak somewhat understood the reason for choosing this route. Then you wonder whether Mi Hontong dares to invade the territory controlled by Van Qiamtong. Since your entire risky plan depends on these demonic clan members, when it comes to this issue, Chi Tiet Lai suddenly became tense. The Van Kiem sect is the #1 righteous sect. Mi Han sect would not dare to act recklessly, but since ancient times, the demonic sects have always been willing to use any means to achieve their goals. To stop me, their next ambush could be even more dangerous. Practically a do-or-die situation. To others, this is just some insider news. But for our Min, it's truly exciting. Anything from a life-or-death situation to whatever else. I love it all. Mi Hon sect. Come quickly. My tiny, delicious life longs for your great sword, and I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can only long for death now. That night, for safety reasons, the two of us had to stay in the same room. While Chu Tiet Lai was taking a shower, Dunyak tried to control himself by doing a handstand. And during that time, his nose kept bleeding. This guy really has no innocence at all. Just then, Chu Tiet Lai rushed out of apartment 801, covered in torn bamboo sticks. The curse market outside the Demon Soul sect has arrived. Dunyak saw this scene and immediately spat blood, collapsing to the ground. Oh, so fast. At this rate, I wonder if Min can hold on anymore, because he is a master. Chu Tiet Lai can sense the enemy from a distance. She immediately wraps a makeshift bandage to prepare for battle. From outside, the shouts of killing grow louder and closer. He he he. Chu Tiet Li. A blood feud that cannot be reconciled. Today I will settle the blood debt with your blood. Inside the room, Chu Tiet Lai has guessed the identity of the approaching group and drawn her sword. The ruthless lady of the 5 poison sect. The 10,000 Deaths of the Spirit God sect. The monk, Vo Dian, of Vo Tuong Tu. And Ton Vai Thu, of the Left Shadow sect. Stop pretending to be gods or kneeling. Come out here. The ability to identify people by their voice makes Yunyak momentarily hesitant and surprised. The more you learn about the cultivators of this world, the more amazed you become. Just then, the main door was suddenly pushed open. Although Dunyak wanted to die, she still grabbed a chair to make herself look better. Leading the group is the notorious, ruthless lady with a legendary reputation. The sword immortal woman still remembers the names of us lazy fakes after all these years. I'm truly honored. He he he. Back then we only kept a low profile. And yet our whole family was slaughtered. Our grudge of extermination is still engraved in our hearts. Hearing these filthy words, Tuyet Lai Market couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, stay humble, and don't make others laugh at you. The 5 Poison Sect. Poisoning the water to spread the disease. Wushang Tuzo secretly harming trusted allies and cutting their faces to create demon artifacts. Spirit Mountain. Eats newborns to cultivate and strengthen the primordial spirit. Evil Shadow Sect. Uses humans to nourish shadow beasts. There is no one among you from the Death Sect who is innocent. As she spoke, Tuyet Lai straightened her sword and pointed it forward, firmly confirming her words. Listening to what just happened, I'm honestly stunned. Since coming to this world, this is the first time I've heard about the evil deeds of these bad people. Even if practicing evil and cruelty, the old lady still retorts confidently. A mortal's life cannot compare to that of a cultivator. No matter what you say today, the 4 of us won't let you go. Tuyet Lai Market no longer wants to fight and simply laughs with her towel. Then what's the point of talking? Just come and fight. Luckily, the leftover music was short, so I used a different cloth to cover it. Girl Dao, don't undress like that or you'll be banned from posting. Besides, you're injured. Let me fight in your place. Then, he quickly got clothes for Snowlie to change into, avoiding the incident from violating community standards. At this moment, the ruthless lady suddenly threatened. Ahem. The Sword Immortal probably wants to fight with us. This is Tannon City. If the 5 of us start a war, each showing their skills, how many people do you think would die in this city? Dunyuan interrupted. Hey, can't you hear me? I say I will fight in her place. But the ruthless lady doesn't care what you say and just points her finger. And what about the criminal next to you? Can you protect him? Although Dunyak raised his hand to say he didn't need protection, Chu Tuyet Lai was a little moved. So, what do you guys really want? As planned, the ruthless woman stated her demand. It's simple, just find the immortal maiden and have her complete the trial we prepared. And we promise not to attack anyone anymore afterward. We will use the demon contract technique to bind the primordial spirit and sign the contract. Everyone will act according to the contract, and anyone who breaks it will have their primordial spirit self-destruct. After pondering for a while, the ruthless lady asked again about Chu Tuyet Li's decision. And now she was feeling extremely confident. Who? Chu Tuyet Li. When it comes to cultivation and magic, the 4 of us can't fight against you. But as long as we use the dangerous contract, life or death, it's all up to us. Dunok listened to the agreement and began to doubt the wisdom of these people. Even a fool can see there's something wrong with this contract. How can anyone be fooled? These assassins are just too stupid. But why did Tuyet Lai like this agree immediately? Dunok immediately whispered in alarm. Hey, you must understand very well that these 4 people have bad intentions. Why are you just agreeing with them? Chu Tuyet Lai replied indifferently. I know, but I can't let you die for the common people of Jinan City because of me. This statement left Dunok utterly stunned, unable to speak any further. Without hesitation, Zhuo Shui Li stepped forward to prepare to sign the contract. Just wait a moment. Dunyak interjected to stop her. All your challenges and restrictions are meaningless if you tell Chu Tuyet Lai to go kill the sect leader of the Wanding Sword Sect, or to drink poison and die. If the outcome doesn't satisfy you, and you threaten her again with the lives of ordinary people to force her into peace, what will happen? The contract has such a big loophole, and you still have others sign without shame. After speaking, Dunyak stormed forward and smashed the contract on the stage. Although he really wanted to die, in the eyes of the naive Chu Tuyet Lai being deceived, he couldn't bring himself to do it. If you want to sign, you better sign the best one. The good deal that is about to be made is about to fall apart, making the ruthless old woman furious. That prisoner, don't talk nonsense. Dunyak not only doesn't know fear but also argues back. She's lost again. She's lost again. She's starting to threaten people again. She's definitely got some trick up her sleeve. The ruthless old woman was involuntarily dragged along, trembling constantly. Sword Fairy, don't listen to his nonsense. Our dignity can't be tarnished by a criminal. But of course, Chu Tuyet Li sided with Dunyak. She immediately drew her sword, her tone sharp. If any of you have any sense of honor, then change your fight. I'll bear all the consequences. The villains then retreat to a corner to discuss their plans. What do we do now? We can't fight and win. We definitely can't win. It's all because of this troublemaker. If the Heavenly Sword Fairy wasn't here, I would definitely have peeled him apart. Honestly, fixing the air scale doesn't really benefit us much. While discussing their strategy, One of them suddenly shouted, "What are you afraid of? Haven't you fought before and known you can't win?" Immediately, he was ambushed by the other three. "We don't want to die yet. Is this group of villains here to put on a comedy show?" After a moment of discussion, the ruthless elder stepped forward to reach an agreement. "If the immortal sword fairy is unsettled, we can just fix that." On this side, Dunyak is the one speaking. "Very well. There are 3 more conditions for the challenge. First, the content of the challenge must be within the abilities of the 4 of you. Second, the challenge must be passable without risking life and death, and we must find a way to overcome it. Third, after passing the test, you must go to the uninhabited western region, and from now on stay out of worldly affairs." Now your mind is fully calculating. Based on the confident demeanor of these people, they must be fully prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forced Zhu Yue Lai to sign the contract. If that's the case, then just keep the content of the challenge that can help Chu Tuat Lai once, and don't block his plans. He. For you, seeking death is still the top priority. On the side of the ruthless lady, she shows no fear of these 3 conditions. She sees through our plan to kill Chu Tuat Lai with a contract and tries to block us with harsh terms. There's no way that will work. I agree to any condition you mention, because fundamentally, Chu Tuat Lai will not pass the test. In the end, Dunyak added an additional request. Furthermore, I want Chu Tuat Lai included in any part of the contract that involves Dunyak as well. The evil old woman laughed out loud upon hearing this. Haha. Fine. This is your own trouble to deal with. A vulgar person who doesn't know the height of the sky and the earth will definitely regret it, but if I don't sign, then I will be the one who has to regret later. Then the ruthless lady started reciting aloud a newly drafted agreement. Suddenly, Chu Tuat Lai stops Dunyak. "You don't need to do this." Dunyak looked at her and smiled. "All 4 of us have already signed. How can I not be on the same side as you? You speak words of compassion, but deep down all you want is to die. And there's no better chance than this." After speaking, Dunya bites his finger and signs the contract with blood. "Your words and actions have touched Chu Tuat Lai's heart. Are we on the same side? I have always been an independent fighter. Clearly you are just an ordinary person. Yet you agree to fight alongside me. Forget it. I'll just do as he wishes and risk my life to protect him." Without hesitation, she also signed her name on the contract. Just as the contract was formed, Dunyak started to activate it, and she was about to burst with excitement. "What is the challenge? Come along," the ruthless lady asked when she saw this. "The challenge we face is the immortal sword maiden. What does it have to do with an ordinary person like you?" Dunyak was already prepared with an answer. "If my name is added to the contract, of course I will find a way to win this battle. And once again, you guys are tricking the girl first. So of course I have to help her share some of the danger. So what? Still hesitating and blundering around. Can't beat me, right?" When a little kid who plays with chess insults her with cruelty, she is so furious she trembles and casually grabs the opponent's whiskers, all day shooting birds. Who would have thought she'd end up blinded by a bird bite? "Well done, little one. If you are so eager to die, we will help you do it next." The 4 of us then start to issue our challenges. Grandma's challenge is to drink 3 out of 9 cups of poison without dying. My challenge is simple. Just play a game of chess with me. Aussie Dofot. My challenge is to debate Buddhism. Haha. If you can stay alive with my beast for a minute. That's all. Youngster. Pick one. After hearing all 4 challenges, Dunyak raises his hand to choose one to start. At that moment, Chu Tuat Lai stops his hand. "No. I won't allow it. Dunyak. Thank you for thinking of me. But when it comes to life and death challenges, let me handle it." My heart is screaming inside. "Please. My aunt. I finally get a chance to die. Don't ruin it for me." Chua Tuyet Lai stepped forward and mustered her strength to block. Dunyak, fighting them with a mortal body, was clearly walking into a trap. "And I won't let you take risks." Listening to those words, Dunyak suddenly remembered what the system said. Seeking death. Almost forgot about this whole thing. Don't let the system classify my death as intentional afterward. And what if I can't restart again? To be safe, you turn to a corner and call out to the system. System, I proactively requested to join the challenge. If I die during it, would it be considered intentional suicide? The system paused for a moment, then responded, based on its calculations. This is a courageous act to protect a companion, not necessarily going to die. So it doesn't count. After hearing this, Dunyak finally dared to exhale lightly. Now you just need to find a way to persuade Chu to lie. After thinking for a while, you decide to use a plan that's not very good. You downplay yourself and speak sadly, revealing that you are just like those people. Feeling that I am useless and unworthy to complete Maymon's test. All this time, I believed we were close friends, trusting each other. Even after making vows and pacts, I never expected that all of it was just my unilateral wish. From start to finish, everyone saw me as just an ordinary person. Hearing that, Tu Yet Lai froze up, not knowing what to say. But for the other four, this is truly a great show. They've even prepared popcorn to watch everything unfold. Just as Dunyak was feeling touched, suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her waist. I don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it, damn, it's so disgusting. Tu Yet Lai also couldn't resist and allowed Dunyak to participate in the challenge. After receiving her approval, Dunyak smiled with satisfaction to join the first challenge. For the first challenge, I will choose the ruthless lady. Of course, I'll pick the poison. Its high efficiency shows immediately. If I wasn't forbidden from doing it myself, I would have done it long ago. After deciding to accept the challenge, the ruthless woman immediately turned her hand and produced 9 glasses of wine. You choose 1 glass from each row in order from top to bottom. And after drinking 3 glasses, the challenge is complete. The 9 glasses are not all poisoned. Whether you can find the non-poisoned one depends on your skill. Looking at the bottles on the table, Dunyak carefully considered his options. Maybe I should just pick any 3 glasses after all. There are 9 in total, and it's impossible for all 3 to be non-poisonous by chance. But the first row of these 3 rows of wine is perfectly clear, showing no differences at all. Unlike the previous invisible man who was shot 3 times in a row. So I need to be extra careful in choosing. Just by looking isn't enough. Dunyak carefully smells each glass of wine one by one. The first glass has no smell at all. The second glass had a fishy smell, and after taking a deep breath, Dunyak foamed at the mouth, his limbs numb and collapsing to the ground. Tu Yet Lai immediately rushed over to check on him upon seeing this. Dunyak, what's wrong with you? Dunyak's body is trembling all over, but he still tries to answer that he's fine. The ruthless old lady was very pleased to see that. Just the person couldn't handle it. This stuff isn't even ranked among the 5 poison sect. Mother advises you to give up early. But of course Dunyak refuses. The stronger the poison, the more likely he is to die. You use all your strength to stand up. This is already good enough. Let me try the 3rd cup, because the numbing effect of the 2nd shot had not yet worn off. Dunyak loosened his grip and let a drop of the potion fall out. As the drop hit the table, a hole was drilled through, and white smoke billowed up. Dunyak was stunned, then sneered and said, "It's you, after all. Hey. Without a drop of sedative, you drink the 3rd dose all at once. After drinking, you close your eyes and wait for death to come. Just D already." But he kept waiting, and nothing happened. At this moment, the wicked madam speaks up. This little one does have some skill, able to recognize that dried wood only eats away at the wood and doesn't harm the body. Tell me, who taught you the dark arts? Dunyak felt extremely uncomfortable hearing that. Mom, how can poison that only corrodes wood without harming the body be considered normal? Is this really reasonable? So the world of Xianxia can do whatever it wants? Dunyak didn't say anything, so the ruthless lady kept pressing. What's wrong? Can't speak? Are you worried about involving your master? Don't worry. Grandma isn't that narrow-minded. Dunyak could only sigh. 2. That's really not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand. I don't have a master, and I've never learned poison arts. Although you don't trust my ruthlessness, you don't press further, and just tell Dunyak to take the 2nd cup. Once again, Dunyak carefully made his choice. The first drink, her grandmother deliberately used a display poison to deceive him. But, unexpectedly, that toy turned out to contain an irreversible poison. So for this 2nd drink, Senza should choose the cup that looks the most harmless. As Dunyak just touched the glass, another version of himself suddenly appeared and gave him a sudden realization. That's right, my brain really is in the water. I definitely can't choose the 1st glass. How could the treacherous lady arrange the same setup as the 2nd poison drink? Actually, It should be the other way around. Senza needs to choose the most unusual-looking glass. This black drink. But as her left hand reached out, her right hand moved back. My dear left hand. Take it easy now. What if Tandok Baba also predicted that I would think this way? Following her plan, why not still put the poison in the most normal-looking glass? No. No. It's very likely that the ruthless lady already figured out I would hesitate between glasses 1 and 3 before poisoning the second one. Thinking this through, Dunyak is about to go crazy. I can't take it anymore. I really can't tell which glass has poison. Dunyak suddenly collapses to the table, tears and snot streaming down. He reached out toward each glass, wondering which one to choose, when suddenly he noticed the expression of the poison lady as she watched his hand stretch out. After trying them out, he realized that the black wine caused Tandok Baba to react the most strongly. This black wine has no poison, so he definitely cannot drink this one. Either way, both remaining drinks are poisoned, so it doesn't matter which one I choose. Dunyak thought, raising a glass and drinking it all in one gulp. Haha. I'm still quite perceptive. Once again missing the deadly poison. But you haven't enjoyed it for long before the ruthless lady spoke up. I never expected poison to be so powerful that it could elevate itself like that. Finding the only surviving path among those 3 cups. It seems your master isn't an ordinary person. Hearing this, Dunyak clenched the wine glass in his hand, trembling all over. Tears also uncontrollable. Why? So what is going on? Is this really believable? I can't take it anymore. Crying and shouting loudly. If there's no poison, what did the person do to you just now? What are you pretending to do? Be careful, or I will report you. Even the ruthless old lady is furious and pointing her finger. Isn't it because you have been quietly staying there all along? I've long lost patience with you. And without the fairy sword here, killing 3 times still won't ease my hatred. These 2 people really are a comedy duo. At this moment, Truett Tyatlai can't help but praise. Dunyak. It turns out you're knowledgeable about poisons. No wonder you deliberately wanted to test me. Keep going. Just 1 more glass left. These words of encouragement felt like they stabbed directly into Dunyu's heart. Keep going. Everyone in the family. Keep going. But of course, you can't say it like that. So you just swallow your tears and say you'll do your best. One person says that, but Dunyak's face looks like he's holding back tears. With a bloodshot color. At the last row of bottles, there are 3 colors: green, yellow, and red. After struggling with the previous 2 drinks, Dunyak decided to ditch his brain and chose the green drink instead. After all, the odds of hitting a pig were 2 out of 3. The first 2 times were unlucky. So maybe this time would be different. After finishing the glass, Dunyak felt the lingering sweetness and couldn't help but swear to God. Damn it. I chose wrong again, huh? At this moment, I sense something is wrong and immediately vomit blood. The ruthless old lady laughed loudly. Satisfied. Ha ha ha. This time you're definitely going to die. Chua Tuyet Lai immediately runs over to question her. What kind of trick did you just pull? Tandok Baba explains without hesitation. Ha 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 ha, although he was able to pick out the toxic drinks from the first 2 rows. Any choice in this 3rd row would surely lead to death, because all the drinks in the 3rd row contain the antidote, ha ha ha. Only when you drink the 2nd glass in the 1st row, the 3rd in the 2nd row, and the 2nd in the 3rd row, and finish all 3 antidote glasses. The poisons will counteract each other, and you will be safe. This is also my only way out of this test. What a pity. Now he can only survive for at most 2 more hours. Dunyak raised his head in doubt and asked, Baba, are you sure I drank the poison? Why do I feel so spirited lately? Even wanting to go dance disco? The ruthless old lady just waved her hand dismissively. Right now, I'm just reflecting back on myself. At this moment, Dunyak finally relaxed and let out a gentle sigh. I told you, after such a long torment, I can finally die. The look of joy on his face surprised the ruthless lady. This young boy is poisoned, yet he still looks so happy. Forget it. Dealing with Zhu Shueli is the main thing now. She turned to look at Zhu Shueli and then spoke. Fairy Sword Immortal. There are still 3 challenges left. This time, no one will pull her out again. At this moment, Dunya stands up to step forward and block her. Wait. I'm not dead yet. Why is it her turn? If I can still survive for 2 more hours, then of course I will still be the one facing the challenge. For the next challenge, I choose to play chess. Deep inside, Dunyak is secretly laughing with excitement. Luckily, there's still another challenge to make my path to death even more certain. Come on. Dry me out. Hee hee hee. The second challenge begins as Dunyak starts to play chess with Van Kai 2, confidently and swiftly making his moves without any hesitation. Haha. I'm about to die. I can feel it. Phew. My body is getting heavier and heavier. I have to reincarnate now. Dear readers, see you next time. After a while, the Van Kai 2 smiled. Brother Du. Thank you. I've won with the white flag. Dunyak is now extremely proud. The winner of that move. Little one, I will show you what a king of warriors really looks like. Watch my move. It's quite profound. The chaotic primal fire streak technique's third transformation. After howling for a while, the chess piece suddenly fell from his hand, and Dunyak cried out in pain. Choru. Lily immediately ran over to check the situation. Dunyak. What's wrong with you? Could it be that the poison is acting up? Evil Mother is laughing sinisterly on the side. Haha. The poison in his body has always been active. Right now my head feels like it's going to burst because of this chessboard. The Snow Market Luli immediately asks what dirty tricks the opponent has pulled. Van Kz still sat by the chessboard explaining, this is not a trick, but a magical artifact from our spiritual divine sect. I don't know when the 5-death specialty took a life. Dumb. That name really hits close to home. Even his own allies don't want to recognize familiar faces whenever they hear that name again. Van Ki-tu continued speaking. Let's continue. Every time an opponent places a piece on this chessboard, the primordial spirit will diminish a bit. That's why it helps with spiritual cultivation in the primordial spirit. For an ordinary person like Dunyak, who has never cultivated the primordial spirit, what gets depleted is the blood and vitality of the brain. His head hurts that much because he plays chess too quickly, consuming more blood and energy. Ha ha ha. Even if he doesn't drink poison, he'll die from excessive depletion of his vital energy. Seeing that things were not going well, Tu Yet Lai immediately asked to take over this game, but Dunyak still insisted on continuing. Don't bite me. Let someone like me on the verge of death make their final worth shine. Use your remaining strength to stand up and walk to the chessboard. With a determined gaze without any fear, losing blood and energy. Ha ha ha. Unlike before when I fought, dying from a damaged liver. I'm too used to this. 15 minutes later, both players are exhausted. Their spirits and vitality almost depleted. But no matter what happens, Dunyak is determined to finish this game before he dies. The ruthless old woman is now laughing triumphantly. Haha. He won't be able to hold on much longer. And Cho Tu Yet Lai is deeply worried. Dunyak, stop playing. Just stop. Please stop. But Dunyak remained determined that he could still hold on. And so, another 55 minutes passed. Van Kai 2 was gasping for breath, as if he was about to faint. Are you truly just a mortal? Dunyak's condition was much worse. Although he couldn't lift his head, he still insisted on lowering the flag. It's your turn. To see what a mortal's will strong as steel truly is. But Van Ki 2 could no longer hold on. He staggered and fell to the ground. I surrender. If you had only been a little slower, Dunyak would have already been the one defeated. Use up your remaining strength and stand up to show your resolve. Hey, I won. But just a few seconds of being impressive, you started coughing up blood non-stop. Fortunately, Cho Tu Yet Lai ran over to help him up, so he didn't fall to the ground. At that moment, the ruthless old woman was so stunned she couldn't speak. How is this possible? The poison from the base, yet it's been cured. The only one happy to hear this news is probably Tu Yet Lai. While Dunyak just froze in place. Has Dame Tandok been defeated yet? The traitor knows. This little brat has already seen through the old woman's tricks from the beginning. If you keep spinning me around like a game and then think of a plan to cure the poison, it's really driving me crazy. Every word felt like a dagger stabbing into Dunyak's heart. He didn't want to detoxify at all. He just wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Van Kai 2 also recovered a bit now and asked suspiciously, 3 ladies. Don't bait him with poison now. What dirty tricks did this little brat use? The ruthless old lady explains, I'm afraid he has known for a long time that your chessboard isn't real, but made of blood and chi. So since choosing this poison, he has planned carefully, deliberately selecting the third move with the Yanhua Lutin. Yanhua Lutin is a secret poison from our 5-poison sect. After ingestion, the victim's potential is continuously stimulated. Their mind becomes 100 times more alert, until their vital energy accelerates to a point where their body cannot bear it, and they will explode and die. He just now exploited your chessboard to spend your spirit and blood to trigger Yanhua Lutin until your energy was exhausted. And of course, the poison was also drained. You also lost because the latent power of Yanhua Lutin exhausted you. With this method, even the creator of the Yanhua Lutin wouldn't have thought of it. After hearing the explanation, I still haven't given up. And the anger was so intense, I picked up a knife. Bloody hell, is this old woman crazy? What the hell is she explaining? No one in the royal capital even understands what she's saying. And I have no idea which poison is involved. Tanvai then speaks up. You're overthinking it. How could he have foreseen the challenge and come up with this strategy in such a short time? I think it was just a coincidence. Hearing someone else speak his true feelings moved Dunyak to tears, but the ruthless old woman still refused to believe it was just a coincidence. So I ask you, why did he smile so happily after we all signed the contract? Tunwei actually thinks Dunyak is just a fool because she isn't as clever as him. The ruthless woman immediately asked further, so why was he still so calm after vomiting blood from drinking the Yen Fire Spirit Pearl? And one more thing. He once asked me if I was truly poisoning him. At that time I found it strange. And only now do I realize he was mocking us for being stupid. Hearing these rambling guesses, Yunak was so furious that he coughed up blood again. The ruthless lady keeps speculating, knowing full well our 5-poison sect and spirit god peak like that. Earlier, I heard the sword fairy call him Dunak. The Du family. Could it be that he's the son of the ancestral sage, Wan Ma Du Thui Hoan? Dunyak heard this name and froze. Who is he? Can you stop attaching titles to me? Chu Tuet Lai became extremely tense. Seeing this, Dunyak felt very annoyed. I warn you, don't think nonsense or do anything reckless. Can't you see Tuet Lai's expression changing? My father isn't Du Thui Hoan at all. And he definitely isn't a cultivator. He's really just an ordinary hunter. The ruthless old woman suddenly spoke out. So I was right all along. Dunyak's resentment filled the air as she held a knife in her hand. That's exactly what she said. What's right? Why would it be right? Tan Dok Baba immediately said in anger. Before becoming the Van Ma Grandmaster, he was a hunter. After retreating from the world, returning to his old occupation makes perfect sense. And yet, he looks around 20 years old. The Van Ma Grandmaster has been missing for 20 years. You are the son of Master Van Ma, who was born after going into hiding. Holding this funeral makes the remaining music intolerable, and I can't say anything. Seeing everyone's suspicious looks, he quickly explained, I am not. Really not. My father was bitten to death by a wild beast not long ago. If he was really that heroic, how could he have died like that? Tan Dok Baba once again spoke up. Then it's true. The music of the leftovers is already too intense and can't be endured anymore. Why is it right again? Do you mean she replied to you? The evil woman continues to explain. 20 years ago, the Grandmaster of 10,000 Demons challenged the sect leader of Bathian Mon to a duel. Legend has it that the Van Ma ancestor master was defeated in battle, with injuries so severe that he either died or became immortal. It now seems it was likely the latter. Dunya quick turned to Jenan and told her to not believe her. I don't have any cultivation talent, and Du Thui Hoan really is my father. So why didn't he pass his techniques to me? But Van Ma Baba just made things worse. Stop despising others. Everyone knows that the practice method of the Van Ma ancestor must be mastered only after turning 30. Hearing this, Dunyak also began to believe, hey, could it be that the original owner really is the son of the Van Ma ancestor? But you quickly deny it. Pai Pai. What are you thinking? The original owner wasn't surnamed Du. I am the one who transmigrated into this body. I'm about to be driven crazy by that old woman. But judging by her scrutinizing gaze, it seems like everyone has already believed this story. The ruthless old lady now questions Dunyak. If you are a descendant of the Sage of 10,000 Demons and one of our demonic clan, how could you possibly help Zhao Shueli? Zhuo Shueli also spoke up, asking why you're helping me. Dunyak now really doesn't know how to explain anymore. I am truly ed up. If I keep arguing, This old lady might just make up something else. The poison is already gone. If Cho Tuyet-Lai had just cut me down with her sword out of suspicion, that would be acceptable. But if she only kicked me away, where can I find the chance to die? Now there are 2 trials left. I still have a chance to die. So I might as well accept this identity of the second young master of the demon clan. After contemplating, he decided to accept this father figure. I feel that it is truly determined by the kindness of our hearts, no matter what cultivation method I learn. As long as I sincerely follow the righteous path, I am a true upright person. The challenge isn't over yet. Let's continue to honor our vow. You look at Chu Shuili holding her sword in caution and smile brightly. Let me handle the next challenge. So, do you believe me now? Those words have deeply moved Chu Shuili. She began to seriously think about what Dunyak just said. Suddenly, the Wudang monk spoke up. As the son of the Van Ma ancestor, braver and more extraordinary than others, with an indomitable aura, Dunyak, without hesitation, told the other 2 to go together at once. You believe that doing it this way will definitely succeed. But life isn't a dream. Hoa Thuong Vodien and Tonvi suddenly signaled to each other, and both fell to their knees. Calling Dunyak the young master in despair, the great master Van Ma once presided over the Wujiang temple for us. The great master Van Ma once led our shadow-left sect. If you are the son of Master Van Ma, then you are indeed our young master. We willingly surrender. And when Lady Tandok sees that, she will be completely furious. You traitors. How dare you think this way when she's crying out loud while holding on to the divine heir's body? She didn't even call us for help. Truly speechless, with these demonic sect people, Dunyak glanced at Chu Tuyet-Lai, confused about what was happening. But he couldn't pass up such a perfect chance to seek death. You look at the 2 guys holding onto your legs and smile. But this is dangerous. Familiarity is familiarity. But the test must go on. Here. We continue. But no matter what you say, the other party will still surrender immediately. At this moment, the ruthless lady is once again deluding herself. I understand now. His contract and trial are just schemes. They want us to use the magic treasure and the shadow beast to kill someone and seize the treasure. Whatever they say about going to the far west, sealing away for 10 years. I think the far west is actually where the bones are buried. That's too despicable. Vo Shi. Once again, public opinion turns against Dunyak, accusing him of ruining the reputation of the demonic sect and suffering as the son of the Van Ma ancestor. I have to admit, that vengeful woman's mouth is even more poisonous than any toxin in the world. At this moment, Zhu Tiri Kangwa drew her sword and shouted loudly, if you admit defeat, according to the agreement, go to the far west and secluded cultivation for 10 years. The 4 saw a chance to escape from the son of the great demon ancestor and immediately ran away, as expected of the sword immortal. Truly generous. Even though you slaughtered dozens of me, I do not admire your character. We will meet again in the future. Dunyak saw this and sat back down on the chair. He sighed in frustration, gaining no benefit, only terrifying himself. Chu Tuyet-Lai also sheathed his sword. You have nothing to regret either, or you underestimated these people, or you overestimated me. With my current strength, killing them is impossible. Although Dunam wanted to say it wasn't about this, he decided to let it go without mentioning more. At this moment, Zhu Tili reached into his sleeve, making him stare in shock. Wait a moment. I have something to say. Dunyak kept thinking about nonsense and kept imagining what would happen next. But Chu Tuyet-Lai suddenly took out a sphere and asked, do you know why the Mihantong keeps chasing after me and refuses to let me go? Because I took their treasure or the divine pearl, which is one of the 2 treasures discovered by the Mihantong in the ancient secret realm that can enhance the power of demonic techniques, but its true power lies in the demon enchanting mind, which erodes the moral spirit and corrupts the person holding it into a demonic figure. If kept in the demon soul sect, it would surely breed a demon lord capable of harming the world. Looking at the crystal ball in front of him, Yunyut wondered if the remaining treasure was as powerful as he feared. Chu Tuyet-Lai quickly packed away the crystal ball and continued speaking. The remaining treasure is called the Devouring Spirit Fan. At that moment, I was in such a dire situation that I couldn't retrieve it. I didn't tell anyone about it earlier because I felt it wasn't necessary. Besides, I myself could be bewitched by it, let alone ordinary people. And revealing this could be harmful. But now the situation has changed. I have told you the secret of the evil god Pearl without hiding anything. Can you tell me if someone is hiding something from me? Dunak. Hearing that, broke out in a full sweat and realized she'd been trying to probe me all along. If I didn't answer properly, she would have kicked me out. Right? After thinking for a moment, Dunak was sure she couldn't reveal her true identity as a transmigrator with a system. But True Tyat Lai's sincere gaze made him unable to continue lying, so he could only raise his hand and swear. I promise I will never harm you. If there's danger, I will even step into the battle to protect you. I have indeed hidden some things. But I assure you there is nothing disadvantageous for you. I just didn't find it appropriate to say, all right. Everyone has their difficulties in words. I trust you. Enemies. No need to worry. This girl is too trusting. The next morning, the rickety carriage rolled along the road, with the sound of horses' hooves thunderously approaching from outside. Dunak sat quietly inside, thinking to himself, the cruel woman and those 4 bastards. I still hold hope with them. He was disappointed. Who would have expected that the 4 cowards, after boasting, would run away, leaving me suspicious in Tuyet Lai's eyes. Tuyet Li looked at him and asked, Dun Yuan, what's wrong with you? I didn't expect you to react so strongly. He was startled and immediately stuck his head out the window, vomiting repeatedly. It turns out he's carsick. Tuyet Li patted your back and said, hang in there. This road is very safe. We're almost at the inn. You'll be able to rest soon. Dun Yuan grimaced, sweat pouring down. The carriage jolted, and he vomited again, then sighed to himself. Who cares about safety? Just let me die. I want to die. After a while, in a house, a plaque above the door read, Honored guest returns in blessing. But the usually bustling gate was eerily deserted, with not a single person in sight. Tuyet Lai spoke. This hotel is the only place to stop on this road. It's usually very lively. But today it's so silent. She was a bit worried, suspecting something unusual and possibly a trap. Fearing that the Mihon Tong might have been ambushing for a long time, Dunyak silently thought I had no more hopes left than being killed. I'd probably die even faster than that from the shock. A pair of bare feet with a bracelet on the ankle approached, accompanied by a voice saying Tuyet Lai. You finally arrived. The person who appeared was the saintess of the Phantom sect, Thimbe. Dunyak was still stunned after the carriage incident, feeling soulless. But suddenly he realized something and looked up in disbelief. The pounding of footsteps from the crowd, rushing over. Dunya asked what's going on. Tuyet Lai glanced around to observe the situation. A large number of soul-devouring sex men are gathering to surround them. Seeing this terrifying scene, Dunyak suddenly feels a glimmer of hope for death. His eyes light up with a smile, thinking, looks like there's a good show to watch now. Thang Bi, standing among the soldiers, said, I didn't expect those 4 useless ones to be so helpless. Allowing him to come here safely. Killing someone still ultimately depends on oneself. And hearing this, Dunyak widened her eyes in amazement. Tuyet Li stood there and asked, why was it you? Thonbai responded sharply, why wouldn't it be me? Are you afraid now? Girl? Dunyak asked. Is she really that formidable? You haven't received an answer yet when you see Thonbi kick off. Laughing loudly. The Luke Duke Toa Hon Great Array has been set up long ago, today. Tuyet Lai. I will make sure you die here. A lot of dark soul spirits emerged from the Great Formation and surrounded them. Tuyet Lai drew her sword and struck, causing the spirits to disperse. She raised her sword and said, you guys are enough on your own. The black soul spirits haven't dispersed yet and are still gathering to trap Tuyet Lai. She was about to rush forward to strike when a familiar figure appeared suddenly. It was Dunyak rushing from behind, turning his blade aside with the thought, let me sacrifice my life for you all. From an outsider's perspective, it looks like Dunyak is risking his life. But in reality, he's seeking death. Thonbi was very surprised, despite holding his sword. Somehow, all she could do was gape with wide eyes and reach out her hand as she saw Dunyak charge in. Then suddenly, she was tossed into the air, leaving Tuyet Lai and everyone in shock. Some disciples of the Hell Soul sect watched as the young lady was flung into the air and stood beneath her with a serious look. With a thud, she landed quite far from the central area. A disciple seeing Thon Nu lying there, face worried, asked what had happened to her. Thanu suddenly got up, her whole body trembling, and shouted loudly, "Kill him." She frowned and ordered everyone to attack. With bruises still visible on her face, she pointed angrily at Dunu's location and shouted, "Execute that little brat for me." The disciples of the Mihantong follow orders, gripping their swords tightly as they move forward. Suddenly, a pink barrier appears over there, dazzlingly bright. Then suddenly it exploded, knocking the members of the Mihantong away. Dunyak stood there, the wind blowing and the fruit making a sound. You muttered to yourself, "If only Miss Nuong's injuries were caused by someone else. Can I have a chance to die?" Tuyetlai stepped forward in front of Thon Mi and said, "The strongest old sect master of your Mihantong was killed by my sword." She drew out her sword and loudly declared, "I find it strange why a person lacking mastery in the way like you was sent. Where is the young vice-parent of the Demon Soul sect?" Thon Mi raised her head and said with some difficulty, "The young vice-parent will avenge us." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened in shock. Then she collapsed face down on the ground. Dunyak wondered if she was dead, suddenly loosening his grip as her sword fell slowly from her hand. Dunyak startled, looking back and seeing Tuyetlai lying there. The entire yard now only has him standing firm. Everyone else was fallen. He helped Tuyetlai up and asked how she was doing. She coughs hoarsely and replies that she used her last bit of strength to break through their encirclement. But now she has no energy and is afraid that even her life might be at risk. Dunyak quietly thinks I don't see her as lucky. On the contrary, she is quite skilled. You help her up and look towards Thon Mi and say, "This woman appears very formidable, but is surprisingly frail." You support Tuyet Li's shoulder and say her injuries are too serious. So I will help her back to the hotel to rest. But they didn't expect someone behind them to stand up and stab sword directly at the two of them. Tuyet Li quickly pushed Dunyak aside and said, "Watch out." Dunyak stared in shock, realizing Thon Mi had woken up and was stabbing directly at her with a sword. Blood already flowing. The sword was lodged in her abdomen, causing Tuyet Li to spit blood and struggle to call out Thon Mi's name. At this moment, I shouted loudly that I knew I couldn't fight her anymore, and pretending to be defeated and dead was just to create an opening for her to be caught off guard and strike her with a sword. The young girl, with a sudden burst of strength, pushes the sword away and, holding her stomach, Dunyak quickly rushes over and shouts, "Are you okay, sister?" You quickly reach up to the wound on Thon Wai's stomach, trying to stop the bleeding and ask if she's okay. On the other side, Thon Mi runs away, saying, "A dog riding a dog is the most terrifying. I won't chase anymore. The second young master and I are waiting for you at the river gate." She runs quickly, turning to threaten. She must get there. Otherwise, the common folk at Chu River Gate will have to resort to force and spirit exchange. Dunyak shouted loudly, "Do our group only know the technique of using medicine to threaten others?" While you were standing there, furious and cursing, Tuyet Li had already fallen to the ground. On the opposite side of the riverbank, a spacious mansion that looked quite wealthy was situated near the bridge crossing the river. On the house, the light cast the shadow of the trees down there, and today seems to be a pretty nice day. Suddenly, a blinding golden streak of light falls from somewhere onto the house, breaking the silence and the surrounding scenery. From the midst of the glowing light, a figure of a young man with blonde hair gradually appears. He looks somewhat average, but a bit too symmetrical. Below, Thon Mi and everyone else call out together, "The young master has ascended." He leapt from the aircraft, spun a few times in the air, and then landed like a professional gymnast, causing the disciples below to be amazed. As soon as he landed, he raised his hand to strike a cool pose. "You know." Thon Mi folded her hands and bowed her head, congratulating the young master for his return. She continued to respectfully ask, "So what about the word Tuyet Li?" Surprised, Thon Mi quickly looked around and wondered where her young sect master had gone. "So he's hiding behind the disciples," sticking his face out to ask, "Tuyet Li has arrived. Where is Tuyet Li?" The young head of the sect isn't afraid. She's already been seriously injured by me, and now probably can't even hold a sword. He looked threatening and said, "Great. Then I will use the secret treasure to forcibly promote my Tao realm, damaging my foundation." He laughed happily and continued, "Now I can easily kill Chiu Tuyet Li, reclaim the spirit pearl, or the divine stone. As long as my foundation isn't damaged, Thonmi quietly thought that with a young sect master like that, the Mihan sect truly has nothing to worry about in the future. By the way, welcome to Tuyet Lai's class, where the path of cultivation is divided into 5 realms: human, spirit, Tao, and heaven, with each realm further subdivided into stages, culminating in the concentration realm. Dunyak asked, "What is your cultivation level?" Tuyet Lai replied, "Concentration realm heaven. By the way, let me also mention that the young master of the soul hypnotizing sect is at the highest stage of the middle heaven level. The wicked women are at the concentrated spiritual realm of the heavenly level." Returning to the main story, with the sound of the family command being issued, a group of people with handcuffs and leg chains are being led to their destination. The leader pulling on the chain drops to his knees, and the humans kneel obediently before the young sect master. A staff appears, surrounded by strange energy and powerful aura. The young sect master held it in his hand, a green aura emanating from the staff, standing there with a sinister look in his eyes. He sneered at the kneeling crowd and said, "Today I will show you the power of the soul devourer transformation." As he finished speaking, a dark aura appeared above the heads of the mortals, as if their souls were being drawn away by something. The green light soared upward as the young deputy sect leader raised his arms and tilted his head back, absorbing it all. He sighed, imagining how the souls of mortals could be transformed into pure spiritual power by the Fian. As those whose souls were taken collapsed to the ground, he closed his eyes, enjoying it thoroughly, wondering what it would smell like when Tilly broke through the heavenly barrier. With a sinister smile and glowing red eyes, "I can't wait to taste it right away." The next morning, I returned to the hotel where Dunyak and the others are resting. Inside the room, a terrified scream rang out, startling the birds outside the window. Dunyak yelled in panic, "Oh my God. I can't breathe anymore." He shouted that Tilly was dead. The escort mission to get her back is considered complete. I think to myself, I have no reason to go to the river to fight the phantom sect and seek my own death anymore. Dunyak shouted in pain, and all plans are now ruined. Looking at the sexy and alluring Tilly from that year, he muttered to himself, there was clearly only one last step missing. Surely there is still a way. He stood there staring at the girl in front of him, frozen for 5 seconds. Trying to hold himself back, he clenched the knife in his hand, his face dark with determination. Dunyak smirked evilly, to make her die even more painfully, so that Van Kiem Vuman would surely hunt me down with all their might. But then he thought about throwing away the knife and said, "You crazy bitch. What do you mean to let her die? I'll jump out of the screen and kill you now." He looked at Tilly and thought, "She fell from above and hit my house, but is fine. Even with serious injuries, she can break through the ambush of the mysterious soul sect." You continue to speculate. His life force even stronger than that of a warrior. How could he have been ambushed and struck down with a single sword? There must be a way to save him. I can definitely save him. Dunyak closed his eyes, thinking about how to perform the rescue. Seeing the girl with her innocent heart in front of him, he remembered the method of CPR. And when he looked at her small mouth, he thought of artificial respiration. So he mustered his courage, placed his hands to turn her over and perform rescue, pressing down firmly while saying, "Wake up." But on his face now was a malicious and wicked expression, as he used excessive force and shouted loudly, "Come to. Wake up. You must wake up." Suddenly, the purple ball called the oracular divine orb shot out from Tilly's body, startling Dunyak. It's like you're seeing yourself in that ball, eyes wide, asking what the heck is this? Then the orb of souls drops into your hand. Dunyak gazes at it thoughtfully. You remember the robotic cat arm and the magical gadget you read about in Doraemon. After a while, it seems you've recognized it, and you mutter, "Hoak then chow." But you're in a hurry, so you throw it aside and say, "Get out of the way. Don't slow me down from saving someone." After thinking for a while, it seems like he has an idea. Dunyak slowly stepped forward, speaking as he approached. "Take it easy. This is the on-earth pearl." He stands before the orb, gazing down, as the light pink aura like flames emanating from the orb appears quite mystical. Inside the orb, a hypnotic voice seems to call and invite. Anything one desires can be achieved. Release me, and you will get what you want. The aura continues to rise as if trying to invade his mind. Yunyak reaches down to pick it up, standing there, staring at the spirit orb, his eyes turning pink as if hypnotized. But it seems not. In Dunyak's mind right now, thoughts swirl. Perhaps the spirit pearl is a treasure. If I take it, the demon soul sect will surely come to hunt me. She envisions herself grabbing the spirit pearl and running, lying, with the demon soul sect chasing behind. He thought this was his chance to seek death. But there was a problem. He looked up, tears welling up. Ever since he transmigrated here, his luck has been unrealistically good. Without Tu Yet Li's locator device here, the Mihan Tong might not have found him. So, seeing Tu Yet Li lying there, he shouted, "You can't die. This is the first gamble of my life. Wake up now." Without waiting, he covered her nose with his mouth and started performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation for Tu Yet Li. After giving one breath, Dunyak hesitantly blushed, muttering to herself to wake up. Seeing no response, she looked down and sighed. "Don't do this. I won't allow you to die." Then he clenched his fists, looked up to the sky and cried, "What do I do without her if she's gone?" He covered his face and sobbed. Why does it have to be her? Why wasn't I the one struck by the sword? He thought, I want to die. Then he pressed his face to the bed, sobbing quietly and thinking, I tried so hard but still couldn't die. Suddenly, Tu Yet Li regained consciousness, her pose a bit too provocative. Cheeks flushed as she called Du's name. He was overjoyed. She woke up. Amazing. At the back courtyard of the swordsmanship gate, among mountains so high, they reach the clouds. A small figure stands practicing martial arts. That is young Tu Yet Li, with a bamboo stick in hand, diligently and tirelessly training. During her training, she always appeared brave and diligent. Under the blooming lotus flowers, she practiced with a bamboo stick instead of a sword. Master warned that to reach the peak of life, it's best not to get involved in love affairs. But with her stunning beauty, many senior brothers send love letters and love confessions as high as mountains. Following her master's advice, she made a vow never to seek a partner in life and to dedicate herself entirely to sword training. Her fellow disciples in the sect also lost all hope in her because of that. Tu Yet Li practices from dawn to dusk, with only a thin cloth covering her body, always maintaining her righteous mind, because the demon guard can abandon everything, even her own life. At this moment, Tu Yet Li thought of the moment she was stabbed by the sword. She then realized that breaking the barrier of the Mihan sect at Du Hakao to survive and return to Van Kiem Vuan was impossible. But the demon orb tempts people down a path of greed and evil, and if it remains in the world, it will bring endless calamities. It must be taken back to Van Kiem Vuan so the experts can unite and destroy it. For now, there is only one way to bring it back safely to the sect. Tu Yet Li's plan is divided into two groups. One to give the oracular crystal to Dunyak, so he can take a different path back to Van Kiem Muan. And herself, to go to Du Hakao to self-destruct her primordial spirit and take the Mihan Tong down with her. But with that plan, there is a crucial point that must be considered. Is Dunyak trustworthy? Remembering his face and words, whether honesty or lies are determined by the heart, which Tu Yet Li agrees with. But his concealment of identity and intentions always made her uneasy. So she decided to fake her death to test Dunyak, lying there pretending to be dead. She thought to herself, Dunyak, quickly tell me your true purpose. When he placed his hand on her chest to force her heart, she thought again. He's either looking for the divine orb, as she was still pondering, realizing that Dunyak actually wanted to save her. His slightly stronger grip caused her to bleed. Tu Yet Li quickly let the spiritual pearl fly up to draw his attention, wondering what he would do if he got it. At that moment, Dunyak had already thrown away the divine bead without hesitation, not thinking twice. Tu Yet Li's observation only made her believe more firmly that he had no attachment to the divine bead. When Dunyak moved closer, Tu Yet Li thought that what he always cared about was her life. From her perspective, his method of resuscitation seemed like a warm, romantic embrace. She remembered seeing something similar secretly hidden in her senior brother's storage, never expecting now to truly feel it, with his breath in her mouth. She thought it surprisingly could be used to save someone. Tu Yet Li's mood has shifted. Although she doesn't fully understand this strange method of saving lives, she believes Dunyak genuinely wants to save her. Her master is crying and screaming. And Tu Yet Li wonders, even though they just met, Why does he seem to care so much? While one side laments why it wasn't me who received the sword to die, the other side thinks that he is willing to take the blow in my place. Tu Yet lies there, her body blazing with heat, wondering what it all really means. At the same time, Shen Zhou is placed beside her, emanating a mystical aura towards where she is lying. From the very beginning, upon hearing that the road back to her family's domain was dangerous, he had never agreed to take her back just because of Du. He clearly knew that the brutal trial of the Western woman was extremely dangerous. But he did not hesitate, and endured the trial on his behalf. He didn't want to tell me his secret but was willing to die instead of me. Tu Yet Li's face blushed as she recalled Du Nok's actions. She sat up and called his name, startling Du Nok. She widened her eyes and thought, clearly he likes me. Du Nok saw Tu Yet Li sit up and wave her hand, asking if she was awake. Yuan Aishancho underneath the bed continues to emit an aura. Tu Yet Li hesitates and thinks, we didn't know each other before. When did he start helping me fall for him? Could it be love at first sight in the legend? She raised her hands to her cheeks, feeling shy. No wonder he was willing to risk his life to escort me back to the sect. Such a kind and loyal person, what should I do now? Tu Yet Li covered her face with her hand and slightly lowered her head in thought. He is gifted, clever, and more capable than others, and his thoughts seemed to align perfectly with her own. But I swore I would never. She is overwhelmed with conflicting thoughts. Although he is just an ordinary person, he is the son of the demon ancestor. So if he trains, he will surely succeed. If I want to find a husband, he is probably the top choice. But recalling the past, when we trained by smashing rocks with our hands and made vows, breaking those vows would mean destroying my Tao heart. And I could not have endured 100 years in just a moment. She lowered her head, hair hiding her face. Tu Yet Li is not an ordinary woman. Du Nok, don't fall in love with me. It's not going to work. Just as she was hesitating, Du Nok spoke up kindly, shining with a divine aura. Finally, she's awake. How do you feel? Tu Yet Li stunned, staggering back in awe. How could he be this handsome? She quickly covered her eyes, trying to stay strong. Just kidding. I was only joking. I meant to cover my eyes. Du Nok at this moment looked at her silently, wondering if she was planning how to punish him. She looked very distressed. He had to remain calm and not scare himself. Let's see what she's about to say. Tu Yet Li spoke. There is something I want to say to you during the moment. A talk with her. Do you agree to the condition that she wears clothes first? Du Nok helped Tu Yet Li up, not knowing what she wanted to say to you. Du Nok was worried. This old lady probably didn't think I had any ulterior motives. The boy was determined. No matter what, I had to stay. This was the fastest way to death. Du Nok still considered the option of stripping and kneeling to beg, which looked quite brash. Tu Yet Li said that after being wounded by Thon Mi, my spiritual power was depleted. So we definitely cannot pass through the river gate. So I want you to take the orb of the God of Oblivion and go another way back to Beacon Sect, while I keep the river crossing point to trap the hysterical sect. Du Nok smiled inwardly, thinking she only wanted to go alone. I thought there was more to it, but then I suddenly panicked and asked, wait, what did you say? I know you're unhappy, but for the sake of the common people, I have to sacrifice myself for justice. You still think I feel heartbroken because I want to sacrifice myself? Du Nok responded fiercely. I'm not involved in the matter of the orc god Jewel. I don't care about that. I must go with you. But all I can think of is seeking death. Tu Yet Li clasped her hands together to reassure him. You're talking nonsense. You must stay calm and follow me. You only end up rushing headlong into danger. It's her pain that she cannot reciprocate your feelings. Du Nok clenched his fist with full determination. I don't care whatever the reason you can't chase me away. We will die together, even if it's death. Tu Yet Li quickly blushed, thinking to herself, does he really care that much? The hero in the story might not even reach this level. Just thinking about it makes her feel high. And Du Nok anxiously asked, are you okay? Inside, she was struggling with herself. Tu Yet Li, you have to stay calm. Don't be seduced by him. Stay true to your heart and keep your vow. She changed the subject. I'm fine. Just a bit thirsty. Can you pour me a glass? Du Nok turned around and replied, no problem. Just keep me by your side forever. Du Nok's words echo in her mind, saying it's no problem and that he just wants to stay by her side. Tu Yet Li exclaims in her heart, what a perfect man. Meanwhile, as I poured water, Dunyak wondered to himself why she didn't reply to him earlier. Could it be that he annoyed her so much she lost her composure? The girl thought, I just caused trouble for no reason. Why didn't the system warn me? Could it be this thing appeared unexpectedly? I insist on going to die with Tu Yet Lie. Isn't that considered breaking the rules? You don't stop me. The system is analyzing the recent behavior of the host. The screen shows your actions towards Tu Yet Lie. And after cycling through, the system remains silent. Dunyak asks, What's wrong? It responds, According to the analysis data, there is still a chance for both of you to survive. So it's not considered certain death. Moreover, you indeed have enough reason to take the risk. So it's not a violation of the rules. He rubbed his chin and asked, What kind of reason is that? How come I don't know? And in the end, I fail. She's the kind of person who prioritizes love above all else. In the room, Snowlie asked, Dunyak, why is it that the one rescuing insists on going with me? She picked up a glass of water, looked at him, and thought to herself to let him calm down first and then carefully consider this matter, because he would realize that everything he had done was actually meaningless. Meanwhile, Dunyak thought to herself that after the system just sent her the answer to this question, she should just copy it directly. He replied that because you are only alone, passing through that door alone would surely lead to your death. If the two of us go together, there might be a chance to survive. You truly want to face death with me, to seize this faint hope of survival in my place. Huh? Dunyak nodded faintly. His brief answer, stirring deep thoughts in Tu Yet Lie. Her resolve has wavered. But the two of them together, something that has never happened before. Someone who put her life above everything else like this. Dunyak calmly repeats her words. Together. Tu Yet Lie asked with emotion. Are you sure you have no regrets? He raised his hand and closed his eyes as if reaffirming. I have no regrets. Listening to those words, her heart blossomed like flowers. Fireworks erupted in her mind. Her face reddened, and she thought to herself, I don't care about all these doctrines anymore. I will accept my feelings and face death head on. I want to go all out now. She stared into Dunyak's eyes and said, Okay, then let's go together and fight for our lives. He smiled and looked at her, determined to do his best to help her live again. And in her heart, she quietly thanked Tu Yet Lie for her selfless kindness. In Tu Yet Lie's current illusion, after shedding all her burdens, she feels incredibly free, as if she has no shroud on her. Lost in ecstasy, when suddenly she stirs with feelings. The hard part is that she just made up her mind to break the vow but has no way to be with Dunyak. And the so-called fight for life has no hope at all. She looked at him with a bit of concern, thinking to herself that Dunyak was so good to her. Yet she only lay in bed, sick and weak, feeling like she couldn't do anything, no matter how she tried. The boy looked at her with curiosity, wondering why she suddenly looked at him with such worried eyes. Tu Yet Lie is crafting the source of love story, but she can't finish the role. What can she do for him? It seems there's nothing left. She clenches her fist in front of her. No. There's still one thing she can do for him. The thing she thought of now is that I am about to bed her. Truly a poetic girl full of boldness. Sitting on the bed, Tu Yet Lie blushed and said, Dunyak, I suddenly remembered a poem. Come here. I will read it to you. Are you both thinking of death now? And still in the mood for poetry and gods? Dunyak took off his shoes and sat on the bed, asking her what kind of poem it was. The two of you sit face to face. Shall we listen to poetry together? Elegant Yang Luocheng. Refined Truc Thui Ne. Various prominent talents. Gathering at Shihai. Next, the silent gaze remains fixed. The gentle voice reflects love. The small scene reveals hints of sincerity, making Dunyak feel this poem is quite touching. The third piece is too long. Guys. Roughly, it surprised Dunyak because of the rare talent displayed, but in the end, your behavior made Tu at least somewhat angry. He nervously asked, What do you really mean? She quickly grabbed his shirt and pulled him back, then flipped him onto the bed and pressed down on top of Dunyak. A series of actions caught him off guard, and Tu Yet Lie covered him with the blanket, straightforwardly asking, Dunyak, make love with me. Dunyak lying below, her face flushing red, never expected to find herself in such a tricky situation in this world. Truly incredible. Inside, the two are entangled, leaving their faces or the lonely spirit pearl outside. A gentle breeze blows. Inside the hotel, two people are merging into one. Dunyak pouted and said, "Sis, you're so wild. Let me catch my breath first." Inside, Tuat Lee sighed. So being human can actually bring such pleasure. I don't know what she's looking at. Asking what it is. But Tuyet Lai fidgets and comments. I still want to study it. Making Dunya blushed all over. You shouted in the quiet midnight. There's no need. In the morning, by the riverbank, there was a fishing float and a breathing tube close together. Below, two young men are hooking fish onto the line. One asks if they got it on. Young Master Tu. Hurry and pull the rod. In an instant, on the riverbank, young Master Tu is engrossed in fishing in his own unique way, holding the fish in his hand. He smirked and said, "What a big fish. Tuet Lee. My lips are fully healed. Now I just need someone to come and hook the bait." After enduring storms and wind, Dunya was drained of his spiritual energy and his face withered. Meanwhile, Tuyet Lai, lying beside him, seemed to be enjoying herself thoroughly. She gently turned to ask you, "Dunyak, so this time we've become a couple practicing together, right? You let out a small sound, but your heart aches like crazy. Just like that, monkey. Caring so much that any movement causes bleeding. What can you do?" Tuyet Lai closed her eyes and thought, "Well, this is the last thing I can do for you." After a moment, she gently called Dunyak's name and then asked if he could hold her. Hearing the skilled martial artist say that, Dunang realized that she also had her moments of vulnerability. At this moment, he understood that Snow Lotus also knew fear, also felt conflicted and sorrowful when having to abandon her ideals. He turned to hold her, with not a single branch or leaf between them, whispering softly into Tuyet Lee's ear, "I will definitely protect you tomorrow, help you, and bring you back alive to Van Kiem's sect." The next morning, by the riverbank, they finally met again as promised. Face to face. Over here. Dunak is carrying Tuyet Lai on his back. The young master of the soul bewitching sect speaks up, saying that Tuyet Lai has been waiting for him here for quite some time. Dunyak gently put the girl down and said, "Here's what I gave you earlier. Be careful." Tuyet Lai let out a small sound and looked over there, holding the staff in his hand. He continued, "Unfortunately, Tuyet Lai, my divine skill is strong. I originally wanted to fight fairly to see who is stronger, but seeing her unsteady gait and unsteady breath, I could beat her with just one finger. But suddenly, Tuyet Lee's whole body radiated a powerful aura, and she closed her eyes, tightly gripping her sword. Seeing this, the young lord almost instinctively flinched, almost immediately, to catch the opponent off guard. Tuyet Lai took the initiative to charge forward. She swung her sword horizontally across his body, forcing him to hurriedly raise his staff to block the attack. Caught off guard and unable to defend with full strength, he toppled backward. At this moment, the young lord sits there panicked, uninjured. While the previous one was pretending to be weak, he frowns, grits his teeth, clenches his fists and curses. "Than me. How dare you cheat me?" Hearing that, she stammered anxiously, "Young lord, I don't have it." The staff in his hand trembled again, emanating a clear blue aura. Then, he used his staff to drain Than Mi's spiritual essence. Seeing this, Dunya couldn't help but recognize his skill and cruelty. Her soul is being slowly drained, and the young sect leader stands there expressionless. After draining her, Than Mi collapses to the ground, and he frowns, saying, "With this little cultivation, he's nothing." Dunyak silently thought, "This young master is too cruel, even killing his own people." He then continued with a gentle smile, healing Tuyet Lai. The next target is himself. He swung his staff at her and shouted, "Her aura must be very powerful." Dunyak nervously looked at this, even more twisted than I thought. "She's injured, so she must be careful." Tuyet Li nodded and said, "I understand now." She explained that the current sect leader of the Hama sect teamed up with many elders to attack me, and because he dared not stand up himself, he only managed to spare his life. Now he's come to avenge the old sect leader. He sneered maliciously. "What revenge? I've been annoyed with that old guy for a long time, and you helped me kill him. The spirit of the old guy's soul has boosted my power, And now I want you to become a wandering spirit within my body. Tuyet Lai. You think too lightly of this. Her love is deeper than she admits. Even if I am certain of winning, I should not let her take such a risk. There is no more time to hesitate. I must get her out of here safely. As soon as he finished thinking, he rushed forward to block everything. Stop, or else the divine bead wouldn't be in those thieves' hands. The young sect leader's staff stopped right in front of him in an instant. A day before the appointment at the Ha Ko house, Dunyak and Tuyet Lai were embracing, and he was silently wondering why they were holding each other like this. It felt wrong. There was an urgent matter at hand. Holding her in his arms, his eyes gazed into the distance, thinking about how to sacrifice himself so she could survive. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a flicker in his eyes. He pushed her away slightly and asked, "Your wound still hasn't healed. Is it because you used a lot of magic power to suppress or control the orb?" Tuyet Lai widened her eyes in surprise. "That's right, is there something wrong?" Dunyak fell into contemplation. In the past, he considered the orbs of the gods more important than his own life. "I had never thought about it, but now things are different." Tuyet Lai was a bit confused and wondered what was wrong with him. Dunyak raised his hand to suggest, "What if we throw away the orbs? Would your burden be greatly eased? Ho Then Shao is not in our hands. Don't stand between the young head disciple and Tuyet Lai anymore. I've already hidden it. If you kill us, you'll never have it." The space fell silent, and the staff slowly moved back. The young master looked at you and asked, "So what do you want now?" Dunyak turned to scold Tuyet Lai. "I told her at first not to be reckless, and now she's more injured." She replied, "I think after throwing away the orb of divine pearl, the magic power will recover a bit. And if we can win, you won't have to take risks." Dunyak inwardly thought, "She really is a foolish girl." Tuyet Lai, badly injured and bleeding from the corner of her mouth, said from now on, "Rely completely on him." The young sect leader stood there clueless and asked, "Did you hear what I said? What does it mean to throw away the divine orb? Where should I look for it?" Dunyak turned and said, "Let us go first. Then I will tell you or where the divine orb is hidden." Young master, the leader of the enchanting soul clan, hearing this, covered his face and burst into laughter. The disciples of the sect behind him also followed suit. He said, "Just using these old tricks to make me let you go?" He looked directly at Dunyak and continued, "I know your movements inside my hand. As soon as I send someone to look, I will find either the orb or the divine pearl." He looks quite confident. "Do you think you can scare our sect leader with these childish tricks?" He is proud. "Our eyes and ears are everywhere in Tannon City. So if you really hid the orbs, how could we not know?" Dunyak smiled. "Even Tuyet Lai doesn't know I've hidden the Ore Spirit Pearl. So your eyes and ears must think I handed the Ore Spirit Pearl to an unfamiliar merchant. So tell me, young acting sect leader, are you sure your spies know all my actions? And now that you're certain the Spirit Pearl isn't on me, why haven't you received any reports about it?" He pondered silently. The Phantom Soul Bell not reacting at all indeed. "The Spirit Pearl isn't on him." The young sect leader continued, "Trying to provoke me, my hand holds the Phantom Soul Bell, which can detect the Spirit Pearl. Just check the merchants who have come here, and you'll find out immediately." Dunyak laughed again. "Even if you find it, it's useless, because I've used a special device to lock it up. If you don't just lock it and still try to break it open, the orbs of divine energy will explode." The young master thought about the magical artifact of the Mat Toa sect, deliberately failing to lock it to cause an explosion. Dunyak pretended to be knowledgeable about it, but in reality, he was just bluffing because he didn't believe such a thing could exist in this world. You just put your arm around him and said that killing Tuyet Lai was only to vent anger and would have no effect on the development of Mi Han Tong. Or, the Spirit Pearl could nurture stronger people. And you probably understand the pros and cons. I thought I had manipulated him. But the young master of the secret sect suddenly said, "I can't let you go. If you leave, how am I going to find you?" Dunyak kept up the act, suggesting we each give in a little. And Tuyet Lai, watching their close interactions, wondered what they were really talking about. He proposed that the one who let Tuyet Lai go first would stay behind to lead the search for the divine orb. But they must sign a magic oath with me to guarantee that the Mi Han Tong would not hunt Tuyet Lai afterwards. Hearing this, He thought to himself that whether this person was telling the truth or not, the intelligence about the divine orb was still the most important thing. Once they obtained the divine orb, they wouldn't be afraid of not being able to kill Tuyet Lai. After thinking it over, he agreed with Dunya's proposal, having successfully secured the item, while Tuyet Lai on this side still didn't know what was going on. Then he slowly approached Tuyet Lai and raised 2 fingers, saying it's done. Even though she still didn't understand what those 2 fingers signified, she pouted cutely and said it's fine as long as you're okay. Dunya played along, pointing behind her and shouting, "Oh my god." A flying saucer. Tuyet Lai turned around, confused by the direction he pointed to and wondering about the flying disc, when suddenly it burst, and he pushed her immediately afterward, causing her to faint. As soon as he acted, Dunak exuded a divine aura and said, "Forgive me. I only want what's best for you." But no, Tuyet Lai isn't hurt. She's a cultivator. So she turns back and asks him, "Dunyak, what are you doing?" He takes out some powder, which is a mesmerizing drug borrowed from the young clan leader. And Tuyet Lai curiously looks on, asking, "What is this thing?" Before she finished speaking, he blew a puff of dust into Tuyet Lai's face, caught by the charm powder. Tuyet Lai froze, her eyes a little glazed, then her whole body gradually collapsed into Dunak's arms. Only then could she leave safely. Then he placed her on the boat and let her go. Rushing forward, seeing the girl lying there, Dunyak said, "From now on, I can only walk this path alone." He sneered to himself, determined to survive and return to Van Kiem's sect. The boat surged forward, splashing water into his face. In the blink of an eye, it was so far away that you couldn't even see its silhouette. The turtle shot up onto your head. "Damn it. This boat is really fast." The young master calls you back and says the boat used by cultivators must be fast. She has gone far enough that it's hard to catch up. So now can you tell me the location of the Orbead or the Soul Pearl? You still look at the boat, waiting for Tuyet Lai to speak. Hold on a little longer. The mission is to ensure Tuyet Lai leaves safely. The young junior master raised his staff and shouted at you. "Kid, don't get ahead of yourself. Speak quickly." Dunyak waved her hand dismissively, then crossed her arms. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, sincerely apologizing. "I was lying to you. I never intended to tell you the location of the Huoshen Pearl." Hearing that, the deputy sect leader's face darkened. His eyes widened as he shouted, "What did you say?" It seems you've successfully provoked his comrade. His whole body exudes a murderous aura as he tells you, "A criminal daring to challenge me. Altin Legopiers." With a sharp claw, Dunyak stands there, flicking her fingers in a provoking gesture, inviting death. "Come here." With burning red eyes, the young master wants to torment Dunyak so badly that living is worse than dying. You sigh. "Stop threatening and act quickly. Put on a show for me." He raises the staff. The spirit within it flies out, and he roars, "I want to devour your 3 souls and spirits. I want you to be shattered and unable to reincarnate." Seeing death ahead, Dunyak happily licks his lips and says, "Come here." Suddenly, hearing the soul flying away makes him recall some things the system reminded him of. If you encounter danger, like someone trying to scatter your soul and shatter your spirit, the protection system of this system will activate to defend your soul and kill the enemy. With the soul from the staff activating before touching you, and the solar crown overflowing, the spirits are still charging in, but your body has already transformed. Dunyak screams out, his eyes blazing with rage. Stubbornly standing there, he screams hoarsely, "Damn you! You're going to die." His eyes now entirely white. Then a flash of light erupts, and his entire body is enclosed within a dazzling bright sphere. Streams of golden light, like sunlight, radiated outward, pushing back the darkness of the soul as Dunyak screamed in pain, the golden light spreading wider and wider. At this moment, he shines like the sun, causing the mesmerized disciples to stand there in fear and confusion, calling each other to run away as those lights seemed to attack, striking the ground with deadly force. As they turned and ran in fear, the young sect leader looked up and asked, "What is that?" As he didn't get an answer, his figure turned black and white. He was gradually fading away, truly fading away. Then it disintegrated into dust as if it had been cremated. After that, the strange light disappeared, leaving only black dust floating in the air. The turtle is still alive, lying there with its face turned up. Beneath it is Dunok's head, while he kneels nearby amid the wreckage around him. Seeing everything and realizing the suicide attempt had failed, he could only swear to the heavens. Dunok looked at the empty scene before him and could only lament. He was disappointed and exhausted as everything had faded away, crushing his last hope of death. While kneeling by the river in despair, he heard Dunok calling him repeatedly, "Making you wake up. The little turtle is still on your head." Dunok turns around to see who is calling him. From that side, a familiar figure appears. Surprised, he asks, "How have you come back already? I didn't expect the ghostly chaos to wake up so soon. I didn't expect that person to be Tu Yet Lai. She said I woke up from a powerful beam of light. Hurried back here. Are you okay and unhurt? Where are the people from the Mei Hantong?" Dunyak pointed to the empty space in front of him and replied, "The people from Mi Hantong were struck down by that beam of light. I can't say exactly where that needle light came from right now, but I'll explain it to you later." I muttered under my breath, "Curse the Mi Hantong and the young lord for ruining my plan to find death." Tu Yet Lai looked at Dunyak and said softly, "Put the gleaming needle aside. You're fine now." Returning to the hotel, inside there was a voice from Dunyak. "Oh my God. It's still here." The two of them looked up in surprise, then casually tossed it under the bed, not expecting it to still be there. It was the Orhan Trao, which had always been here. But thanks to your cleverness, it was now mistaken for the young master of Tian Tong. He carefully placed it inside her shirt and said, "You're seriously injured now, and carrying this is dangerous. I'll hold on to it for you for now." Tu Yet Li nodded happily. "That's better for many people." As she finished speaking, she quickly covered her mouth and coughed, then collapsed unconscious, as if her soul had left her body. Dunyak shouted in despair, "Damn it. Another fainting spell. Can't she stop already?" The wind blew outside. Dunyak's voice echoed through the sky. "Hang in there. Girl. Hold on a little longer. I will take you back to Van Kim Mon now." After some time, Dunyak still painfully carries Tu Yet Lai through the forest towards the sect. The long and winding journey makes his legs heavy and exhausted, but even though the journey was long and the surroundings remained filled with forests and mountains, Dunyak kept moving forward with unwavering resolve. Yet he began to question life itself. He turned to look at Tu Yet Lai and said, "I can't even see a Tongmon shadow. Maybe I've walked the wrong way." She tried to speak, pointed to the small stones by the road, and gestured to help him cross over there. Dunyak let her kneel down in front of the stones. Tu Yet Li still looks quite weak. With a somewhat tired face, she used her remaining strength to press the stone in front of her down. A burst of light radiated from it, dazzling, accompanied by a noticeable tremor. From within that stone disk, many swirling green auras flowed out, coalescing to form the blurry silhouette of the sword gate. Dunyak couldn't help but widen his eyes in amazement at what was before him, gazing up at the towering, majestic gate hovering in front of him with an exclamation of wonder, while still focused on Tu Yet Lai, who was grimacing and clutching her knee from behind. Several aura streams suddenly rushed over. It turns out 3 figures jumped out from the mountain gate, and I wondered who they were. The 3 hurriedly ran toward me. The leading person shouted in panic, "Elder Chu, you have finally returned." He hurriedly asked, "Why are you so badly wounded? I will take you back to the sect." "Who is she hurt?" As the woman beside her helps Tu Yet Lai up. In a flash, the 3 of them flew back to the sect, leaving Dunyak standing there, full of questions. 1 month later, one of them returned, seeming to remember there was still one more person who came back with Tu Yet Lai. The man in front of you says, "Sorry, little brother. I was so busy I forgot about you earlier. Thank you for bringing the elder here." Dunyak replied, "I wonder how I should report to the senior god now." As soon as he finished asking, something on the man's body caught his attention. Those were the few gems hanging from his belt. The array of transmitting orbs all rang out simultaneously, calling him the Kwang Elder for everything happening in the sect. Hearing and witnessing this, Dunyak couldn't help but feel helpless. Speechless, Senior Kwang Roded. "I told you I would be there right away." The blue stones seem to be normal, but one that turns red sounds the alarm. Something's wrong. Senior Kwang, seeing his current situation, it seems this matter is quite serious. His attitude also changed. I'll be there right away. Dunyak stood there, puzzled, not knowing what was happening. The two riders flew back on their swords toward Van Kiem's sect, while Dunyak, sitting nervously behind, said, "That's impressive riding." Then Kwang Truong Lao, with an exalted air, announced that Dutrangsi is not far ahead at the elder's residence. After saying that, he brushed himself off, and they ascended to the highest peak within the sect. Standing before the door with the inscription, Ruk Tam Than, Kwang Truong Lao clasped his hands and bowed while calling out the headmaster. Dunyak looked at the plaque in admiration. Indeed, this is the immortal sect. Inside, a grand hall with a splendid and luxurious appearance appeared, looking rather lavish and magnificent. Seeing this scene, Dunyak couldn't help feeling surprised and found it far different from what he had imagined before. Two women stepped out to bow and greet the grand elder. The headmaster was waiting in the water pavilion in the back courtyard, seeing their beautiful appearances. Yu Ruo couldn't help but bleed from the nose. He suspiciously asked, "So this must be the residence of the head instructor, not the imperial palace of the emperor, where they drain the sweat and efforts of the common people. Even the elder guardian cannot explain this to you." Reporting. Elder guardian, Protector Du Changshi, and the escort have arrived. The leader of the sect over there let out a chuckle, revealing that in front of you was an old man with white hair, the head of Van Kiem's sect. Truong Quan Hai, he has spoken. Du Trangsi has already endured a lot. Meanwhile, Dunyak contemplates the confusing and suspicious scenes, wondering if this coarse old man is truly the chief patriarch of the righteous cultivators. He gently asked, "Warrior Du, tell me everything you and the other person went through along the entire journey." So you stood there, describing everything in detail to the two of them. I don't know if there are any other questions. But in the end, the story finally comes to an end. He takes out the divine pearl and says, "This thing can devour people's hearts. Tuyet Li is badly injured and unresponsive. Holding on to it would be dangerous. So I now hand it over to you." The headmaster extends his hand to take the divine pearl, holding it in his hand. He thanked you. And thanks to young Master Du, Tuyet Li can return home this time. If you need anything, just tell me. I will do my best to fulfill it. After receiving the unexpected kindness, he froze for a moment, recalling what was said earlier when he was flying his sword with Elder Kwang. He told him, "I have something to deal with. Please come with me to this place first, and then return to meet the elder later." Dunya happily agrees, and the two of them lower their swords in a spacious yard when someone urgently calls out that Elder Kwang, the lawyer, has been injured by demons during the mission. Elder Kwang responds that he sacrificed himself to eliminate evil and protect the Tao, and he has no regrets even in death. Please make proper arrangements for its funeral. Dunyak tilted his head to the side, looking around. In front of him lies a motionless person, missing an arm, covered in blood and nailed with arrowheads. Seeing this, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Returning to the present, he took the initiative to speak. "I want to join the Wankyman." Dunwak secretly chuckled to himself. Wankyman is a good place to sacrifice oneself. If I join the sect, I will definitely die soon, directly activating the system to dominate the world. The headmaster stroked his beard and said that practicing at the sword sect is very hard, and normal people can't usually endure it. The sect is grateful to the hero who brought Elder Chu back, willing to thank with countless treasures. Don't you want to be a wealthy person in the mortal world? Hearing that, you quickly exclaimed to clarify. I don't really crave those worldly things. As for hardship, Tudu probably already showed you on the way here that disciples in the sect often endure hardships, even if it costs me my life. Dunyak calmly replied. The demonic guards are dangerous at every turn. I understand that. Well, it continued. The sect's martial arts are not ordinary. A mistake could lead to demonic possession, from mild to becoming a cripple. Or worse, death. Aren't you afraid? Dunyak confidently replied. I'm not afraid. Seeing the divine bowl in hand, the headmaster decided to give you a chance. As today is the day the sect's grand trial falls, every 5 years. If you pass the assessment, you can become a disciple of the sect. Then he turned to Tudu and asked, the assessment has progressed. To which stage? And he replied, Yes. Head disciple. Only the final part of the sword registration pavilion remains. He looked at you and said that we will make an exception and waive the other tests for you. You can directly join the sword registration sect. If you pass, you'll be inducted, and gold and treasures will still be given to you. Dunyak immediately thanks the headmaster. He said, "Follow the spirit girl to the test area. She will lead you." So Dunyak bade farewell to the two of them and left. At this point, Elder Quang then wondered, "Is there something you want to tell me before you let me go?" "Headmaster, I have a bit of a headache." He immediately asked, "Is there something unusual about that guy named Du? That's why you stopped him from joining the Sword Inquiry sect." And he replied, "He's extremely unusual. You know about Tuyet Li's situation. She only knows how to sword. If a powerful demonic expert wants to counter and avoid sword techniques, she would find another way." The headmaster continued. "And moreover, Tuyet Li defeated the soul-entrancing sect while severely wounded. Do you think that's something someone like Tuyet Li, with such cultivation, could do?" Turu was worried, wondering if you meant that the one who defeated the demon master wasn't the elder, but that surnamed Du guy. He then took out the divine spirit pearl and said, "Look at this divine spirit pearl." Suddenly, Turu's face changed, and he was assaulted by the enchantment of the spirit pearl, so he was slapped immediately, spitting blood. To wake him up quickly, he covers his face. And I understand the headmaster's point. The oracular spirit orb is always on that person, so why isn't he affected at all? The body of a mortal. But with a heavenly realm mind, does such a person truly exist in this world? Turu was panic-stricken. How could he have already checked on Han when I arrived? Clearly, he is just an ordinary mortal. He has no aura of cultivation at all. And even the basic knowledge of cultivation that an ordinary person should know, Han is clueless about. Headmaster lifted his face to the sky and said, "Turu, the heavenly realm cultivators I know. From ancient times to now, there have only been 4. Master Kwang finally realized that his meaning was that Dunak could become the #1 cultivator in the world. He gently closed his eyes and replied that it was very possible, but this person's background was unclear, and what his true goal was still unknown, and his fortune and misfortune had yet to be determined. If it is my luck, I can see Han leading the Van Kiem sect to a level never before reached, a realm I dare not even imagine now." It continued. "If it is my misfortune, I briefly saw the disaster of the Van Kiem sect, with mountains of corpses and the Taoist sect severed completely. To do react, so we absolutely cannot keep him. 500 years ago, the sword demon nearly destroyed the sword sect. We cannot let history repeat itself. The sect leader defends passionately. Prosperity will eventually fade, and the sect appears outwardly thriving but is crumbling inside. The demon sect is growing stronger, and if we don't break through, even our leaders might be overwhelmed. He could very well represent our face. Over at a certain villa, there's some fuss about nonsense. Who does he think he is? Shoving a test taker into our sect's rules? Lin Yi and the elder disciple argued, one insisting it was a special case, the other refusing to let him in. Only when Lin Yi claimed it was the order of the headmaster did the elder finally bow and invite Dunyak in for the test, truly changing his stance like flipping a pancake hard when firm, soft when needed. Lin Yi left without forgetting to cheer. "Young hero Du. Hang in there," he cheerfully replied. "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time." As he entered the mountain gate, Dunyak looked resigned at the large number of contestants participating. Everyone is spirited and proud, but when they see him, they are a bit surprised. While the commotion continues below, a loud horn suddenly sounds, capturing everyone's attention. On the upper level, the Elder Gate began to address everyone. "Our sect is the righteous top sect. If you want to join the Sword Inquiry sect, everyone must prove themselves once again. This is the final eagle attack contest." Everyone listened intently. Dunyak looked up at the tall mountain in front of him and could only let out a cry of amazement. Behind the old sect master is the sword-collecting peak, the place where the final killing eagle competition for the contestants takes place. Dunyak looked up and said, "At this height, huh? If this were the modern world, it would be a world wonder." Elder Gate continued. "Within an hour, use all your strength to climb it. The top 80 performers will join the sect, climbing straight up without pushing. Anyone who violates will be disqualified. Dunyok secretly rejoiced. This is all Tran Phi. The hunter has great stamina. Carrying Thuyet Lai for a long distance without tiring. Climbing the mountain for an hour surely won't be a problem. The old gate extended his hand and announced, then the final test at Jianfeng begins. Dunyak, standing before the stairs, thought to himself, climbing stairs is for children. I didn't expect the Hawk Claw Sword sect to be so simple. He's hunting for the wind. Still seeking the door. He's here, but life is not like a dream. Every step is in pressure. Dunwan painfully says, I can't take it anymore. Why can't I step onto this staircase? You've only climbed a few steps, and you've already vomited multiple times. Looking at the disciples above in surprise, they say, those people are strong. How come they're climbing so fast? He put his face on the stairs, trembling and sighing. Based on Tranfi's strength, I can't be at the bottom. There must be something wrong with this death bridge. He looked up with determination. No matter what. I have trained for years and never given up halfway. I will conquer it for him. Everyone knows that the climbing test of our sword sect is not just a simple mountain climb. Climbing this mountain is a special magic tool. The more you climb the first 200 steps, the heavier it becomes to test physical qualities. Elder Suan Van beside him added, the next 200 steps are called the test of the heartless wind. Are used to evaluate the psychological resilience of the contestants and is also the most important and exciting part of this challenge. At the competition site, Old Mongoose glanced up the stairs and briefly recognized someone. He said, finally, someone has reached the 200th step. Through the direct observation circle of the test, everyone seemed to see her clearly. She is a woman with a delicate face and red hair. Looking up with a sigh after finishing the first 200 steps, from above, she silently thought that after 200 steps, there wouldn't be many people left who could catch up to her. The young lady's name is Ta Vu Han, born from a concubine whom the king of Western Dinquak adored while drunk. When I arrived there, the child was already kneeling and begging me to accept him as a disciple. I saw that his aptitude was not bad. Due to unfortunate circumstances, he became stubborn, making him a good seed for cultivation. So I brought him to Wankyman. Old Master Sun Duong stroked his beard confidently and said, if nothing unexpected happens, this year's first place will surely go to that girl. Old Man Van Gat laughed off and said, not necessarily. She added that she favored Fang Qingchu, who grew up in the Wenjian sect. In the next life, disciples with poor innate talent would be taken away. But if he could stay, it proved he had the ability in every aspect. The elder sect leader looked at Wuhan with admiration and said this year will be very interesting. She's about to step onto the next level. Confident that Ming will continue forward and claim first place. The girl's foot was about to step onto the 201st rung, and as she touched the step, Ashan appeared. Down below, the courtiers are kneeling and shouting, long live the emperor, long live forever. Wuhan stared in astonishment as she watched this. She looked at her hand with doubt and wondered why the emperor wasn't involved. As Min was taking part in the immortal exam at Van Keem Gate, a voice beside her said, Your Majesty, isn't the reason you pursue immortality to rescue Mother Phi? Now that the concubine has been saved. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly turned to ask what was said, and was answered by a familiar voice. Noble princess. Then my imperial mother pressed her face affectionately to yours and said, Huang Yingwan, you did very well. Giving birth to me is truly a blessing. She immediately replied, Empress, you're okay now. That's so wonderful. She closed her eyes to enjoy this moment. As long as the Empress Dowager is safe, that's enough. I miss her so much. But in reality, Wuhan seems to be hypnotized, and she is blissfully in the tranquil state of the Sak Hosh. Old Master Xuan Yang exclaimed at that. This scoundrel indeed. He's only in the first realm of the scene, and he's already fallen into obsession. Old Master Xuanvan still covered his mouth and said, From level 201 to 399 of the Sword's Wind is used to test the mind and Tao, a disciple of a young age, with an accepting heart, but lacking a firm Tao heart. In this aspect, Thanthu loves beasts much more. Thanthu also just caught up to Wuhan, quickly stepping past her to become the leader. Although he just entered the county scene, he only let out a light roar. In front of you is a captivating woman who keeps alluring him to give up, enjoying debauchery together. But he calmly draws his sword and slashes out 2 sharp cuts ahead. Immediately those women were blown away by the wind, and he calmly stepped past them. Thon Thu closed his eyes and said, "The city patrol is nothing to fear. What kind of test is there? Bring it all on." Even wealth is cut away by him with a single blow. His status so high that inheriting the position of the clan leader no longer moves Thon Thu. Love and the sweet call. Little one. He doesn't care either. Thon Thu maintains his composure, raising 2 fingers to steady his mind. Old Mountain Cloud looks genuinely pleased. Is it really that easy to surpass? No wonder people see us. Thon Thu has the potential to reach that level of enlightenment. Lao Sun Duong is still holding Wuhan, who continues to fall into a deep trance, showing no signs of waking up. The other contestants who reached the 200th step are also trapped in an inescapable situation. Dainyak managed to get to 188 steps, wondering why everyone is stuck there. Now only you are below, encouraging yourself to go on. Forget about it. But at this moment you must quickly catch up. Below, Lao Sanvan is happily rejoicing. Thon Thu, with 421 steps, seems to have reached their limit, but it can also be considered the best achievement in recent years. Tudu stepped forward and asked, "How far along is the trial?" Lao Sun responded, "The trial is nearing its end, and the number of people returning from the mountain path has basically been decided. Currently, the leader is Thon Thu with 421 levels. Second place is Wuhan with 390 levels. Looking down from top to bottom, Tudu stops at the last position and lets out a sigh. The top position from the bottom, under Dunyak, with 193 steps, is really pathetic. Elder Quang silently thought. Master Zhao said he's very impressive. So why does he perform so badly? But that's for the best. Someone who poses a great threat to the sect should still fail this trial of extinction. Dunyak, at this moment, Yun said, "I must pass the final trial. I finally reached level 200. So with quite a bit of effort. You've also completed the physical talent test. When you reached level 201, a clear change occurred. The pressure disappeared, replaced by the illusion. The change in the illusion scene startles Dunyak, making him exclaim. Now his whole body is completely exposed. Not even his little turtle Aki is visible. And he screams in panic. In front of you are some naked girls with you in a hot spring room. Steam rising everywhere. They're inviting you. Dunyak wondered where this was. I am supposed to be taking the sword test. The girls waved their hands, beckoning him over quickly to catch us. Why isn't Biha coming to catch us? One of them boldly rushed forward and hugged him, asking if serving them is not good. Dunyak remains expressionless and seemingly unconcerned, glancing coldly, then shouts, "Not good," and punches the girl away. Under the tiger, a pink-haired girl stepped forward and said to you, "What's so great about cultivating immortality?" She looked up and said, "Stay here. We will make you very happy." Before he could say anything else, he was kicked by Dunyak. He used his entire body to jump from the river and kick down. I didn't come here for cultivation. It's really shallow. I'm here to die. He looked up and wondered to himself. Are these steps illusions of branch A? Little turtle appears. Dunyak gently embraces and calls softly, "Akwi. Are you okay? That's good. Put the little turtle inside your shirt. Let's keep climbing. No matter what, we must pass the test today and can't let the plan fail." The audience is astonished. Lao Sun remains surprised. Someone is catching up. Old Man Sun wanted to say, "Isn't that the little kid who swaggered in earlier, always falling behind?" But surprisingly, from the 200th level onward, his speed increases Basura. Watching him climb a few steps smoothly, all the elders exclaimed, "This kid." Old Sun Duong wondered how he could be going so fast. Could it be he wasn't affected by the illusion? Suddenly, seeing him stop, the elders cheered up. Noticing he had halted, Lao Sundin Lei Han Lao Mui Nyung Nenyom. Fan Chutong Han Sabang New Vai Maicho. Ong Tanoi Tip. Ge Gom Day. Lao Moi Truong Jiao Tieng Chukwa Nu Hong Tam Tuong. Lao Sun Duong said. Although achieving 350 levels isn't too impressive, climbing straight from the bottom to the top 10 is unprecedented. Even the elder is now captivated when thinking about Dunyak, wondering if he's a threat or a promising talent. My face is a bit sweaty right now. A tiny fly is poking its head out, waving as if checking on me. Dunyak, sitting there, replied, I'm fine. Just a little tired. And hungry too. Craving some noodles. How crazy. He looked up and said, I saw 9 people ahead just now. So I've already passed the test. Maybe I should hide like this to avoid trouble. Another personality appeared and hit him awake. Why are you afraid of dying when you're here to find death? Just then, you finally woke up. Clutching your face in determination to be the best. Old Sun Van widened his eyes and shouted. He's up again. Dunyak, with her newly awakened determination, ran up shouting, I have to survive. Seeing that, Lao Sun Van finally showed his anger. Why is he starting now? He clearly had stopped before. Just helping himself to climb to the new rank. Old Sun Duong cast a mocking glance and said maybe he would surpass that Thon Thu. The image of Thon Thu, obscured by the shadow of the monster Dunyak, appeared. The 2 elders seemed to enjoy teasing each other, both hoping their chosen contestants will achieve the highest rank. Elder Mon points and says, Look, he's catching up to the holy letter now. While the elders wondered if he really planned to surpass Thon Thu, Dunyak suddenly surged forward and knocked Thon Thu aside. The 3 elders cried out in shock, exclaiming that he really had overtaken Thon Thu to be at the top. Old Mountain Sun was stunned. Unable to believe it, Old Mountain Gate sighed and asked, The most important thing is that he still keeps climbing. So how far he can go is still uncertain. Even the elders watching with sweat and amazement. Series of records are being broken by him. 450 steps. The highest record in 400 years. 500 steps. The highest record in 500 years. 550 steps. The highest record in 700 years. 600 steps. The highest record in 800 years. By now, the 3 elders couldn't keep their mouths shut. 620 steps. The highest record in 900 years. 650 steps. The highest record in 1,000 years. You still look so calm. Even flying out of the heart and against the reverse. 690 steps. The highest record in 1,300 years. The elders embraced each other in celebration of your achievement. The senior elder still couldn't believe it, and kept asking himself why this was happening. After a moment of terror, the elders announced the end of the trial at the Mon. Old Man Mon pondered in silence. If given enough time, I bet he could reach the 700th step. Truly a rare genius among 1,000 men, with top-tier talent easily entering the heavenly realm. Old Mountain still wondered. He competed equally, so he still hasn't discovered his true talent. The 3 elders stood pondering for a moment. Then, without anyone saying a word, they rushed towards Dunyak, making him slightly tremble. Dunyak looked at the 3 figures in front of him, as if they wanted to devour him alive, and asked, What do you guys want to do? Master Mon spoke. Don't be afraid. You haven't done the talent test for cultivating Tao yet, so we can do it now. Hearing this, you tore open your shirt and replied, So it's a test. Let's do it immediately. A reasonably sized needle appears. 2 people support your clothes, and another prepares to stab into your chest. Not sure if it's deep or shallow. Only a pitiful cry echoes out. A drop of blood was taken out and dropped into the jade-green gem. Both elders were watching eagerly for the result of Dunyak. Old Master Sun still shouted loudly. Look, it's shining now. The drop of blood in the middle of the gem releases a faint green aura, and the senior elder standing there watches with great focus, unsure of the outcome. Everyone turns to look at Dunyak, clutching his chest in pain after having his blood taken. The 3 of them all look back at him at the same time, and Dunyak hurriedly steps back in panic, not knowing what to do next. Lao Sun Duong told you to go ahead, and only then did you breathe a sigh of relief. It's over so quickly. Dunyak turned around, stretched lightly, acting as if the job was done. So tired. Might as well forget about that leg today. Waiting for you to go far. The 3 elders finally knelt down, frowning deeply. It turns out your result was only low grade. Elder Mon sighed in regret, not expecting you to have supreme talent like Thon Thu and Vu Han. Even a common grade could have allowed a solid entry into the Tao realm. Lao Sun Duong continued, with such a good character and strong resolve to follow the way. How could his talent in cultivation be considered low? Lao Sun Van sighed. Damn it. He's crazy. He's completely insane. This setup just doesn't make sense at all. Only Elder Quang was satisfied with this result. He exhaled quietly, thinking. Luckily, he thought to himself, with low talent, He wouldn't even pass the test of steel heart. To do. You still don't understand the fate. You can't interfere with it casually. The more you try, the more uncontrollable it becomes. He still couldn't accept it. But it was clear that knowing his innate talent was low, keeping him was essentially interfering with fate. The headmaster looked up to the sky and replied. He relied on himself to overcome the test. If you chase him away out of fear that he might bring disaster, or keep him because you long for his luck, that would truly be interfering with fate. Mr. Vut Dao added, the person must naturally accept the outcome and keep him as an official disciple like the others. If he cannot break through the law realm within 5 years, he will have to leave as usual. Hearing what the headmaster said made Tudu ponder for a moment. Then he agreed that keeping him was fine. But he must always monitor him to prevent him from causing trouble. At the new disciple dormitory, Dunyak lay there thinking to himself, finally feeling like he could rest. He took out a lapis lazuli crystal and thought, yes, earlier this afternoon, many others gave me this, saying it's a memory crystal, which I can use to contact her, muttering secretly as he nibbled on the gem in his hand. Dunyak worried, not knowing how she was doing. I heard her mind was wounded, and she was taken to the Giest Hoen Valley for treatment. It seems very serious. Tuyet Li. I hope you get well soon. The next day, in the disciples' training room, an open courtyard was buzzing with chatter about the sword test, with some saying climbing the mountain was really tough. Just 10 steps, and they almost fainted. Others laughing and saying they reached the 20th step easily, and it was no problem. Inside, another group was annoyed, sneering, and challenging Wuhan to compare skills with Thon Thu. Suddenly a female voice shouted, with Wuhan raising his hand suddenly, asking, Nguyetnyi, are you secretly practicing a martial art? The male disciples standing there were puzzled but curious. While a figure was approaching from outside, Yuani felt her body tremble slightly and blushed. Cultivators are supposed to have a pure mind. So how could she say she was secretly practicing? It's just a joke. Outside the door, Dunyak stepped in confidently, standing in the middle of the doorway, greeting everyone, accidentally pushing Nguyetni who was standing there, and exclaimed loudly. He closed his eyes, pretending to be cool and wondering why everything suddenly became so quiet. As the male disciples peeked from the corners, while the female disciples blushed shyly and looked away. That push just now accidentally made Wuhan and Nguyetni touch lips as if they were passionately kissing. Seeing that, he also widened his eyes and looked while Nguyetni covers her mouth reddening. Wuhan angrily shouts, "Who's the rash one here?" Dunyak calmly replies, "Sorry about that. I didn't see you standing at the door. Please continue." Miss. Everyone realized that the guy they were talking about was the genius who climbed 690 steps of the sword mount. He is the same age as us and in the same class. And most people are full of admiration and praise for him. Wuhan glanced at Dunyak, and someone next to him asked what Big Brother Huyen's name was. Seizing the opportunity, he puffed up his chest, brushed his handsome hair, and confidently replied, "I am Dunyak. You are all too kind. Seeing you respond politely and make friends with everyone." Wuhan can't help but feel even angrier. She shouted, "Do you guys not take me seriously at all?" At this moment, everyone realized and turned to each other saying, "It's over. Wuhan is angry." Then, she drew the Thon Dao from her waist and pointed it at him, saying, "The number one. Really laughable. What I dislike most is this petty, triumphant look of yours. Now the sword is up." Continuing the conversation about temperament and talent, the true esteemed one should be Thon Thu. Dunyak spread her arms in confusion and asked, "What does this young lady mean by that? Don't just recklessly claim the number one spot. Why not become the leader instead?" Hearing that, Wuhan stomped his foot and rushed over, saying, "Then show me what you're capable of." Dunyak was a bit surprised and stepped back slightly, Wuhan with his sword approaching. "Show your strength and let your actions speak." In an instant, he was right in front of Dunyak, who was about to strike a sweeping slash from behind. He still stands there blankly as the sword is almost touching him, and Wuhan's sword is mere inches from his face. Suddenly, Yunyao lowered her head, her passive skill making her breathe heavily to dodge the attack. After dodging, she swiftly charged back at the girl. The young men watched in awe. They've escaped at last. No wonder he's the boss. Wuhan thought silently, just a novice with no cultivation. Yet he managed to escape my attack. How fitting. Today I must make him taste what suffering truly is. With that thought, she immediately spun her foot back, tightening her grip to prepare for another attack. Meanwhile, Dunya was still lost in thought, but Tran Phai's conditioned reflex remained as strong as ever. Only now he knew he wasn't going to die yet. Wuhan was rushing from behind at full speed, her face showing wicked anger as she prepared to thrust downward. Dunyak was extremely panic-stricken, a slash from left to right across his left hand. He threw his head back, ready to accept death. Suddenly, with a bang, Wuhan's attack was stopped by a sword. It was Thon Thu, stepping forward to shield him. Dunyak was still closing her eyes and biting her lip, waiting for death when Thon Thu's voice rang out, calling her sis. It continued. Your pain shouldn't be directed at fellow disciples like us. Dunyak finally opened her eyes. Regretful, yet unable to die. Thon Thu's face now looked extremely serious, emanating a fierce aura. She should unleash her pain on the demon gate instead. Du still feels angry, but Wuhan also accepts to let go of the pain. She says, so what if I do? Am I afraid of those treacherous little villains? Especially that scoundrel who was rude to me before your older brother. Brother Dunyak quickly clasped his hands and said, thank you for the help. It's all just misunderstandings. Thon Thu turned back with a smile and said, Brother Du can break through beyond the 400th level of Dongjian Peak, fully devoted to the way, with endless potential. So of course I can't be second without worry. Wuhan smiled. Indeed a hypocrite. He has achieved rank 690 at Dangqiam Fong, but possesses only low-grade talent. So the one truly happy must be him. Then Thu explained. Dumui. Cultivating for the sake of the path. Not for hierarchy. I was stuck at rank 200 for a long time. It's because her acceptance was too strong. I thought she had awakened. But it seems not yet. Dunyak gave a like to that comment. Thinking that this temperament and understanding truly matched the top disciple, Wuhan turned to ask without regard to the order. So are you brave enough to compete with me? Thon Thu replied. What do you mean, compete? She said as a signed disciple. Within 5 years I will definitely surpass you to become number 1. Outside the door, someone barged in to compete, without a designated resource. It's impossible. The disciples buzzed with excitement. And it turned out that the person who just spoke was Elder Guang. And they were discussing whether he was a preacher or not. Standing solemnly at the door of death, he turned the sword into a gambling chip. He glanced at the 3 kids and said, Then, let's use our lives as stakes. Hearing about the chance of losing his life, Dunyak was overjoyed and agreed. Yes, I agree to risk it. In a mountain gorge, beneath a deep abyss, 2 sides are linked by a small bridge. The disciples asked questions, and Elder Quang explained that this is the solitary plank bridge practice method, known only to their sect. He added that 5,000 years ago, their sect faced a great catastrophe, with many high-level cultivators falling into the abyss in times of danger. So their ancestors established this solitary plank bridge to help new disciples grow quickly and overcome hazards. Walking on the Singlewood Bridge, a moment of distraction could cause a fall into the abyss. Life or death depends on oneself. But if you succeed, you can refine your mind, advance in cultivation, and shorten several years of practice. Looking down into the abyss, Dunyak smiled to himself. Entering the sword-seeking sect was definitely the right choice. He smiled secretly. On his first day of cultivation, and already had a chance to die like this. Tudu turned to the 3 and said, You guys don't care about winning or losing. Fighting over the 2-star gate. It won't take 5 years. Right now, whoever crosses this single-log bridge will be recognized as the leader, as long as you're willing to risk your lives. Without giving the others a chance to speak, Dunyak quickly steps forward and asks to be allowed to go across the bridge. This made Tudu curious. The kid showed no hesitation at all, even a bit of excitement, as if his righteous soul was unwavering and unafraid of danger in disguise. A female voice echoes. Wuhan also steps forward, along with another person. She stands with her arms crossed and says, No one can defeat this unremarkable, talentless guy. Thon Thu also respectfully raised his hand in greeting, and the older square master allowed the disciples to go first. Seeing that, Tu also felt a bit happy. Not all of them are just turtle heads pulling back. Thu, with a determined look. While Dunyak is excited because the path to death is approaching, Thu whispers to herself, "If I've started, I must make it through." Dunyak enjoys himself. Today is a good day. Getting whatever he wants. Wuhan still compares himself. And for those who follow, the fear and pressure will increase. But Thu has already taken the lead. The audience watching were all deeply amazed and admiring. Thu was incredible, having already covered half the way. Wuhan closely watched him, wondering if he could truly make it through. Tu stood there, somewhat admiring Thu's strength, but still a bit clueless. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped and looked down below. Thu shouted in panic, unsure what he had seen there, then simultaneously slipped and fell, leaving everyone watching in disbelief and horror as he plunged into the depths below, where something with two glowing red eyes seemed to be devouring him alive. A giant maw opening wide to devour Thu from behind. In one gulp, he temporarily disappears from the martial arts map. The disciples above looked on in horror, everyone rushing to see what it was. Thu had been devoured by the beast. It's not just crossing a bridge anymore. The disciples vomited in fear, not expecting this trial to be so dangerous. Even someone like Wuhan was sweating profusely. And Jun, trembling with fear, asked about the old master Thu in the square. She stands frozen, speechless, fear gradually taking over her mind. Tu says, "You claimed it's extremely dangerous. Do you think I'm joking? Is the sword problem sect a place for joking? Do you really believe everything will go smoothly through the test?" After hearing that, the disciples all fell silent, unable to say anything else. It continued. "This is a normal situation you will face during your cultivation journey, and Yin Demon Guard doctrine must clearly state your true strength." Tu lightly furrowed his brow and said, "From now on, I will wipe out all your arrogance. But in terms of practicing cultivation, anyone who can't do it also gets to step down." Meanwhile, Dunyak interrupted. "The demonic guard path that Elder Quang talks about isn't wrong. But walking on a bridge where your life is always at risk, doesn't that seem too careless? So, no matter what happens, Elder Quang will not intervene to save his disciples from being devoured by the crows." Tu answered, "Of course, those who are afraid should go back." He silently thought, "Sorry, Fuang Huyan," even though he very much wanted to slap the elder in charge in the face for Huyan. "You walk on the Singlewood Bridge, but this is a great chance to die, and cannot be missed." Tu hesitated nearby, as the Singlewood Bridge is fundamentally facing the fear of death, so Thu's hair suddenly fell. A criminal who can't pass will fall to his death if he slips down the mountain slope. Watching Dunyak walk on the bridge, he mumbles to himself, thinking he can still avoid disaster. "Even I seem to regret having crossed safely. Now all I can do is drag this shitty life. My face full of disappointment. Wanting to die naturally. Why is it so hard? Which power is fighting against me? Seeking death outside the system?" 30 minutes earlier, Dunye was walking slowly across the bridge, the wind howling as if pulling everything into the deep abyss. At that moment, he was secretly pleased by how easy it was to fall from this small wooden bridge. He still waved his hands and shouted. The wind was too strong. Then Dunyak pretended to slip and fall headfirst into the abyss. Everyone was incredibly surprised. Did he actually fall? Tu stood there still looking happy, cheering for him to fall down. But no. His hand managed to hold onto the bridge. Then he spun around and flipped back over. Dunyak once again stands firmly on the single-plank bridge, unable to understand why he acted that way, even though death was so close. While the disciples heaved a sigh of relief, the elder chief looked regretful, just like Dunyak. The system then appeared and asked if he had intentionally tried to fall earlier, and he was quite surprised that the system appeared at this moment. "The system seems very angry right now," Dunyak hurriedly explained. "It's not like that. I just haven't adapted yet. I will cross the bridge seriously next time. The system warns that it is always watching that person, but urges me to go, so I leave quickly." Dunya is now worried and cannot let her guard down, because if she is caught intentionally dying, the system won't compensate her. "I didn't expect it to be so strict. But according to Thu's rhythm, I will fall soon enough. But even so, your steps are incredibly steady. Even you can't believe how smoothly you're walking now. Dunyak wondered what the hell was going on. How, after crossing more than a third of the bridge, she still hadn't fallen actually. She was even doing better and better. I need to make some adjustments to increase the chances of death. Seeing you stop for a moment. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Dunyak stretched out his hand, touched his thumb with his index finger, then turned his foot slightly to prepare for the next step. Seeing his strange movements, Tu-Ru wondered what he was really trying to do. And so Dunyash moved along the beam with incredible skill, almost like dancing. The disciples gazed up in curiosity, asking what kind of skill that was. The boy tiptoed, using just his toes to touch the single-plank bridge, which is like a modern-day Michael Jackson spin. Everyone wondered if he was afraid of falling down as he continued to stomp down and then spun around. Elder Kwang quietly thought that he had overcome his fear of walking on the single-plank bridge without losing control, and could even maintain his composure to perform such difficult moves. So could he really go this far? Dunyak also looked quite cunning. I already jumped, but the system hasn't responded yet. He wondered if he could show off even more, then quickly jumped up as if flying forward. Watching his actions, everyone was again amazed and unsure of what he would do next. Dunya had a confident expression. And in this scene, there are still 8 ultra-advanced 360-degree perfect jumps. Watch Xiao Rata demonstrate for you. That bastard just jumped in and slapped you to turn face. Look at your damn thigh. How could you draw such a difficult situation? D for me. So now, your whole body is floating outside the bridge. The disciple wonders what just happened. Why did the student Dunyak suddenly fall? While everyone is cheering for him to keep going. As he falls freely, he thinks to himself that he finally succeeded. Though the process felt a bit strange, but it's okay this way too. The wind is so gentle, as if something is holding me up. A transparent hand supports me, feeling so real. And when he opened his eyes, his foot had already reached the brink on the other side. Dunyak roared and cursed. Who was that bastard who saved me just now? He wondered. Where is the evil thing? Why does it not eat people? Don't see any monsters? He lowered his head in doubt. Eyes suspicious. Face worried. His talent was casting spells. Then he wondered why he saved him, watching Dunyak cross the bridge. Wuhan clenched his fist and vowed to himself. I can't give up. I can't lose. Then she slowly stepped forward. Dunya has succeeded. So I can definitely succeed too. A masked person said. Wuhan still hasn't given up. She just wants to cross the bridge. Wuhan remained thoughtful and couldn't walk stiffly like Fuang Than Thu. Everyone watched in surprise as she chose to walk the same way as Dunyak. But they hadn't gone far before falling into the abyss and disappearing. The disciples were stunned and regretful. Another person lost. Number 1 and number 2, gone already. Dunyak pressed a red cloth to his forehead. Full of determination, he exhaled heavily, thinking of the words virtuous scholar above his head. I don't believe it. Others can die. But I can't. Dunyak immediately turned around and ran up the bridge in the opposite direction. A disciple pointed. But Grandmaster Dunyak didn't wait for anyone to greet him and ran back on his own. He could only sigh when he saw this. After going through such a dangerous trial, how could he still have the strength to turn back? So what exactly is that cloth? In a flash, he was standing in front of Tudu, silently thinking. There must be some interference from the darkness. How come they could die so easily? While I can't even feeling something smoky coming from his head. Dunyao stared blankly. Why does my head feel a little hot? The kids all gasped. Oh my god. Dunyao has set himself on fire. Elder Guang tapped her head and explained that this was the initial stage of a magical cultivation called the Wild Tree Technique, which allowed Dunya to advance from the human realm first layer to the second layer in a short time. The disciples protested, saying it was unfair and violated the rules. But Tudu responded that he was giving everyone an equal chance, since they dared not take it. And Dunya accepted it. He deserved this achievement. Then, Elder Kuang Liao flicked 2 fingers, and a massive thunderbird flew up from the depths, causing the disciples to panic in fear. Afterward, the thunderbird spat out 2 figures from its mouth. It turns out that Thanthu and Wuhan are still alive, only temporarily held in the beak of the giant bird. Tudu shouted loudly, Get up. How long do you 2 intend to sleep? He stroked the beak of the giant bird and said, Cultivators often regard death as a companion, always prioritizing demons and guarding the way. You've probably heard about this from your elders. 2. Do, continued. If you're already so scared of winning, unable to take even a step forward, then don't even think about cultivating. Thon Thu and Vu Han looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. After all, they dared to step onto that bridge. Senior Kwang rode the giant bird and said, "That's enough for today. Just a reminder, it's best not to walk across the bridge alone and seek death. In the end, although you say you're not afraid, when you walk onto the bridge, you know what it feels like to be free. But if you fall, you won't be able to climb back up." At this point, Dunyak finally understood the issue. The system didn't appear because he already knew that you couldn't die. "I have to go alone again while no one is around." "Then come back here." A blonde-haired person approaches Dunyak and asks, "Master Du Huyin probably predicted that the Elder Master wouldn't let us die, right? Huyin is really powerful. Can I practice with Huyin in the future?" He still didn't know who to ask. So he turned back and asked who she was. The girl replied, "I am Lu Yue Ni, Huyin's junior sister." Looking at the delicate girl with her beautiful soul before him, he quietly thought, "Is this the adorable young junior sister of the legendary Immortal 2? You look obnoxious," crossing your fingers in refusal, saying it's not allowed, which made Nguyen Ni feel a bit embarrassed. Dunyak pretended that if he had relationships with people around him, it wouldn't be good, especially not to repeat Tuyet Lai's mistake of becoming too powerful. And his own identity couldn't be revealed. She turned around and answered, "For me, the only goal is cultivation. Sister, don't waste your effort on me. And don't come looking for me again in the future." Shocked by the cold water shout, Nguyet Ni hurriedly stepped back and replied, "Sorry for the rudeness. I won't bother Brother Du Hui anymore." That night in the backyard of the dormitory, Du Nuan contacted Tuyet Lai to ask about Kwang Tu Du. She replied, "Elder Kwang is usually cautious, responsible, and very enthusiastic. So when disciples have something to ask, they find him." Huyen asked what those questions were for. Dunyak smiled and said, "It's nothing. He's now my instructor, so I want to understand him better. But actually, you're asking just to prevent him from stopping you as you seek death." Tuyet Lai hesitated as if she wanted to say something to Dunyak. Seeing this, he asked her what was wrong. Tuyet Lai smiled and said, "It's nothing. Uyen, keep trying to cultivate. I will also do my best to recover." The scene shifts to the disciples beginning their training. Wuhan is angry. "I see Dunyak as a special talent. I never considered you all important." The disciples behind agree. "That's right. He wouldn't even come once to drink with us. He doesn't treat us like anything." When Ni calms Dunyak, "Senior sister Ta, don't say that. Brother Du just loves practicing too much." But suddenly, Wuhan and his followers were attacked by Tu Du and beaten to a pulp during class. Talking about something, Tu Du was floating in the air giving a lesson, explaining that the path of cultivation has 5 stages: human, demon, spirit, Tao, and heaven. Each stage is divided into 10 levels, with the peak being the heavenly realm 10 stages. In the human realm, cultivate your soul and strengthen your blood. Now, train your instincts to prepare for breaking through to the human realm, fighting to strengthen their blood energy in the 10-fold heaven human stage. At the limit, mortals will release a bit of divine power to break into the divine realm, which is considered crossing the great threshold in the path of cultivation. While lower disciples are complaining, training your physical strength at One Sword Challenge is extremely difficult. It seems only we find it hard. While the viewers see the two people in front, Thon Thu and Vu Han are racing fiercely. Why are they so stubborn? "I definitely won't lose to you anymore." So where is Dunyak? Dunyak is now staring at the sky and clouds, practicing his cultivation. He's lying on the grass. "What are you racing for? The more powerful you become every day, the less likely I am to die as time goes on. Right?" Suddenly Tudu appeared behind the large rock called your name. "Dunyak," making you startle. He struck a stick directly at your face, and after passing through the human scene of the Duok Mok Bridge, he flew away again. Has he returned? Does anyone really wish that crossing the Dumok Bridge every day would let them enter the heavenly realm? With bloody hands and a firm grip? Seeing this, The other disciples start discussing how Elder Du has already risen high. Yet he hasn't reached the law realm. If you haven't passed our secret trial, you won't become an official disciple, and after 5 years, still won't reach the legal realm. You'll be expelled from the sword sect. Hearing that, Tudu turned to ask, "Do you also want to be whipped?" The disciples immediately ran away. The scene shifts to 3 months later. Du Nya kneeling by the bridge, crying, unable to pass for the next few days. In 3 months, I've crossed Dumon Bridge 450 times safely and reached the 6th peak of the human realm. There are no unexpected events. When will I be able to die? When will I finally die? As Dunyak laments, Than, Thu, and Vu Han hide behind the rock and whisper, 450 times. We trained tirelessly day and night for 3 months to reach the 3rd layer of the human realm, and the 6th layer. How did he do it? How was he able to? Why? 2 people sit there looking hopeless. I used to think that he and I were not much different. But now it seems we are from completely different worlds. Just then, Dunyao jumped onto the rock in surprise and asked why you are both here. The 2 awkwardly answered that they came to watch Yu Huyen cultivate. But Wuhan suddenly stood up and asked, Dunyak, how exactly did you do it? I keep asking myself. I am persistent in my mind. My strength is not weaker than anyone else. So why is it only some can cross that bridge? Dunyak silently thought to himself. Even someone as proud and proud-hearted as Wuhan would seek advice from above. But I have no worth as a reference. And if I speak carelessly, it might misunderstand this girl for life. So I just explained honestly that I have no spiritual ambition and no interest in cultivation. If you ask how I can do such things, it's probably always been like this. Hearing that, the 2 of them suddenly had question marks appearing. Just like before, Dunyak stepped onto the bridge. I always believed in one saying. He calmly walks across the bridge, refusing to believe that reckless teaching has failed. At this moment, the 2's eyes light up, as if they've understood something. Wuhan's eyes blaze with fire as if he has suddenly erupted. The scene shifts to the sound of urgent voices. Something's not right. Headmaster. So it turns out Tudu ran to the headmaster. The disciples in the lower hall, and at this moment, the headmaster was a bit annoyed. You came again. No need to worry like that. Tudu immediately retorted. Not at all. Then Tudu panicked and shouted. Suddenly, all the disciples turned into demons. The scene shifts to the night before, with voices chatting. Master, there's been a change in plans. We can enter the secret realm tomorrow, so that Van Kiem's sect helped the stubborn old man break the rules because of an inner disciple named Dunyak. Dunyak. This guy is a bit strange. Pay attention to him. You must obtain the items on the 6th level of the secret realm because your master is waiting for good news from you. He is at ease. The scene shifts back to the secret realm. The mysterious Sword Inquiry sect was discovered by the founding ancestor 1,000 years ago. A place that has absorbed abundant spiritual energy and treasures of heaven and earth. It is said that the mysterious land deep within the mountains was founded by the ancestor Ban Kai Tong, who created the Wensi sect, where countless demon kings, snake demon, and dangerous creatures reside. Passing the trial not only increases one's cultivation but also enhances combat skills to a level comparable to peers at the same stage. According to the rules, only disciples at the 5th heaven or above are allowed into the secret realm. But this time was special. Dunyak bit down hard on the pole. So I won't go either. Than Thu is holding one of your legs and pulling. Du Hun failed to act rashly. With such a fanatic trainee, there's no reason to skip this trial in the secret realm. Wuhan is also grabbing the other leg. All because of your craziness. And as a result, Elder Kwang sentenced you to 3 days of hard training. You won't escape today, no matter what. Dunyak stubbornly refused to move. Even stretched to the point of tearing. If I die, I will not go. Than Thu and Wuhan started to get angry, their eyes blazing with fury. Are you intentionally trying to die? Dunyak, sweat dripping in fear, raised his hand to surrender and said, fine. Why wouldn't I go if there's such a good opportunity? I just want to lead you guys. Tudu then ordered. All right. Stop causing trouble. You all come here. The human realm disciples in charge will lead the team into the secret realm. Usually only pathway guardians can enter the trial's secret realm. This opportunity is rare. You must seize it tightly. The disciples responded in unison. Yes. Entering the secret realm, To-Do told the disciples that the first level of the secret realm has many doors, each hiding an emerald, and collecting 5 emeralds to throw into the volcano's peak can open the door and be rewarded. To-Do points at a glowing circle, which is the surveillance formation. I will stay here to monitor and wait for you to bring back the emeralds. If any situation arises outside, the 3 elders will report to me immediately. So let's start the action. The disciples take turns entering inside. They encounter various monsters and demons, from snakes to giants. Then a demon burning while chasing the remnants of the house, and another ghost causing some to hide. To-Do continues to watch intently. Testing the first floor's secret realm is only a basic assessment. These kids are doing quite well in gathering wind. The first level is not a problem for them. The disciples are gradually collecting the gems, and the apprentice steps aside. Clearly I arrived first. And Wuhan speaks up to challenge Thainthu. The 2 of them handed over 2 of the gems to To-Do, and he praised them as not bad. Within less than the time of an incense burn, other disciples are also approaching. Just now that monster almost bit off my left hand. My royal force. Thainthu looked at them. Elder Guang. They all came back too. To-Do praised. Not bad at all. Nguyetni was stroking her head and lamenting. I almost got my eye poked out. It hurts so much. The Du family seems to be hiding something. And when someone saw him, he shouted out. He quickly signaled everyone to be quiet. Please don't let others see. I can't let my cultivation level increase anymore. Since the other disciples have already gathered 5 emeralds, they've passed. To-Do displays the 5 emeralds in her hand. The disciples start talking, wondering if there will be any rewards or a boost in their cultivation level. Suddenly, the volcano erupts with strange noises, and To-Do looks in astonishment at the mountain. The volcano starts erupting, and strange shadows appear around it. Thainthu is panic-stricken, and Master Quang, this is To-Do, orders everyone to retreat quickly. Everyone. To-Do begins to cast the spell formation. Step back. A giant stone is falling toward them, and To-Do has created a magic circle to contain it. Something's gone wrong in the secret realm. Someone yells. The observers outside are also worried. Old Mu immediately signaled. Team 1, responsible for supporting the 4th-tier Spirit Guard disciples, retreated. Team 2 continued searching for Elder Guang and the Human Realm disciples. And Team 3 was in charge of investigating the cause of the incident in the secret realm. Lao Sun Van and Lao Sun Duong were also worried. And Lao Sun Duong asked, Have you found my children yet? Lao Sun Van looked panic-stricken. No matter how powerful the Heaven Eye formation was, he couldn't see them. So it's very likely they got caught in another test or possibly died during the experiment. Lao Sun Duong Shintu. Noi. Kong the Now. Chung cho quang tu du di chung ma. Cao ai la chuông lao thu canh gió. Lao Son Van trả lời. Nhung thiên nhan cho thấy tình hình của quang chuông lao không on lam. Move inside the secret realm where the disciples are fighting desperately. Elder. Why haven't reinforcements arrived yet? The monsters inside are too strong. We might become their meals. To-Do reassures. Don't worry. I'm also trying my best to fight and protect the disciples. I will definitely rescue you all from this demon that lunges at To-Do with its mouth wide open. And I will cut it in half. Dunyak on this side is extremely worried about To-Do. Guang Truong Lao. I'm coming to help you. Thainthu and Wuhan also rushed over. Elder Quang. We are here to help. To-Do immediately turned and ordered. Stay there. You 2 are still too weak. Dunach silently thought that with Elder Quang's personality, if I just ran over to die, he would definitely risk everything to save me. I might as well let it go. But just like in those novels, how come after so many years of no problems, a crisis suddenly occurs now? At that moment, a loud crash drew Dunak's attention as a huge water stain appeared on the ground. Cracking noises, echoing from it. And To-Do shouted, We're doomed. Everyone. He was anxiously watching the disciples without noticing behind him when a ferocious beast bit deeply into his left arm, causing him to cry out in pain. To-Do grit her teeth and drew his sword, rushing to deal with the beast. But the water stain had reached his feet, and To-Do and everyone else fell into it. The water stain area is shrouded in darkness. Only tiny flashes of light from the fabric are visible. Is everyone okay? Someone asks. And Wuhan opens his eyes. At this moment, Dunyak is laying on her, his face pressed against her. making her blush all over. Seeing this, she angrily hit Dunyak hard. And when he woke up, he had no idea what had just happened. Where is this? Why do I only feel a slight burning on my face? Thanthu also approached to ask about them. Is everyone okay? At that moment, the disciples discovered Tudu and shouted loudly, "Come quickly! Quang Truong Lao is here. Tudu is seriously injured and unconscious now. Wuhan is worried. Elder Quang Truong." Wuhan quickly shakes Tudu to wake him up. "Elder Quang Trong, how are you? Please wake up quickly." Tudu is awakening entirely. He's alive. But if we shake him more, he might die. Thanthu looked worried at Tudu's wound. "Quang Truong Lao, you're hurt." Tudu placed his hand on the wound and reassured them. "It's nothing. Just a superficial injury. The kids are fine. Right now." Dunyak anxiously asked where we had fallen this time. Tudu responded while Thanthu supported him. "Looking at the painting of the 3 spirits and 7 souls on the wall, maybe we have fallen into the Spirit King Palace, a place for testing the 10-layered spiritual realm." And the disciples are panicked. "What 10-layered spiritual realm? We are only in the human realm." Tudu calmly reassures everyone. "It's just a trial of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Don't forget, I am a beast realm. This can't be a challenge for me," he thought. "But this place is like the first level. Blocked by something. It's impossible." Hearing that, Dunyak turned pale. 3 souls and 7 spirits. You hurriedly ask, "If you can't pass the trial, will your soul be shattered?" Tudu reassures you. "No. But if your luck is bad, you might very well die here." Dunyak heaved a sigh of relief, glad that the guardian was okay, and thought they wouldn't have to reenact the tragic event. But then a demon suddenly appeared behind him, opening its mouth wide to eat him. Luckily, Tudu managed to pull you away from it. You shouted in alarm. But everyone was still terrified of the demon. What was that thing? Tudu explained that it is a test of the 10 tiers spiritual realm. Dunyak had just been pulled out and was sitting on the ground vomiting. "Next time you save me, please be gentler. Right now, there are glowing symbols on the wall, seeming to be the exam boards that disciples must pass." And Tudu, though helpless, managed to unlock them all. Tudu continues to explain that the Spirit King and this place are used for testing the 10-fold spirit realm. It features specialized trials involving strange spiritual bodies made of 3 souls and 7 parts. They will merge into the bodies of the participants, seizing control and dominating their physical form. If the participant can hold on to themselves and reach the altar in front, they will pass the test. If not, their body will be seized by the spirit monsters. Wuhan asked again, "Is that like possession?" Tudu responded, almost immediately. And as he finished speaking, the monsters attacked. They appeared from all sides, surrounding Tudu's group. Seeing that, Tudu immediately drew his sword to fight. His eyes focused intensely. He swung a few slashes, and the demons exploded into pieces. "Old Master Ho is big. Don't be afraid with me here. Something is rushing very fast from behind." An inner disciple warned of danger. "The head elder is in danger. Be careful." Tudu glances back with a frown. Then suddenly his eyes widen as a giant hand pounds him down to the ground. Seeing this, Dunyak was surprised and frightened. Thanthu was also stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Why are these monsters transforming from spiritual beings into physical entities like this? Cutting to outside where the other elders are watching. What? They still haven't found them here? That is the elder of the Tao realm, and also a once-in-a-millennium genius. Why can't they find him? The elder is so furious he's about to explode. This is my first time in charge of the secret realm performance. How did such a big mishap happen? The mountain and cloud guardian beside us speaks up. Someone or something has blocked our way and prevented us from finding out. The old master, sweaty and worried, wondered what could possibly block our secret realm. Could it be that they really died? Everything in the secret realm is chaotic. As the monsters are chasing Dunya's people, someone shouting, "Why has it turned into a real entity? And even bigger? I don't know, stop chasing." Thanthu is crying uncontrollably. "Save me. Go help others." Thanthu is being carried by Dunyak as he runs for his life, with a monster chasing closely behind. Thanthu grips Dunyak's neck tightly, making him unable to breathe. "Big brother, let go, or I will suffocate." At that moment, A flash of swordsmanship sliced through the monster's body. It was Zidu's attack, and he was filled with worry, unable to send messages out, and the rescue team still hadn't arrived. After the demon was cut in half, it let out a screech. It gradually reassembles into its original appearance. And seeing this, someone screams. There it is again. Why does it keep not dying? Then the monsters rush to attack everyone. Tudu unleashes his ultimate move, drawing his sword to strike fiercely, causing rocks to fall and demons to perish. At this moment, a blue-haired demon rushed forward, spewing fireballs from its mouth. That firebolt flies straight towards Tudu. He swings his sword to split the monster into pieces of fire. And he also notices something strange. The strength of the demons is increasing. At the same time, Wuhan shouted, "Elder Quang." Tsuyu turned to look back and saw a demon rushing quickly toward them. Everyone was terrified, only able to stand frozen, waiting for death. Tudu quickly rushed forward upon seeing this. A little while later, Wuhan slowly opened her eyes and saw blood dripping down. Dunyak was also stunned. He loudly called out, "Elder Guard." And it turns out Tudu used her body to shield them. The attack from the demon hit her earlier wound, causing it to bleed even more. Tudu struggles to thrust his sword at the monster, while his other hand creates a magic circle to calm the beast. Tudu has created a protective barrier around the disciples, while Dunyak watches him with a perplexed expression. Tudu, now severely wounded, collapses to his knees and coughs up blood. The disciples rush over anxiously, asking, "Elder Quang, are you all right? Are you still okay?" "Elder Quang?" Tudu tried to speak. "It's okay. I just need to rest for a bit." Dunyak looked at Tudu worriedly, but he assured her, "In this state, there's nothing to worry about. Right now." Yuani asked Tudu, "Elder Quang, is Zhou still not coming? Are we going to die here?" Another disciple also asked, "Earlier they said there was a monster here. Are we really unable to go out anymore?" Tudu listened but remained silent, brooding. Wuhan stood up confidently, not showing any fear, while the elder of the Grand Pavilion chose to fight because we got in the way. "Don't be so cowardly. At worst, we'll meet our end together with them." Dunyak stepped forward and said calmly, "Stay steady. Don't be so agitated. Elder Quang, is there really no way out?" Tudu hesitated for a moment, then answered, "Oh, let me explain. I haven't finished talking earlier. According to the rules of the Linvuang Palace trial, just reaching the training platform doesn't count as completing the challenge. You have to activate the spirit seal embedded there to repel the monsters, and then withstand the thunder trial on the testing platform to receive the rewards from Spirit King Palace. I've realized that the original structure of Spirit King Palace remains unchanged, but now there are too many monsters that cannot be eliminated. If I go up to the platform, the monsters will turn and attack you guys. But with your level, facing the monsters in the upper divine realm, tenfold sky, you'll definitely Tudu nodded. "That's right. I'm going." Dunyak shouted loudly. Everyone was shocked after hearing it. Tudu sharply grabbed Dunyak's face, asked what he's talking about, and Dunyak teased him back, saying the old man was messing with him. Tudu yelled in anger. "But with your level of cultivation in the 6 layers of the demon realm, you're not even close to being powerful enough to boast. Just one step into the forbidden zone, and you'll be torn apart by the demons. Even if you manage to pass, there's still a gap of 2 realms. You won't survive the lightning of the trial altar, you're better off. Don't act so foolish." On Dunyak's face was a red handprint from Tudu. He asked again, "No. I mean Elder Quang. Do you have any other better options?" Tudu grimaced and pouted. "Ooh." Dunyak desperately pleads, "If your majesty is so badly hurt to save us, the shield might not last much longer. If the rescue doesn't arrive and the monsters break through the shield and get inside, are you sure you can protect us then? The time has already lasted quite a while. Maybe there are other changes happening, and the fastest way now is the only option left." At this moment, outside the shield, monsters are rushing forward, beginning to break through and enter inside. Dunyak smiled confidently. "And besides, I've always been lucky. Perhaps I'll break through and open the door." But as soon as I finished speaking, another Dunyak appeared in his mind, rushing straight at his eyes, saying something about luck not being good. Definitely not good. Thanthu spoke up to stop him. No, you're the most beastly disciple among us. You can't go. If anyone goes, it should be me. Wuhan also refused to back down. Stepping aside, in the past you all took everything from me. This time it's my turn. The other disciples also started arguing and pushing to go. I'll go. Dunya quickly stopped them. Sleep less. I am the disciple with the highest cultivation level, the strongest willpower, and also the only one who crossed the single log bridge. So if I go to the testing platform, my chances of winning will be greatest. Master Quang, I know I don't have the strength to pass through there. So please show me the way. Tu Dung seriously asked you. Dunyak, are you really not afraid? Dunyak was determined. And now saying one more word would increase the danger. So he asked the senior Quang to help. Tu Dung gripped his sword tightly. All right. I'll guard and hold back those monsters for you. Open a path straight through. But at most I can only hold for half an incense stick's time. Dunyak with a determined look. That's enough. Just as he's about to set out, a voice echoes from behind. We're coming too. Dunyak turned to stop them. I told you. Don't do something stupid. Than, Thu, and Wuhan are full of determination. We are the first and second in strength. In actual combat, we are not at a disadvantage compared to the rumor, and the more people there are, the higher our chances of winning. We can support you secretly. Tu Dung saw this, then silently pondered, then smiled, and told the others to go. I will protect you all even if I lose this life, he shouted. Just then the shield shattered, and the four of them charged at the demon to hold it off. Four figures quickly darted, like arrows, toward the front platform. Dunyak seemed exhausted, breathing heavily as he flew away. He thought to himself, I'm definitely going to die. I can't even survive this trial of the divine realm's tenfold sky, and my life is at risk. Just then, a demon flying toward him suddenly attacked, making him panic and fear. Suddenly, a hand appeared. Thanthu used his hand to push you away, taking the blow instead. At this moment, his eyes looked as if he had seen something terrifying. Thanthu's arm was bitten off by the demon, blood spraying everywhere, making him scream in pain. Dunyak was shoved against the wall, panic-stricken, shouting loudly. Thanthu is currently speaking softly, replying convincingly. Dunyak, no need to worry about me. He thought to himself. I can't pass out. I must hold them back. There's nothing to be afraid of. Dunyak, after hearing this, is stunned and gently calls out, Son. Seeing that, he remembered the time when Tudu risked everything to protect them. Dunyak lowered his head to reflect deeply. These people, suddenly someone's voice rang out. Hurry up. Dunyak. I can't hold on much longer. That's Wuhan, struggling to resist and hold back the demons. At that moment, Dunyak suddenly realized and started to tiptoe. Why are these people always so indecisive and careless, sacrificing themselves for someone unrelated? He began to run at full speed. The pagoda was right in front of him. He finally climbed up and, as he stepped onto the stairs, he gasped for breath. Suddenly, he stopped and saw the chime, the soul-shaking bell surrounded by a wave of evil energy. Dunyak immediately grabbed the spirit bell and rang it, causing the surrounding evil spirits to freeze. Wuhan was startled by the sound and looked up. Dunyak is enthusiastically shaking the bell, with an expression that's more than can be described. The bell rings out everywhere, and the evil aura is rushing in, ready to attack Wuhan. Then suddenly it stopped, no longer moving at all. Wuhan saw this and straightened up, thinking to herself, yes, success. Dunyak now breathes a sigh of relief, finally still and standing motionless. But unexpectedly, the demon's limbs began to move. It quickly lunged forward to attack Wuhan, catching her off guard. Dunyak anxiously looked at the bell. Why was it useless? Why wasn't it working? What should I do now? How can I make them stop? He muttered to himself. You keep using the bell. Damn it. React. Do something. Anything. But it keeps ringing and nothing happens. Suddenly, the water bell exploded. Dunyak's eyes widened in horror, hands still gripping the bell's tail, and then a string of beads emitting blue light appeared before him. Dunyak looked at it in confusion and asked what it was. Tudu shouted in panic from the altar. It was a creature that had affected the demons and monsters and must not fall into their hands. The demons, upon seeing the string of beads, stopped attacking the others and turned to look toward the altar, as a demon appeared behind Dunyak, making him break out in sweat. He clenched the amulet chain, turned to look at the demon behind him, then shouted, "Forget it," and put the chain directly into his mouth. The chain is too big and caught around your neck. You try to press your lips tightly together, strain to swallow it down. Tudu, Than Tu, and even the ghost are stunned by the scene. Sweating all over, swallow it whole. Quick. Look at those monsters. A voice calls out, and it turns out that at this moment the demons are gradually vanishing. There are some glowing points rising into the air above the podium. Dunyak, you've reached the end. You're floating in the air, with a body emitting purple evil aura like the demons earlier. Your eyes are bloodshot with prominent veins, and you're making strange sounds. Your aura is growing stronger while you continue to hover. Thanthu, whose arm has been bandaged, speaks upon seeing the scene. It's dangerous. The spirit monsters won't see Dunyak as a test subject, especially since there are 2 scenes between them down below. Tudu observes this and ponders. The spirit monsters have become real entities, and now Dunyak has been swallowed. I wonder what will happen next. Dunyak is now acting like he's possessed, wildly dancing around. Everyone watches in silence, unable to understand what's happening. Wuhan kept hitting your head repeatedly. Dunyak, wake up. You can't become a fool. Yuani is extremely worried. Elder Quang, please think of a way. Tudu replied that if there were no injuries, I could still try. But now, the soul's shock has shattered, so I can only see if it can hold on. Dunyong is still just a fool, fluttering and dancing as he flies. Everyone just watches and cheers him on. Dunyong must succeed. Inside the cave, rocks started falling, and someone shouted, "It's Dunyak." He opened his eyes and woke up, but was in a strange world. His whole body turned yellow. He looked ahead and saw several demons flying around, seemingly affected by the chain of beads, all inside his body. That's fine. At least everyone outside is safe now. Suddenly, a demon flew close to him. It took your hand, which confused me. I can also rest assured now. What are you doing? Has Dunyak been completely ruined? Than Thu and Wuhan stared wide-eyed and gaping as if they had just seen something strange. It turns out Dunyak's body had twisted like a snail shell. On Dunyak's side of space, he was being grasped and twisted by 2 demons, crying out, "Ease up a bit." Then the 2 demons opened their mouths to devour his body. They distorted his face as they sucked, and all he could do was endure the pain. "You monsters, could you be a bit gentler? I'm starting to feel dizzy, and it's because of this aura of death my body seems to be gradually dissolving. My consciousness no longer feels like my own. I'm about to die, and the demons keep sucking at my body." In his mind, he recalls Tudu and the elder saying they only took physical bodies and didn't attack the soul, hoping for a smooth process. Suddenly, he hears a noise and wonders. It's too noisy. What's happening now? The demons have stopped. Seeing they are not drawing the spiritual energy from me confuses me. Then suddenly I open my eyes wide and fall back. In front of me is a scene of the demons gathering into a gigantic and bizarre demon king, surrounded by an overwhelming aura. It is advancing toward me, opening its mouth as if to swallow the sword below. I can only think to myself, even if I can't stand it, dying might be okay. My expression turns to panic. Wait. What is it about to do? It started to surround your body and wanted to take your soul away. I was stunned. Hey, just take my body and let me die. There's no need to attack my soul. I accepted my fate. This is the end. I was someone who could have obtained a body, could have been reborn smoothly. But now it's over. Suddenly a beeping sound rang out. Something glowing in the distance caught his curiosity, and he muttered in surprise. The soul protection test immediately summoned a lightning bolt that shot straight at it, and the monsters made an extremely loud sound. Outside the body, Dunyak was still laughing and dancing wildly, her hands and feet swinging chaotically, looking very silly. Then you suddenly stopped, surprising Tudu and Wuhan. What? Why did you suddenly stop? Wuhan asked Tudu. Elder Quang, what's going on with this? At this moment, Dunyak emitted a golden light that was blinding everyone. Wuhan shielded her eyes with his hand. And suddenly she opened her eyes wide, as if she had discovered something. She screamed, "Elder Quang! Over there! There is light on the other mountainside." Tudu also shouted, "It's the exit." Suddenly, rocks kept falling from above, causing everyone to panic. Tudu hurriedly shouted to warn everyone to get out of there. The Spirit King is about to collapse. Dunyak was still trapped in divine consciousness. Dazed, calling out soul enemy. With it, he couldn't die no matter what he did. As he was thinking, the system suddenly blares a warning. Surprising him, he wonders why the system suddenly appeared. The system interface pops up, showing measurements that indicate the host has a tendency to seek death on their own. Please disable the warning within 3 minutes, or it will be considered a violation, and the system binding will be removed. With a countdown starting from 2 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing the countdown begin, Dunyak is speechless. Only that, 3 minutes left. Your face now dark and helpless. Frustrated, you bang your head against the system panel, telling it to shut down. How do I shut it down? Give me a hint. But the system stayed silent, giving no hints. While the countdown continued, outside, Wuhan rushed to drag Dunyak's body, running for dear life, shouting in panic, not understanding whether he was dragging him or the headbutt with the system had knocked Dunyak out. You're finally awake. I don't know why, but the Spirit King Palace is on the verge of collapse. Thanthu is running beside him and also speaking. But luckily Brother Du passed the test and found the exit. The falling rocks are increasing in number and speed, and everyone is rushing outside. About to be caught. Dunyak, being dragged away. Here's the system's notification. With only 1 minute left on the clock, it finally offers a suggestion, an assessment to find a path to survive as the Divine King's palace collapses. The host only needs to meet the following conditions: either escape outside within the remaining time or prove their desire to survive. After completing the test, the warning will automatically be turned off. Otherwise, it will be considered a rule violation, resulting in losing contact with the system. Dunyak froze in shock after hearing that. Then suddenly a streak of light shot through, frightening everyone. Wuhan was frightened. What just flew past? Tudu wondered. Is it another monster? Then Tudu realized no. It was Dunyak. Dunyak is running like crazy, thinking that running 100 meters in 15 seconds is enough. He looks up at the exit, knowing that if he can't run out safely, even if he gets crushed to death here, it will be considered a violation. His eyes filled with determination, so this time he wouldn't let himself die. He pushed off with all his might and jumped towards the door, risking everything to escape. The system counts down to 9 seconds. He was very close to the exit, exhausted, and his panting was audible. With 7 seconds left, sweat beaded on his face. Less than 5 meters from the door. Enough to escape. He was close to the door, quietly thinking it's okay. He was quickly wiping toward the exit. He thought he was about to escape, but a giant shadow made him stop in his tracks. He looked up in confusion as a huge rock was falling right where he stood. The system showed 3 seconds left, and Dunyak just stood still, resigned to being hit by the collapsing stone. Suddenly a hand appeared. With 2 seconds left on the system, that hand pushed Dunyak forward in an instant. You managed to fly out just in time with only 1 second left on the clock. As the timer stopped, the falling rock also happened to land right at the entrance, blocking everyone inside. The system appears, congratulating the host for passing the test, and the alarm is turned off. Dunyak stands up with a confused expression. You're not happy about getting out, but wondering who pushed you earlier. A loud voice from the observation deck shouts, "We found it." "Where is it?" Old Swan Van from the observation deck reports that they are on the 6th floor of the secret realm. The Spiritual King Palace is collapsing. But look, someone is coming out. But when they only saw the residual music, Lin wondered why it was only her. Where is my disciple? Old Xuan Vuong, waiting below, asked aloud where the rescue team was. Why haven't they reached the 6th floor yet? And his subordinate reported that something was wrong in the secret realm. The Spirit King Palace is collapsing. The rescue team is blocked along the way and still needs more time to clear the path. Elder Xuan Vuong scolded them for being useless. Old Xuan Vuong turned to tell Old Xuan Duong to watch the array. I will go rescue myself, old Xuanduang responded. I will go with you. Then all three elders headed to the gate of the spiritual king palace. Old Xuanvuong suddenly scolded him. Why are you so reckless? Just like him. This place still needs someone to command, and lean. Old Lord Xuanvuong listened silently without saying anything. At this moment, Old Lord Xuanvan was deploying the formation, clearly wounded because of the collapse of Lin Vuong Palace, and they needed to quickly command the rescue team to find and save them. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Hey, that is Dunyak. Is he trying to go back in? At the gates of the Spirit King Palace, Yunyak is now determined to go inside again to save everyone. He is immediately blocked by the system, which issues a warning and states that the host has a tendency towards self-destructive behavior. He shouted angrily. What the hell dying for? I just want to go in and save people. The system ignored his words. The owner's speech was incompatible with the language of common folk, and the rescue operation was too serious to be just simple help from an ordinary person. You blame yourself. Someone was crushed by rocks. If we don't go to rescue, it will be too late. There are others too. Still not out, even now. They must be trapped inside. The system still displayed a prohibitory symbol. The host had no explanation for those needing rescue and would be considered breaking the rules. Dust was so angry he gritted his teeth, shouting at the top of his lungs, breaking the rules. Breaking the rules. Everything was breaking the rules. Now I am Dunyak, not Tranfi. So you run to the block door and keep shouting at the system. Even if it's to save the world. It's Dunyak's business. Nothing to do with Tranfi, catching an ordinary person who wouldn't save someone dying. Is CPU really broken? The system was left speechless. After hearing that, you rushed to the door with all your might. I don't know why you chose me in the first place. You used both hands to push the stone blocking the door. It continued, not knowing what good a lifetime of being a nobody could bring to you, struggling with all his might to push the stone, blocking the door. But this person was hurt because he saved me. In the end, he successfully pushed the stone aside and went inside, only to find Wuhan lying on the ground. He quickly slung Wuhan over his shoulder, telling me to turn a blind eye. But I couldn't do that. Then he ran out with Wuhan on his back. It's not just her. If I'm the only one who can save them now, I have to save everyone else as well. The system just listened in silence. After getting Wuhan out, you quickly turned around and rushed back in. You don't want me to die like this, do you? You ran as fast as you could inside to save the others. Clever of you. Now I don't want to die anymore either. The system could only stay silent, knowing there was nothing more to do as the stones continued falling. And you seemed exhausted. Your heavy breathing echoing through the air, even though exhausted. You kept running in to save people while gasping for breath, constantly coming out and rushing back in, knowing there's only 2 minutes left. The system voice rings out and he wonderingly asks, what now? The system warning states that this place can only hold out for another 2 minutes before collapsing. There's only the Grand Elder left. If you die inside, the system will surely count you as breaking the rules. Dunyak, with a determined look, won't give you that chance. The falling stones come down faster. You saved Tudu. But Tudu told you to let me down. Dunyak, carrying Tudu on his back, quickly intervened, saying one person who is still suffering can probably still run out. I reply, if the elder doesn't want me to get hurt, then stop talking and let me take you out. I'm exhausted now, covered in sweat, thinking my stamina is about to give out. I tell the elder you have to endure a little loss. Tudu. Nave thi so hai non rasap, ko chuyen hong tot ne saira. Dunyak nam chat le quang trung lao roi tung wak len. Roi chao dung chut, suk chuo chung nam tu du nu fi cho de rut ngan thoi gian. Unfortunately, he managed to throw Tudu outside but hit a large rock, and his fate remains uncertain. After exhausting his strength, he gasped for breath. Just as a stone was falling right where he was standing, he looked up with a resigned expression, but his eyes widened as he stared at the falling rock. Just as a final tremor was about to cause a cascade of stones, Tudu, after a while, regained consciousness, still catching his breath, and saw the dust and rocks blocking the exit. There was a long blood streak on his face, probably from hitting the rocks earlier, and he pondered deeply. Dunyak, I have always seen you as a major threat, believing you would bring terrible disaster to Van Kiem sect. I never wanted you to stay in the sect. But you risked your life to save our senior brother and me. Dunyak. You absolutely must not let anything happen to him. There's a sound of Dunyak coming from inside the cave. Dunyak is still conscious but badly injured, bleeding all over. And he lets out a heavy breath. He silently thought that this time he was surely going to die. The system definitely wouldn't count him as breaking the rules for real. Well, whatever. At most, I'll start over. Although his leg was now crushed by a large rock, and he couldn't feel anything anymore. He didn't regret his actions. Seeing the falling rocks in front of him, he said, "All right. Hurry up and hold it tight." At this moment, a large stone above was wobbling. Then it fell down. It's falling directly at Dunyak's head. He clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, hoping the rocks would hit precisely, aiming straight for the head. Then he loosened his hand as if accepting death, thinking that dying quickly was the best, and he wouldn't want to suffer too much. He closed his eyes and waited for death as the stone fell close to his head. Then suddenly a flash of light shattered the falling debris. Bringing him back to consciousness, someone appeared just in time to save Dunyak. And luckily, Fu also arrived quickly. The boy struggled to stand and looked at the figure who had just rescued him. The person spoke to reassure you. "Dunyak, you are safe now." When you saw that person, you gasped. He thought to himself, "This broken system, I knew it. When things get truly dangerous, people can't just disappear like that." Then he fainted without knowing that the old sect master was the one who saved him. The scene was quickly taken to the clinic. "Is anyone missing? Shaolu, go check. Quickly get the person out of there. Be careful. You two go over and support him. Dunyak is currently being treated. Someone is taking his pulse." Tudu anxiously asks about his condition. "How is he doing?" The old master tells you that with this level of injury, you can still be saved. So don't worry. Tudu, holding his wounded arm, looks over at Dunyak. And from his expression, it seems Dunyak is seriously injured. Dunyak was injured but still furious. "Ha ha ha, no wonder the system. Mai is really good at calculations." Suddenly, a lightning bolt from somewhere struck Dunyak and burned him black. Smoke billows from his eyes and ears, and he can only let out a moan. His whole body is also smoking. He's angry. System, besides this lightning strike, does Mai have no other tricks? The system heard that but didn't understand what was happening. But then Dunyak realized something was off. This doesn't feel right. This sensation isn't from the system. Your arm seems to have lightning running into it. Then it reverses and shoots back into you, making your whole body suddenly swell up, as if about to explode. Next to you are Xiaogui and Lao Man, who gently ask if you're awake. You worry and ask where you are and where the others went. And Lao Man reassures you this is a medical room in our sect's pharmacy. The others are being treated. Don't worry. Their injuries are not serious, and they'll recover quickly with the medicine. I was confused and remembered that after being struck by lightning, it felt like something was inside me ready to explode. But Lao Man helped me sit up and explained that it was indeed very dangerous at that time. The reward of the Spirit King Palace was originally meant for someone in the divine realm of 10,000 layers. But in a moment it all concentrated on someone just in the mortal realm like you. The gap in cultivation is too vast. Like trying to fit an elephant into a cat's mouth, it would explode and die instantly. Fortunately, his pharmacists arrived just in time. Their skill and boundless love gradually penetrated into his soul, easing the heavy burden on his body to restore it to normal. Dunyak, still not understanding, asked again about the reward from the Spirit King Palace. Seeing you sing with a smile, Elder Mon continues, explaining what you all experienced in the Spirit King Palace. I've already heard from others. You sacrifice for everyone. Voluntarily step onto the platform to face the trial. Even though the gap between the enemy and you is huge, but relying on your strong willpower and your celestial moral path, you overcame the trial and found a way out. Hearing this, you still had questions in your mind. Who is he talking about? Old man placed both hands on your shoulders, a look of pride on his face. The reward from the Spirit King's palace is something you truly deserve. Moreover, he later risked everything to return and save others despite the danger. Then he pulled you closer with force, holding you so tightly that you bled. Dunyak, I am truly proud to have an apprentice like you. Dunyak hurriedly pushed him away with her hand and asked, So do I still have any hidden dangers? Lauman wondered. Hidden dungers. He raised his thumb. Sure, there were no more. But good things were abundant. Then he began to recite a spell to reinforce the array of abilities you had already gained. Listen to me. Master. Stop chanting. Stop chanting. Then he grabs Dunyak's hand and summarizes that now you've surpassed the Fa stage and should begin cultivating directly into the spirit stage. Hearing that, Dunyak's jaw almost dropped in horror. Terrified beyond doubt. God. What kind of nonsense is this? Wouldn't that make it even harder to die? You clenched your fists tightly. Well, I feel a bit tired. Let me rest for a while. Laomon agreed immediately. After all, you just woke up. So lie down and rest. You bow your head and clench your fist tightly. Then raise your finger in protest. All while cursing under your breath. And yet Laomon standing outside can see everything happening. He thought you were happy. Internally thinking that there's more joy ahead. Waiting behind you. Once you truly step into the spiritual realm, these experiences will surely become the support that helps you soar higher. The scene shifts to the Y Medicine Hall, where Du, Fuang, Ta and Quang Tu Du, along with other disciples, only have superficial wounds. The medicinal herbs from the sect are very effective in healing. With the help of the healer from the medicine pavilion, many disciples have regained their health. Quang Tu Du's wounds are quite severe and are being corroded by the spiritual aura of the Spirit King Palace, requiring several days of treatment. This time, the secret realm experienced a crisis, and the disciples all hoped to become stronger, but the effects were not very obvious. Most are still at the initial stage of their cultivation, but to prevent impulsive reactions, they focus on diligent cultivation and no longer consider taking shortcuts to improve their progress. The scene shifts to Hoa Vien, where Nguyen Ngi stands and asks the approaching person, "Why haven't Fuang Su Huyen and Ta Su thank you come?" And the person replies that they are visiting Dunyak instead. Nguyen Ngi, hearing this, looks displeased, unable to understand why they didn't invite her. The scene shifts to Dunyak, where Vu Han is handing him a pill and explaining, "This is our secret recipe of herbal vitality pills, capable of saving someone in an emergency. You saved my life, so I want to give you this." Dunyak shook his head and refused. There's no need. Fellow students should support each other. No need to be so polite. But in his mind, he thought differently. Forget it. I've built up more muscle again, and death is getting further and further away. Then he turned to Vu Han's side, thinking to himself that she was the one who had saved him too. Without her, I would have already been penalized by the system, as she usually opposes me. But at that moment she didn't hesitate to rush out and save me. Vu Han heard this, and her face turned bright red, as if smoke was coming out of her head. She pretended to cover her mouth to hide her embarrassment. Tu Lin turned away, but still couldn't shake her embarrassment. Forget it. I won't count anymore. At that time I felt that she had a better chance of surviving than me. One death is better than two. Than Thu saw this scene and softly spoke, still pretending to be indifferent. He told Dunyak, "Du Hoin, don't blame her. I've known her longer than the other disciples. Since she was 15, she has been following the elders to the mountain gate, and we've also clashed numerous times." Vu Han then spoke, "I am proud, but we are all sinners." She talks about herself. When facing someone stronger than her, she would feel discouraged, jealous, and also wish to grow stronger. But no matter how hard she tries, she cannot catch up, and her heart becomes confused. But whether we accept it or not, we always have a respect for those stronger than us. And over time, that respect turns into admiration. Cultivators shouldn't have such distractions. But eliminating them isn't something you can do overnight. Hearing those words, Dunyak lowered her head in reflection, herself longing for death and recklessly challenging the two of them. Vu Han continued to recount her life. Born inside the palace, understanding that she must seize every opportunity and use all her strength to rise up. 18 years of life have always been like this, and I've never felt ashamed. Vu believes that even if someone is more talented and better supported than him, they will never risk everything like he does until he meets someone. I realize now that I was wrong. There are people like that in this world, with those kinds of abilities. Dunyak interrupted her, saying she was not wrong. You cheer her on, recognizing her truly strong willpower. and believe that Ta Sumui can definitely achieve her wish for revenge. Hearing that, Wuhan seems to understand and lets out a small sound. Upon hearing that, Thon Thu finally understood. But who would have thought she was just pretending to be calm when she was actually so angry? Her face turned dark. Then she threw each of them a punch, knocking them both out. Sorry about that. I was wrong about everything before. I'm really sorry. Dunya just whispers. Just say it. Don't fight. The scene shifts to the Spirit King Palace after the incident, where the earth and rocks lie piled up like a mountain, looking very devastated. Suddenly, a voice sounded. What is this? It turns out there is a clear handprint on the rock wall. The person who spoke was one of the elders. They came here to investigate the cause of the incident. The old master spoke. Zhen Jiang. You guessed correctly. The collapse of the first level of the secret realm and the fall of the Spirit King Palace were not caused by an earthquake, but were destroyed by others using powerful magic. Elder Shanvan is very worried and suspects that this person's cultivation has reached the heavenly realm. The two exchange puzzled looks. Realizing that only Elder Kwang and a few human disciples had entered these places, and now 4 disciples sat in someone's room with question marks above their heads. Unsure why they had been brought here, Dunyak asked, Wasn't it best to stay still while healing? So why did you bring us here? It turns out the person gathering them is an elder. He explained. No need to be tense. I just want to tell you the results of the investigation into the mysterious incident. He recounted the investigation. We found out that the recent anomaly in the secret realm was caused by someone secretly involved, and that person was hiding among the very group who entered the Spirit King alongside us. Dunyak was startled and asked again, What? That person is hiding among us. Who is it? Have you found out yet? The old master replied that not yet. Calling the kids out was also for this reason. He introduced the person behind him to the disciples. This one is Elder Cow. He will perform a kind of magic on you. No need to worry. This is a special spell of our sect. The person casting the spell will see the deepest secrets in each person's heart to find out who the culprit is. Who? So we have to reveal all our private secrets. That can't be right, Yue Ni spoke up. Where are everyone else who entered the Spirit King realm? Why are there only the 4 of us? The elder assured them that the others had been taken to the next room, and separating them for investigation would be faster, but everything is for the safety of Van Kiem Mon, so everyone must follow the elder's arrangement. Dunyak is about to be checked first, and he calmly thinks to himself, Dad is dad. It doesn't really concern me. He'll just go back to sleep afterward. The elder's hand slowly reached towards Dunyak, and only then did he realize, panicking, that if his memories were seen, his identity as Tran Phi would be exposed. He began to recall his memories, knowing there were only 2 ways to restart the system. Either obediently accept being a mere mackerel under the identity of Tran Phi and live until your lifespan ends, or use the identity of Dunyak and find a way to die as soon as possible. But if I get investigated now, both my identity as the transmigrator and as Tran Phi will be exposed, and everything Dunyak did will all be pinned on Tran Phi. Yes. What should I do now? Beads of sweat already appeared on my face. As soon as the old man's hand touched my hair, my body trembled uncontrollably. The elder responded coldly. I've seen many people with secrets like you. Don't worry. I won't reveal anything. The elder looked at you coldly and said, I've met many people with secrets like yours. Don't worry. I won't reveal anything. As the elder's hand gradually reached out, you still shivered. You knew there was no escape. You thought it's over. I'm about to be exposed. Suddenly, the house shakes as if it's about to collapse. Everyone sees this and becomes extremely panicked. Large rocks fell like rain, shrouding everything in dust. The rocks, hitting Dunyak, made him gasp in surprise. Even though he still didn't understand what was happening, Old Gate is filled with concern. This aura belongs to an advanced celestial realm expert. A pink light shoots out from the roof. Old Xuan Duong shouted loudly to warn everyone that Ding Tu Vien was the culprit. Dunash heard this name and hesitated, scratching his head. Who is Ding Tu Vien among the disciples registered? Din Tu Vien stands above, looking down as everyone shouts at him, while he sneers and glares at them. Dunyak is now behind old men, revealing his identity through a forbidden ancient magic spell we saw in his mind. The entire process of destroying the illusion and causing the collapse of the Spirit King Palace revealed that his true identity is a notorious traitor of Bathian Mon. The old gate shouted that a demon cultivator who has reached the heaven realm, like him, is considered a master in this world of cultivation. Why did you impersonate a disciple to register with our Van Keem sect? A senior Xuan Duong standing beside him spoke. Because the ancient magic of the demon cultivator is hidden within our secret realm. When Din Tu Vian heard this, he smiled maliciously. He is furious. All because of you. I put in so much effort to join the Van Keem sect and find the inheritance treasure in the secret realm, only to have Yuan swallow it all. Dunyak stopped singing. Is that chain a divine artifact from an ancient demon cultivator? Din Tu Vian comes with a long sword, initially intending to destroy the Spirit King Palace during the chaos of killing and stealing treasures. But that damn bastard somehow escaped, and today I must cut him open to reclaim what's mine. The two elders hurried to protect Dunyak, carefully watching him and telling him to run. Ton Viam then attacked the two, thinking you want to stop me just because of yourselves. Get soaked in the rain. Then he immediately turned to Dunyak, the slashes rushing toward him. All he could do was stand still, sweating. What an unexpected surprise this is. Suddenly, a green light appeared out of nowhere, rushing to block the attack for Dunyak. A certain elder shouted, "It's the Thon Min sword." The chief elder has stepped in. Old Mon kept repeating that it was the Thon Min sword. The elder had stepped in. Dunyak thought he would escape his fate, but was unexpectedly blocked, and looked disappointed. Such a pity. That green light fiercely attacked Ding Tu Vian. He responded swiftly, sending thousands of birds flying in all directions. The head of the sect is standing on the mountaintop observing, and tells Dunyak to cover his eyes because of the three dragons' spirit sword chi. Then he continued to wield the Thon Min sword, which sequentially cut down the birds. Then the headmaster's jade sword continued to strike at Tu Vian. The light of the jade sword enveloped him, and Dunyak watched in shock. But Tu Vian still isn't dead. He sneers maliciously. The attack just now injured him, but didn't defeat him. I finally caught him. Ha ha ha, Red Road. Suddenly he widened his eyes, let out a disparity scream, as if thorny spikes were piercing his body. Then with a loud explosion he was blown apart. Dunyak stared in shock at the scene, his mouth agape all the way down to the ground. Wuhan was also surprisingly stunned. The headmaster was incredibly powerful, being able to wipe out a celestial-level demon sect master with just one sword strike. The headmaster gradually lowered himself to the ground in front of his disciples. Before he could land, 3 people bowed their heads down. Headmaster, I want to learn magic. Seeing this, he was speechless. Dunyak looked at the situation again. With many thoughts in his mind, what a coincidence. The assassin rushes out at a crucial moment, as if to shield me from the bullets. But the person being protected is definitely not me. There must be someone else. Suddenly, a hand grabs my wrist. So it turns out the head clergyman was holding your hand. When you turned and saw him, you flinched. This guy. When did he get next to me? Seeing your surprised expression, he just stroked his beard, and with a sudden motion, he threw his hand onto him. Than Thu, watching, ponders silently about what they are doing. Dunyak, after a while, feels the strange touch from him after being stroked. He stroked his beard and explained, I just heard that the demon who spoke said you swallowed the demon artifact. Afraid you couldn't withstand it. But I didn't expect that it had no effect on you at all. It is very difficult to extract the demon item while ensuring the safety of the person, so I have temporarily sealed it inside the body, to prevent any unforeseen incidents in the future. The old sect leader bowed his head in salute to the headmaster. The leader of the sect pondered carefully before speaking, instructing everyone to discard their weapons and send the injured disciples to rest. Dunyak is still confused at this point, wondering what exactly is going on. Why is the elder still questioning Lao Mon and not investigating Dunyak further? Lao Mon replied, wasn't it the head elder who told her to rest? Why are they still investigating? The scene shifts to a female alchemist entering Ungyet Ni's room, holding a bowl of medicine. Nguyen Ni just drinks her medicine. Nguyen Ni took the bowl with both hands, didn't hesitate and drank it all in one go. The nun smiled and praised her. You're amazing. This medicine is very bitter. No one has ever finished it in one go before you. Nguyen Ni gently smiled and placed the bowl back on the tray. It's nothing compared to the hardships I've endured before. The nun, hearing this, didn't bother her anymore and said, rest now. I'll turn off the light for you. And she responded, Yes, until late at night when the bright moon shines over the house. Matone then appears and asks Ngiet Ni if she has obtained the cultivation technique. Ngiet Ni, looking exhausted, replies that she's useless. The mission failed, and Bakhlan died. Nguyen Ni recalled her childhood when her trusted guard warned her to remember her place as Ni, because Maton had kindly taken her in. From now on, she must be loyal to Matone. Anyone who disobeys will be abandoned. Her eyes at that moment looked like she found a warm home. Surprised by everything there, she curiously looked around and spoke in a poetic tone. So this will be our home from now on? The brother walking with Nguyen Ni hugged her tightly and replied, as long as you listen, we won't have to wander the streets hungry and thirsty anymore. And we won't be abandoned. Hearing an Awi's words, Nguyen Ni felt at ease, imagining her favorite foods, until one day she grew up and killed everyone around her alone. She reassured herself that she must listen, kill everyone to become a noble lady, and be loyal to the revered lord, so she wouldn't be abandoned. Her eyes then became extremely ferocious. After killing everyone, Nguyen Ni goes to a dark, gloomy place. A mysterious man asks her, "Are you the one called Nguyen Ni, the victor of the saint competition?" Yue Ni respectfully knelt on one knee, and he continued, "Very well. You obey well. My lord will accept you as his disciple to succeed my position." She obediently called out, "Master." Back in the present, Yue Ni is listening to Matan recount the situation. Over the past 3 months, since I became a spy in Van Kiamon, Dadao has undergone significant changes. After the destruction of the largest sect in Madao, the Mi Hon Ton, its territory and core have been torn apart by other sects. Because of uneven distribution, this already chaotic demon way was further consumed entirely, forcing Zaha Pavilion of Van Kiam's sect to retreat before entering the secret realm. He advised Nguyen Ni that this chaotic situation is the perfect opportunity for Matan to regain its power, and for her to prove her loyalty and repay the sect. Nguyen Ni wholeheartedly pledged to follow and begged her master for further instructions. Matan continued to recount that years ago, when he was being hunted, he left half of his spiritual power in Van Kimon's secret realm. Someone go and retrieve it for me. Once I regain this vital power, Ma-Tone will once again be united and in control. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Nguyen Ni secretly thought that her master's divine power of the heavenly realm, 10 times stronger, was only half remaining. Then she obediently responded to Ma-Tone that her disciples would definitely complete the mission. However, she thought there would be a difficulty in retrieving the spiritual power, as the secret realm was the most tightly guarded place of Van Kiam-mon, and she had little chance to get in. Thanks to Dunyak's outstanding performance, the headmaster allowed a few disciples to enter the first level of the secret realm for cultivation. The Spirit King Palace is on the 6th level of the secret realm. After negotiating with Lan Lu Bak, we cast a spell to cause an earthquake on the 1st level. The secret realm has a direct connection to the 6th level, and the quake caused everyone to fall into the Spirit King Palace. Thanks to the large number of people, we managed to conceal our identities and avoid detection. Whether you succeed or fail, Dunyak has already swallowed the magic ring you threw away in the search. Once outside, you will be watched by the guards and have no chance to act. So before escaping, you must find a way to retrieve the magic ring. So I ordered Lan Lu Bak to destroy the Spirit King Palace. And while everyone was trying to escape, we would strike and kill Dunyak to take back the magic ring. I didn't expect Dunyak to be so good at escaping, dodging all the falling rocks, and we luckily got hit by falling rocks while chasing Dunyak. To avoid being detected by Van Kim-mon, we had to give up, and Dunyak managed to escape successfully. And in our rush, we didn't even have time to erase all the traces at the Spirit King Palace. Useless disciple. The mission has failed, and Lan Lu Bak is dead. After hearing Nguyen Ni recount, Ma-Tone was furious and berated you, calling you useless, leaving so many traces, and causing Lan Lu Bak's death too. So do you want to go back or not? And Nguyen Ni stammered nervously in front of the screen, saying, I'm an incompetent disciple. But then she confidently stated, if the Van Kiam sect investigates, the magic power on Lan Lu Bak will be exposed. Only your physique can escape now. You can still return the magic power to your master. Although we lost a talented person like Lu Bak, we have also managed to make the Van Kiam sect lower its guard. And for now they won't investigate further. Your relationship with the original Demon Lord will definitely not be exposed. The Demon Lord interrupted. I don't want to hear this shit. If you can't regain your magic power, don't bother trying to come back. After hearing the 4 words, don't even think about coming back. Nietni widened her eyes in fear. She hurriedly knelt down, begging her master not to abandon her disciple, promising to do everything she can to kill Dunyak and take back the magic ring. Cut to late at night in Dunyak's room, where he lies awake all night pondering who the real enemy is. Lan Lubak of Thien Khan is willing to risk himself to protect that traitor. In the end, who is he really after all? He never grows old in his thoughts. He rests his arm on his head and continues his thoughts. The person that even the top expert of the heavenly realm would die to protect, is he the disciple or the fish? No. No. That doesn't fit his demonic identity. Or maybe they are from the same organization or sect. Then the remaining traitor must be stronger than Lan Lubak to make him sacrifice like that. Then you suddenly sit up. Your eyes are determined to find this spy, and then threaten him. But I'll definitely die then. That look still held steady for a few more seconds before gradually fading away. You lie down and cover yourself with your legs. But who exactly is he? Even the elders can't figure him out. So who could possibly find him? That's right. You suddenly remembered. The system. You quickly pulled your legs down and recalled that during the time in the Spirit King's palace, the system had a red alert and a countdown to punishment, making it so tense. Looking back, these things not only tell me I'm about to die, but also serve as extremely precise warnings. Recalling how the system reported situations to you, 9 times out of 10 you would have died. I'm doomed unless the system's predictions are always spot on, because when the Spirit King Palace falls, it's usually not allowed to go in to save people. But this time it wasn't alarmed, which means you're focusing, and it knows you'll be saved. And in that moment, at the demonic spirit sect's pass, the system also said that going in alone with Frozen Lotus would definitely lead to death. But if I entered together with Frozen Lotus, there would be a chance to survive. I couldn't understand at the time how could there be a chance of survival if death was certain until I reached the pass. Only when the young master of the Soul Demon sect pulls out the Death Soul fan do I understand what the chance of survival really means. Before entering the ethereal mouth, I had never met that foolish young master, so I had no information about him. But the system knew everything, and even predicted my chance of survival. If the system didn't know clearly what was happening and would happen, how could it dare to conclude whether someone would die or not? This ability to foresee everything can only be described as knowing everything. Therefore, the system must definitely know who sabotaged the Spirit King Palace. So I clapped my hands loudly and sweetly called out to the system. 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 And the system jerked out a small fairy. Then it quickly appeared in front of him, looking annoyed and saying, Hey, I'm busy. I don't call me like that before I start up the system. In a flash, Dunyak rushed forward intending to hug the system tightly. Oh my god. It quickly dodged to the side, causing you to hit your face against the wall. Are you crazy? Just tell me what's going on. The system replied coldly, No. You're now unconscious with a bump on your head but still excited. I was just guessing after all. I didn't expect that person truly exists. The system, realizing it had been tricked, sweat pouring down its face, quickly shied away. It's already late. You should rest. Suddenly, Dunyak placed one hand beside it and gently pressed. What are you sleeping for? Wake up now. Will you talk or not? If you don't talk, I won't hold back. The system blushed. You. Then suddenly unleashed a huge lightning strike on Dunyak. The guy was jolted, smoke billowing, his hair like a bird's nest, lamenting you're still as tough as ever. The system maintained its composure. Before the system activates, you don't have the right to ask these questions directly. You seem disappointed. Can't ask straight away. But you quickly thought of a different way, so it's okay not to ask directly. There's still plenty of night left. Do you want to play something first before leaving? He thought silently. If you can't ask directly, then ask cleverly. Hardship is what makes us find the power to help. We must seize the chance. The system paused to think for a moment. Dunyak continued. I want to know my current abilities. Or maybe play a hypothetical game with me. The system hesitated but finally agreed. Fine. You immediately took out a piece of paper and asked if I fought the district leader. What would be the outcome? And the system coldly responded. Death. You changed the target to Fang Chengzhu. And the system replied, "You win. Ta Vu Han. You changed the person again. You win." Continuing like this. Master Kung. Wang Fiu Piu. Liu Nguyen Ni. You win. You win. Death is certain. Stop right there. Dunyak and the system fell into silence. Liu Nguyen Ni. Dead for sure. He pondered. Could it be that she is the spy? Hiding her true strength. I was shocked when I thought of that hypothesis. Then I calmly considered how to reveal her true identity as a spy while ensuring I die before she gets caught. Dunyak immediately asked the system how powerful Liu Yuni really was. Whether she was at the heavenly realm like Lan Lu Bak. The system remained silent. So he glanced at it but said nothing. Continuing to hypothesize instead, I asked the system what would happen if I trained to the Supreme Law Realm and then fought Liu Nguyen Ni in a deadly duel. The system said I would definitely die. He asked again. So what about the Void Realm at the first stage of the Heavenly Realm? And the system also told him he would definitely die. Then he thought to himself, there's a problem with this guy. He started to escalate to a higher realm and asked, what about the Tao Realm at the first stage? The system still won't change its answer. You will definitely die. So the Heavenly Realm first tranche. You hesitated and asked. Only now does the system confirm who wins. I was surprised and shouted. So Liu Nguyen Ni's true strength is indeed Tao Realm. At least first truncate sky or higher. It doesn't matter if she is on the same side as Lan Lu Bak or not. But hiding her strength to enter Van Kim sect is definitely problematic. It doesn't matter what her identity or purpose is. As long as her spy identity is exposed. I will definitely, all over the network. He smirked maliciously. Devising a plan. First, to eliminate her personally. Second, to reveal her true face. And third, to be killed by her. Just thinking about it made him happily spin around. And when the system saw his self-destructive mood, it immediately fled. Suddenly, Junwo hesitated, feeling too happy too soon. Still needing to figure out how to discuss this with the elder and the headmaster of the sect, he lay on the bed in a daze. After his own death, involuntarily from grief, the sky quickly shifted to morning, and Dunyak's farewell letter was placed on the bed by the boy, who carefully covered it with a pillow. He secretly thought that the next step was the most important part of the plan. He carefully looked at the paper, on which a few words were scribbled. He held a pen in one hand and rested his chin with the other, lost in thought as his netbook gradually drew the portrait of a girl. I don't have a bit of experience in flirting at all. During school, I buried myself in books. And at work, I buried myself in work. I tried to find the materials to resurrect myself. But looking for a girl... Dunyak thought tearfully. I can't do this myself. I should ask someone else for help. So you're looking for Phuong Than Thu, who was surprised to see you come to see him and asked, Brother Du, is there something you need? Dunyak seemed a bit hesitant and said, I just want to get closer to Lu Sumui. Can you help me? Phuong Than Thu immediately leaned in with a murderous look. More intimate, but I quickly waved my hands to explain. No, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything. Phuong Than Thu then stepped back, chuckling. I understand. Then Than Thu stretched and said, I just want to get to know her normally. That's what most people say at the beginning. Dunyak was confused. Why does this guy know so much? Isn't he the one who grew up in the mountains since he was young? Than Thu smiled happily and reassured him, I'll definitely help arrange everything smoothly. Dunyak hurriedly thanked him. Much appreciated. Than Thu cheerfully responded. Compared to your life-saving. This is nothing. Than Thu quickly approached Nguyen Ni and conveyed Dunyak's message to her. All right, Lily sis, that's settled now. I will go inform Duhain. Than Thu waved goodbye and left. Nguyen Ni lowered her head and whispered to herself. Sleeping obviously means someone will put a pillow under your head. Both are embarrassed and share the same thought that Phuong Than Thu is really good at organizing things. This deserted, remote place with their sinister looks makes them think the same thing. No one disturb. It's an ideal spot for extermination. Dunyak starts chatting. Today is really my birthday. You smile gently outside, but secretly plan your strategy. Definitely unable to directly reveal Liu Yuani's true face. It will cause her to attack. This is definitely an act of self-destruction. The system will definitely issue a warning. So last night I stood in front of the special observation area, knowing everything. and planned a conversation that looked normal but was actually revealing secrets. Remember when you asked the system yesterday? It's fine to say these words tomorrow during your meeting with Lu Yue. Right? The system responds, no problem. I think it over. So she knows you already knew. She was an infiltrator. Thank you. Liu Yuetian replies. She secretly smiled to herself. Last time she refused so decisively. Now she's coming to find me again clearly with a different plan, but what does it matter? Today, anyone who comes will die. Senior sister. Actually, I have something to tell you, Dunyak asked. And Nguyen feigned innocence, asking what was going on. But behind her, she had prepared weapons to eliminate you. You played innocent, suspecting that among the disciples registered outside the icy glacier, there was still another traitor lurking. Nguyen's eyes widened in shock, and her weapon behind Dunyak was shattered. She exclaimed, What? Dunyak asked. What's wrong? Yuani covers her mouth in shock, hoping it's not true. The elder said everything was fine. So how could there still be an infiltrator? She looks worriedly to the side. I've already hidden the elders in the Tao realm. There's no way a mortal disciple could have found us. You look serious. I just happened to notice it by chance. But Nguyen was secretly thinking to herself, I have to ask clearly why he said that. She hesitated, then asked him, Why did you tell me about this? It should be for the elder Quang to know. Right? Dunyak then explained, I still don't have concrete evidence, and the sect can't be thrown into chaos just because of my words. Besides, that person might have escaped the elder's probing power, so their abilities must be strong enough. Therefore, I want you to investigate with me. Nguyen hesitated and asked, Why me? Aren't you afraid that I'm the traitor? He replied. No. My heart is as kind and beautiful as my appearance. How could I be that nasty and annoying traitor? Nguyen blushed and nodded, but then started thinking, this guy definitely has a problem, even if he doesn't know the truth. It's obvious from his cultivation level. She looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, Besides me, who among the disciples do you suspect the most? Dunya immediately replied, Ta Wuhan. Wuhan let out another sneer. Nguyen was also surprised. Ta Wuhan. But inside her, she felt nothing unusual. What makes you think she is suspicious? You confidently answered. She exudes a Taiji aura. Wuhan let out another squeak of singing. Nguyen silently looked at him. What nonsense is he talking about? Is he fooling me? She asked again. So do you not suspect anyone else besides her? Dunyak replied again. It's hard to say that others don't have secrets they can't reveal. But for now I only suspect Ta Wuhan. Nguyen furrowed her brow, thinking, half of what he said is true. Half is false. This guy is really tricky. She asked further. So what should we do next? Do you think the lying guard suggested monitoring Ta Wuhan? Find any suspicious clues. Mui and she both stay at the female dormitory. It would be more convenient for Mui to monitor her. I just hope Mui won't suffer any harm. So absolutely do not act on your own. Okay? Yuani smiled and replied. Fine. But in her mind she had already realized it was all a lie. He never suspected Wuhan, but wanted her to monitor her and not act on her own. This guy, she thought, the person he truly suspects is herself. She started to suspect, then he discovered it. Already knowing everything. Could he really be aware of even her cultivation level of the Tao realm? On the other side, Dunuo chuckled silently, seeming to understand his intention. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and act now. At this moment, both of them looked cold as ice. She silently pondered. That's wrong. He clearly suspected her, but told her to follow someone else. Trying to see what he was planning. Making sure she hadn't missed anything. And absolutely not acting impulsively. Then she called out, Elder brother. And he looked confused when he heard that. She then moved closer to him. Her embarrassment, making him nosebleed. What's going on? Do all of you practice like this? She whispered into his ear. Senior brother. If you want my help, can you tell me when you first started to suspect my betrayal? He quickly blushed and thought to himself, what is this about? Why ask such a thing? Isn't she just going to kill me right away? She puts her hand on his thigh and doesn't even want to talk about this. I guess it was when the elder examined his soul, wasn't it? I instinctively said no. It's not. Then she started to move her hand up from my thigh. Could it be even earlier than that? You can't help but gape in shock and shout out. Then you immediately push her away. No, you scream. Stop talking. Everyone would think you're crazy now. All I want is for her to act quickly without asking anymore. She's confused. Even if she told everyone, it wouldn't be believed. Maybe earlier than when I entered the Spirit King realm. But I don't have any dealings with him. Wait. The secret realm. She was stunned as she remembered that the disciple from the human realm suddenly had an extra chance to enter the secret realm because Dunok's scream attracted the attention of the elders. Could it be that it was intentionally arranged? Dunok still looks puzzled. Shu Mui. Why are you looking at me like that? Are there problems with her demonic cultivator brain? Do I need to signal more clearly? She is still struggling with her thoughts. On her first day entering the sect, she started practicing the Dakma Q. His true strength must have already surpassed the human realm and become unpredictable enough for the elders to make an exception to create this opportunity for him. She then looked at him and asked, could Huyen have known there was a spy among the disciples on his first day of enrollment? You hear that and also find it confusing. Who? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? She's still thinking, this disguise is too obvious. I was right. But it's so unreasonable. This time's plan is an extremely secretive scheme of the original Demon Lord. Only a few people know about it. So who is the mastermind? And how did they find out? Then she shook her head in denial. Ling 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 ling. There is still another possibility. Perhaps before entering the Spirit King Palace. He already discovered an insider among the disciples. She suddenly exclaimed, was my senior brother already aware that we would fall into the Spirit King Palace? And my thoughts were different. That's why he set this trap. Made a move to force my hand. Then quietly watched to discover my identity and purpose. Hearing that, I became even more confused. Wondering what kind of spirit crystal she was thinking of. I hope she won't overthink herself anymore. I have no idea where the spirit crystal has gone. Now that things are playing out exactly as he planned, he takes another step to probe himself. Calculating. Cunning enemy, silently hiding in the shadows like a snake. You speak up. Little sister. You look quite tense. Let me push the swing for you. Just relax and think carefully. You can definitely understand. Cao Lin kept pushing her hard. She was still suspicious. Understanding his meaning. Indeed, he has another plan. What is his true scheme? Do you really think I have nothing better to do than pretend like this just to catch a spy inside the sect? Investigating the spy further will be more certain and also beneficial for our sect. Your eyes turn sinister. So this time you've crossed the line. Haven't you? Still not understanding. She still can't grasp it. Can't believe that someone like her, an ordinary person who doesn't care about cultivation, would still think about the sect that much. Her face was a bit contemplative. Still lying. This guy definitely isn't someone trying to frame me. My previous judgment was correct. He's testing me. Moreover, his vague and unclear answers are surely to counter her lying detection ability. He even knows my cultivation level is in the Tao realm. You reply immediately. Of course. This whole Van Kiem sect is now what I care about most. You ponder. Clearly showing your stance. Surely they won't spare me. Who? At this moment, she was still sitting on the swing. Lost in thought. Wondering what her plan was. Then she suddenly opened her eyes as if awakened. And it all became clear. This person's ambition is bigger than I expected. His scheme involves the entire sword sect. She's starting to panic. Our plan for the primordial demon sect has been exposed for a long time. He's not revealing it to warn us not to attack the sword sect. As it belongs to him, she then stopped midair. No longer swinging. Her face lowered in a way that made the audience puzzled. The boy stepped forward, then held his hands up to his face and stood still for a moment. Suddenly, Yue Ni struck him directly in the stomach. Blood spraying from his mouth, causing the string of beads to also fly out. Her strike sent him tumbling down into the depths. The chain of beads falls apart, and she then picks up the beads, holding them tightly in her hand as she looks down into the cold, deep abyss. At this moment, Dunyak is unconscious at the bottom of the abyss when suddenly a voice echoes out the living. A young body, vibrant skin, and a pair of legs appears bound in chains. Dunyak's dark eyes are slowly opening. He pushes his head in confusion when a voice echoes, Hope. Hope to escape. He was still confused about where he was and what was happening when suddenly a terrifying woman with glowing red eyes appeared behind him. When he turned around, He immediately saw two sets of blazing red eyes staring at him like headlights. And the woman let out a scream. At that moment, the two faced each other, and a face resembling a demon appeared. I was startled when I saw it, and immediately screamed in fear. Tears streaming down my face. The appearance of the girl is revealed. She has ebony skin, messy pink hair, and her limbs are chained. She immediately calls out, Don't be afraid, I am not bad." Do Music couldn't help but be stunned and confused. He looked around. Then he looked at the other person, with a thoughtful expression. This guy. He stared intently at the pink-haired girl, thinking she was the one who caused her to save me. The girl immediately nodded. Yes. I saw the person fall down. Then on the other side. He recalls the scene from back then, smiling with satisfaction as he fell rapidly. Then suddenly some kind of energy held him tightly just as he was about to land. And that large hand kept him in place. She gently pulls you inside the cave. And you stand there stunned, your eyes still unable to comprehend what's happening. Right now, all you can see is a sea of dark clouds. You ponder in silence, unsure why the system left your points here waiting for you like this. The expert from outside the world fell off the cliff and was imprisoned, clearly indicating a new feature has been added. A nobody. I just crossed over and met an ancient ancestor in captivity. Obtained secret martial arts skills. Don't even think about deceiving me into cultivating. I'd rather fight to the death. The girl's voice suddenly rang out, and her hand grabbing the boy's made him jump in shock. The girl's face approached his and smiled, saying with her low cultivation and humble background, can she pass her secret skill to him? The boy immediately pushed her away in panic, confirming this was indeed the same old scenario. I immediately stepped back 3 meters from her. Take it and go. I don't want to increase my cultivation anymore. Besides, may I ask who you are? Senior? She immediately introduced herself. I am Tai Thula, a heavenly realm cultivator focused on the sky. You look at her happily, and she continues to make a proposal. Young man, with such low talent, having my cultivation method means you can increase your cultivation level rapidly, and those fellow disciples will no longer look down on me. I immediately shook my head, saying my fellow disciples do not look down on me, but the girl continues to speculate outwardly, acting friendly to them, yet secretly sneering behind their backs. The boy simply signaled, okay, saying no. They revere me a lot. The girl remains firm. With such a low cultivation level, you must be far inferior to the top expert, and your realm is definitely below theirs. But you immediately rebutted, saying there's no gap. I am the best disciple, apparently even surpassing the second ranked by 2 tramples of heavenly secrets. I really don't want to practice your cultivation technique. Hearing this, the girl stunned. The boy added, I don't want to become a beast anymore. And at this moment, her expression turned strange. He immediately turned around and left. But he didn't notice that one of her hands was attacking him. Then she shouted, I've been waiting for this day. And upon seeing this, he was immediately terrified. She continued, It's been 600 years. And she struck out fiercely at Dunok. Today, even if you don't want to learn, you have to learn. The boy cried out in pain, sweating all over. Then he stood there, wide-eyed and stunned, saying, I'm fine. The girl looked at him with a smile. She is the only hope for me to escape. How could I bring myself to kill her? Today, even if you don't want to learn. You have to learn now. Let's take it slow. She then smiled maliciously. Then she used her power to trap him, making him unable to run away. He screamed in despair. Don't ma. And the scene shifts to that night at the herbal medicine shop. Nguyenni is trying to use that string of beads. In the end, what is going on? Why does this chain have no magic power at all? It's just an ordinary gem. She cautiously guesses that her spiritual power has been transferred to Dunyak. Returning to Dunyak's place, he continues to face Thula. Confused as he watches what the girl is doing, she picked up a stone and pondered how long it had been. While now she was carving something onto the wall. I haven't seen the sky outside yet. On the stone are the date symbols of how long she's been here. Looking very pitiable. She remembers the past, but the urging sound keeps ringing. Faster, quickly chase after. There. I ran toward the cliff and caught her alive. A group of people pursuing Thule. She was seriously injured then. Running and panting, she ran toward the abyss. Now all that lay ahead of her was a deep chasm. She looked ahead at the abyss, and then turned to see the voices behind her hurry. Catch her. She's worried chasing so fast. She stood in front of the abyss. Her teeth clenched as she cursed. Damn it. Then immediately jumped down into the ravine. The pursuing group kept running forward, with the abyss ahead, and I had nowhere left to run. But when they arrived, Shulei had already jumped down long ago, and all they could do was shake their heads. Tasu has already looked around. There's no one here. Maybe she has jumped down, said one of the chasing group. Tasu replied, there is a great formation protecting the area in front of us. It's not easy to get through. The man beside him looked confused. So the woman in the group grew irritated. Damn it. It took so long to find a suitable person. And she's dead. Wasted 2 years of my time. Just a little more, and I could have made her into a pill concoctor. But who would have thought that girl knew secret techniques like skin peeling? Tasu also felt regretful. She was a rare genius in the demon world of the past 100 years. Coming from the demon cultivation realm, having cultivated techniques from various demonic sects like the Soul Hysteria sect, the Yin Mo sect, and the Blood Y sect, she was already at the realm of spiritual perception at only 18, making it difficult to imprison her. But according to her cultivation level, if she were still alive, my consciousness would definitely be able to detect her. So he began to scan the surrounding consciousness. The woman beside him asked what was going on, and he fell silent, pondering deeply. Then he shrugged and said no. She's dead. And the woman scolded. Damn it. After that, they left. Let's go. Unlucky. Think of a way to tell the sect master. What's there to be afraid of? Her whole family was wiped out 2 years ago. At most, find someone to refine pills instead. After falling into the abyss, Thula kept crying out in pain. She huffed a few times. Still alive. Thula trudged forward step by step. Her breathing labored non-stop. She clutched her chest, her breath growing heavier, muttering to herself as her cultivation was completely exhausted and she had come to the territory of the deadly enemy demon sect. If they dare to chase after me, even if they bite me, I will bite them all to death. Thule collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, she saw a cave in front of her and slowly entered inside. She gazed at something that made her astonished. Her eyes wide open, she picked up a technique manual, and as she read the title, it turned out to be the Yin-Yang Demon Lord Seal. She froze for a moment before laughing softly. I've actually picked it up. Having found the place to inherit the cultivation technique of the Earth First Demon Cultivator, she started to laugh loudly, knowing that with them, she would surely return to the peak. But suddenly, the ropes appeared out of nowhere, entangling her hands, then constricting her entire body. Suddenly she screamed, "Where did this rope come from?" Then a loud laughter burst out. Ahaha, a yellow demon warrior appears with a gleeful smile. Don't struggle anymore. Your cultivation isn't even at the 10th heavenly peak, so you won't break free. Thu Lei, angry at that, snared you. You bastard. The other quickly spoke to calm her down. Don't be afraid. I am the Ma Lord of the Yang Sich. I set this formation to help you avoid outside disturbances so you can focus on cultivation here. When I was alive, he crushed many weak enemies, originally to help them escape suffering, but the treachery of those self-proclaimed righteous sects, betrayed by hundreds of heavenly realm cultivators, left me with only a broken soul, truly a bunch of filthy scum. Thula fell silent upon hearing this. He explained that this magic array would transfer all my cultivation to him. Your spiritual root is very good. You could reach the heavenly spirit in less than 100 years. After learning, you will be able to go out. The swordsman will avenge me. So then he immediately wanted to leave. And Thula shouted, "Don't go, let me out." But in the end, Thule could only grit her teeth and curse him. You bastard, you're too weak. Still a sect? I just want to tear apart those bastards who captured me. Let me go. At this moment, a white aura emanates from her mouth. Energy began to gather in her hands. She focused on her cultivation, then opened her eyes. A surge of immense energy erupted, and Thule soared up amidst powerful swirling currents of energy. It caused the entire place to emanate a white aura like Thule's breath. Then she, with her eyes turning white, stomped her foot down into the white smoke. Thule shouted, "Old fart. I finished learning. The heavenly mirror of the 13 heavens has been around for 300 years. And now I can finally go out. He laughed then. You're truly talented. The tool is complete. I can finally avenge myself. He laughed and looked down at Thule, who looked up confused. A tool. He explained that before he died, he kept digging mountain caves, setting up formations, and leaving treasure. Do you think that's why? Ha ha ha. Could it be that you finally realized something? He spoke, saying that breaking through the 10th level of the heavenly mirror indeed could shatter the chains, but it would also release a sky full of demonic aura. And everyone at Venken Gate would now know where she was. She was furious upon hearing this. Now that I am at the 10th level of the heavenly mirror, even if the people from Venken Gate come, I can still fight. He chuckled and said, at that moment I couldn't avoid it either. Of course it's you. Do you really think I was helping your cultivation? He sneered. Waiting for you to go out and take revenge for me. Now you only have two choices. Either hide in the mountain cave for the rest of your life without ever seeing the outside world, or take your own life. Hearing this, she immediately fell to the ground in shock, her face full of despair, and he sneered at her. With your celestial stage, 10 layers cultivation, you could conquer the entire Wanjiman. My wish can finally come true. Ha ha ha. Then a long time passed. She has been in the cave for a very long time, from spring to summer, then to autumn, and finally to a snowy winter, until one day, Thule, exhausted, lie inside the cave and sighed. How long has it been? Probably 300 years now. She looked up, placed her hand on her forehead, and pondered heavily. I really have to stay here for the rest of my life. She then burst out in frustration. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm so bored I could die. She kept kicking the ground. I want to bathe. I want to eat delicious food. I want to wear beautiful clothes. She suddenly remembered something. Her body couldn't be possessed, but her soul might not be the same. She immediately thought of borrowing a corpse to exchange souls. If I can exchange souls with someone else, then I can escape this trapped body. One day, when I meet someone, they'll help me return to the human world, and that's when Dunak is falling down. She immediately sensed that some strange object had appeared. She listened carefully to the sound, then suddenly shouted out, People! People! She was so happy she smiled till her face turned red. At that moment, inside the mountain cave, Dunyak lay helpless on the ground, silently thinking, there's no such thing as pressing someone down to transfer spiritual power. Thule is now sitting on top of Dunyak, both of them blushing shyly. After a while, the two ended up lying next to each other. She thought to herself that this little brat's cultivation was probably just at the weak human stage. If she wanted to exchange soul with him, it would take a lot of time. I can't let him also get trapped here, or he'll starve to death. Besides, to complete the spell, I need to trick him into cooperating. Seeing how dumbfounded you look, she quickly devised a plan. For now, just let him go back and advance to the magical realm. Hee. Everyone just follow the plan and carry it out gradually. Thula's smile made Dunyak feel a chill down his spine as he secretly thought, why do I feel this way? Thula smiled eerily and walked towards Dunyak. She teased, do you now feel a little bloated? Like something wants to come out? Her actions left you stunned. Thula continues to wait and toy around. The soul transfer portal is complete, which means only a small amount of soul can be transferred at the moment. She secretly thought, threatening him a little, so he would try harder to reach the Fa realm and complete the passage on his own. Thule sneered proudly. Haha, you're finished now. I just cast a dark spell on you, and you've become my puppet. Hearing that, Dunyak stared blankly as his arm suddenly moved on its own. Turns out, Thule was controlling him. She flicked her hand, and Dunyak's body suddenly sprang up. Then she spun around in circles, with Dunyak running around like a little dog. She looked at Dunyak with a confident smile, thinking her control was in her hands. Ha ha ha. You're scared now, aren't you? Dunyak was puzzled, wondering what this person intended by controlling his body. You guessed that she's been here for so long, then suddenly controls your body. Why is that? Body. Soul. Could it be? So you ask her, is this about the demon path? She responds, huh? Dunyak asks again. Been stuck here for a very long time. Huh? She replies. 600 years. Dunyak continued, wanting to go outside. She made hum-hum sounds. After hearing that, Dunyak also understood the reason for her actions. Dunyak asked, puzzled. You're wasting effort like that. Isn't it just to transfer energy? You want to rely on me to get out. Now for some reason I can't do it. I have to fulfill a certain condition to proceed. Right, aiming at the fact that her heart skipped a beat. She was startled. She pondered what? I can't believe I've been discovered. Are all the disciples registering and seeking the martial arts sect this year so smart, since she has already been discovered and no longer hides it? Well, if things are already like this, I'll say it right away, if you don't want to die. Obediently listen to me, and follow what I say in your cultivation. Dunyak doesn't know what to do. What can she do? A demonic cultivator of the celestial realm. If she leaves this place, she'll definitely become a threat to the world. And if I stubbornly refuse to help her, based on the current situation, the system will undoubtedly conclude that I am seeking my own death. Thule angrily shouted out because she saw you not responding. Why haven't you agreed to me yet? Little brat? Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. Ah, I see it now. You definitely want that. Thule quickly took out a pile of treasures she cherished and held them up in front of Dunyak. She was very proud and said, these valuables are all for you. And these precious books can also help someone reach the divine realm. This contains a cultivation technique I refined over hundreds of years. Dunyak hurriedly waved her hand to refuse. Senior, you don't need to be so enthusiastic. I really don't want to upgrade my cultivation. Are you listening to me? And by the way, these are all demon cultivator techniques. Hearing that, Thule immediately threw all the treasures aside. So you're worried about this? Thule rushed over and hugged Dunyak. I have a dual cultivation technique that could help that person. Thule's embrace startled Dunyak. She kept shaking you. Come here. I will let you feel the seductive smoke of the demon cultivator. Dunyak shivered violently, trying to push Thule away. Young lady. Senior. My aunt, you use all your strength to push her away. Please, I beg you, this is not a joke you can just talk about. You scream loudly. Let me go. She doesn't care about what Dunu has said. Don't worry, come here. At this moment, a new thought suddenly crossed her mind. Oh. Seeing Shulai suddenly stop, Dukshu didn't understand what was wrong with her. Shulai. With a wicked smile. I forgot this cultivation technique requires 3 repetitions to succeed. Just when I thought Dunyak had escaped, she continued speaking. But it's okay now. After 100 years of boredom, I've created a clone. In an instant, a burst of power appeared. Binding Dunyak tightly, she shouted loudly. Just in time to challenge me. Let me truly sense the aura of whoever is here, and soon call forth my avatar to train with us. Dunyak cried out in pain, calling for help. The technique of the monarch becoming active can transfer spiritual energy through both bodies, and then back again. And this feeling of passing through back and forth will make people want to stop but can't. After a while of gritting his teeth, Thule was exhilarated. This was the feeling he wanted. Are you ready? Dunyak, trembling with pain, begged not to be hurt, pleading stop. Stop. Enough. And with all her strength pushed her away. As Dunyak was shoved back, Thule grew angry. Pausing for a moment, Dunyak kneeled on the ground. Senior, I was wrong. I don't need to transfer my inner strength or turn into a demon body. I will practice hard when I return. Please forgive me, Senior. Then she told you that if you're not willing, she won't force you anymore, and she gently touched your face, saying that once you return, she hopes you'll train hard so she can see the outside world again. Without waiting for Dunuat's reaction, she stepped closer to you, their noses nearly touching, making Dunuat blush. Remember that. Thule urgently urged Dunuat. Hey, come here so I can teach you how to use these magic tools. Hearing that, Dunyak hesitated. My senior has a name. Thule huffed. That's right. Now you remind me, I still don't know what your name is. Dunyak introduces himself, saying, my name is Dunyak. After hearing that, she bursts out laughing. Haha, such a silly name. And hearing her mockery like that, Dunyak feels uncomfortable. But it's not because he wanted to be known. After a while of sorting, Dunya thought to herself that this should be enough, since she didn't want to cultivate anyway. She turned to ask her opinion. Senior, Please take these secret artifacts and secret scripture with you. Thule agreed immediately. Take them and go. I can't use these anyway. Dunyak left the cave with the valuables he had taken. Thule waved goodbye quickly and said she'll wait for that person, and then watched his back as he left, glancing at the pile of treasure beside her with a somewhat embarrassed look. After falling out of the cave, Dunya was standing and looking up at the cliff in front of him. He thought to himself, I should be able to climb this cliff directly. Let's try it and see, thinking that. He suddenly applied his strength and quickly climbed up. But mountains are not that easy. He held on to each cliff, face with his hands. That's convenient. The cultivation technique my senior brother taught me. But suddenly Dunyak senses something isn't right. Why can't my body move like this? Dunyak's whole body suddenly becomes stiff. A constant red energy now bursts out from his body. Ha ha ha, after 600 years. I can finally see the outside world. Dunyak heard this and was terrified. That voice. Senior. Day after day. The red shadow that looks like an octopus explanation. My complete body is still waiting for that person. But I have divided a soul thread into the person's body. I can see what they see and hear what they hear. Dunyak could only force a smile. Ha, you're impressive, she threatened you. And there's this matter too. If you dare tell the old folks at Van Kim Mon about my affair, I can use this soul to kill you. Understand, huh? I have no choice but to agree. All right. I think to myself, if I tell the head teacher, it would just be a form of self-harm. When will the system ever expand my authority? Dunyak pushed hard, thinking to himself, I'll just go back first and figure out the rest later. But something seems to be blocking him. Dunyak has a bump on his head. And he is suspicious. What is going on? You look up to see a familiar shadow in Nguyen. When she sees you, she startles. She's a person. The time rewinds 10 minutes, accompanied by a series of urgent chime notifications. Nguyen, lying on the bed, suspiciously asks. The identity of Dunyak has been revealed. The person on the other end replies, Yes, young lady Bao Thang. There isn't much information about that Dunyak. But according to the cruel lady, he is the son of the infinite demon ancestor. Hearing this, Nguyen was terrified. The son of Van Ma Tu Su. She quickly left the bed and ran away. If that were true, she would be doomed. And most likely her master's cultivation would fall into his hands. I must find him quickly. Alive, I must see him. Dead, I must see the body. Returning to where Nguyen pushed Dunyak, Nguyen examines carefully. It must have fallen here. She took a deep breath and then jumped down. Back in the present, facing Dunyak. Nguyen was extremely cautious of this man. Both sides stared at each other before she used her power. At this moment, Dunyak was being controlled by Thule. Yuani silently thought. This feeling. Then her eyes widened in shock. She cried out in terror. The reaching heaven realm. She jumped in fear, trembling with sweat, running while her mind raced. He didn't reveal his strength. As expected, he wants to have me come to him willingly. What does he want to do? Kill me quickly. Over here, Dunyak is also panicking. Senior. I can't move anymore. Please don't use my body without permission. Seeing what just happened, Thule feels a bit worried. Oh no. I've been caught. She will definitely report to Van Kim's sect. I haven't escaped yet, and I'm almost sure I'll die. Seeing my senior panic, Dunyak tried to soothe her. Senior, don't be so frightened. She is also a demon cultivator. Hearing this, Thule asked suspiciously. Who? Then why do your clothes look so similar? Isn't it the same sect? Dunyak sighed then, saying this thing is a bit complicated. She is a demon cultivator who pushed me off the mountain and specifically came here to find me. So I probably still have some use to her. She wouldn't tell the chief instructor. Hearing this, Thule sighed and said, Oh, so useless. And yet she was defeated by a young girl at the Taoist caution stage and fell off a cliff. If I hadn't saved her, she would have definitely died. Dunyak looked helpless and said, Yeah. If it weren't for her hesitation. The scene shifts to where Nguyen is reporting to the demon cultivator, who shouts, What? The expert in the demonic path of the 10 layers of the heavenly realm looked unconvinced. Nguyen affirmed confidently that Duni saw it with his own eyes. And after discovering that the magical energy in the jade chain had been absorbed by him, he wanted to go to the cliff to see if he could recover it. If Duni had moved even slightly slower, he might have been killed after discovering his secret. Hearing this crucial point, the demon cultivator angrily demanded confirmation. His mana being absorbed by the jade chain, Yuani immediately nervously replied that it was a mistake by Duni. That a few days ago, Duni had sent people to investigate, and there was news indicating he was the son of the Abyss demon ancestor. Ma Tuan thought for a moment and then refuted. No. Perhaps the information is wrong. Dunyak absolutely cannot be the son of the Abyss demon ancestor. He started to recount that before the great demon sovereign disappeared without leaving any children, he had been missing for over 20 years. Even if he had a child, he would be under 30 years old and unable to cultivate the demon art, nor reach the heavenly realm. Ma Tuan asserts that Dunyak could absolutely not be the son of Du Thui Hoen. Even if Du Thui Hoen were so obsessed that he sacrificed his cultivation to help his son, it still wouldn't be possible. Nyet Ni's confusion deepens. So if that's the case, then he is indeed the one. If Van Su's guess is correct, he is the Van Ma Tsu. And at this moment Dunyak has already climbed up to the top of the cliff. Yue Ni was still pondering how Dunyak could be the Van Ma Tsu. It then continues. Ma Tuan said, among the 10 powerful masters of the Ma Dao heavenly realm, only a few of us, and no one else could reach Van Kiem Mon. After thinking it through, the only person who would never follow common customs is most likely the Van Ma Tsu, who disappeared 20 years ago. Furthermore, during the chaotic battle before his disappearance, it was said that he saw scenes from the higher realms of the heavenly tier. Now he appears again at Van Kiem Mon. Could it be that Van Kiem Mon can help him advance further? At this moment, outside, footsteps are approaching, and Nguyet Ni, still feeling conflicted. Ma Tuan asked further, did you say he deliberately approached you? Nguyet Ni hesitantly replied yes. Hearing this answer, Ma Tuan sighed deeply. Bishwa understood now. Nguyet Ni asked nervously, what do you mean by that? The arm of the person outside earlier is pushing the door open. Ma Tuan replies, he is targeting your immortal demon twin body. He wants to use your body to become an immortal demon twin. Nguyet Ni. It turned out that Wuhan was the one pushing open the door, calling your name. His voice startled her and made her jump in fear. Hearing who was coming, Nyet Ni hurriedly adjusted her clothes, turned to see who it was, and stammered, Soti, you look suspicious like that. Are you okay? You know. Why are you hiding in your room in broad daylight? The elder is calling us. Wuhan thought to himself. What's going on? Nyet Ni nervously asked. Is something wrong? Senior sister? Hearing that, Wuhan became even more confused. Didn't we already say yesterday that there would be a test for the human-ranked disciples today? Dunyak was also tense. As he was burning some book, he quietly thought that before Liang Yue Ni could kill him, he couldn't reveal her identity for now. So he decided to stay low and see the situation. Suddenly, a voice rang in Dunyak's ear. Hey kid, what are you burning there? Dunyak asked in doubt. Our senior's still here. There's no movement in the sect sword yet. I thought you were sleeping soundly. Huh. Is there anyone who can control my body's free will? Thula was very confident. Of course. This way, it's less exhausting than completely controlling everything. Upon hearing this, Dunyak exclaims, oh, but in the coming days, please keep a low profile. In a few days, there will be a test for disciples at the human realm, and the elders will be watching us closely. So if you do that, you'll risk revealing yourself. Tule, hearing Dunyak mention the test, became interested what kind of test for disciples at the human stage. Is it fun? Dunyak replied. It's a test for new disciples of Van Kiem sect. If you fail, you have to go down the mountain. Dunyak secretly thought that going to Van Kiem, Mon, to conveniently find a way to die, having failed several times before mainly due to external factors. Now that the opportunity has come, I must seize it. I have 2 powers within me, and I cannot give up the reward from the Spirit King Palace. Or another. At that time, the head teacher had sealed the magic power of instructor and jock, so I had to find a way to break it to gain a new way to debug. Hearing this, Thule smiled confidently. Don't worry. When I entered the body, I sensed 2 very powerful cultivation techniques, enough for you to reach the spirit realm. It's just a test. Simply achievable. After hearing this, Dunyak broke down crying. Senior, Don't say any more. Don't say it's simple. Don't look at how serious you seem. Tu le. Admit defeat. All right. All right. Dunyak sighed and told Thule to focus on the upcoming test. You just hide in the front. Okay. Thule replied irritably. Got it. Got it. In the main hall where disciples come to register, Du Huyen hadn't seen Huyen and Nugyet Ni all day yesterday. Looks like things aren't going well. Dunyak agreed with Thanthu's words. Indeed. He thought to himself. This guy actually has an interest in this. You look ahead and see the figure of Nguyet Ni, silently thinking she is indeed still there. It seems that apart from trying to kill me, the tasks this infiltrator has at Van Kiemon are also very important. Risking being exposed. Yet he has to stay here. At this moment, Shu Lei also whispered in your ear. Ha, little lover of yours is also here. Hearing that, Dunyak immediately got angry. Senior, this is not the time for you to go out now. Nguyet Ni here is continuously sweating. Not accusing anyone. Knowing she's a spy but pretending like nothing's wrong. Just as her master said, she recalls her master's warning to stay at Van Kiemon and continue her mission. Waiting for Du Thui Hon's foxes to reveal themselves, luring the chief elder and the high elder of Van Kiemon to attack. I will find a way to lure her in. Nguyet Ni frowned. Wanting to use my body as a vessel to cultivate. Then I can only strike first before she does. At the exam site, the elder announced that the disciples registered for the test at Dongjian Peak have now reached the 4th level of the human realm. Therefore, in 3 days, those with cultivation at the 4th level of the human realm will enter the 1st layer of the secret realm to participate in the exam. Hearing the announcement, all the contestants were buzzing with talk. After such a major event, they didn't cancel the exam. I thought I could pass smoothly, but I'm definitely doomed. Haha. Finally, I've been waiting for this. Wuhan is extremely confident. The earlier the better. I will definitely pass. Thanthu is worried. Indeed, the strength of the Van Kiem sect is profound. And it's unaffected at all. Thanthu looked at the leftover music. Senior Du, what's wrong with you? You've been like this for a while. Wen Ni clasped her hands together. Kill Dunyak. I must kill him quickly. Then I won't have to be afraid anymore. The elder Shen remained silent. Although he resumed his usual preamble, the rules of the secret realm assessment had slightly changed. The energy of the 5 spirit stones is a generous reward for mortal disciple. But it's unfair to beast disciple and not beneficial for our sect's talent cultivation. So this exam will employ a new rule. 211 spirit stones are placed in the 1st layer of the mystic realm. There is no limit to how many each person can take, and stealing from others is allowed. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock, and Du Noak also stammered in amazement at the 211. Lam Mon continued. The more spirit stones you seize, the higher your cultivation will be. The competition must be conducted thoroughly. During the assessment, there will be patrols to prevent failures. I believe the competition will be very fierce, so you should prepare yourselves well. As the sun rises high in the clear sky, the disciples start to discuss, wow, it's so hot. I wonder if this time we can advance by a big step. It's a good idea to have Phuong Than Thu, Ta Vu Han, and Du Nok. Who do you think can defeat? Whom should we team up to strike first? Do you want to chase them away? Nguyet Ni listened to the gossip and frowned. Oh please. It's all just childish games. With some protectors present, they can't be killed. So they can only seize the opportunity to fight within the secret realm and create a talentless demon. I really don't want to keep going back and forth in the secret realm. Even if I just reveal a small tale, it could lead to a dangerous pursuit even worse than before. But when I entered the 1st level of the secret realm, I unexpectedly discovered a hidden room beneath the volcano that was unguarded. Moreover, that place is guarded by a demonic beast of the divine realm, making it an ideal spot to force Dunyak to reveal his identity. First, push him into that room, then provoke the demonic beast, and finally trap Dunyak inside it. Faced with the attack from the beast, he would definitely use demonic magic to defend himself, and the expert from the swordsmanship school would sense it immediately and come flying over, so he's surely dead. But I need to set up traps in the secret room first. Then what should I do to lure Dunyak in here? On a beautiful day at the test site, a voice rang out. Does my junior sister calling us out here mean something? Yuedni timidly spoke. I want to ask everyone to help me find Dunyak when we're halfway through the test. Just tell him I was in danger, crossing a difficult challenge in the volcano, so he would come to rescue me. Thanthu wondered why I had to do that. Nyetni covers her face with her hand. Her cheeks flush so red they seem to smoke. I want to know how much he values me. Whether he would give up his cultivation and risk danger for me. Hearing this, Wu Hang is also speechless. Thanthu claps and laughs loudly. Well done. Well done. My disciple. Very impressive. Nyetni also told us. Don't let Dunyak find out about this. Tangtu replied. Don't worry about it. I will definitely keep your secret safe. After a moment, Dunyak looked confused and let out a sigh. Thanthu slightly smiled with her thumb up, thinking that Nguyetni might be pretending to face danger in the secret realm. Then using us to lure others there to test their loyalty, he must hold on to the house tightly. Nguyetni nghe vai trong long vo cung túc gian. Tve ma lai nyol kak nwai root du. Dung la ungu het tuak chua. Fu hang len ting mang. Den gok nyan woi sao lai fun het the ne. Than thu ngay nok? So chai ji chu. De. La nhua min zea. Dunyak len tiang ken ungan. Không sao zoom zang nhau. You're just trying to test my resolve in the trial. Huh, thanks for letting me know. But deep down, I think she wants to kill me. That's just how clever she is. Dunyak reveals a sinister smile. The assessment begins. Senior elders announce that the Mortal Realm disciples are taking their first test. Start now. The elders are watching the disciples through the screens. In the monitor showing the contestants fighting monsters, the elders all praise them. Not bad. After the previous incident, the disciples have improved a bit. Yes. Quite good. Everything looks fine now. Hopefully this time there won't be any surprises. Just as he finished speaking, an image of Dunyak, picking flowers and catching butterflies, appeared in his mind, making the elders break into a cold sweat. What's wrong with Dunyak? I heard he's been rushing into love lately. Maybe that's why he's been slacking off. Turu spoke up to defend him, relying on his unwavering sense of justice. And this definitely couldn't be affected by this matter. I also think he has other intentions. But I can't figure out the reason right now. Perhaps the answer will reveal itself during this trial. Old Man asks, What is your name? Miss? Old Xuan Duong replies, It seems her name is Luong Nuyet Ni, and she is near an erupting volcano. A hand touches the magma, and it turns out to be Yue Nian. She seems to be searching for something. Where is she? Suddenly, Yue Nian opens a cave entrance and finds it. She thought to herself that no one would expect the trap to be hidden in the magma. Yet she had discovered it. Inside was a fire lizard, sleeping soundly. And Nguyet Ni continued to consider her options. The previous probe detected that the fire monitor lizard was subdued here, using a formation, and it was almost at the divine realm. This extraordinary fire monitor lizard's strength was at most in the formation realm. The king monitor only reached the first heavenly spiritual realm. So where could the monitor attain the divine realm? Then she looked at the fire lizard, no longer caring. Although the lizard wouldn't attack humans intentionally, she couldn't provoke it either. Conveniently, she planned to use it against Dunya, and a faint smile spread across her face. Then she quickly ran back and forth around the fiery salamander, creating a purple array. Seeing everything was settled, she shot a killer look, then calmly brought Dunyak here, reactivated the secret chamber's ceiling formation, roused the fire skink into madness, and seized the opportunity to use the teleportation formation to escape this place. That's right. There's also a drawing of the teleportation array. When the only door to the secret chamber is closed, there's no way out anymore. This one-time array spell is good. After using it, it automatically disappears. No matter how I check, I can't find a way out. And then Yue Ni draws the array with her hand, sealing the door. There seems to be something in the bushes right now. It turns out Dunyak is inside it. Now Thule has merged into him, and he has become that green spirit. He asks, Senior, you've been walking back and forth here since the test began. Why did you stop now? Upon hearing the question, Thule also responded, Walking around, I am observing the surroundings. It's not that Lu Nguyenni wants to test you in the volcano. We took this opportunity to set the trap and wait for her to come. Hearing that, Dunyak asked again, Do we need to kill Lu Ngoyetni? If she wanted to report, she would have done so long ago, and there wouldn't be any commotion now. In his mind, he thought, Lun Guyetni's assassination plan is under my protection. Thula wondered how you could trust a spy from the demon sect. She could turn against you at any moment. The only way I can be at peace is by killing her. And if the other one jumps again, I will use your body to escape, and then jump down in front of those watching. Hearing that, he immediately turned face. Kill, kill, kill. Whatever Elder Chien says we do. So what trap are you planning to set? Thula sneers wickedly. If she chose the volcano as the location, then of course we should take this chance to roast her with lava. Hearing that, Dunyak was a bit startled. A volcano sounds dangerous. If I'm not careful, I might immediately run into trouble. At this moment, Thule raised 2 fingers and said, You might have to endure some pain later. Then Shule touched her forehead with her finger and closed her eyes, making him curious. Suddenly, Dunyak let out an ah. But this is Sortien. What are you doing? My head hurts so much. Thule gently patted Dunyak's head and said, Be patient. It's just a magic array, gathering some information from your mind, unexpectedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Dunyak suddenly looked normal and said, Oh, I'm no longer in pain. Senior. Which made Thula panic. Ah. Duna asked. So how was the exam day? Thule was startled to realize something strange. Why would he ask that? Currently, they are in a world inside the mind. And Dunak is raising his hand, as if bound. Tu le réponds. Your soul's strength is due to your human nature, which confuses Dunyak. Thule presents a volcano model. It's a minor illusion. But the main matter is more urgent. Look over here. This is the news that made people suffer such pain just now staring at the model. Dunyak asked curiously. This is Shule, explaining the layout of the magic array inside the volcano. Upon hearing this, Duri heard and asked, Senior, do you have any plans for today? Shulai produced a Taishu bottle, the magic tool I previously gifted you that can block the flow of spiritual energy. We have now confirmed the terrain and the distribution of the array inside the volcano. Soon we will locate all the key points of the array. Using the Taiji vessel to disturb it slightly will throw the array into disarray, causing the lava to flow out. Thule smiled happily and said, All right. Let's go to the volcano to find the key points of the formation. She set her own trap and praised herself, calling it a perfect trap. And yet there's another similar one here. Dunyak felt helpless and asked what to do. Thula cheerfully asked, Do you see these formations? Each one is a trap. And once triggered, it will instantly stimulate that fiery primordial creature. Although this type of beast is very gentle and obedient, only when provoked does it not stop until it bites and kills someone. And this is a transcendent realm creature. Even I would find it hard to escape, especially here, surrounded by layers of formations sealing off every secret chamber with no gaps left. Just bring your little lover here and she'll definitely die. Dunyak quickly objects. She's not my little lover. Then he suddenly realizes, Wait. What about the original plan? Thule calmly replies, Forget about that original plan. This plan is much better than mine. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Luck was really on her side. But she didn't know who had arranged such a big trap. Dunyak sighed, thinking it was probably Liang Yue Ni. Suddenly, Thule saw something that surprised her. Before her was a formation. And there was even a teleportation array here. It is still filled with spiritual energy. Once the secret chamber is sealed, this will be the best escape route. I don't know who set up the formation. Maybe it's still Luang Nyetni. Thula smirked and said, Doesn't matter who it is. I still thank him very much. Dunyak silently calculated in his mind. I must act. My body is still under Thule's control. If she doesn't enter Huoshan and continues to pursue and hunt down Liang Nuity, won't I be left empty-handed? So before I regain my body, I must save Liang Nuity first. After considering it, you speak up. Senior, is there any flaw in this plan? Thule asked. Where is the flaw? He replied. Using the demonic technique teleportation array will generate chaos in the law power and be discovered by the Van Kiem sect. Thule showed indifference, saying it doesn't matter. After all, isn't there still something to reveal the truth? You keep blocking them. But what if they examine our memories? Our identities might be exposed. Thula hesitated upon hearing this, but reassured him. It won't come to that. Dunyak continued. Actually, the last Sacred Land incident was similar. Everyone was caught and investigated, and the sect leader personally intervened, forcing a Heavenly Realm disciple to self-destruct. Upon hearing about self-destruction, Thula broke into a sweat, silently contemplating for a moment before deciding fine. Then she still invested some power into the teleportation formation. Dunyak, seeing this, became curious and asked, Senior, what are you doing? Thula calmly responds, All right, I'm skipping the minor spells. This teleportation formation is broken, so I locked all the secret chambers at the back entrance. That little inner room still died as before. Dunyak thought to himself, I just fooled her for half the day. I have to think of another plan. I definitely can't let her encounter Lu Yetni. Then he whispered to Thula. Senior. Liu Yetni disappeared mysteriously, and suddenly a secret chamber appeared inside the fire mountain, transporting formation and magic. I think these two might be connected somehow. Thula wondered what's related. Dunyak replied that perhaps when Lung Yetni triggered the test arrangement on Hoa Sun, she accidentally encountered a mysterious person inside the secret chamber. And before he could finish speaking, Thula cut in and asked to kill her. Thula denied it. No way I would kill someone in the secret realm. I have to be very careful. If anyone dies, the sect will definitely find out who did it. I can't dare to act directly. Dunyak continued. That's right. So I guess the mysterious person will hide Lung Guyetni somewhere secret. We should prioritize searching in remote, less traveled places. Thulange Vaithi Dongbuok. Vimat Sui Tu. That makes sense. Dunyak thought happily when he saw he was about to deceive her. All that was left was to waste Tai Thule's time, and Lun Guyetni's life would be safe. Even a perfect murder trap like this is noticed by Tai Thule. So how could I possibly hang such a valuable talent when I am wearing such a disguise? Dunyak quickly suggests. There's no one passing behind Hoa Sun, so let's search over there. And Thula immediately agrees. Just then, a figure suddenly appears. Thule immediately sensed someone. That person was Luna Yetni, who quickly moved closer and snatched the bag from her. Yueni quickly stepped back, while Thule turned around with a fierce look in her eyes. Dunyak hurriedly shouted, Liu Yueni, you're panicking. Ngui Zoi. The bag. The bag has been stolen. Before they could react, Nyetni quickly ran away from there. Shuli stood angrily to the side. You bastard, how dare you play me? Dunuo tremblingly asked. What did you say? Senior sister Shuli loudly replied. I have to kill someone and yet you dared to leave the game with me. Thanthu and Wuhan are dividing the spoils together. And this time, the two of us have 3. So we're in. Suddenly, a group of people quietly approaches them from somewhere. The crowd rushed to steal their belongings, demanding the jade stones. And a conflict broke out. Wuhan, holding the bag of turquoise gems in his hand with a smile, said if you still dare to come and steal the turquoise stones, you don't know your limits. The group was beaten down and laid sprawled on the ground. At the same time, the elders silently observe through the screen and discuss among themselves. Currently, the best performers are Ta Wuhan and Fuang Thanthu, who each hold 40 Bix jade beads. Then the true test of this assessment is the chaotic battle to seize the green jade, to see if they can hold on. So where did Dunyak run off to? Over there. Yuni pooted her little face. I was right, I knew it. Dunyak will definitely go all out to participate in the trial. To hide his identity, he collected and stole the bitch jade stones. Isn't that just him obediently following along? Thule in Dunyak's body is chasing after Nguyet Ni, her whole body billowing with smoke and fire, shouting loudly, Stop, little traitor. Dunyak quickly warns. The voice from the other side is the secret lava volcano. Don't follow anymore. Yue Ni just activated the spell array and said, Got caught. Fools. Then the door of Fire Mountain closed. Thule now realizes she has been tricked. Damn it. The teleportation formation has been activated, and the Fire Qinglong has already awakened and attacked upon seeing her. It spat out sparks, and Shure quickly dodged. The Grand Diviner woke up. She must get out quickly. Nguyet Ni watched from afar. Dunyak, stay here and wait for death. I'm leaving. Then Yuetni tried to activate the teleportation magic formation again but failed. She was confused and wondered why there was no response. On the other side, the tiny dragon kept spewing fire at Shulei. Yuetni stood there angry. What's going on? Activate it. This useless array. Suddenly she realized something was strange. Wait a minute. What is this? Why are there additional brushstrokes? This. Who did this? Who could have done it? Could it be? Before she could finish her sentence, Yuetni sensed someone approaching. She turned her head and was startled to see Thu Lei, with her fist raised towards her. She begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Thula stopped and quickly snatched back the bag. Nguyen took it. Yuetni, trembling with fear, quickly stepped back a few paces, trying to stay calm. He'll not kill me. This place is locked tight. He still needs me to help him find a way out. After grabbing the bag, Thula turned and ran away, shouting loudly, Nguyen is here for the gods to eat, so I won't dirty my hands. Nguyen was confused, not understanding where he was going. Then she was startled. What? Where did that secret door come from? Nguyen watched as Thula ran towards the door, and then outside. And immediately the door slammed shut. Nguyen saw that and helplessly shed tears. When she saw the fire lizard in front of her, she cried even harder. Meanwhile, the participants who were testing for the bitch jade were thrown into the fire pit, which then turned into an ice pit filled with spiritual energy. They quickly absorbed it and happily left. Tudu and the other elders were secretly observing. The Bic Jade stones in the control station were almost completely taken, only slightly delayed in retrieval, making them vulnerable to theft. This exam is ultimately meant to quickly improve their actual combat abilities. I hope these young ones don't pay too much attention to it. Tudu remained silent. Then after stepping outside, I asked the young lad if Shuli had already known this all along. As Thurl pressed Dunyak against the wall to question, that secret passage led me into the secret chamber and activated the spell formation, awakening the divine fire lizard, which was the deity there. As for the secret, you were just about to explain when Thula suddenly fainted. Dunyak panicked. Elder, you see there's no movement. So quickly, merge your soul back into the body. Dunyak stood up, muttering to himself. Finally, the power was gone, and his body was back to normal. I must quickly save Lu Yueni. Dunyak stood in front of the door, struggling to push it open as if it were locked tight. He heaved heavily. Realizing he couldn't force it, Lu Yueni really is digging her own grave. There is still one way, but Lu Gyetni needs to cooperate with me. With such a thick cliff wall, we can't communicate at all. Suddenly, Gyetni's voice rang in Dunyak's mind. Dunyak, please help me. Just save me, and I will give you my body. After hearing this, Dunya was confused and wondered why you suddenly jumped up here and whether you can talk inside my head. Yueni shouted loudly. In front of this path, she was struggling inside to avoid the fire lizard's attack. Save me and get me out. I really can't take it anymore. Please save me. Suddenly, Yueni shouted loudly, as if she had been hit by the fire lizard. Dunu asked anxiously after hearing the scream. Are you okay? Are you still alive? When Nguyen was hit, she was injured to the blood box. She frowned and thought, my level of Taoist Realm Stage 10 is being chased and beaten by a beast. If I didn't fear using my magic powers would expose me to the Van Kiem sect, I'd be dead. Nguyen quickly takes out a sound transmission talisman from her clothes. Luckily, she has a transmission talisman on her, so she can contact Dunyak outside. Dunyak is right. The more she thought, the more furious she became. As did he. Damit. Dunyak. Intentionally teasing me here. Isn't he trying to force me to willingly give up my body? As long as you live and get out, there's still a chance to kill him. After making the decision, Gyetni uses the communication talisman on Dunyak. Please, just save me, and I will gladly give you my body. Dunyak frowns and asks, what do I need your body for? Gyetni tells Dunyak to stop pretending. I already know your purpose. Dunyak let out a sigh and thought helplessly. What Bao? Tai Thule is like that. What did I do to make her have such a misunderstanding? Could it be the promise on the cliff that made her think I have feelings for her? Or is it because I didn't reveal her undercover identity? Make her feel that I want to use this to suppress her. When Gyetni saw you silent for a long time, She hurriedly urged you on. No. Too hot. Dunyak. Hurry up. He decided to act, forgetting that his original intention was to save her, and that saving her required her full cooperation. This misunderstanding, driven by desire for her body, led him to rush ahead without proper planning. Then he rummaged through his bag to find a bottle, found it, and asked her, "What method should I use? And be more specific." Nguyen was running while dodging the lizard's attacks. "Whatever you want to do is fine." He looked amazed and thought to himself, "So you are very experienced. No wonder you are from the demon sect." He wondered if the doors Nguyen had set up earlier were all sealed, and if he wanted to save her, he could only find a place to open a new escape route. Yue Nian angrily shouted, "How is that possible? No one besides me could have such thoughts about me." Dunyak used the bottle to create a projection screen. Never expected a demon, cultivator like her to be quite cautious. Yue Nian then snapped, "Why are you talking? Nonsense so much. You think to yourself that the vein maintenance sect set up many formations here to keep the connection stable, and the void bottle can still control the formations. But isn't this bottle just a projection screen? The empty bottle can contain 100 reflections. Right now, it is reflecting a miniature model of the entire Noilua. Moreover, it is connected to the Noilua itself. As long as multiple points of a formation are disturbed, it can break the stability of the Noilua and cause it to detonate. If Tai Thule had simply loaded her trap plan into my mind to save someone, it would have been convenient indeed. After the display was set up and dismantled, everything was ready. But whether she could be saved on this first attempt depended only on luck. On the other side, Yue Nian grew more and more anxious. This guy is too slow. I must get rid of him outside. For now, I just need to hold on until Master delivers that object. Suddenly Dunyak sang, "Tell me exactly where you are." Nguyen looked around. "I am right next to the door you just came out of." Then Dunyak suddenly fell silent, and Nguyen worriedly said, "Dunyak, are you still here? Did you not save me yet?" And at the same time, the lizard was preparing to attack. Nguyen was more anxious than ever. "Dunyak, where did you die?" The fire was rushing straight toward her. Nguyen sobs and shouts, "My dog is about to die here." Dunyak. Suddenly, the sound of Dunyak rings out. "Come here." He guides her. "The exit must be nearby. Quickly run over there." Nguyen obeys and runs away. Just then the fire laser is right behind her. A loud explosion echoed, and she stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to get up and coughing a few times. That close to almost losing control. This bastard was teasing and playing with me. Du Hone. One day I will get my revenge. Just wait a moment. She looked around and saw everything was unfamiliar. This is not the original exit. Dunyak shrugged and responded that there was no choice because your sealing magic blocked the door. The exit couldn't be opened here. Only another one elsewhere. This is what you call self-inflicted misfortune. Do you understand? Niet leaned against the wall, staggering forward. Yet he managed to open a passage without even using magic. His true power is truly unfathomable. I have to be more careful in handling things later if I want a chance to kill him. Even using my body to fight fiercely is okay. A burst of heat emanates behind her. When Wen-Ni feels it, she turns around and is instantly startled to see a bunch of flames crawling out of the passageway toward her. What is this? The entire body of the fire lizard suddenly burst into flames, then slipped out behind Nguyen, making her too scared to move. Then it lifted its body and moved toward her. Nguyen was startled and frightened. So this is... The fire lizard quickly reverted to its original form. Dunyak's voice suddenly echoed. "Are you safe now?" The salamander started to approach her. Song Nguyen quickly ran away, shouting safety at the top of her lungs. The fire salamander also escaped. Dunyak wondered what was going on. Did I open the trap too wide? Or what? Nguyen kept running while watching behind her. No. It's spilling out. Dunyak was confused and asked what was happening. Nguyen ran with all her might. What now? It's turned back again and is chasing after us. Dunyak reassured her. Don't be afraid. You can report your location. I'll get us out quickly. She ran for a while and then realized, it's over. Dead end ahead. She turned around and saw the fire lizard behind her, shouting so Dunyak could hear her. The escape route was blocked, and Dunyak responded, I understand. Then cracks began to appear on the mountain wall, the heat growing stronger, revealing a bright light. And Nguyen Ni looked at it in confusion. Who? Then a powerful force pushed her backward. She had to close her eyes, raise her hands to block the wind. As dust and smoke filled the air, Nguyen Ni gradually opened her eyes. When Nguyen Ni could see everything clearly, she was deeply surprised. In front of her was an exit leading outside, and Dunyak asked her if there was a way out, telling her to hurry and escape from there. Nguyen Ni used her fastest speed to escape from there, running while thinking that Dunyak might be able to freely choose any place within the volcano to forcibly open a passage. No need for magic power. Truly a body technique. How did he finally do it? The fire dragon behind is still chasing, gathering strength to strike. It started shooting out sparks at Nguyen Ni. She swiftly dodged, and Dunyak checked in. How's it going? Nguyen Ni turned back in horror as a huge bolt of lightning shot straight toward her. She dodged and fought back as the fire lizard spat fire again. Dunyak urged her to run. Keep moving. Keep running. Yue Ni suddenly stops while running, and in front of her is a collapsing cliff. She quickly dodges to the side, exhausted and panting heavily. When she looked up, the cliff had collapsed, blocking the exit of the passageway, so the fire lizard could no longer pursue her. After escaping, Nguyen Ni was covered in wounds and couldn't help but feel terrified by Dunyak's power. Is this? Could it be the calendar of the Wanzu ancestor sect, where the entire volcano seems to be forged into treasure tools, controlled at will? My master told me to kill him, but how can I kill someone like this? Holding the item in hand, Dunyak carefully examined it, thinking that the previous action almost pinpointed Nguyen Ni's location. Its dangerous position number 3 nearly caused the lava to flow out, according to the formula given in the letter. As long as this place's barrier doesn't collapse, the volcano won't erupt. And inside it's quite dark. Dunyak scratched his head idiotically. Just slightly exhausts my brain and makes my head hurt. Dunyak happily thought that as long as they took it step by step, Yue Ni could escape safely. Then suddenly shouted, "Who's there?" making his hair stand on end. She rubs her head, feeling her pain grow worse. Yue Ni walks up to the volcano's edge and calls out for Dunyak. She told Dunyak that she had arrived at the volcanic checkpoint where the lava was too dangerous to cross, flowing rapidly in front of her, and that touching it would be fatal. Nguyen Ni waited for Dunyak, wondering why he hadn't responded, and continued to wait in silence, angry at waiting so long without a response. Nguyen Ni shouted loudly, "Dunyak! Dunyak!" Suddenly, a noise came from inside, and the wind blew out suddenly with extremely strong force. Nguyen Ni's face paled with fear as she stared at the direction of the wind, trembling with sweat. She frantically called out for Dunyak, but there was still no response. She continues to call Dunyak. Hurry up and reply. Shaos. Why are the fire-taming dragons chasing so fast? Dunyak hasn't responded at all, making her anxious and confused. This Dunyak is such a brat. Why is there suddenly no response? She stared at her hand, waiting for Dunyak to reply while Dunyak was struggling to stand up. Unable to speak clearly, he lowered his head to the ground, drenched in sweat, his face showing pure pain. Why did it suddenly happen like this? Dunyak struggled on the ground, in urgent need of help. Before he could finish speaking, the excruciating pain struck again, his face darkening. Dunyak's eyes widened as he looked down, blood dripping in front of him. Drops of blood fell steadily, and his hand struggled to support himself on the ground. Dunyak was in so much pain he couldn't speak. A familiar state. This is, he spat blood from his mouth and could no longer open his eyes. I think, am I going to die again? It probably doesn't count as suicide. The system stammers, calling out, the system still hasn't appeared. Dunyam struggles to hold on, waiting for the system to show up. Blood continued to flow from his mouth, and he decided to give up. It was too complicated. Dunyak stretched out his hand and tried to call Yue Ni. His eyes started to blur. His body had reached its limit. Dunyak struggled to breathe, his gaze becoming vacant. After trying for a while but unable to push through, Dunyai collapsed to the ground. Dunyai has completely lost consciousness, lying on the ground. And this time the system did not appear to notify him whether he was dead or not. In Thanthu's group, Everyone is lying unconscious in the forest. Thon Thu has black eyes and a swollen face, sitting dejectedly. Wuhan also isn't any better, sitting with her face in her hands. Wuhan took out a bag of ice and said to Thon Thu, "For the sake of the jade stones, they really risked everything. Lucky to be working with you." Thon Thu asked her, "Do you still have all your jade stones?" She confidently said, "They're all here." They discussed together, "So, let's go through Hoa San Kao. Here." Elder Xuanyang looked up and said, "Finally, it's just the two of them left." As expected, Tu carefully examined the monitoring chart. There are currently 105 remaining barrel stones uncollected. And just between the two of them, they already have nearly 100 bev. Tu praises them, saying that just based on their cultivation at the 6th level of the human realm, they have achieved great results, and they are truly extraordinary. Lauman then adds that the trial is nearly over, and at this point, the two of them are undoubtedly the strongest contenders. Tu solemnly said, "Normally it would be like that, but this time the trial allows them to fight with all their strength. No need to hold back." "Did you tell them?" Old Man also agreed with Tu. Tu is still considering. It seems they are too naive. Lao Mon was surprised when he heard Tu speak. "What does naive mean? Wait a moment. Could it be?" Tu explained. "Not wrong, since the start of the trial. Only 20 people have passed. 5, seriously injured, have been brought out of the secret realm, and 5 are unconscious. While nearly 50 disciples signed up to participate, currently, most of the jade pieces are in Thon Thu's hands. So what will happen to the remaining 20 who don't have enough jade to pass through the barrier? Basically, it's the final battle." As Thon Thu and Wuhan look up at the mountaintop, Wuhan was watching attentively when she suddenly noticed something. She warned Thon Thu to be careful, and he also started to become alert. A group appears suddenly, shouting, "Elders, there isn't much time left. We can only fight here and break through the barrier to get out." Thon Thu doesn't waste words with them. Closing his eyes, he says it's all for leveling up. "No point in talking. Let's fight," he shouted, swinging his sword towards Thon Thu. He swung and said, "If that's the case, then rely on your skills. We've made an enemy of him." He decisively swung his sword and opened his eyes wide to look at Thon Thu before kicking the other guy in the stomach, sending him flying and causing his sword to fly out of his hand. "Don't be too self-confident." Thon Thu glances away, noticing another opponent wielding a sword, but their face shows fear as they face Thon Thu. As the sword touches Thon Thu's hand, he instantly leaps back to evade. Although it was cut slightly, he dodged the attack, catching the opponent off guard with his speed. Wuhan quickly kicked, causing the opponent to suddenly fly backward and drop his sword. He fell backward, kicking both legs into the air. Seeing that the two who had just been attacked were easily defeated, the others began to panic. Thang Thu, standing and watching over the others, turns as Wuhan runs over to her. She shouts loudly, "Don't be foolish anymore. Run quickly." They are still determined not to let the two escape, and one of them shouts loudly, chasing after them. They immediately chased after Thon Thu and Wuhan. On the other side, Nguyet Ni continued calling Dunak. Yue Ni still persistently shouted, "Why don't you answer? Isn't it already agreed to offer your body to him?" she thought. Why suddenly not helping anymore? I already promised to be his test subject. She suddenly realized there was a problem. Nguyet Ni was sweating. Could it be that he knew I was hiding my murderous intent? Dunyak was lost in his thoughts. Was he really going to die this time? "Aren't you going to play me again?" "You doubt. And you're not sure if you'll really succeed this time?" Dunyak held out his hands in front of him, stuttering. "It seems like it's real." Dunyak rejoices. "I really died. I really succeeded. System, come out now. Bring the reward out immediately." "Ah. This feeling. You close your eyes and feel your heartbeat. It's coming." Dunyak relaxes his body, feeling the energy approaching. It's here. The reward has arrived. A source of blue light-emitting energy is coming towards him. This feeling is like rain washing away the dryness of withered leaves. As the energy circles around Dunyak's body, emanating dazzling beams of light, Dunyak confidently raises his hand, roaring triumphantly as a golden aura radiates and a protective light shines out. Dunyak gradually opens his eyes, ready to embrace the strength of his rebirth. Something's not right with Dunya's thoughts, huh? Why am I still here? Shouldn't I be heading to the new world? The system appears, and since I'm not dead yet, it can't be activating. The system looks at Dunya with an exasperated expression. It continued saying that I still couldn't go to the new world. Dunyak, angry, raised his hand to punch it. No way. I just clearly felt this pain almost killing me. The system must have opened it. Drain my soul energy to suppress the pain. Otherwise, how can that golden light be explained? And how did I suddenly recover and explain it? The system retorted. Are you too eager for death? Speaking from the perspective of this world, you have just completed the spiritual transformation. Upon hearing the system's warning, Dunyak began to fear, standing still and not daring to say anything else. The system explains that Bin Tai Hu is an ancient treasure, and using it consumes a huge amount of energy. But cultivation because of the human realm simply cannot withstand this enormous drain. So Bin Tai Hu exerts mental and intellectual pressure that makes your head unbearable. My consciousness fades, feeling like I am about to die. So Shengling begins to involuntarily transform herself, and this process requires a great deal of spiritual power to support it. Dunyak said, That's right. I don't have any spiritual power either. How could I possibly complete the transformation? The system says there's enough Spirit King power and previous rewards in your soul to help prevent your imminent death. And hearing this, Dunye looks very disappointed. The technique and pressure on the soul force it to spontaneously transform, then pouring in a large amount of spiritual power to successfully change. This is the principle for 10th layer law realm cultivators to advance to spirit realm. However, Dunyak's cultivation level is much lower than that of an ordinary ascending cultivator. But now, comparing him to the 3rd and 4th level cultivators of the law realm, it's like he's still a rookie. Dunyak listened as the system explained in circles. Then it said a final sentence that made his head spin. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep a composed face. Do you want this divine energy or not? Dunyak lei rang ne trendat. Nuok matroi shuang. Au nao mo huang. He thong hui hohai tu hao kuata. Faidu dao kuata. Dang nam tu rukruthi dunak ne tingoi. Dunyak. Any gu kong du kong. Sao khom cha loita. Dunyak sat up suddenly. Yes. There's still Yue Ni. Dunyak opened the console, watching quietly, suddenly realizing that the formation's calculations had become so simple. Could it be the cause of transformation? Or even enable more complex and delicate calculations? Dunyak closed his eyes and thought, if that's the case, then I might as well commit the boldest act. Dunyang raised the bottle high with both hands. Nguyetnyi, the future of mine, now depends on you. Dunyang made up his mind and lowered the bottle. Dunyak opens her eyes wide, realizing everything is over. I was wrong. I don't want to kill anymore. I totally admit defeat. Just save me, and I will never act recklessly again. The bottle touches the edge of the table. A constant blue glow emanates. A constant surge of energy is emitted forcefully, pushing back against Dunyak. Dunyak tries to stand firm. Nugyet Ni frowns. She finds it strange, standing lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she realizes, what is that sound? Yue Ni looked down at the flowing lava. The lava slowly parted, as if a door was opening. Yue Ni stood above and looked down, the ground splitting apart with smoke rising from below. She thought to herself, I immediately acted when I realized I was wrong about him. So when he passed by before, I could tell from his mind that he still wanted to kill me, so he deliberately didn't help me. Behind her, there was another loud noise. Nguyet Ni turned her head and saw that the boy must run out of here quickly. She lowered her head, lost in thought. Suddenly, an explosion occurred on the right, smoke billowing out, and Nguyet Ni stood there in a daze. The smoke gradually clears, revealing a figure emerging. Dunyam appears from within the mist, his face shrouded in darkness. Nguyet Ni stammering. You. Dunyak approaches Yue Ni with a darkened, extremely dangerous face and asks again, what you just said is true. She mutters something. Did you say you would never try to kill me again? Is that correct? Nguyet Ni kept shaking her head. Of course it's true. Dunyak remained dangerous. Are you sure? Won't you think it over some more? Nguyet Ni kept shaking her head repeatedly. No, no, I really dare not anymore. Dunak looked at her with an angry expression and a face full of hatred, holding her in contempt. Holding her in contempt. What the hell am I trying to save people for? Is it because of the human body? Nguyen Ni thought it is real. It is real. Because of my body, he still threatens me now. Lava begins to flow out from within, advancing toward where the two are standing. Both remain motionless, still watching without reacting. Dunyak thought, I've spent so much effort to create a tool, only to be threatened and sent back before it's released. Damn it. Dunyak shook the bottle up and down in anger. The flowing lava suddenly took on the shape of a human figure, but it didn't understand what Dunyak was doing. The stone bridge was destroyed, sending smoke everywhere, and rocks fell down. Dunyak was still angry. Nguyen Ni thought this was just a scare tactic. Definitely a scare tactic. He just wanted me to obey him in the future. Not to resist at all. Never dare again. Never dare in the future. While Nguyen Ni stood there in fear, Dunya thought maybe something shocking just happened. Probably scared by a great divine being. So he decided to leave first and talk later. The monster from below flew upward, blowing away the surrounding stones. Dunyak and Nguyen Ni said in unison, We're alive again. It flew over and landed between them. It's not actually an elemental fire salamander. It's just a spell. And it appears as a small circle. Yue Ni lifted the ring and said, No wonder this fire lizard has strength far beyond its peers. Its behavior is calm and unpredictable, and its body can change shape at will. Continuously injecting spiritual power into the immortal fire salamander to maintain its existence without an established passage is obviously limited, so it was forced to stop here. This salamander might be the most important test in the first layer of the secret realm, but it's too secretive, and no one has discovered it before. Dunak listened to her lengthy explanation but didn't understand anything. Union held the small object with both hands, saying it was very adorable, capable of changing shape and fighting, making it highly valuable for collection. Dunyak happily smiled, realizing there was a hole in the fire pit. So we can go out from there. Old Sun Duong looked at the surveillance system. The disciples passing through the checkpoint were absorbing spiritual energy from the mouth of the fire pit on the bitch jade stone. No longer competing. We don't even know the exact location of the jade stone, with a cultivation base of mortal realm disciples. Avoiding the mountain-protecting formation of such a large tower and winning against the beast seeking the jade stone is already not easy. So hold your breath. Tsudu said, Than, Thu, and Wuhan are still surrounded. Use some small tricks. And right now, neither can act freely. Dunyak said, the mouth of the fire pit containing the bitch jade stone is protected by a formation, with only one entrance, and the flames are billowing up in thick smoke. The magma lake is extremely hot. If we die here, Than Thu and the others will definitely bring the item to the exit when they pass through. Thuka continued speaking, but also warned not to underestimate them, as both are very cunning. And Than Thu listened carefully. Suddenly, Thuka shouted, causing Than Thu to be completely confused. Wuhan is running rapidly toward the two people. Wuhan smiles. This good luck story won't be pleasant. The elders are all watching. At least rely on your strength to stop me. Hearing everyone's voices turn back and tense with gritted teeth, Thucha shouted loudly. Yet he dares to charge head-on, underestimating us. So chase after him. The group chases after. Than Thu jumps down from above, kicking the pursuer backward and making him fall backward. He was knocked unconscious by Than Thu, and foam was coming out of his mouth. Than Thu stopped and tried to breathe to regain his strength. He glanced and mocked. How embarrassing that a dozen men are chasing after a girl. I am no match for you all. Then Thu challenges Thuka's group. Thuka steps forward and says, Don't listen to his provocation. Half of you go after Wuhan. The other half come with me to catch Than Thu. They were chasing her when they noticed something was wrong. One person asked, Why isn't she heading towards the entrance? Someone said, We can't do much more. First, stop him. And he pulled a long wire out of his clothing. Then he raises his hand to throw the rope forward. He twirls the rope a few times. Ready to strike. The rope shoots forward, flying straight toward Wuhan, who is running away. With the hook head rushing right behind her, Wuhan is desperately trying to escape. The wire has caught her, causing her to lose her balance and fall forward. The rope caught around Wuhan's body as she was running too fast, and she slipped on the ground for a long stretch before falling face down onto the ground. The other person shouts, "I got her," with Wuhan lying motionless in front of them. Wuhan struggles to get up. Breathing hard, she pulls out the rope to cut the binding. Thanks to the rope, Wuhan was able to escape. She stands up but still hasn't regained her composure. At this moment, the two of them had also caught up. They shouted loudly, "Stop. Don't run." Wuhan quickly turned around and crawled away. The stubborn fool is truly a fire that refuses to die. We don't have time to mess around with them at the foot of the mountain. We can only directly charge through the volcano's mouth. They will definitely be blocked. But you must do your best to lead them around. Stay away from the entrance. And buy us at least a moment. Wuhan's eyes are steady as he looks ahead. Thang Thu. Words are easy. But if we fail, I will make sure you suffer. On this side, Thanthu is facing the remaining group. Tense, and waiting for the right moment to act, the group of people standing with swords drawn wait and stare at each other without making a move. Suddenly, Thu Ka appears behind Thanthu, preventing him from entering the entrance. And Thanthu has no time to react. She glances back quickly and rushes forward to counter the attack. Just a moment slower, and she would have taken a fatal hit. Thu Che looks at Thanthu with a mocking expression. Almost successful. You shout loudly that there's not even more than an hour left. And everyone moves forward without mercy, while Thanthu is already running away. Wuhan's group is also fleeing, with the pursuers just right behind. Wuhan suddenly stops and turns around. They also stop. "Alert," she says. "So what?" Giving up the chase and wanting to quit, Wuhan raised the pouch with the jade stones in front of her. Her face malicious. If the senior brother wants the jade, then just give it to him. Without hesitation, Wuhan directly threw the pouch of jade stones into the air. They were also surprised, not expecting Wuhan to give up so quickly. All three looked up at the bag of jade stones. Inside the bag, brown stones fell out. These are ordinary stones with no value at all. The stones fell from above onto them, and all three hurriedly ducked to avoid the falling rocks. Their heads swelled with large lumps, and they angrily shouted together. These were fake sapphires. They had been deceived. They looked around and saw that Wuhan had disappeared. But in the chaos she had escaped. The three of them were dumbfounded, eyes wide open, all shouting, and Wuhan was no longer visible. They quickly ran towards the entrance, convinced that the beryl stones were definitely in Thanthu's possession. Behind the large rock, the sound of rocks falling is heard. Wuhan stabs her sword into the stone. She grips the sword tightly, thinking to herself, "I've held on for an hour. Don't let me fail over there." Looking back at Thanthu's side, a staff is hurtling towards him. Thanthu has no time to dodge and is struck directly on his right side. The powerful strike made Thanthu cough up blood in pain, his eyes wide open. Then he was pushed away with great force, clutching his sword to force himself upright. Breathing heavily, "You attack too mercilessly." Thu Ka stood in front of Thanthu and said calmly, "If he didn't act cruelly, he couldn't control someone like you." Thanthu still can't stand up. Sitting against his sword and looking at Thu Ka, someone calls out to Thu Ke, and he turns towards that direction. He flares up with the report. The jade in Wuhan's hand is fake. Everything else is in Thanthu's hands. Thu Ka hears this and smiles proudly. He looks at Thanthu and says, "Thang Thu, you miscalculated. Step aside." Thanthu remains silent, staring at Thu Ka with a tense face. Then he glanced to the side and suddenly realized that Thanthu had identified the entrance right before his eyes. He recovered his composure and thought, "Fine. I'm not pretending anymore. Let's show our cards." Thanthu quickly pulls the jadestone bag out from the old man's belongings and then throws it straight up, soaring over the group of people standing there, who look up in surprise. Everyone was stunned and surprised to see Thanthu throw the jadestone bag. Just as Wuhan arrived, Wuhan quickly wiped his face and approached Thanthu sitting there. "Hey, stop standing there like a fool." She quickly reached out, grabbing Thanthu's hand and then turning to pull him away. Wuhan looked back at Thanthu. She scolded him. Useless. Turning himself into a bear like this. Wuhan also didn't hold back, saying the same two words. As for Brother Thu, He looked down at his hand in anger. What is this? This is a mixture of stones and jade. He touched and looked at the object in his hand, then angrily threw everything down. His accomplices signaled, Uncle Thu, look over there. It's Wuhan and his men. Thuza's name is just cursing and making noise. We've been fooled. Old man Sun Duong clapped and said, this was really not easy. And in this situation, both of them should be about to break through to the 10th level of the human stage. The old man beside him also shared the same view. Wuhan led half of his people to clear the way for Thon Thu, causing the disciples to mistake everything Thong Thu threw out as jade stones. From there, they moved away from the observation point, smoothly passing through. With a keen eye and clarity, from Elder Du's position, he remained silent as the alert sounded, urging everyone to seize the remaining half a quarter of an hour to finish collecting the jade stones. Hearing this, Thon Thu suddenly wondered about Du Huyan since he couldn't see him anywhere. And Wuhan heard this but didn't know how to respond. Over in another place, Dung Nam continues slowly flowing. The jade stones drift with the flow. Look quickly. A voice calls out to the jade stones. Nguyen Ni was puzzled why there were so many sapphires used as tolls inside Dung Nam. Du Nam also looked surprised and wondered what was going on. Look at the floating jade stones in Dung Nam. Don't panic. First, understand the principle before avoiding accusations of upgrading. Just point to the jade stones in Dung Nam and ask Nguyen Ni, do you know what these are? Hearing his question, Nguyen Ni suspects there's a deeper meaning. What does he really mean? Does the Wanma ancestor not know even this? He's definitely scheming something. Could he be testing whether I'm useful for his plans? She extended her hand to cast a spell. I must make him understand that I am more alive and useful. While Runyak still opened his mouth wide. What kind of magic is this? Another formation called the Gathering Spirit Grand Array. A formation that can convert spiritual energy into spiritual power, Nguyen Ni explained. She appears obedient on the surface but secretly curses inside. Our sect also has one, but on a smaller scale by 10 times. Yes. No wonder it's the hypocritical sect. Outwardly practicing swordsmanship, but secretly having so much gold and silver that they can build such a large spirit array. Jade bauxite can be collected in the secret realm, with formations similar to the Great Spirit, Gathering Array, scattered all over. After the disciples gather the jade stones and bring them into the volcano back to the spiritual array, they will receive the spirit energy and rewards from the Gathering Array. Runok realized that the bitch jade stone was just currency A, and Nguyen Ni didn't understand what currency exchange meant. Runyak dismissed it, thinking it was fine, since releasing it could grant unlimited spiritual power. Nguyen Ni told you that the mortal-level disciples have unstable Tao hearts and insufficient spiritual power, so they can only absorb limited spiritual energy. The total amount of jade stones brought to the first-floor secret realm has been well controlled. Basically, they want their talented disciples to break through quickly, but there's also a risk of dying from excessive spiritual energy expansion. We're currently beneath the Grand Spirit formation. With my experience, such an important formation outside must have defensive spells. She looked down at the flowing bloodstream. Dunyak saw the turbulence from the dung stream and wondered why it suddenly started to stir. Yuani suspects that our mountain path is unstable due to the Great Mountain Formation, showing signs of collapse. We must get out quickly. Suddenly, Dunyak grabbed her hand. Follow me, making Nguyen Ni panic, unsure of what he was trying to do. And right now she had no trace of her usual composure. Senior Elder Tudu flew over to Dung Nam's rising figure and saw two figures sitting beside the Dung Nam stream from afar. They were practicing cultivation to reach a certain level, each emanating a unique aura that reflected their individual traits. Tudu announced as he landed, "You have reached the 10th level of the human realm and can break through to the spiritual realm at any time, becoming an official disciple of Van Ki Man." Hearing the voice from behind, they were surprised the elder has arrived, while beside them, Dung Nam was still flowing steadily. No need to take more. You two in this trial are the best, not afraid of future battles or sacrifices, and are role models for others. Hearing Tudu, Wuhan was surprised. The best. What about Dunak? Tudu sighed with his eyes closed. He's not here yet. There's still a jade crystal left in the secret realm. I failed. Wuhan patted herself confidently, smiling with amusement. This time I'm stronger than him. Waiting for him to arrive. I must show off a little. Thanthu stood behind her, arms crossed, watching her. The trial isn't completely over yet. With Du Huyen's attitude of neither devil nor life, there could still be surprises. Wuhan looked at Thanthu, who opened her eyes in curiosity and asked what other surprises could there be, when suddenly the volcano behind them erupted violently, and everyone panicked. What's going on? Tudu told everyone not to panic and created an energy circle, shielding them from the falling stones from the volcano. Thinking silently why the volcano suddenly became so unstable, when the great formation remains unremarkable, through the layer of shield, the chunks of stone still erupting from the volcano. Tudu saw something flying toward them, but it wasn't stone. Thanthu and Wuhan also saw something falling towards them. He asked what it was. Thanthu guessed it was a bird or maybe a monster. After a while, both of them realized. No, it was Du Huyen, who flew out from the volcano and was heading straight for them. Dunyak rushed over, but was blocked by the armor. Thanthu looked as Dunyak's face hit the armor and suddenly couldn't say a word. Tudu raised his hand to retract the energy, and the armor began to fade. While Dunyak was still stuck on it, the armor completely disappeared, causing Dunyak to fall to the ground. Then the volcano stabilized again, no longer spewing lava and rocks, only smoke rising. Dunyak started 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 Started Dunyak, 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 started Started Dunyak, 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 started Dunyak. Nak started Dunyak, 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 started Nak started Dunak 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 started Dunyak 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 Tudu Unglidu ne Kung iam lang No met Fan Hong Din Tham ki dangirali doroi. K hoj quan wai. That su rat than trong. Tu duva not ki et. Kong tin rang. Du nak kong bietli. Du gi kak nua. Chao dung do hong noi thang loi. Tu du continue. After all the jade beads were collected, the person appeared just in time to ensure no competition and to maximize the harvest of all the jade stones. If it weren't for a prior scheme, knowing the location of the Great Formation, and understanding how the jade beads could be circulated for reuse. How could they have such precise timing? Thanthu and Wuhan, upon hearing Tudu's analysis, admired Dunak, wide-eyed and whispering in awe. Realizing the truth, Dunyak truly lived up to his name. Dunyak explained hesitantly. But Tudu suddenly cut in, gesturing sharply towards Dunyak. Tudu continued analyzing. Moreover, the spiritual energy of the person had completed the entire ritual of refinement. The strength of the soul had increased to the mid-level of the law realm to cope with the pressure caused by the reward of over 200 jade stones. Tudu's hand had already reached close to Dunyak's head. Dunyak broke out in sweat. He tried to resist, but he had never trained his soul before. Tudu said, "Humans fundamentally cannot cultivate their soul. Trying to enhance it to this level, in such a short time, is impossible. The only way is to torment the mind and create pressure on the soul to make it stronger. I must endure self-torment, like in hell, to successfully complete this level of refinement. Dunyak remembered the moment he was in agony, as if about to die in the cave, so that's what it was. Lao Son Duong stands smiling. Truly a clever strategist. This kid came prepared. Dunyak shouted angrily at him. Even you don't believe it. Do you? Yue Ni sweatily stared intently at Dunyak. Then she thought to herself, it turns out that when Dunyak kept transforming the terrain to help me escape the volcano, he had already planned the route in advance. How deep and clever is this intelligence? Old Sun Duong and Old Mon both raised their hands in praise of Dunyak. Lamon told you. Dunyak. To quickly collect the gemstone and pass through. To avoid falling behind and failing at the critical moment. Dunyak shouted back in protest. It's not what everyone thinks. Thon Thu and Vu Han also nodded in praise. Impressive. Dunyak turned away in annoyance. And then he hit with the hammer. Tudu nuai. Con hong mao di. Cho ta kêu dài thời gian trong nguy a. Dù nhắc trong lòng vô cùng khó chịu. Can rang. Unhamat doi sum. Chuyen gida, zaira voi, the gioi, ne the bals. Ta that su chi muon chet toi ma. Dunyak đang đi tutu, du goi lai. Cao quay sang nhìn bằng ánh mắt khó chịu. Ngoi ko kuyenji. Tu du noita, o they komot. Vien nagok thak. Ken dua chongoi. Suddenly, Tusa's loud noise sounded. A volcano was emitting a sound, preparing to erupt. With strange blue lava. Everyone was surprised and turned sharply to the source of the sound to observe. Dunyak shouted. What is that? The volcano at Tusa, beginning to emit smoke. Countless glowing blue rocks flying out. And he yelled to the elder. What's happening? As dust and smoke billowed in the sky, and the rocks spun into a whirlwind. The rocks bursting from the volcano's mouth increased in number, rushing directly toward Duni. Suddenly, Duni widened his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and blue light shone from his eyes and mouth. Dunyak's entire body swelled up like a balloon. Everyone around anxiously watching as he grew bigger and seemed about to explode. And he silently thought, I want to die. Du quickly rushed to Dunyak, channeling energy into his hand as he charged at him with full force. Dunyak, now swollen like a balloon, cried out. Stop, he thought to himself. This person usually tears through channels and exhausts divine power. But here it's so easy for him to connect them. Du opens his palm. The surrounding chi begins to swirl into a tornado. Then a blue divine light emanates from Dunyak, enveloping the entire space. And he explodes. Thon, Thu, and Vu, Han sweat nervously as they watch. Everyone anxiously asking the elders if Dunyak is okay. But the smoke from the explosion obscures their view of what's happening. Dunyak appears from the smoke, his shirt torn from the explosion, and circular marks emerge on his body. Connecting together, Old Swan Duong and Old Mon Hahak stare in disbelief. Their mouths trembling, they can't believe their eyes. A spiritual realm surpassing the mortal realm and directly ascending as a cultivator. Dunyak stood absent-mindedly looking around, his face darkening with no more vitality, failing to control himself. Then everything settled down, and Tudu announced to everyone that the volcanic trial had ended. But none of you are allowed to slack off after returning. Focus on refining your bodies and strengthening your foundations through the trial. Then leave on your own. Tudu wiped away the white streams of energy left behind. You're moving on your sword, and someone reports that something serious has happened at the main hall. Elder Guang and Elder Shou are in trouble. Hearing this, Tsu Yu is alarmed. What did you say? It is now evening, with the moon high above. The peaceful night sky outside the window. Yue Ni is bathing in a hot spring, lost in thought, contemplating how the 10,000 demon ancestor in the law realm managed to break through successfully and reach the law realm. It turns out he had already found a way to practice with the main demon without needing my special blood. So why did he say such things? Mu Yetni sat in the hot bath, pondering endlessly, unable to understand. Although I have advanced to the law realm, don't forget what you are supposed to do. She recalled Dunyak, reminding her at that time. She continued to think, what should be done is not to satisfy him inside the secret realm. Is he trying to use my special body to feed and cultivate? But he doesn't need to. What else could I be worth for him to scheme against me? She kept thinking in the room. Could it be that he's after my body? She imagined Dunyak binding her up, his shadowy arm reaching out to grab her. The scene shifts inside the treasury. where Thule is among a pile of gold bars. Which isn't right. She sits up, realizing that the trap in the secret chamber was clearly set by the infiltrator. Even though Dunyak mentioned some expert. Moreover, he led me around the secret realm, preventing me from killing the traitor inside. And there's also the high-level culprit angered within that realm. Thula widened her eyes. Wait. Dunyak wouldn't be just like that scoundrel, deceiving a 600-year-old young lady into working for them. Right? Thula suddenly turned and said, Senior, I'm here to find you. Dunyak, exhausted, opened her mouth wide to take a deep breath. You walk back and forth to avoid being noticed. I got up pretty early. Uani failed on the other side. So maybe you should come here to Thula and look for a chance. You're approaching where Thula is standing. Feeling down about the failed plan and tired from waking up early, Thule glanced at Dunyak approaching, then suddenly jumped out of the pile of gold, startling Dunyak and making him jump back in surprise, straight to Dunyak's face. Thule asked him why she couldn't kill the undercover guy in the secret realm. Dunyak was confused. What's going on here? And Thula rushed forward, causing Dunyak to be pushed back. Dunyak lies on the ground, sweating, and Thula continues to demand an explanation, saying that if he doesn't clarify, she will kill him, then presses her face close to his, threatening him, making him even more confused. Dunyak says there's no problem, but there's just too much stuff. Where do you want me to start? He pretends to look scared on the outside, but he's really excited inside. Just kill me already. Thule feels more relieved when Dunyak agrees to tell him the reason. But when he tries to ask something else, he suddenly realizes, Thule suspiciously asked, Your cultivation has reached the Dharma realm again. Dunyak, confused. The final trial allowed us to obtain quite a few spirit stones for passage, and the spiritual energy rewards are a bit abundant. So your cultivation has increased. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Thule, hearing that, only let out a small sound, then smiled inwardly, thinking to herself that indeed heaven was pulling her away, thinking it would take at least 2 years to complete the body and soul transformation spell on Dunyak. I didn't expect it to progress so quickly. Lord Demon, Lord Duong couldn't have foreseen this. Dunyak doesn't understand why Thula is smiling or what is happening here. He glanced at Thula, who was still smiling without a clear reason, then suggested we continue discussing the secret realm. Hey. Thula suddenly stepped forward and pressed Dunyak's face into his chest, shaking Dunyak's head. Thula happily says, Dunyak, you're really awesome. Dunyak, catching his breath humbly. Inside the stone row, Thula suddenly pulls out a book from somewhere, looking at Tram focusing on the book. Thule thought, maybe it's time to get ready. Dunyak, standing behind, called out to the senior. Dunyak waved and bid farewell to Thula, saying, I'll go ahead now. Thule replied cheerfully, All right. Hurry back and don't get caught. Dunyak climbs up from below the cliff, holding onto the rock face. Dunyak jumps from below with ease. You also feel it more easily than last time. Dunyak glanced toward the cliff, and Thule clearly didn't listen to me properly, always feeling like there's something off about her. Forget it. For me, knowing more only narrows the path to death. After all, my greatest enemy is still the system. Suddenly, Tudu appeared behind me and called out to Dunyak, startling him. Tudu asks Dunyak what he's doing here, and Dunyak mumbles that he's just going to get some fresh air. Tudu says he needs to talk to Dunyak, his face serious, and Dunyak wonders what is so urgent. Tudu took out an item like a scroll and said, If you are now a legal realm expert, you should prepare to leave the lower house and move to your new room in this area. Hearing about leaving the lower house, you were confused. I don't want to leave. You think, moving away, wouldn't it mean I can't see Uni anymore? So wasn't what I did earlier in vain? Then he changed his attitude, pretending to say to Tudu, I mean, is it too soon for her? Just thinking that she has to part ways with her friends so quickly. I feel a little regretful. After all, I miss Hoiniam very much. Tudu asked if you really cherish memories, if you remember who was with you, and looked at Dunyak seriously. Then he turned away and said, This matter no longer concerns you, so you can focus on your cultivation. Dunyak still didn't understand which person Tudu was referring to. He hesitated and asked if I truly missed it. Of course, I was with Truong Tu Yet Lai. And then you started to worry. Could something have happened to her? Dunyak reached out, saying, wait, don't hit me. What exactly is happening with Truong Tu Yet Lai? Tudu snapped back and struck, causing Dunyak to be thrown far away and fall to the ground. He frowned. Dunyak. Disrespecting the elder will result in punishment. Dunyak sat on the ground, calmly resolving misunderstandings. Elder Quang. I just want to know what exactly happened to you. After all, it was she who brought me here. He thought to himself, wondering what would happen in this encounter. Tudu mumbled, leaving Dunyak puzzled. Suddenly, the jade pendant of Elder Tudu lit up. Tudu immediately realized that the chief instructor was calling her. He quickly turned and left, only leaving a sentence behind. There's no point in asking too much, as a junior disciple like you won't get anything out of it. Anyway, you should focus on preparing for the upcoming sword trial of the upper sect. Duna looked at Tudu's departing figure, and it seems that the skiing incident actually happened, logically. I should have taken her back. Knowing the situation well, it's not surprising. Why didn't she tell me there's something hidden in this? I need to think of a way to ask. Normal methods definitely won't work. I have to think outside the box. He walks to the hallway to call Yue Ni, standing in front of her door. Is that Yue Ni? Upon hearing the call, she quickly opened the door and was stunned when she saw him. They exchanged some words about quickly relocating to the demon sect. Nguyetni was terrified. Who do you think you are to come into the sect? Are you seeking death? Dunyak knew the danger but was still determined. Enough talk. This is more important. Yueni handed over a box containing a red pill, telling him to keep it safe. This is the treasure her master mentioned to deal with Van Ma Tsu. This is a special poison specifically targeting Tier 10 Heavenly Realm cultivators. As long as you find the right opportunity for Van Ma Tsu to ingest it, he will definitely die. Ngyetni looked very hesitant and troubled at this moment. And Dunyak's call brought her back to reality. You left a message. Many people are complicated. I will take my leave first. And she just replies casually, telling you to be careful. I am still conflicted inside. As the Van Ma Tsu changes unpredictably, maybe one day she will turn against me. So I should act first. She looked at the pill trembling in her hand but wondered how to make him swallow it here. Dunya crossed her arms, watching her. What is Nguyet Ni standing there like an idiot? Nguyet Ni, still gazing intently at the box, needs to think of a really good plan. Perhaps because she was too focused. Dunyak had been standing beside her unnoticed. What is this? Niet Ni focused on answering, then turned to see that the person next to her was Dunyak. She startled in surprise, quickly hiding the box behind her back, claiming it was something special from her hometown. Feeling terrified inside. When did you come from behind me? Truly unpredictable. Dunyak looked at her acting and wondered to himself, what is this about? Although Nguyetni's behavior was strange, because of something important, he chose to ignore it and change the subject. I want to ask you something. How can someone tell the truth without needing to fight? Hearing this question, Nguyetni started overthinking. He definitely knows. He's even threatening me. Stay calm. I have this magical artifact in my hand. No need to panic. Then she replied, I understand. I have a way. Dunyak's eyes lit up, clasped her hands together and looked at her. Really? You have a way? Really? Nyetni, called Dunyak inside. It's not suitable outside. Dunyak stood anxiously in the waiting room. Yueni thought, she's still unable to escape this complication. So she slowly took off her clothes, while Dunyao, standing behind her, looked on confusedly. Yueni took off all her clothes and stood before Dunya, who stood frozen and expressionless. Then she said, this is what you wanted. Dunya asked how to get information from Kwang Tudu, realizing he misinterpreted Dunya's intentions and did something foolish. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him with a blank face. The news just arrived. Luckily, no lives were lost. But her cultivation has dropped to the legal stage. Quan Hai told Tudu that he was afraid they still had to let Dunyak and her meet once. Tudu hesitated, as the news about Dunya and Nguyetni has spread throughout the sect. Sending Dunya to meet her might backfire. With folded hands and a respectful bow, Tudu said, Senior Instructor, Tuyet Lai and I joined the sect together, considered close friends. We absolutely cannot take such risks. Jun Hai hesitated, still unsure what to do. Rumors spread far and wide. Terrifying reports of the high monks secretly doing such things to the female elder. The image of Elder Tuat Lai appears clearly on the paper. Human nature is unchanging. The heavens are obvious. If we as cultivators sit idly by and do nothing, are we still true humans? As the disciples hear more rumors, the crowd grows larger. Someone asked suspiciously, "Master Hui, what is he saying? Did something serious happen?" A sinister smile appeared. The rumor monger drapes his arm over the person's shoulder and asks, "What? You don't know this either." Yuexue Li, the chief elder, knows she loved an ordinary disciple from the lower pavilion and was consequently imprisoned. Another person appears skeptical and asks where this small piece of news came from, saying they've never heard of it before. That's right. Elder Zhu is a heaven realm expert. How could she be related to a disciple from the lower hall? The picture is then revealed with the true appearance. But this doesn't quite look like Elder Zhu. The man from the demon sect pretends to understand and asks if anyone has seen or heard news of the renowned elder woman, Tru Trung Lao, during this period. But everyone admits they haven't. So could it mean her acting was so good that someone was secretly watching from afar? And that person was Yue Ni, who complimented her. Not ashamed to spend 5 spiritual stones to summon her back. She remembers what happened yesterday. The person who wanted to extract information from Kwang Tu-du was trying to find out about Zhu Tuyet Lai's whereabouts. Could this be his true purpose for coming to Van Kiem Mon? To the extent that even the female elder dares to have intentions? She remembered the moment Dunyak patted her shoulder. In the secret moment. Isn't there still a promise owed to me? Consider it repayment for my kindness. Nguyet Ni outwardly responded. But secretly she thought, the opportunity has come. I can use Van Kiem Mon's hand to eliminate him. Therefore, she suggested fabricating a tragic story, claiming that the female elder of the sect was imprisoned because she didn't want to be secretly controlled by the higher-ups. She thought this method could eliminate Dunyak, seeing something in Nguyet Ni's eyes. Dunyak looked at her. Wait a minute. Something's not right. This woman, if she intentionally started blaming me after the rumors began and went to the sect to throw everything on me, plus stir up more trouble, then I could be destroyed by the sect. If it were before, I would have definitely been reckless. But now, before I hear the applause, this method is good. Let him speak for himself. It's much less trouble. Then I might be destroyed by the sect. If it had been before, I would have been very reckless. But now, before Trong Tuyet Li's case is thoroughly investigated, I still can't die. Let's put it this way. The senior female elder, who loves her disciple from the lower pavilion, is still being pushed around by the overbearing head teacher. A foolish woman in a real-life version. As long as I become the focus of public opinion, before Trong Tuyet Lai steps forward to explain, the elder will only be able to wait patiently for the truth to come out. His intention is to participate himself. Hearing Dunyak's plan, Nguyet Ni is shocked that he dares to actively attract the attention of the high-ranking sect members. Does he not fear his identity being exposed? This guy isn't planning to place that final ticket, which is to corner me and Trong Tuyet Lai into leaving. At that point, the two of us will definitely find it hard to escape his deadly trap. No way. Defeating Vi Kwang first, and then you. Nguyet Ni. After that terrifying encounter, you come to find me so late. Is it really just because of this? Or do you not want to do anything else? What to do? Dunyak blushed. I still remember the promise in the secret realm. This is a specialty from my hometown. When I hear specialty, Dunyak was surprised. Yue Ni holding the box. Still naked. Walking toward Dunoak. A man's body is a great tonic, capable of bringing him to a paradise of bliss. Dunoak grew more and more embarrassed. Yue Ni used sweet words. Come here. Dunyoak. She kept getting closer to him. Dunyak sweat and reached out his hand, taking the box. I will accept this first. The rumor spread thanks to that person, Dunyak said and then ran away. Nguyet Ni didn't have time to react before he disappeared. At the courtyard of Van Kiem Mon, thanks to their plan, everyone was discussing intensely what? That Tro Trong Lao was imprisoned because he loved a junior disciple? Yes. I heard it was a tragic love story, involving Tro Trong Lao and Kwang Trong Lao. There has long been a marriage alliance. And moreover, I hear that Elder Quang is the illegitimate child of Master Truong. Otherwise, how could he imprison an elder? The sect's actions are unacceptable. That's right, Van Keem's sect is an honorable school. And the sect must give everyone justice. Lao Quang heard the rumors and was furious. That brat Dunyak wanted to ask about Tu Yet Lai's whereabouts, and resorted to such despicable means. Master Trungfen remained calm. Smiled gently. Tu Ru. You still lack insight into human nature. Tu Yet Li's spirit is now exhausted. And despite all efforts to save him, there has been no improvement. Let him try and see. Tu Ru looks down below. So that Tu buy it. This matter involving Tu Yet Li's entire cultivation, life must be handled with care. I am preparing for Dunyak to go to the Kiem Thachtai. Hearing about the sword stone platform, the sect leader asked if he had already been sent there as soon as he entered the spiritual realm. Worry that it might ruin him. Tiru remembered Dunyak's expression. So he observed to see how much determination he had for Tu Yet Lai. That night at the jade stone platform, a scroll unfurled and floated in the air, illuminating softly. Yu Niao moved onto the bed, reading the information from the scroll to learn about the Jadestone platform and the grave of the first-generation old sect master. Van Kiemon is said to hold the inheritance of the elder sect master, and only those with a true sword soul can see through its mysteries. But over the past 1,000 years, countless disciples have attempted to explore this secret, resulting in their Tao hearts shattering or descending into the demonic way, falling into the demonic path. Van Kiem sect shouldn't be an orthodox school. So how could there be such a place? Forget it. It's none of my business. Thinking then, he closed his eyes to contemplate further. Guang Sudu told me to hold on in the swordstone platform for a stick of incense. So there must be a serious danger inside. I can't just sit idly waiting for death. Thinking of this, Dunyak sat up quickly. With only 3 days to prepare, I must quickly master the technique of controlling the air and law realm. Find Tai Thu Lei, surely. There is a way. You go to Dung Truk. This time I must survive. In Yue Ni's room, she is communicating through the glass. The demon lord Yen Tam has already given the demon extinction pill to the Van Ma patriarch. Over there, the demon lord listened to her report and believed that as long as he could eliminate the great demon venerable, his success would not only depend on the power of that string of prayer beads, but also on the cultivation technique he shared with the demonic cultivation and numerous precious artifacts he possessed. Even I could break free from the heavenly prison and chains in a single attempt. Who in this world could bite me then? At this moment, Yue Ni doesn't know what poison the Van Matusu is selling in his bottle. I really can't be sure. Demon Lord sheds tears and says, listen. The 10,000 demons pill is a supreme treasure. Just this once. Don't disappoint me. Understand? Yue Ni obeys. And with the temper of the sect master, if the 10,000 demons ancestor is safe, then any problems must be my fault. At Dung Truk, Dunyak was moving towards a certain area. No. If he didn't succeed within 3 days, he could only run away. He approached a meter from a dark abyss, looked back and forth, sniffed safe. Then he plummeted straight down into the abyss, where Thule was staring into the bubbling green water, a mysterious smile on her face. When I have absorbed the divine soul of the pill to refine it, at that moment, just mentioning this will seem to remind her of something, and she will suddenly fall silent. While the alchemy furnace continues to bubble away, she thought of inviting Dunyak to Hot Pot. Senior. Why suddenly Hot Pot? She came up with a reason herself. Because she's been too timid for a long time. Don't hold back. Let's eat together. Dunyak casually picked up the elixir pellet. Who? This is stir-fried fish balls. Facing him, Shuli smiled smugly, knowing that as long as he ate this elixir pellet, his soul would temporarily be drawn inside, and his body would become an empty shell. My soul can enter and merge with his body, while Dunyak only needs to dissolve the pill fire before absorbing it and put it into my body. I will be able to escape from this damn place. But still, he's a very good person. Is it too harsh to do this? She thought with empty hands. It's okay. I can't die anyway. But a voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Senior. Are you here? I'm looking for someone. Hearing the commanding voice, Thule was terrified. Why did Dunyak arrive at this moment? I wasn't ready yet. She kept asking herself what to do. What to do? I don't know what the two of them discussed. But Dunak questioned and paid the price. Thule realized he knew nothing and smiled, saying, "We have a secret technique called the United Mind Profound Method in our demon sect. As long as the opponent fully controls their body and continuously practices the same technique, when the spiritual energy flows through the meridians and gradually forms a memory of the meridian, something rises above and catches Dunak's gaze. It's already flying up. You're surprised at how powerful this secret technique is." Dunyak doubts. Thule confidently replies, "After all, I am your senior. It's really like folding paper, using the same folding method multiple times to leave a crease. Isn't it just about memorizing it?" She still takes pride in obeying Dunyak. "And as long as he agrees, I can start experimenting on my new body sooner." Dunyak realized. "So that means I am this piece of paper, and you are the one folding it. Even though you leave the magical folds on my body, the wear and tear on the body cannot be changed." Shu Lei looked at you as if you wanted it. "How about it? Aren't you afraid?" You look intently at Shu Lei. Then confidently extend your hand. "Senior, please guide me." Thule was stunned, willing to pay this price to become stronger, showing a very devilish spirit. "Senior, you don't need to be too polite with me. After all," Dunyak combed his hair, "what does this have to do with Dunya and Tranfai's body? You say?" Thule stood there puzzled. Then he suddenly grinned mischievously. "At the sword-seeking sect, rumors are once again swirling. I hear that Master Trong Cao Tien Su Huyin is going to enter the Spirit Stone Pavilion for sword testing again. Ridiculous. Hasn't Master Trong just come out? He needs at least a few days to recover. You still don't know." This morning inside the sect, news spread that a young kid named Dunyach also wants to enter the Swordstone platform in 3 days. Ridiculous. Who gave him the courage to challenge the number one in the law realm? Everyone in the inner circle knows that Master Zhang Sui Huying has been secretly acknowledged as a sword disciple this time. No doubt. Anyone who dares to compete with Huing clearly overestimates their strength. And Thon Tu and Wuhan just happened to overhear this news. The two looked at each other. Dunyak wanted to enter the Swordstone Tower. Thon Tu remembered that the tower was where the sect chose sword disciples. And Du Huyin, after entering the legal realm, wanted to leave to lead the battle. Wuhan had a different thought. But it was not surprising. Previously, while cultivating on the solitary bridge, Dunyak was indeed the kind of person with unwavering resolve and a strong sense of righteousness. Thon Tu also agreed, recalling that Dunyak used to be an inferior disciple like us. Yet with a blink of an eye, he dared to compete with the sun and moon for glory. His spirit worth studying for a lifetime. Thon Tu was talking with Wuhan when he suddenly realized that Dunyak was passing by at an incredible speed. As he ran, Dunyak, in his usual calm manner, asked, "Are we exposed now? Why are they chasing us?" And the one to answer was Dunyak. "You got caught. Who told you to go to Nico's bathhouse to flirt? And even borrow his clothes? Behind you? Nico's women are chasing after the perv. The thief of clothes. Don't run." Thon Tu and Wuhan also froze, recognizing that it was Dunyak. It's brother Du. No mistake. Thon Tu still couldn't fully recover. Wuhan is the same way. Right? Dunyak, in her vengeful spirit form, shouted, "Senior, come back to the mountain cave immediately. I really trust him." While training outside, if I didn't run quickly, I would have been caught. Thule glances at them and says, "Your sword sects are really strange." Dunyak is stunned, but what more can she do? She looks towards the mountain, clearly a righteous mountain, but there's a faint trace of demonic aura emanating from it. The air feels very weak. True orthodox cultivators normally can't sense it. Only us demon cultivators can feel it. Dunyak was indignant. "Don't talk nonsense. The mountain in front is the location of the Swordstone platform, which is also part of the first-generation Old Sect Masters Wenjian sect. No demon cultivator would dare to go out there to seek death." "Whatever. Let's go see." The girl dressed like Dunyak is still heading toward the Swordstone platform. Dunyak is still furious. "Someone quickly return her clothes to me." At the Swordstone platform, the disciples are still gathered here. It's been an hour, and I don't know if Master Zorng Su Huyan will succeed this time. Whatever the case, he is definitely more formidable than that unnamed Dunyak. And the Thon Kiem is starting to shake. Quickly look, Zhang Siheng stepped out. and all the disciples turned towards the one called Zhang Siheng. A strong wind blew through, gathering an immensely powerful energy at the Thon Kiem. Truong Suhuyen stepped out, but it seemed he was badly wounded. Eyes bloodshot. He muttered sadly, "It's a shame." In the courtyard, the crowd gathered, watching him, wondering what had happened. But instead, he spat out blood. This caused everyone to panic and worry. He spread his arms and used purity magic to restore his clean appearance, seeing his completely tidy appearance as if nothing had happened. The crowd was a little annoyed. Is this composure after injury or an obsessive-compulsive disorder? Cao Tian sat in the courtyard, confidently declaring, "I have passed the southern gate of the Sword Clan." People around were surprised. Zhang Suying was indeed able to pass the southern gate. In the sect, only Zhuang Suyunheng succeeded in challenging the sword disciples with his cultivation of the law realm, proving himself as the first in the law realm. But Cao Tian still felt regretful, regretting that in the end he failed to meet the expectations of the founding master of sword matching. It can't be like that. Everyone says the technique master's sword is the ancestral treasure of the sword sect. The sword of the first sect master, only to be seen, but not sought after. That's right. Other sword disciples haven't achieved it either. But forget what they're saying. Cao Tian pulled out a list from somewhere. Everyone looked on and wondered what he was doing. It turned out, the list he was examining was the reason for the failure of the disciples' trial. The 9th attempt at the sword trainee test failed because I accidentally tore my sleeve today. I will continue. The 10th attempt failed because I used an extra moment of about a quarter of an hour today. I will continue. Fighter test number 11 failed due to bad weather. Unable to continue. Test number 12 failed because there was no sword sect today. Jiang Soch failed again this time. Revealing the reason, suddenly Cao Tian appeared. "Everyone. Good afternoon." Dunyak greeted, catching Cao Tian in confusion. "This is the place for the swordsmanship trial." "Who are you?" Dunyak shouted. "Who is my supervisor?" Cao Tian calmly stands up. At the early stage of the spiritual realm, Dunyak also wants to participate in the sword test. Dunyak glances over. "Who is that?" He turns around and looks up, seeing the list. "I wonder what this is." Cao Tian seems quite confident. "I will challenge the record of the swordmaster." Dunyak read the list and smiled faintly. Yet he had already failed 12 times. So weak. "Why do you still want to join?" He placed his hand on his chin and asked. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. Cao Tian remains confident. He cleared the first 5 levels and is only a bit short of the founding master's sword coordination assessment. However, no one has recognized you. Why are you still participating? And there are even people who think they've failed just because their clothes are torn? Are you sick? That question made Cao Tian extremely angry. His face darkened. "Junior brother, if you don't stand for righteousness and look down on everyone, it's one thing. But if you keep humiliating me in turn, are you provoking me?" Dunyak maintained his composure. "Provoking what? Why should I provoke someone who's lost 12 times and still has to keep a record? Seeing how Thula is using her body to wreak havoc. Dunuo is speechless. This time it's really problematic, once again causing trouble. If I had handed my body over earlier, I wouldn't worry about being reborn as a twin after sister." Cao Tian raised his sword. "Already like this. My disciple. Why don't you make a move?" Dunyak angrily steps in to stop him. "Senior, if we apologize now, don't you want to quickly enter the swordstone platform?" But Shule ignores your words and says nonsense. "In our group, only the one who gets beaten has to apologize." Cao Tian raises his sword and faces him. "I don't know which side is speaking righteousness, but I will betray them." Shuli in Dunyak's body wipes his hands. "If I cry out in pain, don't blame me." Dunyak tried to stop him. "Senior, don't reveal your identity." Cao Tian's eyes are filled with rage as he swings his sword, unleashing powerful sword energy toward Dunyak, who simply raises his hand and punches in the air, smashing the sword energy apart. Leaving Cao Tian stunned, he still hasn't recovered. When Dunyak had already dispelled his attack, everyone watching outside was stunned with their mouths open. While Dunyak just stood there giggling, everyone was still stunned. It broke. Dunyak surprisingly used her palm strike to shatter the old sword technique of senior brother Trong. How could that be? Despite his injuries, the previous sword strike carried at least mid-stage Fap Can power, and senior brother Truong is at the peak of Fap Can. But Cao Tian still stood there, unable to comprehend what just happened. His face darkened with fear. And before he could act, Dunyak continued to strike. Cao Tian was truly frightened this time. But Dunyak's attack still came. He quickly caught it but was still knocked back. Cao Tian's expression was awkward. This flame blast and this punch are truly strange. The disciples outside are also sweating cold sweat. Their strength is truly powerful, comparable to spiritual realm. As for Cao Xian, they haven't been able to do anything yet. If it's just physical strength, that last sword should have been like cutting through armor. Not just a simple strike, but in the moment of fist and sword clash, I could feel the dominance within it. It was clearly the fist that resembled a sharp sword, directly conquering the mind. The sound rang out again, and the music was once more attacking Cao Tian. Cao Tian was terrified. And it happened again. Nam's punch amplifies its power towards Cao Tian. No doubt. That's exactly the feeling. He sees Nam's punch heading his way. Then everything goes silent. Senior brother Truong, after being punched, collapsed. Senior brother Truong, are you all right? When fainting, in a dazed state, Cao Tian recalls his encounter with Elder Quang. This 9 transmissions demonic saber clearly only has 72 swords. So why does it say there are 73? Cao Tian saw the Elder extend 2 fingers, representing the 7th to the 13th sword. He was stunned. How could a hand become a sword? Elder Quang also doubted. But I heard that it is the person who controls the sword, not the sword that controls the person. Following Truth Yen, Bach Lu Yen, the hidden sword has no peak. Even the hand can become a sword. Truth Yen Bach Lu Yen believes that the sword's essence is harmony between the mind and the sword. If you do not practice swordsmanship but instead focus on flowers and plants, how can you still call yourself a swordmaster? Cao Tian wondered. Elder Quang seemed to be hiding something, so she turned to the dark side. Elder Quang, who is she really? Cao Tian was curious, and the answer he received was that 500 years ago, the only sword disciple who subdued the ancestor of the sword was Tham Nung Chuk. Returning to the present, I really don't know how to fight. So boring. Dunyak lamented. After defeating Cao Tian, he went searching around and mentioned this swordstone platform. Dunyak, in spirit form, quickly provided the information that this sword is the entrance. You point to the sword and ask Elder. Take a look. His hand was reaching for the sword when a call stopped him. Everyone around was also drawn to the sound. Quickly looking over senior brother Zhang. Han. Dunyak turned around and gave a cold look. So you still want to be beaten? Cao Tian got up unsteadily, panting heavily. What kind of martial technique did you use? Dunyak replied indifferently. Just punch anywhere and it's fine. Cao Tian was unwilling. His ordinary fist, even if it could break my magic, wouldn't let me feel the overwhelming pressure directly hitting my mind. Within that fist, there is energy. Hearing this, genuine Dunyai's soul appeared as Huang Hu's ghost. Thule and Dunyai's body also frowned. Could it be that they have been discovered by the Han? Dunyak honestly also feels that this time it's really dangerous. Cao Tian still insists it's sword aura. Right, no. The one unarmed is because your fist itself is the sharpest sword in the world. Manu grabbing Cao Tian's thin kin left Dunyak speechless. Turns out he's brainless. Hearing that, Thula immediately spoke in Dunyak's tone. Nonsense. It's just a fist. Knocking down weak people. What's the point of a sword? Listening to Thule's taunts, Dunyak secretly sighed at that strange competitive spirit. Cao Tian walks away regardless, thankful in his heart for this. As it helped him understand the true way of the sword, Cao Tian continues to condense the untouchable state. And as he does, he says, I have realized something. Thule, confused, has no idea what he has realized. And Dunyak also doesn't understand. Cao Tian soars and gathers the 9 transformation demon sealing sword, the 17th sword, used by him to attack Dunyak. Thula frowned angrily. This is what you get for bringing it on yourself. Cao Tian remained quite confident. Today, I will definitely become a true sword master. Stop. A loud shout stopped Cao Tian's attack. Both Dunya and Cao Tian turned around. Dunya felt truly doomed. The elder leader had arrived. But Thule remained confident. Don't worry. 2 against 1. I am not afraid. Dunyak was furious. Fighting 2 against 1 is a ghost. This is indeed the sect elder. That's right. Dealing with him requires strength, so it won't be easy. Thula nonchalantly pretends to be indifferent. Oh no. This young one's 13 sword intents are breaking through their realm. And Thula sensed it, as Tao Thien's attack reached Dunyak. Dunyak's soul spoke up. This is not the time for reflection. Better to think about how to deal with the current trouble. But the move that was about to hit Dunyak suddenly stopped. The attack shifted direction. Who? Why did it pull back? Dunyak wondered. Tao Thien cried out in pain. Then Hanshpat blood. Tao Thien fell. And everyone anxiously called out, Senior brother. A sword swiftly came to catch Tao Thien. The one who caught Han was the senior elder. The strong one who withdrew his sword in panic. I will treat his injuries first. Tao Thien's soul. Senior elder. Can I wear gloves? This statement left both the elder and everyone else powerless. What time is it now? Addressing Dunyak. Seizing the moment. Quickly leave the state of being a sub-spirit, Thula, who is excited to be free. Departs. What are you joking about? The treasure in this stone platform. I haven't even seen it yet. Claiming the treasure but not taking it. What a waste for a demon cultivator. Dunyak was stunned. Why are you suddenly staying behind? If you stay and don't leave, we're both finished. Thule confidently said. Don't worry. I have my plans, but Dunyak doesn't believe it. At this moment, Tao Thien has been healed by Tu Du. He cupped his hands in gratitude to Elder Guang for healing him. Tao Thien felt ashamed of the elder's regard and could not become a sword disciple. Toughness questioned him. Do you feel that you cannot swing that sword? Very unwilling. Tao Thien honestly said. I, as a disciple, dare not. The sword spirit, the child who attains sword mastery to prove the way, must have both talent and a pure heart. And a disciple's negative thoughts are not allowed. However, at this moment, the sword spirit declared that you have become a sword spirit. Tao Thien was surprised. But I cannot have it. Tudu explained that, in fact, after the founding master passed away, every generation of sword cultivators had to attain the recognition left behind by the mighty sword ancestor. This sword has been corroded by demonic energy, so it hasn't been suitable to use for the past 500 years. Tao Tian and our disciples were all surprised. What? Demonic energy corroding? Huawei and the others also enjoyed the change in their mindset, seeing no more room for doubt. I was indeed correct. As for the leftovers of music, there's little more to say. The legendary sword ancestor's name was Tu Nguyen, and after thousands of years, he had long since developed ambitions. Earning her approval is truly extremely difficult. 500 years ago, after the swordmaster Shen Ningzhu conquered Tu Yuan, he was corrupted by the pursuit of the extreme realm of sword cultivation. Influenced by Shen Ningzhu's demonic possession, Tu Yuan became even more eccentric and powerful. And after Shen Ningzhu left the sword sect, he refused to recognize anyone. Therefore, the relics of the sword sect become more like treasured symbols rather than objects for dispute. Zidu continued to teach the disciples. So sometimes breaking the rules isn't necessarily a good thing. The sect's goal should be guiding the sword disciples, not breaking their principles. If you can finally return your sword, then you have passed the test. As for Tu Wine, no one can tame it now. As soon as he finished speaking, an arm reached out. I'll go tame it, Tudu said as he turned to look, Thule, in her body. Dunyak was confident that the sword god's legacy was too profound for him. A single fight would suffice. And for real treasures he could only marvel. Senior, you truly pushed me to the brink of death. Tudu looked at him, initially just wanting to test his swordsmanship in the trial to see if his mind was steady. But he didn't expect that in just one day he would be able to go head-to-head with Gao Thien. And the headmaster's regard for him truly proved there was truth to it. Dunyak looked at Tudu and said that treasures aren't necessarily won through fighting skill, they belong to those who have them. Seeing his demeanor, Tudu felt that his temperament was a bit too impulsive. Afterwards, he allowed Dunyak to participate in the trial. Everyone behind was surprised. If Dunyak succeeded, wouldn't he become the youngest swordmaster in history? Hearing the rumors, Dunyak blushed and chuckled, as if he had keen eyes. At another place, Maton was listening to the report that the 10,000 demons' ancestor wanted to punish the sword young master, Nguyen, 3 days after the sword trial, and this information was true. Nguyen continued to inform the situation, and this time, The sword young master would not only be subjected to the normal purification with righteous energy, but also to a bone-breaking punishment by the headmaster. Furthermore, their common goal is to eliminate demonic cultivation. And even Ni is deeply surprised to hear this. Ma Tone told her that the only weakness of the demon extermination is the fear of the 10th level of righteous energy in the celestial realm. Nguyet Ni is panicked. So does that mean that exterminating demons won't work on him? Ma Tone's face tightened at this moment, fearing it's not that simple. Once the demon-slaying medicine takes effect, nothing unusual will happen. This clearly involves the sword boy, and he's long since devised a good plan. Nguyen found it hard to report everything because her master believed that the ancient demon ancestor had ingested the divine pill. And if I told the truth? Ma Tone guessed. Could it be that this person has achieved enlightenment, wanting to transform and become a righteous cultivator? Or is he just exploiting the sect's power to speed up his cultivation for righteousness? From then on, destroying the demonic path became an unavoidable mission, no matter what kind. This person posed too great a threat and was a major danger to our demonic sect. Senza had to find another way to eliminate him. Nguyen continued to speculate. Maybe it was just an excuse. Perhaps he will leave in 3 days. Just as she was reporting, a voice suddenly called out, Nguyen, are you here? Yue Ni startled and turned around to look. The person coming is Wu Han. She asked Yue Ni to accompany her. Today, Dunyak will enter the Sword Stone platform. Hurry and come support him. Nguyet Ni, upon hearing this, frowned deeply. Dunyak really wants to become a sword saint. Dunyak has indeed entered the Sword Stone platform. And this place is completely different from the outside. There is no light. Only a sword blazing with fire. Dunao and Thula both look up. This is the swordsmanship trial. A series of red lightning bolts shot out from the sword. But Thule, in Dunyak's body, remained confident. Small matter, I'll take it down here. Before even touching it, she was kicked away. So embarrassing. This made Thula extremely angry. Dunyak asked politely, Senior, are you all right? But since it's still Dunyak's body, Thule didn't care and stood up. Yet she wouldn't let me pass. Then she continued to use Dunyak's body to rush forward, chaotic and reckless. And in the end, she was thrown away again. This time it seems that Thula has completely surrendered. All right. The rules here are really strange. You must pass through the 4 sides of the stone platform to reach the center. Dunyak's soul was completely helpless. It's obvious. Can she even survive this? Thule collapsed briefly, then got back up. She won't be defeated that easily. Is this just a trial? Or is she using Dunyak's body to launch herself up? What's her trick? Save and launch everyone over here. She's heading toward the stone platform. As soon as she set foot on the first stone platform, a barrage of celestial flames rained down from above. Dunyak hurriedly warned, Elder, be careful. But Thule opened Dunyak's mouth and kept drawing the flames into herself. Dunyak's soul gasped in shock, unable to process what was happening before Thule stopped. Having already absorbed everything into Dunyak, Dunyak's soul was stunned, eyes wide open and mouth agape. What have you done? After Thule absorbed the fire into Dunyak's body, his face swelled and reddened. No one could understand this. This trial stone platform has 5 sections, each designed according to the 5 elements and directions. The southern part governs fire. With a fiery heart full of anger, excessive rage leads to disrespect. This test is about virtue. As long as your appearance is neat and you defeat the raging fire, you'll pass the evaluation. Dunyak's soul was worried and asked, My body is the one I'm talking about. Why has it become like this now? Thula told him, I just absorbed all the flames and used magic to extinguish them. If I don't completely extinguish them in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they will explode inside my body. The more he spoke, the more Dunyak's soul panicked. Is he playing with fire? But Thule couldn't care less. A dragon suddenly lunged at them from nowhere, causing both of them to look up in surprise. The dragon was enormous and fierce. Dunyak's soul shouted in fear. While Thule silently observed, the dragon charged at them, causing Dunyak Hon to panic. Tula stayed silent, arched her back, and unleashed all her flames to attack the dragon. Dunyak Linhan was left speechless at this moment. While Thule, after releasing the flames from Dunyak's body, returned to her cheerful smile. Dunyak Linhan thought he was definitely going to die. But Thula, within Tannon's body, reassured him, confident that destroying metal with fire from the west, regardless of what it was, would do the trick. Dunyak's soul wondered why this person was so familiar with the test of the sword disciple from the sword picture sect. But Thule claimed she had never heard of it and then started to show off. Considering herself a genius, the righteous way and the demonic way are both paths of cultivation, based on yin and yang, 5 elements, and the Bagua, guiding qi into the body to elevate one's realm beneath the stars. Then she seized the gold and silver rod she had tamed from the dragon. She merged it into the sword. The principles of cultivation are the same. The principles of nature are also the same. Then she raised the sword and stepped forward. And Dunyak's soul could not stop her. But as soon as they stepped into that circle, the two of them fell into an illusion. Dunyak's spirit was curious. Where could this be? Shule explains that this is the third stone platform, belonging to the tomb system, the land of vitality, and the virtue of poets. The more they listen, the more confused Dunyak's soul asks questions. Virtue of humanity. Just being kind enough. Is that all? Thule hints that as long as no life is harmed, there's no problem, and this challenge is for self-cultivation. But Dunyak suddenly realizes that someone else doesn't intend to follow that, right? Thule agrees with Dunyak's opinion and uses her body to launch attacks, causing everything in the forest to shatter. This action awakens something with a spiritual sense, revealing that they are actually the guardian spirit animals here. Instead of them, Shule smiled proudly as they attacked Dunyak's body, while she parried and fought even more fiercely, laughing happily. It's been a long time since she felt so exhilarated. Maybe because she was trapped for too long. She fought with ferocity, but Dunyak's soul realized something senior. Are they getting more and more numerous? Thula also noticed, but she didn't know why. Then she guessed that they absorb magic power and life from the injured, which is why they become more numerous. Dunyak's soul frowned and asked what to do. Thule decided to eat everything. Just eat it. Everyone knows that. The spiritual creatures were also exhausted when they heard this. After a while, Shula, in Dunyak's body, let out a sigh from overeating. All right. On to the next door. We're getting closer to the chain of swords. The soul of Dunya observed that the high monk was able to pass through this trial unscathed. The two of them exited the illusion. And as soon as they did, they encountered another Dunya standing there waiting. Thule sighed. This trial is different from what I imagined. Looking at the ethereal Dunyak in front of him remaining silent, Thule sighs and says it's a bit more difficult. As at this moment, the ethereal Dunyak's eyes are glowing red. The two Dunyak looked at each other. The atmosphere extremely strange. Dunyak's soul reached out and asked, Senior, if I'm not mistaken, is the one facing us me? Thule explains that this obstacle belongs to the water element, which reflects all things. And this challenge is about breaking through oneself. So, it's not easy to handle. Right? Dunyak wondered. While Thula was still devising her strategy, crystal generates water. This sword is useless. Water overcomes fire. My most familiar magic is also suppressed. Dunyak was surprised. Then why are you still moving forward? As she received the punch, Thule, in Dunyak's body, surpassed the illusionary Dunyak. She reassured him. Don't panic. I am very strong. With just a punch. She prepared to strike. While on the other side, Dunyak's illusion also reached out. He holds her fist. Neither of them yielding in the confrontation. Dunyak's soul smiles. Formidable senior. With just one punch. Thula was furious. Dunyak would be exposed. But there was no time to hear him try to stop it. Thule has transformed into a giant form, using the heaven and earth summoning technique. And this is a different space. In her true form, she reaches out her hand toward Dunyak Ao. Durushian Ao sees her reaching out and slamming down hard. Durushian's soul watches this scene. Did he succeed? But before Thula could react, a beam of light shot through. Dunyak's soul shouted in fright. And Thula grimaced from the attack just now. The fake Dunyak passes through her hand, as if nothing happened. After passing through, the fake Dunyak transforms into a sleek black form that looks incredibly cool. Even Dunyak's soul howled in pain. My handsome appearance is just explosive. Thule was furious. Beauty means nothing. That's the external effect of the two forces existing in your body. You yourself are still a familiar chicken. Virtual Dunya swung, but hadn't hit Thule yet. And her previous move caused Thule extreme pain. The soul of Dunya, the king, was frightened, so she must be careful. Thule angrily scolds and warns. Don't look down on others. Dunyak's illusion attacks Thule. She remarks, you don't know your limits. As the two techniques clash repeatedly, the immense power created by two extremely fierce moves filled the air with smoke. Then Thule transformed back into Dunyak. The Venerable One, has the transformation been completed? So you won't be defeated by him anymore. Thule confirms I can do it. She exhales tiredly, knowing that the energy I can transfer into the body is limited. Furthermore, that object contains two spiritual energies within the body. At this moment, Thule suddenly realizes something. That's right. I can use it too. Dunyak's soul looked confused. Who? Use what? Thule, standing close to Dunyak, closes her eyes and concentrates her internal energy. A burst of red light radiates from Dunyak's body. I looked to see. Dunyak's spirit was confused. Senior, what are you doing? Thule recognized this place. And Dunyak's spirit blushed at this moment. Inside, two pulses of energy flickered, and the illusionary Dunyak also watched to see what was happening. At this moment, Thule stepped forward, and she looked at Dunyak's corpse with a huge grin. I don't know where she got the confidence from. So of course, she returned the Daoist arts to you. She then went to Avatuidu, punched it directly, and retreated back into the water. Holding back, you are so low-level and petty. No wonder. You are a mirror that is neither yin nor yang. And the more you fight, the more Thule curses and gets fired up. The water's surface was disturbed as Thule defeated Dunyak Ao and returned underwater, prompting a huge wave to rise, leaving Dunyak's soul speechless at the scene. After the battle, Thule and Dunyak remain in the water. Dunyak's illusion dissipates into the jade piece in their hands. Looking at the gem in her hand, Dunya wondered, Senior, what are you holding? Shula said that the water-blessing heart seal, once broken, can pass through this obstacle. She said that and put it into her mouth to chew and swallow, leaving Dunyak stunned. Senior, you ate again. Thule still calmly replied, Oh heavens, this is nothing. Instead, it's Dunyak who holds two strong forces on his body, enough to break through a mid-stage Tao realm. Dung also performs very well. Dunyak was surprised. Is the spiritual energy of the Spirit King Palace in Neon Chao really that strong? He thought to himself. I really didn't see this coming. Even though my ability to draw Snowlie has increased, but it's also hard to die. It seems that the realm of the Tao is like a hammer. We have reached the final trial. Thule looked up. Dunyak also looked. The final trial. Just like this. Thule observed that the final trial's design with the 5 elements was not difficult to swallow. Unrelated to the 5 elements. Just a step in the chaos of his compulsive obsession. But that young brat won't need to pretend anymore. I will take him down. After saying that, she flew toward the sword of Thon. She aimed directly at Thankiem's position. But Thankiem emitted a light. Thule was caught off guard and was extremely surprised. A beam of light shot out, and Dunyak could only manage to call out Senior twice before Thule snapped awake. Gasping for breath from exhaustion, then I got up. I was pushed out of Dunyak's body. Dunyak. He won't be killed. Right? Dunyak opened his eyes in surprise, looking at his body with joy and saying, Turn back. Where is Tai Thule? Ahead of him, a girl appeared, with a Thon sword beneath her, emitting a blue radiance around her, and he thought she was a sword spirit. Soul Sword Spirit looks at Dunyak, recognizing her as the trial contestant. She channels her energy, and the surrounding light disperses into sharp crystal shards, heading straight for Dunyak. Dunyak panicked. Damn it. He stood there watching countless sharp crystals falling from above like rain. He crossed his arms to block the attack, and the flying stones sliced into him, and when they collided, an explosion erupted, smoke billowing everywhere. While the shards kept falling, after a while, the smoke began to clear, revealing a deep crater where Dunya had stood, and she was still soaring high above. Watching down, Dunyak slashed the ground with his sword, blood dripping in drops, his anger so intense that it was hard to see with the naked eye. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, and his ancestors of the 10,000 swords lineage would have wanted to sever the entire family lineage if they knew this sword craftsman was aiming to destroy their descendant for generations to come. Tu Nguyen continues to attack with the same old moves. She shouted, "Get out! Not the other person. Not worthy of being called a person." Dunyak swings his sword to cut through the chi streams carrying the precious stones towards him. He thought his sword skill was powerful, feeling as if countless needles were stabbing into his body. He started to worry. No. If this continues, he will have to rely on it. He recalled what Tai Thu Le had taught, imagining spiritual energy as a delicious delicacy emitting a fragrant aroma, constantly absorbing it to let his mind remember this unique scent. Moving across different parts of the body, Dunam raised his sword, closed his eyes, and kept his hand by his side to channel his energy. A ring of golden light forming before him. Dunam opened his eyes, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, remembering Tai Thu Le's teachings. He recorded the flow of spiritual energy to imbue every part of his body, creating a golden light that formed a protective shield against all attacks, including flying sword strikes. Dunyam opens his eyes wide, looking at his sharp sword. He spins around in an arc, his sword leaving a trail of golden-orange light that blows away Tu Nguyen's attack. And the collision between the two attacks creates a shockwave, sending rocks and dirt flying. Tu Nguyen, caught in her own attack, is knocked back and braces herself with her hand. Tu Nguyen transformed into an ice phoenix, leaving Dunyak shocked and again attacked unexpectedly. Dunyak staggered backwards, tense and exhausted, thinking she's deliberately trying to kill him. Tu Nguyen rushed toward Dunyak, claws spread to attack. Dunyak, no longer able to resist, could only apologize to Tu Yet Li, when suddenly the jade gem inside Dunyak emitted a bright light, catching him by surprise. A constant beam of energy forms a sphere and attacks Tu Nguyen, saving Dunyak from harm, causing Tu Nguyen to be thrown back. The gem continues to glow, shaping into a person, and Dunyak stands behind, puzzled, wondering who that is. It is you, Tu Yet Li. The image of Tu Yet Li appears as a spiritual soul in front of Dunyak. Remembering what Tu Yet Li once said to you. This is for you. Through it, you can contact me. As if I am right beside you. The spirit soul smiled back at Yunyo, realizing that her words meant that despite being badly injured, she still wanted to protect me. Tu Yet Li's spirit begins to fade. Perhaps she can only appear for a short time. As Dunyak sees her about to disappear, he feels worried and recalls that Tai Thu Le previously used the reflective image of himself to harness the power of the Spirit King Palace. And theoretically, he can do the same. Dunyak raises his sword, the purple energy wrapping around the blade flowing into his hand, then beginning to encircle his body. As he considers using both powers on himself, Dunyak charges forward with Tu Yet Li's soul spirit. Both thrust their swords ahead. Dunyak now transformed into a figure, clad in black armor with purple hair. Both of them flew past Tu Nguyen, with Dunyak standing and watching as ice fragments fell, his sword emitting a powerful violet aura. The bitch snow jade stone given to you also fell, no longer shining as brightly as before. Dunyak reached out to grab it, but it started to fade into a cloud of green smoke. Clench my fist. The stone has fully turned into streams of air escaping from my hand. At this moment, Dunyak has become stronger. I will definitely survive and return to see her. Then a warning siren sounded, causing Dunyak to gape, and Tu Nguyen appeared angrily saying that the trial forbade both of them from participating. Forbade deep affection, and she shouted loudly, "Pham Quai." Dunyak, confused, looked at her. "Pham Quai, who are you? And who is she?" Tu Nguyen rushed up close to Dunyak's face, furious, and shouted, "Do I look like anyone to you?" She turned around and huffed, then confidently lifted her chin and said, "I am your great ancestor." Dunyak stood behind, her eyes wide as she looked at Tu Nguyen. He squinted at Tu Nguyen, thinking this was a trick. Then he clenched his teeth in discomfort, his face darkening. A trickster. Tu Nguyen flew away without looking back, wondering what to do here. "You're already expelled. I won't acknowledge you. Get lost." Then Tu Nguyen turned to look at Dunyak, strolling away casually without seeing him off. as if he were the final obstacle of the 100-year trial. And it was the first time I saw someone bringing a woman there. Dunyak looked at Tun Wen, listening intently. Hundreds of years. Dunyak realized something was wrong. Eyes opening wide. You are the real sword cultivator of the past 500 years. The reason no ancestor recognizes your sword technique is because you are too weak. Tu Wen turned away again and said, I only recognize elder sister Ngung Truk. Dunyak asked Tu Wen, Shen Ung Truk, is that the demon sword meant by the elder supervisor? Tu Wen, furious, swung his sword at Dunyak, who fled in panic, shouting that he was the true sword demon and that everyone in his family was a sword demon, and calling him a rotten, shameless devil. Tu Wen spun high above, declaring that I am the embodiment of justice and never show favoritism. Leaving Dunyak speechless below, she continued to cover her face, saying with interest, but I have to admit Sister Ngung Truk is truly too beautiful. No one can surpass her. I don't target anyone. I just came to see Sister Ngung Truk. They all look the same. Then Tu Nguyen put on a serious face. Dunyak scratched his head, watching Tu Nguyen pacing back and forth. Could it be that the ancestral sword left behind is the only fan of Tham Ngung Truk? Dunyak hesitated, then asked Tu Nguyen if she could ask why he liked her so much. Tu Nguyen, upon hearing the question, immediately flew in front of Dunyak, startling him once again. And she said, I have something to tell you about that. 500 years ago, she was a candidate for the sword master, the most outstanding and most unwavering disciple at the time. Tham Nung Truk had red hair and wore red eye masks. Outside, Truong Tao Thien was still talking with Tu Du, asking, Elder Quang. And then she, Tu Du replied, You once asked me, but to this day I still don't understand what really happened. Her swordsmanship, her beliefs. Tu Du stands in a foreign land, trying to keep his composure, and recalls why Tham Ngung Truk was willing to push her swordsmanship to the limit, embracing demonic chaos and slaughtering her kind. Even the Tu Wen sword, which was originally created to protect the demon and uphold the way, has been affected by you, turning into a worthless sword that no one can use. Tu Du stood silent, finally asking what exactly you did to Tu Nguyen's sword. Inside the trial, Tu Yuan leaned on his hand and said, She truly gave me my freedom. I was originally just a manifestation of sword energy within the sword, without genuine consciousness, only knowing how to kill and destroy beings containing demonic energy. Everyone who seeks my approval sees me as a tough challenge, just wanting to oppose my power. Dunyak sat attentively, watching Tu Nguyen. Wow. A bare-chested miracle. Tu Nguyen kept talking passionately. But Sister Nung Truk was different. She saw my true nature to give me freedom. She even refined her own soul and infused it into the Tu Yuan sword. And only then did I truly gain consciousness. But one day, she said she wanted to test the limits of her sword cultivation. And Nung Truk turned away, leaving Tu Nguyen standing behind, watching. Tu Nguyen recalled, his face sorrowful, and he remembered that afterwards, Ngung Truk entered the demon path. I am willing to enter the devilish path with her. Just like her. She abandoned me. Dunyak was stunned, unable to believe that this could happen again. Dunyak was taken aback. This is the betrayal of Shen Truk. A faithless person. This is the main reason why I became half immortal and half demons. Because I missed Shen Zhongzhu. Tu Yuan reacted fiercely, shouting, I don't have any demonic energy at all. You all are too irritating. Every few decades someone comes to bother me. Dun Wan was speechless. Tu Nguyen continued scolding. Really like a barking dog. Dunyak's protest this time is also justified. No one told you not to bother her. Tu Nguyen's actions are even more unreasonable. Do you have to kill a few people to find peace? Dunyak objects. Of course not. Haven't you ever spoken to anyone before me? Tu Nguyen Kiem thinks it's because you are unworthy. But when she thinks back, it seems Dunyak was right. Hearing that, she was at a loss for words. She held her chin. But just now I sensed extremely strong demonic energy, which triggered my new awakened instincts. There must be a very powerful demon cultivator nearby. So she flew over to Dunyak. Weren't you just a demon cultivator? Dunyak broke out in a sweat, denying furiously, No. No. That can't be. So you continued to question Tu Yuan. Then earlier, didn't you see anyone resistant or suspicious? Dunyak insisted. Of course not. I just arrived. Maybe you are talking about the person earlier. Tu Nguyen simply snorted. He cast his face up again. That sneaky bastard is you. You don't look like a powerful demon cultivator. Even if a demon cultivator comes close, I can still destroy them. Dunyak seemed to realize, awakened by Tai Thu Lei's provocation, with her sensitivity to demon aura. It's understandable why Tham Nung Chuk would want to strengthen the sword gate. If you don't want to be trapped here as a tool for testing sword spirits again, then how can you be recognized and pass through? So do you want to come with me or not? Tung Wen stopped and turned around. What do you mean? Dunyan explains. Earlier you said you used to be Tham Ngung Chuk's sword spirit. Meaning after being recognized, a sword spirit can take you outside. Right? Tung Wen remains unmoved. So what if you go outside with him? If you die, I will have to return here too. Dunyak suggested I take you to find Shenzong Chui. Hearing this, Tung Yuan changed his attitude. You want to trick me into recognizing you. Dunyak was so frightened she broke out in a sweat. Before she could steady herself, Tung Wen had frozen her in place, panicking. She begged wait a moment and listen to her. She didn't truly want to become a sword spirit, but truly needed her as proof. Tung Wen silent as he listened. The woman Marine was someone very important to me. She was badly injured and I needed to help her. You recognizing me also means you helped her. Using the identity of the Sword Elder to inquire about her whereabouts. It seems like Dunyak hit a nerve. And Tung Wen whimpers as she asks, Really? Seeing Dunyak wanting to confirm again. She's truly going to tell me. Dunyak advises that staying here and becoming a tool is not better than leaving, even if you stayed here for 10,000 years. You wouldn't wait for her, trust me this once. What do you say? Tung Wen, hearing that, changed her attitude, transforming into a magic spell. She transformed into a sword but didn't forget to threaten. If anyone hurts me, I will kill them. Dunyak swore, it's already decided. Anyone can wait. This stone block, Tung Wen says, will freeze on its own soon. Although he agreed, Dunyak secretly thought that after helping Tro Tu Yet Li, anyone from that time could take action. At the stone sword platform, many people are still watching Dunyak's test. Tung Wen's sword suddenly moved and then soared into the sky. Surprising everyone. What is going on here? This is the first time I've seen a scene like this. Everyone is stunned. A beam of light gathers in the courtyard, shadows flickering within. A voice echoes as the Teng Yuan sword appears. I have obtained it. Now that I have the Teng Yuan sword. Dunyoak happily brandishes the sword. Everyone witnessing this scene was at a loss for words. Dunyak looked at Tudu and asked, Can you take me to see Elder True now? Tudu is somewhat skeptical about humanity. But you actually managed to do it and brought out the Teng Yuan sword. Fine. I will take you to see the Elder. The most dissatisfied person right now is Tao Tian. I am jealous. Dunak. I will definitely beat you and earn the recognition of the Teng Yuan sword. In the headmaster's chamber, Tudu led Dunyak to meet the headmaster. He admired that you could bring out the Teng Yuan sword. I really didn't underestimate you. Teng Yuan has been restless for 100 years. The sect has suppressed and purified it. But it turns out that was the cause. It's because I kept Tham Ngung Truk's secret too well that her sword spirit almost faded away. Dunyak asked the headmaster where Tham Ngung Truk went after falling into the demon path. Whether she was still alive. The headmaster hasn't known for the past 100 years. I also checked, but unfortunately, he left no trace. Perhaps after you go down the mountain, you'll be able to find out his whereabouts. Dunyak could only reply, Let Tutan try his best. The headmaster turned to Tudu and said, Tudu, take Dunyak to select the sword techniques and arrange the time to go down the mountain. Tudu quickly issued orders. Meanwhile, the demon lord received the news about why he still hadn't died. Yuer reports to Master. Originally, I had the chance to trick him into eating the demon extinction pill. But the swordmaster Chu Tu Yet Lai, of Sword Problem Sect, had an unfortunate incident and was interrupted. Moreover, Dunyak went to meet her and even took the position of the sword child. Duni is afraid there's no longer a chance. When Ma Tan heard this, he became extremely angry, calling her useless and worthless. Han Tung hasn't fought in Guyet Ni yet, which makes her panic. Because of the pain, she kept begging for mercy. After punishing her, The demon lord withdrew his hand. The legendary sword, pure and upright, is beyond the reach of demon cultivators. This shows that the demon ancestor at least has the strength of the Tao realm. Moreover, cultivation is the main righteous method. So could it be that the demon ancestor really becomes a righteous person? Nguyen Ni still hasn't recovered from the punishment and is leaning on the table listening to Ma Tone. Or perhaps, he truly can practice both the righteous and demonic paths simultaneously. Yue asked him. So master, what should we do next? Ma Tone confirmed. You just said he wants to go meet Chua Tuyet Lai. Yue nodded in confirmation. Yes. Although the sect hides the news, she suspects that Zhua Shuili is probably at the Crown King's fortress healing from her wounds. And perhaps there is some secret affair between her and her. The demon lord sighed upon hearing this, thinking that our ancestor was respected by 10,000 demon lords because of a righteous woman, and wondered if this was truly the case. Wouldn't our kind inevitably face danger sooner or later? Because the master has to gather with the other sect leaders of the demon sect, taking advantage of his current weakness. They are blocking his path to Vuongkok. Those staying here should report on his condition at any time. After speaking, the demon lord disappears, leaving Nguyen Ni still seated in the room before she can finish saying yes. At the treasure vault, Tudu brought Dunak and handed over the jade pendant. Seeing the pendant, the door of the treasure vault opened automatically, and Dunyak looked directly inside. This place is full of books and secrets. This is the treasure vault. Tsudu is walking while explaining that the highest level techniques for our sect's spiritual realm are all stored here. What kind of cultivation method do you want? Heavy attack, heavy curse, or heavy foundation? Calm down first. Do I have to be seriously killed? Although I needed to postpone my death for Snowlie for a while, after finding Snowlie, I still have to die quickly. With such a powerful sword technique. What's the point? The girl with the braid looked at Tudu and temporarily had no idea. Tudu picked up a secret manual, then chose each technique one by one. Tudu offered a move, which was the Taishu sword refining technique, focusing on the character refine. Using the cultivation technique recorded in the demonic training manual combined with your own spiritual power can make it extremely fierce and domineering. Incredibly intense. The spiritual power alone is extremely mighty. And if you control the sword with this power, your attack would be so strong that few within the spiritual realm could match it. After hearing this, Dunyak fell silent. I want to be killed, not to kill others. Seeing his expression, Tudu thought he didn't like it. He then used a different technique called the Spirit Dragon Sword Manual, which is complex and difficult to master. But once perfected, it can create illusions with a mere gesture, trapping opponents in illusions they cannot detect. Dunyak shook his head this time. Flowers in the mirror. The moon on the water. Not allowed. The protective power is too strong. Tudu began to get angry and used another technique. So what about this one? Li Long deduced the body sword technique. As the name suggests, observing Li Long's agile movements to comprehend the swordsmanship, using his strong physique as the goal, although I don't have any special abilities. The physical training method used here is the strongest in the realm, even without legal support. Just wielding a sword makes it difficult for ordinary cultivators at the legal stage to withstand. Dunyak waved his hand. Is this trying to train a muscle meat stick? A muscular man, covered in blood and scars? No. It's impossible to train that way. Half an hour later, Tudu was so angry, he punched the water pillar. The facilitators asked which martial art he wanted. Dunyak was helpless and said he didn't want any. Hearing that, Tudu got angry, and after becoming a sword spirit, he soared away. These are the best cultivation methods of our sect. Unrivaled in the world. No one can find better ones. Everyone saw the truth. Dunyak explained. No. The cultivation methods are great. I just don't like them. Tudu became even angrier. Why is that? Dunyak was at a loss and couldn't explain. Because these strange cultivation methods were just too powerful. After practicing them, I honestly thought that if I wanted to die, I really couldn't. I reasoned that the elder, mainly these cultivation methods, are all too stable. Tudu asked, isn't the stability not good? And Dunyak found it hard to answer because of Tudu's questioning. Then he tried to clarify, pretending to be confident. With a sword, implying it shouldn't be so stable. After answering, He frowned again. Damn it. How can such a feeble reply deceive anyone? Tsudu patted his shoulder after hearing this. It seems that the techniques here are truly unsuitable for people. Come with me. Dunyuang just let out a simple sound. But he was secretly thinking, he's trying to get something to help me practice. Dunyuang and Tudu went somewhere else. And Dunyuang wondered, Senior Quang, where is this place? Tudu explained that this place is the Fenglin Wenjian sect, where the Supreme Elder retreats in seclusion, with cultivators of the Heaven Realm on each mountain. The Supreme Elder does not concern himself with affairs of the sect, only stepping in during major events. But all the elders hold the sect's vital secrets in their hands. The two of them landed on an open area on the mountain and kept moving. Dunyak waved a branch, wanting the broken sword immortal to also stay here. Suddenly, he stopped. Hearing a voice from somewhere that startled him, Dunyuang turned around to search for the voice. Is something wrong? He felt that this sound, the magical power behind it, was truly profound. Seeing you like that, Tudu reassured him. There's no need to worry. He's one of ours. Tudu told him to follow, while Dunyak kept observing his surroundings. Isn't living in a place like this boring? No phone. No computer. The two stop in front of a bamboo house in the forest. Zidu leads Dunya into the house, where an interesting new disciple appears, reminding those who see it that it's been a long time since they last saw the Phoenix Master Girl. A pair of ears appear. Stop that foreign conversation. What kind of new disciple would willingly come to see me? Hearing this voice, Dunyak remembered the sound in the forest. Even meeting Yuan Feng in the form of a small mystical beast, Dunyak still respects him. Dunyak's disciple bows to Elder Tai Thuong, and Vien Phuong allows them to sit freely. Then she turns around to get a teapot, truly deserving of everyone's praise. Already at the foundation level, with a spiritual realm, cultivation, and exceptional talent. This is a great blessing for our sect. Hearing this, both Dunyao and Tunyao felt uneasy and chose to stay silent. Tudu clears his throat slightly, perhaps speaking of great kindness later. Today I came to find someone to retrieve an object. Yan Feng remains at ease. Whatever it is, Tudu will inform him. He has been approved by the ancestral master for his swordsmanship. I want to take the mind technique from your hands. And Yuan Feng's face changes. She promises with her hand, and attacks Dunyak and Tudu. Tudu quickly pushed Dunyak aside and caught her balance. Dunyak was pushed to the ground, looking up in confusion. What is going on? Tudu and Vien Phuong are still fighting each other. Vien Phuong is quite angry. Quang Tudu, you must have truly forgotten. Tudu responds fiercely. Of course I remember. So what if I do? Dunyuak's mortal body has a heavenly realm's Tao heart, clearly very similar to her. So this cultivation technique is probably the most suitable for him. If I have taken on the role of instructing my disciples, I naturally hope they receive the most suitable education. He is not Thamnung Chuk. And with me here, he will not become Thamnung Chuk either. Dunya looked at Tudu, Elder Kwang's hardened mouth and soft heart. As he trusted me so much, I cannot let him down. Dunya thought then spoke. Elder Kwang, my disciple will not disappoint the sword sect. I want to choose the swordsmanship secrets. Dunya's eyes showed determination, following the path of Tham Ngung Chuk. But I am completely confident I will succeed. Yuan Feng listened to Dunya's words in silence, then withdrew his hand. The last thing she left for the two of them was, get out. And whatever happens in the future, don't come to find me. Dunyak looked at the secret manual in his hand, and although Elder Yuan Feng was so angry, he still handed over the sword technique. Quang Truong Lao. Why is Elder Yuan Feng so wary of this sword technique? This method is very powerful. Why does your expression still look confused? Tudu also frowns. It's really hard to say since, aside from its creator, no one else has mastered it. Dunyak listened and sighed. Is it really that hard? That's actually good. Zidu explained further. It's not just difficult. It's dangerous. Every step is a perilous road. If you're not careful, you could be wiped out or killed. You could say it has nothing to do with the two words. Stability. The sword intent requires extreme discipline in the law realm, and stable cultivation is hard to achieve. Only through bloody battle can a cultivator rapidly improve. Just as you're about to go down the mountain, this path is full of challenges. Consider it an opportunity for you. You must seize the chance to endure hardships in your practice, build a solid foundation, and refine all the swordsmanship recorded in the scriptures. Once you reach the fourth stage of the FAP can, you must be ready to face conflicts with others. Dunyak was confident, understanding that without building a foundation and practicing sword skills, he would become a 4-level aquatic transformation and be killed upon returning. The night was dark, but the lights on the second floor of the mansion were still on, indicating that the people inside had not yet slept. Dunyak sat alone in a corner, quietly watching his former brothers happily reminiscing. He felt disgusted by this indulgence. Are you truly here to cultivate immortal arts? Thanthu, feeling a bit dazed and confused, hesitates before pulling the blanket closer. Du Huyin. Huyin becomes the youngest sword disciple in 100 years at the sword sect, and will go down the mountain for training tomorrow. Our disciples just want to throw a farewell party for Huyin, and if anyone else speaks up, we'll blame them and push Huyin out. Wuhan cheerfully pushed Nguyenni aside. Nyetni and Dunyak, you don't know when you'll meet again. Tonight let's have an honest talk. Nguyenni said angrily to Wuhan. Right now she just wanted to punch this fellow. As expected, Wuhan was beaten so badly by that hot-headed girl that he was almost KO, and Thanthu hurriedly came to help. Dunyak thought that he had stabilized his cultivation to focus on forging his sword with passion. But the stronger he became, the harder it was to die. After worrying about Tuat Lai, he will seek death again because if anything happens to her, he can't find peace of mind. As for Thulei, he hopes to help her in the future. But for now, he looks unhappy when thinking about it. At this moment, he couldn't see her. While Thulei was sitting alone in a dark, gloomy cave, Thanthu was nostalgic, thinking that a few months ago when he first entered the sect, he believed he was the most promising newcomer. Who would have thought that this mountain is high? And another even higher. Brother Yu became a swordsman again. Wuhan quickly ran over to him. Do you want to admit defeat? I don't accept it. I will definitely surpass Dunyak. You're worried. Progressing too fast isn't good. Don't get too obsessed. I know that increasing in power too quickly can make your foundation unstable and cause serious trouble. But there is a method of dual cultivation that is effective and safe. Do you know about it? Dual cultivation. When Thanthu heard her mention this, she immediately blushed. Dunyak heard the words twin cultivation and was suddenly so shocked that he spat out the wine he just drank. Blushing and too embarrassed to look at the two of them, then he looked at Thanthu with a scheming smile, guessing the implied meaning of his senior brother and turning his face away. Thanthu nervously changes the subject, saying that his senior brother won't be back for a while and that he wants to invite him to a place to fulfill his wish. Dunyak eagerly raises his cup, ruthlessly exposing the pretense, pretending to be serious, and asking where he wants to go. Late at night, Thanthu led you to a quiet place with no one around. Dunyak was surprised and asked what this was for. He spoke while warming up his limbs. As we are also learning how to train ourselves, now, Brother Du wants to walk the path of a swordsman. I want to show you that we will catch up to you soon. Very soon. Hearing this, Dunyak immediately thought of dual cultivation. Thanthu hesitated and almost fell, feeling embarrassed and shy. But of course that's not the case. Thanthu concentrates his inner strength, swiftly flying over the small log, crossing Ka Mountain. On the tiny plank, he moves like a nimble bird, gracefully soaring up and down with ease. He landed gracefully on the other side in no time, still striking a pose. Dunyak nearby saw this and cheered enthusiastically. So elegant, before he could even say a word, a shadow suddenly flew past him. He saw Wuhan rushing forward but still leaped up quickly and shouted loudly to stop him. Don't go yet. You're still building. She shot up powerfully, the moonlight shining down like a ghostly demon, soaring like a pig. Wuhan quickly transformed and flew over to the other side. Thanthu stood beside him, creating a perfect harmony of support. The two of them stood on the other side, shouting at Dunyak. It's your turn now. Come here, don't be afraid. If you fall, we'll be proud. Dunyak's smile froze on his face as he heard these words, laughing to death. Do I have to be afraid? I can now fly and show you the power of the demon realm. Suddenly, something emerged from below and wrapped around the wooden stick he was standing on, causing Dunyak to curse in surprise. The fiery hand gripped firmly, lifting Dunyak up, and he was momentarily panicked. The wooden stick shatters quickly, and Dunyak is pulled into the abyss without leaving a trace. Thule and Wuhan witness everything, but because of how fast it happened, they can only stand helplessly as their teammate is dragged down. So the one who pulled you down was Thule. Her face dark and ghostly like a demon from hell. Thule asked directly without looking at Dunyak. "Are you still alive?" It quickly became morning, and Dunyak still remained beneath the cliff. Thule grinned slyly. "So you're still alive? Then why didn't you come to find me right away?" Dunyak timidly sat on the ground, and Thule finally withdrew her fiery hand, which had been gripping him tightly. She asked firmly, "Do you want to run away?" Dunyak felt a bit guilty. No. I was a bit delayed because I had something to do. Didn't I already arrive at the mountain's edge?" This humorous reply made her laugh out loud. "Still trying to fool me. Have you forgotten that I am from the heavenly realm?" Dunyak broke out in sweat. Indeed, he had forgotten about this. Thule handed over a red pill. Having prepared the pill and stabilized his spiritual energy, "Tonight I can leave this strange place." After finishing, Thule threw back his head and laughed loudly. And Dunyak, hearing that smooth laugh, couldn't help but break into cold sweat. He stood there unable to move, inexplicably feeling like crying. Thule smiled brightly. Now that she regrets it. "It's too late," Dunyak cried loudly and lamented. "Old fairy, why do you want to play me? Such a perfect chance to seek death. But now I have to let it go. Wasteful. Waste is a crime." Thule then went to grab your neck before preparing to shove that red pill into Dunyak's mouth. "I will enter your body very gently. Immediately, you're mine. You are afraid. Senior, let me go first. Wait until I come back. I will definitely find you. I really have something very important to do." Thule smiled brightly. "Never mind." Dunyak couldn't accept being controlled like that. He shouted loudly, "Don't do it." The scream, infused with internal energy, was too much for Thule to bear, and she clenched her teeth before being blown away. Your overwhelming power causes her to be thrown back. A deafening explosion resounds, and Shunap is falling to the ground behind the cloud of thick smoke, where Surle was blasted away. Dunyak saw the scene in front of him and couldn't help but freeze. For a moment, this might just be an accident on his part. How much mental energy does it take to create a spatial barrier here from the thick smoke in the village, do you know that? She slowly walks out angry. This idiot is so rude, not knowing how to behave, refusing wine and preferring to drink punishment wine. Halfway through her words, Shulai suddenly notices that Shulan has become 2 pills for some reason. Dunyak sighed bitterly. Senior's medicine must not be taken indiscriminately. Drinking it could ruin the body. He secretly thought that Lu Yueni's medicine certainly wasn't good either. So it's best not to take it for now. But Thule seemed hypnotized. She didn't listen to anything Dunyak said and directly pushed the 2 pills into his mouth. Dunyak quietly curses in frustration. "Damn girl. Why, when I don't want to die, I die so quickly." Butula smiles happily. Success achieved. Dunyak feels a sudden pain coursing through his body as he opens his eyes. This place. Is this my soul space? His body is floating motionless in the air. This is some strange fire. Tu le Pierre. Interrupting his train of thought, she laughed loudly, saying, "I will exchange with the soul god so that your body will entirely belong to me." I panic and stammer. "Wait a moment, my soul. You're interfering with my spirit. Isn't that just another attempt to protect my soul by killing the enemy?" You shouted at Thula. "Isn't it to exchange my soul? Then try to kill me yourself if you have the courage." Shulei stared fiercely at Dunyak's small figure in her hand. Her first time encountering someone making such a request, Dunyak shouted loudly, "Haven't you eaten yet? Truly, a troublemaker like a heavenly demon. Does killing me also require so much effort?" Thula stared intently at him. "The more you do this, the more I feel you're plotting something." Dunyak narrowed his eyes in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "My plan is, if you touch my soul, you'll be doomed to eternal damnation. So if you've got the guts, come try it." She happily, with years of experience being mistreated, told me to listen to advice and eat well. Dunyak exclaimed in panic. "What are you doing?" Tu le continue. "If killing someone would bring me trouble, then seal your soul first. You look fierce. As for me," she glared fiercely at him and continued talking, "your body will laugh and accept it. Little brat." After saying that, Tula quickly disappeared. and Dunyak shouted desperately. Don't go. Don't go. You don't understand why Thula is trusting me right now. Dunyak panicked and shouted for the system. But the system didn't clearly mention that killing enemies would seal the soul. Hearing your screams, the system quickly appeared, and Dunyak angrily asked, Isn't sealing the soul considered harming it? But in response to your hurried and anxious plea, the system just fell silent, lowered its head, and sighed. Then it disappeared. Dunyak said in astonishment, Hey, just say it. Don't leave. You desperately scream into the void. But unfortunately, no one can answer you anymore. Thula returns to reality. She opens her hands to look around. Success is finally achieved. She has successfully exchanged souls with Dunyak. Thula happily looked up and laughed loudly. I did it. Now we can leave this terrible place. Delicious. Let's have fun. Wuhan and Thanthu stood above with envious eyes. They couldn't find a solution anymore, and no one knew what was below. Thanthu, recognizing the signs of a powerful force at work, guessed there was something strange below. Suddenly, Thula, inhabiting Dunyak's body, leaped into the air. Astonishing the two people above, she happily and wildly looked up at the sky, shouting, I am finally free. I am really free. I have escaped at last. I am free now because of the overwhelming intense aura that burst out of her. Thula looked at Thanthu and Wuhan and asked loudly, Do you understand? You don't understand at all. The feeling of freedom is really great. Thanthu, terrified, stared intently at the person in front of him, who was not Dunyak. Who exactly is she? Ko Hung Hung asked again. Me? I am just a wandering demon cultivator. If you've caught me, then that's all. Then all of you will disappear. And Thula's smile in Dunyak's body is extremely terrifying. As she looks at them like they're about to die, a strong surge of inner energy is being released. Wuhan is panicked. What is happening here? Thanthu is alert to the extreme. He's trying to pull us over there. So he set the house on fire. Wuhan may not tremble in fear, but in front of a powerful expert like Thula, she still stands firm. You have done something to Dunyak. She is now like someone who has lost control. Laughing loudly. Everyone here is disappearing. Suddenly a wave of pain swept through, causing Thula to feel dizzy. She let out a painful cry. Unclear why her inner strength also vanished quickly. Those two can temporarily be safe. But Thula is helpless and collapses. This feeling is indeed the ma-destroying pill. No wonder she felt pain so intense that her whole body was sweating and trembling. Inside the spirit world, Dunyak also sees something very strange appear before his eyes. What is that? He puzzled himself. What is happening? Did he think he would be trapped here forever alone? At the same time, Tuda Pierre, shouting loudly. Why does Dunyak, the troublemaker, have the demon cleansing pill? In Thule's mind, only one word could appear. Run. She must escape to a place where the demon cleansing pill cannot reach. But everything outside of Thule's predictions. Those black and red auras spiraled and spun more fiercely. She shouted in terror, the power growing stronger, and she couldn't escape. I never expected this demon suppression pill to suppress a level 10 heavenly spirit. Damn it, I was tricked. Even in a dangerous situation. She still fiercely looked at you and asked, Everything here was deliberately arranged, wasn't it? But it seems like you really don't know anything. Dunyak stopped her maliciously glaring at Thule in anger. Seeing you remain silent, she became even more furious, knowing all along that this place was the inheritance of the demon king Sich Duong. Right? You already knew I was trapped here. Didn't you? You already knew I planned to use my clone as a substitute and sacrifice someone to escape. Didn't you? Dunyak replied briefly. I don't know. She continued to speculate. So you planned and set traps to catch me, arranged the ambush to kill me, and took all the treasures from the inheritance. Right? The guy helplessly smiled painfully and said, If I say I don't know, will you believe me? Seeing your calm attitude, Thurley became more annoyed. Damn it, Dunyak, come out here now. Come out. I still answer calmly. If I could get out, I would have already I was forced in here by someone. She shouted loudly. As a distinguished disciple of the Van Kiem sect, demon arts pills now appear in her body, clearly hiding her true strength. Come out quickly for me. You can't really argue with a woman, so I can only speak softly. I am truly a registered disciple. Then I shouted aloud, Now all you need to do is destroy the absorption pill and let me out. I can help you. Thula shouted loudly. I won't. Hurry up and don't talk so much. You're only at the fodging stage. And the demon-devouring pill still isn't completely consumed. You won't escape. But in reality, Thule has been drained halfway. And she looks back behind her unconvinced. Hondan. Dunyak urges loudly again. Quickly. She clenched her teeth. Frustrated and helpless. Cursing continuously, but ultimately releasing you. Dunyak waited seriously for Thule to break the absorption pill and free her from this round shape. The inner strength suddenly surged, causing Dunyak's round shape to react instantly. He quickly broke free and returned to his original form. While Thule stunned and dodged to the side, seeing Dunya, she hurriedly asked how he planned to help her escape from here. But it seems the system is not obeying your commands, and Dan is gradually pulling both of you inside. Dunyak was furious, just now. After sealing the soul, it was obvious Thula would be destroyed by the devouring demon. And now even I am being swallowed. I have to act regardless. The system remains silent for a long moment before finally speaking. The host's soul is being eroded by danger. But the Soul Reaper cannot counter the poison. Dynak shouted loudly. What do I need someone for? The system warned you are about to die. And after death, a reward can be activated. Unrivaled. Dunyak anxiously shouted, Wait. Is there anything the host wants to say before dying? The system irritably asked you. And Yun Yuang replied angrily, saying, Why is it so hard to talk clearly? You seriously asked if this damn system has a way to fix it. It seems like Dunyak really wants to live. The system fell silent and then asked, Not going to die anymore? Dunyak thinks about Tu Yet Lai and temporarily doesn't want to die. The system let out an impotent cry. Dunyak is impatient. What is going on? The poison of the demon eradicator and the spiritual energy will corrode and destroy each other. One must have enough spiritual energy and poison to counter them. Dunyak feels happy. Just hearing those words is enough for him to be much more confident. After finishing the task, the system disappeared without forgetting to leave a sentence, wishing the master a longevity of 100 years. Does this voice know how to talk? Dunyak looked at the ever-growing power of the demon slayer poison and silently calculated in his mind. How can he fight against the spiritual energy? You estimate that because your body is tightly bound by the demon chain. Dunyak closes his eyes to concentrate. When he opens his eyes, he sees a familiar figure. Dunyak smiles warmly. Truly strange. I didn't expect that in just one night you would understand the first level of the sword intent technique. Dunyak, you truly are a genius. I forced a weak smile and thought to myself, so why is it that after struggling to master just 2 muscles, I now have to learn something new? Your master pats your shoulder in satisfaction. Now I can rest assured for you to descend the mountain. Mr. Ngap hesitates. Tiet Lai Lai is relying on you, as well as Tam and Yung Chuk. Dunyak's gaze becomes firm as he looks at the elder. The disciple understood. Tudu, already standing behind to see Dunyak off, turns his head and offers him a gentle smile. Tudu always looks calm like flowing water. He glances at Dunyak one more time, then smiles contentedly. Go ahead. He bows respectfully. Headmaster and elders, take care. The two of them stand still, watching over their disciple. Then, Dunyak turned around reluctantly and left, excited about what was coming next. In the forest at the foot of the mountain, a group of horned faces with piercing eyes gathered closely. Maton stepped forward and stood on the high stone. Fellow cultivators, please listen to me. You who have come here must share my concerns. The Van Ma Tusu not only cultivates a dominant martial arts technique, but also coexists with the Sword Fairy, and her greatest enemy from the demonic path. He is our greatest enemy. I must kill him before he has a chance to strike. Suddenly, a loud voice cut in smoothly, tricking people with sweet words. Maton batno. I mavole the koloi gi thi dong ra noi. Mot ngoi bitkin mat. Mui handung raju adam. Ngoi hoi maton. Ngoi du avau kaiji. Noi dunyak kia, kin lavan, matosu. The masked man calmly asked further. Do you think I am really that deceitful? And this question made the demon lord stammer. The demon lord looked around to probe and finally asked, Who are you and how did you come here? Me. The masked person pointed to the sky and said loudly, I am a disciple of the Gate of 10,000 Demons, Lord. The demon lord replied, Kid, stop talking nonsense. I've never heard of the founding of the 10,000 Demons sect. And besides, the Van Ma Tu Su was learned about only because my disciple, who was weaker and risking his life, infiltrated Van Kiem's sect. The masked man pointed at the demon lord and asked, how could such a weak disciple distinguish between genuine and fake heaven realm? One of them spoke up, suggesting that the Van Ma Tu Su secretly established a sect. And if that's true, wouldn't we be able to obtain treasure and cultivation techniques from the Van Ma Tu Su? But if it's fake, hearing this, the demon lord loses patience and stops arguing, gathering his internal energy in his hand. Is it real or fake? Let's find out with one try. As a surge of power erupts from the demon lord toward the masked person, he stood there unharmed, ready to face the attack. The mysterious figure sneered, then pulled up a mask over their mouth and eyes. The stranger shouted sharply, then took a deep breath, drawing all of the demon lord's inner power into their stomach, astonishing everyone. Seeing the astonishment on the face of the demon lord, how could someone who doesn't seem to have reached the spirit realm withstand a strike from me? The crowd was in an uproar. This is the chaos-devouring technique of the 10,000 demons ancestor. He truly is a disciple of the 10,000 demons ancestor. The masked man looked embarrassed and said, forget about the devouring. It's not worth it. Then he laughed loudly and said, see, this is the power of my master. Some members of other sects come forward to make contact, wondering if they can get a bit of the heavenly secret of cultivation or not. I am also very curious. The demon lord roars in annoyance. Enough. Enough. Even if what you say is true, and you are a disciple of the ultimate demon lord, the one we want to eliminate is Van Ma Tu Su Dunyak. You still remain our enemy. And hearing him say that, the crowd also agreed eagerly. That's right. The demon lord was excited about Van Ma Tu Su Dunyak. The masked stranger, he was clearly the son of my master. I have followed my master for years, enduring hardships in pursuit of the demonic way. But when I reached the breakthrough to the heavenly realm, he disappeared and handed my ultimate treasure over to that useless son of his. On what basis do I say I am the one to inherit my master's mantle? So I want to kill him and take back the magic treasure. Do you all think I'm right or not? The crowd responds in agreement, and the mysterious person stands silently for a moment. Demon Lord ponders and observes. Could it really be that he's just a Fapcan cultivator? The mysterious figure continues. Yes. So you just need to follow me to the Juo Vuong cave and stop him. Do you think our strength is still afraid of a small Fapcan? As for Seize the Crown Palace, what power could a group of medical students have to threaten the immortal maiden of the demonic sect, who was wounded? This is a perfect opportunity to eliminate her. After the event succeeded, and my master's magic treasure was taken, our bounty of medicine from Seize the Crown Palace, everyone wanted such a generous reward. So they gradually joined him. Some people hesitate to side with the demon lord. Should we join in or not? My lord observes silently. Always cautious like this. But there's still something off, because this young man's words leave many gaps. Could it be that he wants us and the people of Trammi Luyen to fight among themselves while he benefits from the chaos? But no matter how he thinks about it, he can't understand how that would be beneficial to him. Or else, just as Ma Tone was about to think, he shouted loudly. And his goal was to seize the king's cup because he was Dunak. After contemplating and observing all along, Ma Tone finally reached a conclusion. The demon lord looked cautiously at the mysterious young man in front of him and smiled as he removed his mask. The masked person stood upright without a trace of fear and said to the demon lord, "You will regret this." He, upon hearing this, was confident he had guessed correctly, laughing loudly. "Stop struggling. Dunyak." The mysterious person took a few steps back and loudly said, "It's true, I didn't heed the advice." Then he let out a laugh and sharply torn off the mask on his face, revealing his true face. As he predicted, the demon lord was wrong. The mysterious person smiled brightly, warning that he would regret it. The hidden shelter among majestic mountains and hanging waterfalls is indeed the Crystal King Cave. Dunak gently knocks on the door a few times. As soon as the door opens, he respectfully bows to greet Senior Tuat Lai and also introduces himself. The junior disciple was ordered to greet him and invite him inside. Once they entered the main hall, they saw a majestic and beautiful woman waiting. This is the master of the place. Bach Tao Si Ti Tu. She turned around, her long platinum hair flowing gracefully. Her green outfit clings to her figure, highlighting her perfect curves. She smiled lightly upon seeing you and said that Tu Du had sent them a letter. She didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Dunyak then bowed and begged Tiadu to allow him to see to it lie so he could quickly assess her situation. Hence, he had to come as soon as possible. But Baktao Tiadu suddenly frowned, perhaps sensing something unusual, and she activated her power. With a tearing sound, the two white bandages wrapped around Dunyak's arms were ripped open, revealing numerous small red wounds running across them. She stared sharply at him, indicating this was a forced suppression sword, using the power of the Tu Nguyen sword to accelerate her attack. Nak remains completely calm and determined that he must arrive as soon as possible. Tiadu is confused and asks why it needs to be so urgent, and he explains that he is still searching for Matu, who was undercover earlier, and he is being tracked, this time going down the mountain. They plan to ambush and kill you halfway. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be able to escape their eyes and ears, so you devised a secret tactic. As the memory film plays back, Dunak, while strolling down the mountain, suddenly spots a figure hiding behind a tall tree nearby. He chuckled faintly, his voice laced with sarcasm as he told the other person to step out if they didn't want to hide their aura. And then a young girl with orange blonde hair and a high slit, delicate outfit appeared. Dunyak, half joking, half serious, asked the girl where she was headed in that outfit. Could it be she wanted to follow him? She didn't hesitate to look directly at him and declared she wanted to leave this place. Satisfied with her confession, she added that she hadn't completed her master's assigned task, which meant she was supposed to die. If she didn't leave, she would be discovered by the elder, seeking her head, and escaping death would be impossible. Then she simply brushed past you, kindly leaving a warning to be more careful on the road, which confused you and made you wonder what she meant. She honestly turned back and said that she had reported your intention to leave the kingdom of the king to her master, so they would surely try to kill you on the way. You handle it yourself. And after confirming everything is settled, she finally leaves. Dunyak watches her figure walking away, her thoughts swirling with the warning about those who would try to kill him, then suddenly realizing there was an opportunity. Dan Ma understood and waited until the girl disappeared. Everything around was completely quiet and deserted, leaving only him and nature. Then Dunyak spins his finger to form a small ring of fire and calmly raises his hand, and Tai Thu Lei Ai appears with zero energy, blocking the tower and asking what he intends to do. Zaying he expression. He simply took out the glowing treasure from earlier. This is the core of the top-tier magical toad inside the secret realm. You can use it to help me create a new body. But there must be an exchange. I will help you with one thing. Hearing about the power of the treasure, Thule's eyes lit up like headlights, and she quickly asked what it was, still staring at the object in front of her. So you need to find another way forward, and also find someone to help you divert their attention so you can reach the royal shrine first. At this point, Dunyak glanced at Tai Thula with a smile, noting that the core of the Fap Kanbei Kanki Nong could not help her restore her heavenly realm cultivation. This trip is very dangerous. If I agree, you will give me this treasure. Thula was now completely mesmerized by the fire ring. Although it's just the core of the law realm, with her genius, defeating some Dao realm opponents is a simple task. Moreover, she can even consume them to restore her strength without harming innocent people. Anyway, demons still taste better than prisoners who eat. So the fire ring flew out of her hand and was locked in place. It kept circling around her, then slowly merged together, roaring loudly like thunder, turning into giant rings of fire that burned fiercely, lifting Tai Thulei's body high for you to see. After a while, her body of a new self was completed, truly magnificent and powerful. Ata excitedly spread her burning arms, threatening you, asking if you're no longer afraid now that she has a body, and whether she will kill you afterward. You show no sign of fear, happily thinking that if you really get killed by her, you'll accept it. Tai Thule crossed her arms and turned away, muttering discontentedly that you're boring. But she didn't forget to ask about her mission, and you simply requested that she pretend to be more like you. She shrugged. This simple task she had long mastered after staying in his body for so long. He added that she was using the demonic martial arts, reminding her to do her best not to be detected, and of course not to get killed. Tula quickly put on a black cloak. No reminder needed. Ta pulled the hood tight over her head, wearing a full-face mask. And not until she looked back with a dismissive old mother's gaze did she finally agree to leave. Back to the present. After recounting the story, Dunan also explained to the Immortal Master to have someone assist in preventing them. If the plan proceeds without incident, the Elder will take Matu on a detour. But the end goal remains to seize the King's Cup. So he needs the Immortal Master's help to eliminate Matu. Or wait for him to meet Chuzweli. Lure Matu away. And then leave. Dunak chuckled to himself at this point, knowing that after helping Elder Cho restore his Dao heart, that group of Matu was the best tool for him to find death. 2 birds with 1 stone. The plan would succeed. The Immortal Master looked on in silence, surprised that she was willing to go this far for her. She suddenly demonstrated her abilities, leaving him in shock. The white bandages appeared one after another, wrapping perfectly around his wounded arm instead of the old torn bandages she had ripped apart. Once finished, she tilted her head and ordered him to follow behind. The royal bathhouse is now out of sunlight, and all that can be heard in the wide courtyard are the rustling leaves and the chirping of insects. In the corner, a stone hot spring bath still misting with steam, with a young girl soaking inside. Her mind is gradually deteriorating. Her dim eyes softly call Dunak's name as she walks around the vast Juok Vuongkok. And finally, Du and Dunyak arrive at their destination. She stepped forward a few steps and said complicatedly that the head elder was the sword chief elder, in charge of slaying demons and exorcising evil spirits. Therefore, she carried a heavy burden of sins and was influenced by the orc god's trample, leading her to believe she had violated her vow to the sect. Therefore, the unstable spirit realm truly is unfortunate. After hearing Dunyak's words, he looked a bit distressed and glanced over. Suddenly, he widened his eyes as if he couldn't believe what was in front of him. Chuatuat Lai sat in meditation in the flooded stone pond, surrounded by swirling colors of spiritual energy. It seemed she was reaching her limit, sweat pouring down relentlessly, and her tightly shut eyes suddenly squinted with difficulty. The two of them approached each other to discuss. After all, it was because of him. To unite forces, he needed to find someone to ring the bell. The Immortal suggested that the sect allow him to try stabilizing the Elder's mind. Suddenly, the stream of energy turned dark and thick, rising fiercely. Dunyak stepped back in panic, asking the Elder what was really happening. But she just let out a sharp cry. Immediately after, a loud bang. Water from the tank splashed everywhere, with both of them staring in shock and screaming. Tuyet Lai shot up into the sky. Fierce streams of chi burst out around her, engulfing her body and spreading everywhere. The Taoist master quickly explained that the Elder always tries to suppress her mind demon, but a small mistake can cause her to erupt like this. Your arrival must have triggered her. Then a gust of wind surged up, and the 3 of them faced each other. Dunyak spoke first, calling out Tuyet Li's name loudly and introducing himself as Dunyak, coming to find her in order to help her recognize him and calm down. But contrary to expectations, Tuyet Li's eyes turned pale as she screamed denial, thinking he was just an illusion caused by her own disturbed mind. Dunyak saw the danger approaching and quickly turned to seek the Elder's opinion. Tuyet Li still hovering in the air, muttering to herself. She can't let herself be deluded again into thinking he came for her. She can't be weakened by her inner demons. She must bear the responsibility of the sect. Then Ali suddenly roared and unleashed his flying sword to slay the demon. Dunyak sensed the approaching danger and quickly turned his head to look, but it was too late. His body was swiftly flung away by something, and even the Immortal Master was too shocked to react in time to save him. So, Dunyak's body crashes straight into the brittle wall, and the Immortal Master urgently calls out his name. The Taoist mind of Elder Lu becomes increasingly complicated, her eyes darkening with the intent to destroy everything. It seems her mind has been taken over by her inner demons. Dunyak struggled to get up, coughing painfully with each ragged breath, and with a terrible strike, he lashed out at his own family. Unable to restrain his fury, Tuyet Li raised her arm above her head to form a powerful attack, and the energy waves gathered as if infinitely strong. The Supreme Elder shouted in horror, warning Ah now that she can no longer distinguish reality from the hallucinations of her mind. Tuyet Lai immediately raised her hand with a resounding clash of steel, determined to annihilate everything. Dunyak desperately looked at her, helplessly telling her to stop, even though he knew it was impossible. At the moment of decision, suddenly, someone's foot glided past, followed by a flow of jade-green silk, softly blocking the interrupted words in front of him. Immediately afterward, a jet of icy light burst forth, freezing and suppressing the body that was about to make a reckless mistake. Dunyak stared in astonishment at the unexpected savior in front of him. Realizing it was the sword spirit, the herbal fairy beside him was still stunned. As the venerable master was frozen inside an enormous shining ice block right in front, and standing directly in front was the figure of the sword spirit. Snowlie was sealed in a fighting stance, her eyes white, wanting to freeze everything in sight. The sword spirit observed her, turned around curiously, and asked Dunyak if this was the elder he mentioned, and he nodded in confirmation. The spiritual power of the sword spirit quickly lowered the temperature there to an extremely low level, and I fidgeted, rubbing my arms, not forgetting to ask if the sword spirit's attack had hurt her. She signaled with her hand for me to relax and not worry. The chief elder may have had a significant reduction in cultivation, but he was still a body of Tao realm. A little bit of magic like this won't hurt. She just wants to calm her down a bit. The sword spirit moved closer to the ice and sighed, still hoping her sister could relax freely. This stubborn group from the sword sect only loves a mortal protecting the sect and caring for the people. What's wrong with that? Yet they torment themselves like this. Dunyak reached out to her, who had been frozen stiff, while his mind was continually swirling with thoughts because of him. Ali broke her vow to the sect because he couldn't be with her to slay the demons and celestial devils, but his goal is to die early and be reborn early. So the words he said to her earlier don't really matter. Or maybe it means he's already dead. And without someone like him, maybe she'll get better. But what if she doesn't get better? Hearing this, his hand suddenly pauses, his deep gaze meeting hers. Then suddenly a loud noise echoes through the heavens and earth, drawing everyone's attention. The immortal master immediately realized someone had touched the great battle array of Ho-Kok. Dunyak quickly added, "They are specifically a joint group of demon cultivators." She frowned. "Are they coming so quickly?" I also secretly considered that Tai Thu Lei might not be able to stop them. But I had already predicted this situation. The Great Defense Formation of Herb Custody Peak is a reinforced barrier set up by the headmaster of the opening sect and the problem-solving school if they are middle-stage demonic cultivators from the outside world. Holding for a day is no problem. But the peak is a place of refuge and cannot withstand such chaos. Dunyao reassures the master that he will definitely protect the Medicine King sect from harm. While secretly calculating that their arrival couldn't be more timely, Snowlie changed because of him. And he must protect her and help her smile through her pain. At the same time, outside the main gate, Ma Tone and his gang of monsters surrounded, demanding his subordinates become tools to break the standoff, and even threatening that if the disciples of the Medicine King Pavilion handed over Dunyak, he would spare their lives. A girl inside the protective formation couldn't hold back and scolded him, saying that they weren't the type to betray their comrades. The space instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath as they looked at each other. Ma Tone erupted in rage, his whole body exuding murderous intent. But before he could strike, a familiar voice rang out loudly, successfully penetrating the ear of the antagonist leader. Dunyak appears quite impressively through the bone smoke, standing in a pose that is both heroic and utterly ridiculous. He quickly confronts Ma Tone, who wants to see him. Surely he doesn't owe him money or have some responsibility towards him. His face behind the mask couldn't be guessed, but his deep voice carried a hint of surprise when he truly dared to come out. Dunyak took the chance to mock him. Of course, that's how he was. But being as timid as him would have been a disaster. Ma Tone's face darkened with anger. Does this guy want to die? You have to be joking with these villains. Demanding them to bend their backs and criticize him fiercely. Clearly, I came to fight them. And to prove my point, the sword guard followed your orders from the forest to the huge ice block, calling out loudly and blowing some spiritual energy into it to weaken her own spiritual power. Gradually, Tuyet Li's rosy white face, still asleep, appeared. It was time to wake up. The giant ice block melted away, and Tuyet Li slowly woke up, questioning the identity of the person in front of her, unexpectedly meeting someone who loved joking and dared to claim himself as her ancestor. As soon as she finished her sarcastic remark and noticing the opponent seemed tense, she cleared her throat a few times before quickly revealing herself as Qinin of Jian Tuyen and updating the situation that Yunyo was fighting against Ma Tu outside. Hearing the familiar name, the elder of the Medicine King Cave was stunned in disbelief. Did he really come here? To further prove his words, The swordmaster transformed a clear ice mirror. The mirror reflects Dunyak and his allies preparing to face the battle outside the city. Whether you believe it or not, he has become a mage and is a disciple of Van Kiem Mon, tracked by Matu but still able to break through their encirclement to meet her. He now relies on the Great Law protective barrier and can hold out for a while longer. And to add a psychological blow, the sword spirit told her that he thought he was about to reach his limit. Outside the city, Dunyak, contrary to what the sword spirit described, arrogantly asked what they were waiting for. Could it be chaos or cowardice? Are you all just talk, no action? Really just a bunch of cowards. The demon lord was angered and turned pale. How could this Dunyak's arrogance be like that? I wonder if he still has any tricks up his sleeve, whether it's the Van Ma clan leader or family members. He's a bit difficult to deal with and shouldn't act impulsively. He glanced around to observe the situation. The group around that courtyard hadn't moved yet. Delaying a bit wouldn't hurt. And he couldn't run either, just as I predicted. They are wary of your demon king and dare not move forward. Ah, Not smirked arrogantly. But I want them to charge anyway. Behind the demon ancestor is the silhouette of Tai Thu Lei in disguise, quietly waving to attract his attention. Why is she still here? Shouldn't she have quickly wounded those demon ancestors and then run? Suddenly, the leader of the Matu turned back toward Thu Le, questioning why she wasn't charging forward since the target was right in front of her. Thu Le calmly replied that it was obvious that the arrogant kid had prepared thoroughly and was skilled at both defense and poison. If they had already detoxified during the battle, the consequences of breaking the formation would be unpredictable. But Tan listened and then shook his head doubtfully, wondering if this guy was truly on our side. Fortunately, the loud shout, calling the Ma-Tu gang, successfully drew their attention away to protect our allies after all. They're just fools. Aren't they supposed to fight us? Come on. Attack him already. He's so weak and helpless. Ma-Tu and the gang twitched their faces in anger. Never before seen someone so desperately wanting to die. Soon they'll tear him apart and feed him to the dogs. Seeing the enemy hold out stubbornly, he decided to unleash a stronger move to break their formation, constantly shouting insults at the Ma-Tu like rapid gunfire, forcing the subtitles to quickly insert beeps to avoid violations. The leader's face flushes with veins bulging. He's about to open his mouth to counterattack, so the music keeps echoing through his throat, the words coming out louder and harder to control and listen to. Tu Lei still plays her role as a part of Matu's group, pretending to replace the leader and scold you to gain credibility. You're now like a fish on the chopping board with a big mouth. Everyone here is a notable figure. How dare he say such insulting words? He sneers coldly. Where did these people come from? I see them as old and ugly, not even daring to fight. How can they match the title of those characters? Taking advantage of the moment, Thula raised her voice, claiming she was the one who didn't know her place. Immediately, she eagerly introduced the renowned figure among the Matu gang, the first being the illustrious fire demon Buddha. Vic, knowing the deadly igniting fire is trash. No one can compare. But now his own fire is barely a flicker. Don't underestimate it. It can still burn you to ash. But hearing that, the crowd clapped loudly, impressed by his power, while Ma Tone frowned, confused, wondering if he's stalling. Next is Hoang Kim Mong La Luong Troi Dat, the leader of the 8 treasures of Gold and Silver Mountain. Although today his skin looks worse than usual, it's still enough to turn you into dog food. You then slowly nodding in thought. Hong Kim Mong Ma Tone, seeing your reaction, begins to question whether he was mistaken. Next is the famous Dark Lord who disappears during the day and roams like a ghost at night killing people. But wait, where is he now? Tai Thu Le immediately pointed into the distance. It's them. Hurry, and see they are about to attack. At this point, the truth was finally revealed. Ma Tone suddenly rushed forward and roared at her to stay silent. She indeed is an ally of the remnants. But what did she trick them for? Seeing him like that, Thula happily laughs. Just joking around, but things are serious. I forgot to mention. Earlier, I snuck some things onto their bodies. And just as I finished saying that, an explosion rang out, killing a few demons. Ma Tone completely lost his temper at that moment. He roared and punched her with all his might, sending Thule flying away. In a moment of rage, he didn't wait any longer and quickly assessed the overall fortification, which was unprepared, then ordered all disciples to attack together. The common goal was to kill the Du family and destroy Ruk Vuong Peak. The group of demon cultivators boldly rush into the battle formation, advancing into the territory to start the fight. The enemy master has already deployed their troops, and Dunyak quickly orders everyone to set up defenses and increase ammunition to protect the area. Suddenly, there was a loud noise as a massive figure landed behind you, causing rocks and debris to scatter everywhere. The dust cloud from the monk's cloak revealed that it was the deadly fire-poison serpent. He crazily charges forward with hands full of fierce magic, gnashing his teeth and shouting that today will be your death. But no one on his side will fall easily. A stream of green smoke suddenly erupts from somewhere, quickly obscuring his vision and making him cough uncontrollably, forcing him to stop. What is this? But the one from above quickly recognized it as toxic gas, hurriedly covering his nose with his sleeve and dodging away. At the same time, he tried to warn his teammate to retreat quickly. It seems it's already too late. His body has turned to stone. From the toxic smoke, Tai Thulei removes his mask with a satisfied smile. I told you. Breaking the formation means you have to bear the consequences. Seeing the scene before him, Dunyem was startled into shock. The boy stammered nervously, unable to speak, his face completely drained of color. In the midst of the deadly green poisonous smoke, the massive body of the fire-poison god Rak turned to ghostly stone. Tai Thulei pulled out a long, sharp pin and calmly explained, it turns out that when she was out with them, she had secretly been draining their spiritual power, and she saw you wanted them to fight first, so she helped you. I've been following this old monk for a long time. Dunyak was surprised to hear that. Has her cultivation already recovered? Thulei pointed her finger to the sky and replied, she is only at the spiritual realm now. If she can eat a few of the large ones up there, she can quickly restore her cultivation to the Tao realm. The young man successfully fell to his knees and looked up, only to be horrified by an unusual object, quickly shouting a warning for everyone to get away. Wow! A huge wave of power suddenly struck where they just stood, frightening Dunyak so much he turned pale. Fortunately, he dodged just in time, flipping backwards gracefully. Finally, he successfully landed nearby with Tai Thulei, breathing heavily to regain his composure after the sudden attack. The demon monks' voices echoed loudly above, as they vied to kill the son of the master of 10,000 demons, repeatedly shouting slogans to protect the eternal demon path. At this moment, inside the seal of the forest, Elder True continued to monitor the situation through the magic mirror of the sword spirit. She must go out to help them. But unlike Tuyet Lai's anxious urgency, the sword spirit calmly opened her mouth wide to chew for her meal, thinking that going out now would be useless. With his mind possessed by evil, he cannot control himself. Going out now would only mean death. Ali fell into deep thought after hearing that. She looked at the image of Dunyak fighting in the mirror. Feeling guilty for what she had done, she had broken her vows to the sect and couldn't let go of her feelings for him. When clearly there are demons and monsters still in this world, she is here again wasting her cultivation. And just as she withdraws her thoughts, a knock suddenly collapses onto the cold ground. Gritting his teeth in pain and crying out, Tai Thulei quickly turns her head at the sound. At this moment, he was like a fish on a chopping board, desperately shouting for help from his senior. Thulei quickly reached out, and a red and black energy shot from her hand toward him. She grabbed him and dragged him away like pulling a chicken before the final blow landed. Looking at the aftermath of the power that still smokes on the ground, if he hadn't dodged in time, who knows what would have happened. Dunyak, breathing and smiling, thanks the senior for saving him. But Thula only orders him to hold the flame and stare intensely ahead with a tense expression. It seems like something is coming. He awkwardly gets up, and she strains her eyes to see what it is. Then indeed notices a streak of light rushing toward them at incredible speed. The streak of light landed directly, causing a blinding, thunderous explosion. Smoke billowed up from the recent clash, and Dunyak immediately turned around and asked Tai Thulei what it was. But before she could answer, a shadowy figure emerged through the smoke, cruelly accusing her of being a traitor. Both of them fell silent, holding their breath as they watched. Dunya suspects half in doubt that this is Hong Kim Mong, just as she introduced herself earlier. Really not fake. Is it? Tula snaps back. You look like the kind of person who gets into a lot of trouble. Suddenly, Hoang Kim instantly teleports a few steps forward. He rushes up and quickly closes in on Thuel Lei so she cannot see what's happening, throwing 5 punches with fury. daring her to see if it's real or not. A punch like thousands of hammers striking her stomach with full force sent Thula flying over 100 meters. And the music was terrified. Shouting her loudly, he quickly ran after her. But just in time, he stopped immediately. Kaithor used his body to support her before she fell stiffly to the ground. And he hurriedly asked how she was doing, but with how she suddenly sank down and foamed at the mouth, it seems unlikely this time. However, Tai Thula still forced herself to get up. The spiritual energy she had just absorbed hadn't had time to refine, so she couldn't fight back against him. Hoang Kim, noticing this, clenched his fists and prepared himself. Both of them will die under that iron fist. And this battle has been vividly replayed through the magic mirror all along. While munching on potato chips, Jianling nonchalantly watches as if watching a movie, occasionally adding comments like "this kid Dunyak must be suffering." Suddenly, a shimmering purple light bursts out, drawing Kiamlin's attention. Jia is Tuyet Lai, who is unleashing her true power, while Kiamlin stammers confused, wondering what she's planning to do. Tuyet Lai then lifts her head with a determined look in her eyes, unable to continue like this. As her duty to the heart sect and her feelings for Dunyak cannot coexist, she doesn't want to be consumed by obsession. She will cut all ties, follow her heart, and go to kill the demon cultivator. She must save him, even if she exhausts her spiritual power and her cultivation collapses. She will not hesitate. Returning to the battle, Tai Thule restored a bit of her spiritual power, grinding her teeth as she roared into the blazing fire, insulting the so-called deputy chief, who looked down on her. With the enthusiastic support from Dunyak behind her, Thule unleashed a pillar of burning fire towards her enemy, making him taste the sensation of being consumed by karma flames. Hoang Kim Mong chose the flames, his whole body immersed in the burning heat that seared flesh. But for him, it seemed to be nothing. He even laughed it off, feeling like he was in the fire spirit realm as hard and unyielding as steel, making fire almost useless against him. He only burned off his hair and the mask covering his mouth. Everything else remained intact. Now it's his turn to fight back. The spear thrusted down again with a spectacular arc, tossing both the senior and junior allies as if they were pizzas. Dunyak soared high, circling multiple times before finally landing a distance away. It took him a moment to get up, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, with Thule lying motionless behind. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, standing in front of him. Hoang Kim, with his bald, cold head and muscular yellow skin exposed, sneers maniacally as he utters each word. "This time you're definitely dead." He then grabbed the poor collar of your neck and easily lifted it, making it harder for you to breathe, threatening to break your bones into pieces. In the rain, Dunyak's face, pale from lack of oxygen, suddenly sensed that something was approaching. With a swift move, a blast of freezing light shot straight down to the center, slicing a light blue line across it. It cleanly cut Hong Kim's buttock into 3 parts, leaving him stunned as he roared and demanded to know who was responsible. But words are often doomed to die early, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Now his body was torn into neat pieces, not just his arm, and he was killed in just a few quick moments. Dunyak narrowly escaped death and sat heavily on the ground, clutching his neck and breathing heavily. As the familiar graceful figure appeared, it was the swordmaster of Van Kim Mon, dressed in divine maiden attire, radiating an aura of grandeur, along with her sharp, icy sword. Now the situation has changed a bit. Now Elder True and Matan are facing each other in the night sky. Han asked in a deep voice if she had recovered, but Tuat Lai said nothing, only glared at him as she suddenly clenched her sword tightly. Then she flicked her hand to release a stream of red energy. Dunyach on the ground gradually regained stability. Looking up and recognizing a familiar figure, it's Ali. He was stunned, staring in disbelief at his eyes. A piece of ice crystal, just like the wave she just made, suddenly shot towards him. It lands and quickly spreads out right in front of him. Dunyak is terrified again. From the hand-sized crystal shard, it continued to erupt and tower high into the sky, forming solid, layered ice. It took him a while to realize they were ice. Not only that, it also serves as a wall of ice, blocking you and everyone else. Shadows and voices echoed from somewhere. With someone criticizing how thin and transparent the ice wall was, Dunyak recognized it as Kiemlin's voice. Why is she here? And Snow Lai too. As her blurred figure suddenly appeared, it really is Kiemlin. She said that her demon heart has been eliminated, and her Dao heart is more stable now. You felt happy upon hearing that news. That's great. Finally, he can rest assured and continue seeking death. Tai Thu Lei also unexpectedly steps forward, interrupting his train of thought. She carried 2 demon cultivators like books, and lightly scolded them not to talk nonsense, as if to let that girl fight alone. Dunyak then charged into the center of the demon cultivators, shouted out her sword intent and the #1 secret. He immediately forged the 3 Souls sword with incredible power, successfully sweeping through many of them. The remaining group watched in astonishment, unable to believe that he could create the righteous sword technique with just one hand. The demon lord of 10,000 devils is indeed dangerous. They all had to join forces to kill him, so they roared and charged forward, shouting to take your life. Dunyak tried to suppress her fear, but secretly felt a strange satisfaction. It had been a long time since she felt close to death. System, it's not that I didn't resist. It's just that the opponent is too strong. Sorry, even Tuyen Li. I didn't have a chance to say goodbye to her before I had to leave. Dunyak closed his eyes, relaxing his body to brace for the impending death, but suddenly, if she could forget him from now on, that would also be a good thing. Before he could finish his sentimental yearning, suddenly, 2 giant streams of fire and ice cut through him, encasing him like a protective circle, brought by the combined power of the sword spirit and the divine blessing. The fallen undead were like autumn leaves. Some roasted to death, others turned into icy stone, and Dunyak stood there blankly, wondering who was calling for help. No, you have to stay calm. If you can't do it once, there's always a second time. That's right. And there's also that lord. Come up with a plan. And Dunyak happily shouts that he will go help Tu Lai. Now it's your turn. Thu Lei and Kiemlin, so confusing for you after barely escaping death. You want to rush headlong into it again. Are you trying to join the chaos? Up above, Ma Tone is quite injured. Seeing his comrades all dead, he can't accept this situation. If the mountain won't turn, then the water must. Han took a heavy breath and declared to Tu Lai that she had won this round. They agreed to meet again someday. As he turned to leave, luck was not on his side. The person blocking his way stepped in front, preventing him from going anywhere. Dunyak cracked his knuckles with a threatening sound and a devilish smile greeted him. Ma Tone was too scared to speak, so he quickly looked away. The sword spirit and the book spirit appear simultaneously, forming a circle that traps him inside, leaving him with no way out. He becomes frantic, as they are clearly trying to force him into his death. Because they pressured him, he went from confusion to rage. Ma Tone clenched his fists tightly, radiating dark energy. Han raised both arms high. With power surging outward, he quickly formed a huge destructive orb. He roared wildly. If he couldn't escape, then let's all die together in his chaos water spirit mirror. Dunyak and everyone else was horrified when they heard this. The elder shopkeeper recognized that type of magic and turned pale as she shouted for everyone to retreat quickly because he had merged into the scripture. A giant incense burner suddenly appeared above her head, creating a space treasure. If trapped inside, one would be forever stuck and die there. Thula sighed and mused. Such a nuisance. If she still had her previous cultivation, she would have broken this glass immediately. Sword Spirit also hesitated, considering whether to separate the name of the respected master first, but Snowila beside her knew full well that it was impossible and that she could only risk forcibly breaking it. She gathers all her resolve, determined to risk everything and rush forward alone. Shadow, Dunyak puts his hand up to stop her, signaling to wait for the attack. He confidently declared that he would go himself. Ali couldn't bear it, her lips trembling as she tried to say more. Dunyak, still with style, turns around and decides to go without giving her any reason. But only he can take the risk. He won't let her get hurt anymore. Suddenly, he turned back, took her wrist, and earnestly asked himself how to make her blush all over. Truly knowing how to seize the moment, he quickly drew his sword and charged forward to find the mirror and break it. Taishul also spoke, but the crystal would manipulate people's minds. If you get too close, it might swallow you whole. At that moment, even if the mirror shattered, he would also dissolve along with it. After hearing that, Dunyak didn't waste a second and flew away immediately. Despite his teammates calling after him, "That's great. Just as you wished. As soon as you get close and the T-kin form snarls a threat, with your strength wanting to break the mirror, the Lord will send you to your death." Tuyet Li. Thu Lei. And the sword spirit also rose to support from behind, sticking close together to protect you. Dunyak only managed to say a quick thank you before continuing to charge toward him. "You came here. Your name is the Demon Lord." Just thinking about being freed from this reincarnation cycle, Dunyak couldn't help but burst out laughing happily. "Go on. Seduce him. Take him over again." Dunyak's speed and strength were like a great cannonball, slamming straight into the thick magic glass. It couldn't withstand this divine water and shattered directly, causing the demonic leader to scream in agony. He couldn't accept the truth and kept repeating that it was impossible. But faced with the cruel reality, he could only scream out in despair. Dunyak furrows his brow in silence. It's unbelievable. How can the water spirit glass not reflect the fear in his heart? How can there be someone who is not afraid to die? Dunyak's face darkened, so it turns out he still isn't allowed to die. Tuyet Lai saw everything was fine and gradually relaxed her mind. Then suddenly her eyes fluttered shut and her whole body wavered. She closed her eyes and, unable to control her body, she drifted freely. Fortunately, a quick hand reached out to catch her just in time. Jia, Dunyak, has been keeping track of her health closely, suddenly pulls her into his arms, asking with concern but receiving no response. Picking up the sword of separation, she replied that for a cultivator, injuries are often deadly. Defeating the snow demon heart also comes at a cost. She forced herself to use all her cultivation to fight, so her energy was exhausted and she had to rebuild from the spiritual realm. With such decisiveness, it's a bit like Ning Chuchi. The elder closed his eyes in exhaustion as he gently laid the person on his arm. Dunach contemplatively observes and then sighs, still indebted to her. As everyone gradually leaves, leaving behind the wreckage, the outer room of the Wafuang cave is bathed in sunlight, and Dunyak anxiously stands outside the window, secretly watching the healing process for Tuyet Lai. Suddenly, a sword spirit hung upside down from somewhere, calling his name from behind and making him jump in fright. She asked coldly if that girl knew the whereabouts of Ningju Titi. Dunyak felt guilty. He had forgotten about this. But at worst, he'd just get beaten up, and being killed outright would be even better. He decided to tell her the truth, and then turned around, nonchalantly shrugging and half-heartedly apologizing for deceiving her. Actually, even the dean doesn't know where Cheng Gungchuk ran off to. So how could Tuyet Lai know? After hearing this, Sword Spirit turned to face him, radiating cold aura as it approached. While Anyak cheerfully speculated, she couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to make a move. In an instant, her right arm transformed into a sharp ice blade. Without hesitation, she lunged straight at the person in front of her. When only a few centimeters away from hurting him, she hesitated. Cham Hung warned, "I told you. If you lie to me, I will kill you." Dunyak then suppressed the fear jumping in his chest and calmly replied that he was just telling her the truth. This time, going down the mountain. Besides meeting Tuyet Lai, the head instructor also entrusted him with the mission to find out about Cham Nungchuk. "Decide whether to search with you or kill you. I can choose for myself." After a few seconds of thinking, the sword spirit dispels the ice spell and leaves. "You might sacrifice me for that girl." She even dares to confront the demonic sect as an ordinary law realm cultivator because of her. Similar to her older sister, they both will risk everything for what they pursue. The sword spirit decided to end it there. Before finding the cessation spell, "She will keep walking with you." Hearing that, he sighed in disappointment and muttered what a pity. She overheard casually, leaned in and asked if he really wanted to die that badly. Dunyak forced a big smile, glanced away and denied, sounding more awkward than ever. Suddenly, the outer door opened, and the immortal master stepped out to announce that she had finished treating Elder Chu. Tuyet Lai was also sitting on the bed, looking out, her complexion appearing more rosy and refreshed. Someone called her from outside the door. Ali turned around gently and smiled. Jia is Dunyak, her brother, who came close to apologize for her cultivation, but she kindly said it's okay to start over. The immortal master suddenly looked indifferent. How could it be that easy? Cultivators reaching the Tao realm all establish their Tao foundations. And once these foundations are damaged, repairing them is easier said than done, just like a declaration of victory on a sheet of paper. Once a crease forms, it is very hard to restore. Now that the Elder's Dao nucleus has been damaged, she suggests focusing on body cultivation for 100 years and not forcing oneself to practice martial arts. Tu Yetlai listened and disagreed, still eager to establish her own sword sect. If she abandoned the sword path, she would be going against the sect's principles, and she wouldn't give up easily. Teacher Tyat sighed and advised that before the great way of law, all beings are just illusions. Yuki is even more determined. As fleeting as it may seem, she can still move a tree. She walks the path of what she desires. What does death matter? The herbal master was surprised and at a loss for words. Since when has Elder Ji become so resolute? Seeing the tense situation, Dunyak quickly changed the subject. Is there a way to help Ali? Master Tyat calmly replied. If you truly want to try, she will tell you a method. But whether it works or not will depend on you. Actually, there is a kind of spiritual herb that can move on its own, called Huo Lianji, and it is considered a treasure that can repair the Tao foundation. Snowlie continued, saying that she heard it was taken by a beastman thousands of years ago. But since the 3 beast realm cultivators suddenly died, no one has known its whereabouts. That's because he built a labyrinth 3,000 feet underground, which has now been transformed by nature into a secret realm. She also has no way to confirm. But there is a legend that the 3 beastly cultivators placed a seal beneath the ground to imprison the fairy Qi there. Strange thing is, despite centuries of searching, natural worlds have still not found its hiding place. Tu Yet Li nodded, thinking that hope is better than leaving everything to fate. The immortal master suddenly spoke up, cautiously warning her that this secret realm is not easy to break through. Hearing this, Dunya's eyes lit up. It's not easy to break. So the young boy quickly asked. She said it's not easy to break. So is it life-threatening? Of course. This unexpected question made the immortal master pause for a moment. What does that mean? Dunyak immediately realized he had spoken out of turn and hurriedly clarified that what he meant was whether Tu Yetli would face any danger when going in there. In Zuch difficult situations, the most important thing is a confident smile. Hearing that, the master monk quietly felt pleased, realizing that indeed Dunyak has a deep affection for the elder. With that lucky misunderstanding, she added that she heard there are 4 beast demons guarding 4 sections in that secret realm of 10,000 heavens. Everywhere is dangerous. Even the first section requires a complete spiritual scene to pass. He just gently rubbed his palm, reaching the perfect stage. And since the first trap is like that, the ones behind must be even more dangerous. Thinking you're worried, the immortal teacher smiled reassuringly. The head elder of the natural world has studied the secret realm for many years. Maybe there's a relatively safe path. She could write a letter to him for help. Hearing that, Dunyak roared angrily. How could there be a safe path? This is just making things worse. Facing his strange reaction, the immortal teacher glared and snapped. What's going on? And secretly suffering in his heart because Tu Yetli might find Lin Qi through the safe route. He naturally wanted to stay completely away from it. The elder smiled gently and replied that it was only natural. She and the head priest of the heavenly clan knew each other very well, and he would definitely help. Tu Yetlai finally feels a bit more at ease now, and happily thanks the master, who waves dismissively, saying no need for courtesy. As for Dunyak, he becomes more and more eager, quickly suggesting they choose a specific day, or maybe start right now. But Ali said we should at least inform the main clan first, which even the elder was puzzled about. The one who should go to Heavenly Realm is the chief elder, my brother. He seems a bit overly eager. After 3 strange behaviors, Dunyak cleared his throat nervously and strained his brain to find a reason to hide his unease, finally saying that he and Tu Yetli had always been inseparable. With a resolute and earnest look on his face, yet they truly believed it. Dunyak secretly breathed a sigh of relief, almost revealing herself. This natural secret realm must be approached with caution. 3,000 feet below, there are lush green trees and white fluffy rabbits jumping freely. On top of one rabbit in that corner, a tiny human-like figure is slumped, sighing heavily. Looking closer, The girl with a cap like a tiny mushroom is complaining about her boring life as a spirit mushroom. A new day begins, as she boards the spaceship, and familiar voices praise Ba Thao for researching this. Truly a genius. Everyone gathered around the table filled with various dishes, centered on a large steaming pot, as do Nu Dung chopsticks to pick up a big piece of meat, insisting that Tu Yet Lai must try this. In their hometown, they call it hot pot. But Tai Thu Le, on the other hand, didn't need anyone to invite her. She simply snatched the bowl and stared at it as if she had been starving for ages. After quickly finishing her bowl, she set it down happily and praised the dish. This is the best food she has ever eaten. Previously, her body was nearly tortured to death by him, and now she has finally regained her health. The consequences of those words led to a bizarre misunderstanding, causing Ali and Kiem Lin to seethe with suspicion, suggesting that, while they were apart, you had gained a lot of experience. Dunyak blushed and shouted hurriedly to correct that Thu Lei's body was destroyed. Now she could only wait in his room, while she just stood there blank-faced. What's the difference? Thu Lei angrily retorted. As noble as she is, she's not his plaything. If it were during their prime, she could have killed him with one hit. Dunyak angrily scolds her. Asade mon lord. It's your kindness that let her off. If she doesn't learn to behave, I won't show mercy. Tu Le quickly retort. Relying on her? Always talking about demon arts. But isn't the sword sect also having sword demons? The sword spirit then forcibly pushed past the two and shouted, I am the sword demon. My entire forge is a sword demon. Don't insult Sister Ning Chun. So the three feminine heads all shouted loudly in his face. Wasn't it because of her that he hesitated for a moment and wondered what he had done wrong? After a while, the atmosphere on the ship finally calmed down a bit. Dunyak and Chu Tu Yet Lai stood at the bow. When a message came from the elder Chiang, according to the voice message, he said Bai Thao Si had told him that as long as she was okay, it was fine. And this brief message made Dunyak curious, suddenly reaching out like that. Is there something going on? Ali brought the device in front of him and swiped up with 2 fingers, and the pink-purple screen quickly appeared, projecting the blurry figure of the Elder Hall Master like a display device. It turns out she was the one who let you speak directly with him, and he immediately indicated he wanted to talk about your identity as a sword wielder. Master Kwang truly doesn't know how to joke, without a hint of mercy. He rapped hard on your head, demanding you take it seriously. Remember, he said that as a swordsman reaching the 4th level of the law realm, you must accept the challenge. Originally, the purpose of this challenge was to put enough pressure on the swordmaster before reaching the peak of the legal realm. But you skipped this stage and went directly to the peak. Dunyak still didn't understand and asked, so what does that mean? He explained that this was against the rules and violated the original purpose. So after discussing with the head teacher, he decided that you must prove yourself, which only made you more puzzled about how to do so. Contrary to expectations, Dunuo was eager to ask if he was required to participate, since this was a challenge specially designed for him. If he didn't seek death deliberately, he would surely die after reaching the spiritual stage. Elder Kwang frowned and confirmed, adding that if he regretted, he could choose to give up his status as a prospective swordmaster right now. Tu Yet Lai also nervously warned that in their clan, Chief Chang Taoji is considered talented and shows signs of enlightenment. And when his cultivation and mental state improve, he might. Before she could finish, Yunyak suddenly grabbed her shoulders, making her blush with embarrassment. Silent and stunned, he put on a determined look and tried to persuade her, recounting what she once said. Even a bug can become a divine tree, walking the path to what we desire. Death doesn't matter. The path Dunyak follows is a path from death to life. Dying early means awakening early. He immediately corrected himself at the last word, realizing that he couldn't say transcendence. He quickly changed it to transcendence of his own. Dying, but the way remaining eternal. This is true swordsmanship. Senior Kwang was amazed. Truly an impressive and admirable mind. He left confidently, whispering to Tuat Lai before going, I knew I didn't misjudge him. He will wait for us at Van Kiem's sect. This time in the Heavenly Gate secret realm. They need to be more careful. After Elder Kwang left, Yunyak let out a relieved sigh, and Ali cheerfully said she now sees him differently, that he has the heart of great Tao and is a true swordsman. He modestly chuckled and said he hadn't said anything much. Just considered himself a martyr at most. But Tu Yet Lai nodded thoughtfully, recalling the heroic words just now. Rebirth from death. Bones are martyrs. This seems to be the way of true cultivators to interpret. The young disciple saw the headmaster walking back and forth anxiously and said, "Walking around like that is pointless." In his opinion, it's not really a big deal. The headmaster stopped and sternly said that a disciple missing in the secret realm of the heavenly gate is no small matter. This is at the natural disciples. He is the head elder of the nature sect, and he must take responsibility for them. The young man suddenly understood, never expecting that the head elder, who usually is barely seen, would care so much at a critical moment, but he gritted his teeth and sighed. The disciples of the sword sect are almost here. If this gets out, where can he put his old face? If the disciples knew the truth, they would surely be disappointed. So it's all just about appearances, and indeed it is divine. As soon as someone is called, they arrive, and the powerful voice of the Van Kiem sect shouts loudly to salute the heavenly sect leader, successfully drawing the attention of the two of them. The large boat is now clearly visible and approaching very close. Visible from the doorway, the head elder was truly panicking now, clutching his head in despair and crying out, wondering what to do if they wanted to use the secret realm. But since the secret realm's details were still unclear, what if something went wrong, what then? In desperation, he hugged his disciple's shoulders and laughed foolishly, suggesting maybe he should take over as the leader, which made the young man unable to hide his judgment. Does he think that's funny? While he was shaking and tormenting his disciples, Tu Yet Lai and Dunyak had already landed in the great hall, and she politely spoke first, asking who was the headmaster. Then she clasped her hands together in a respectful bow and introduced herself as being guided by the herbalist scholar, especially to request to borrow the secret realm of the heavenly gate. The head instructor, after knocking his disciple out in a dazed state, calmly and professionally turned back to advise them not to rush, explaining that the questioning sword sect is the #1 sect in the world, with the elders and the one beside him being known as the true swordsman of the natural sect. How could he not wait for a while? At least rest for 10 days or half a month first. This suggestion clearly shows an intention to avoid. Tulia frowned, unhappy, and was about to respond. Suddenly, his disciple took out a communicator and reported the news to the elder. The two of them stepped aside to discuss, probably receiving urgent information from someone related to the natural sect. After the discussion, the leader cleared his throat a few times and announced that they could immediately enter the secret realm. Satisfied with the approval, Ali bowed slightly to thank him, while Dunyak still stood silently frowning, feeling that something was a bit strange. But whatever. The more you know, the slower you die. Nature sect with its grand design is stretching there in the golden sun, and Dunyak then asks the headmaster about a matter he wishes to inquire before entering the secret realm. Besides the main map of each floor, could you provide additional information about the demon beasts on each level, because this time they are not here for a regular trial. To find the traces of the celestial elixir, we must explore the entire secret realm to learn their habits and range of activity, so we can avoid them easily. Actually, he's just looking for a quick way to get himself killed. That's more accurate. Remembering something, Dunyak then wondered, something as precious as this. You wouldn't take it back, right? The headmaster said generously, telling them not to worry. If they really find the Huotian branch, it will naturally belong to them, and anything they need, he will have someone prepare it before they enter the secret realm. Du am chuanyung giming mon chuai chung chung. Hien Dunyak fatiet li, tuidao cam on truong jiao, roisin feproidi. Trong jiao nin theo bong, hai nuoi quat dan. It wasn't until they disappeared from sight that he turned back to ask how his disciples were doing, wondering if those idiots really fainted in the trap because they didn't take the map seriously. The young man frowning nodded, although very embarrassed. But that was indeed the case. The headmaster ordered you to continue the search, his right eye twitching constantly, sensing something might be wrong. We must find those disciples, send more people to look, and ensure the safety of the two guardians of the Sword Inquiry sect. Soon it was evening, and the secret realm of the Celestial Nature sect was truly magnificent, with rolling mountains, lush trees, and shimmering winding rivers. As the canopies of the trees turned golden in the sunlight, Dunyak sat on a tall tree to better observe the situation below and realized that place was likely the lair of the Rabbit King on the first level of the secret realm. Following the instructions of the old man earlier, just taking one baby rabbit was enough to lead out all the rabbits on this level. Tuyetlai turned to warn him. He had already handed her the Tunyuan sword and left Tai Thu Lei at the door. "I'm going to serve as bait. It's really too dangerous." Dunyak remained unshaken. Resolute, don't forget. He still had to compete with Chuang Cao Tei's people. And this mysterious cave was the perfect place for training. The shared opportunity to advance into the spiritual realm is extremely rare. How could you risk bringing the beast along? Especially since you are also at the perfect stage to help her. Tuyetlai was about to retort but was cut off before she could speak. He explained that the first level of such a large secret realm is filled with countless ferocious beasts, and even if they use Bai Cao Ci's spiritual energy compass, they wouldn't know how long it would take to find their way out. Only by him leading the beasts out and her using the compass to search is the most reasonable approach. This way, she can help Tuyetlai and also fully carry out her ultimate plan of seeking death. Suddenly, he called her name, and she softly turned around, ready to listen. This time, it was his turn to support her. After hearing this, Tuyetlai stammered, constantly assuring that she would find him quickly and come to save him. While the big fool wondered why her face suddenly blushed so much, the more he asked, the more she lied, denying everything and saying it was just the two of them making a lot of noise. A few hours later, on the other side of the forest, a shadowy figure was running wildly across the grassy hills. Jia, our main hero, was excitedly holding a small bunny on his head while racing at full speed. Behind him, the Rabbit King's men were chasing after him. Dunyak couldn't hide his joy, but his face looked extremely ugly. How could he let her come to rescue him? Little bunnies, come and chase me instead. Dunyak happily ran away from the chasing rabbits like playing a game, while Tuyetlai was tense, watching him closely and whispering to herself that he must wait for her. She immediately straightened up and told Tunwen that she couldn't let Dunyak's sacrifice go to waste and that she had to rely on her now. The sword turned into a spirit blade, and she scowled at you, indicating she's not interested in hearing her whine about feelings. So let's go quickly. Returning to Dunyak, the lively, chaotic atmosphere persists as he challenges the rabbits with a death-defying attitude. He excitedly realizes that the mountain pass ahead is a dead end, and soon there will be no way out. Suddenly, the small bunny is thrown back at the giant rabbits like a plush toy, causing them to panic and scramble to catch it. The two most muscular rabbits rush forward with weapons to kill him in revenge. But Dunyak calmly stretches out his arms, finally enduring, as the coldness from Dunyak's presence is about to reach, then suddenly feeling a bit bored. He secretly thought of a trick to give them, which was to give one last powerful blow, even though it was useless. Just as one of the two rabbits approached within a hand's reach, Dunyak extended his hand and delivered a completely relaxed strike. You will name this spear Sahonaha. But unexpectedly, what happens next causes everyone to panic. This seemingly playful spear ends up fiercely knocking two rabbits far and high. Dunyak was panic-stricken and shrieked. What is going on? Wasn't it said that the huge rabbits in the first level of the secret realm are at the pinnacle of the law realm, and they only need to move together to tear you apart in a minute? You turn to look at them, but they immediately back away in fear after witnessing what just happened. The distressed young man screams, "What's wrong with them? Could everything I did have been in vain?" No. There's still a chance. There are at least a few hundred giant rabbits here. Even if their spiritual power is evenly divided, only stage 6 or 7 would be enough to deplete your full cultivation and kill you, but only when they have no way out. Dunyak Danma extends his hand, forcibly grabbing the small rabbit from within the larger rabbit. Despite its frantic resistance, the boy hugs the baby rabbit to his chest, rubbing his cheek against its fur and giggling happily, since fortune has already appeared. He will nurture it. Hearing this, the giant rabbit kings all became angry with murderous intent, charging at Dunyak again as they wished. Come on and tear him apart. All the evil rabbits rushed forward wielding heavy weapons. Dunyak, empty-handed, was furious, holding the little rabbit to his chest and happily praising them for doing well. Now just watch your fists. Dunyak growled, kicking the giant hammer apart with one foot. He sneered confidently, looking around and mocking that they only have this much skill. Suddenly, a sharp pain from the hand used in the fight earlier struck. and his arm was already bleeding. Dunyak silently thought, "This rabbit's ability is quite impressive." Instantly, the fast rabbit seized the cloth he had taken and kept it to stop the bleeding. Another group of fierce rabbits appeared. Standing in front of him, Dunyak shrugged to himself, feeling the pain was justified. This is exactly the feeling he wanted. The scene shifts to another part of the forest. Tuyet Lai and Sword Lin are still searching everywhere. But there is no response here either. Lin Chi is not in the first-tier secret realm. Tuyet Li was worried and restless, unsure about Dunyak's condition. They needed to return as soon as possible. Senra's concern was unnecessary. He was unleashing powerful, thunderous punches here. He knew he was exhausted and wouldn't hold on much longer. It seemed his magic was nearly gone. Another attack was coming. But he stayed still in his usual spot, which was for the best. No longer worried about dying. It's now. Taking advantage of your exhaustion. The whole group attacks. Dunyak calmly closes his eyes. His task is complete. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive burst of ice energy suddenly shot down from the sky, sweeping away the approaching rabbits. He quickly opened his eyes, horror-struck, exclaiming, "What is this?" Ignoring Dunyak's protests, the surviving rabbits quickly ran into the deep forest without looking back. While Tuyet Li and Kiamlin approached to ask if you were okay, Dunyak collapsed in pain, trying to insist he was fine, which confused both of them, seeing tears in his eyes. Kiamlin mocked him, saying if even the rabbits couldn't be handled, he was truly weak. Tuyet Li next to him also pondered silently. Kiamlin's words weren't wrong. The strength of this rabbit herd was only level 6, and his own realm was at the peak stage. Even if exhausted to the point of losing his spiritual power, he wouldn't be that slow. Hearing this, Dunyak could only shrug and laugh bitterly, admitting that he was pretending a bit too much. Seizing the opportunity, Kiamlin proudly said, "I know that Tham and Gong Chuk also faced this situation before. Her older sister is the smartest sword cultivator in the world, and that scenario was recorded in her sword mind manual." Dunyak listened, pondering carefully, wondering what she was talking about. But Kiamlin didn't tell him directly and instead tried to lure him to go see for himself. He was tired all over. These girls are really trouble. A moment later, Dunyak's face tense up from overthinking. Sitting on the grass, he massaged his chin and sorted through the information from his notes and the sword heart refinement. After honing, the spiritual power of the sword heart is extremely sharp and cannot be stored inside the codex, so it must be placed within the sword heart. But the limit of its spiritual power is only enough to reach the second level of the spirit realm. This means that she cannot reach a higher realm in the future, and that really is an unacceptable price. Hearing this, Dunyak suddenly jerked awake and realized that his current fulfillment was just an illusion. After years of brainstorming, she found two solutions. First, if it couldn't be placed inside the body, then take it outside, using the sword heart as the core and creating a massive shell around it. While enhancing the spirit of the sword also solves the problem of insufficient spiritual power. It's easier said than done, and quite complicated in practice. And the second method is to reforge the core, realizing that a single forging isn't enough to unlock its full potential. Forge it again, and even more times, to not only maximize its power, but also further refine the core. However, when she actually tried to do it, she suddenly felt a great fear. Dunyak widened her eyes. Fear, could it really kill someone? And the sword heart is extremely fragile. With each training, just a small mistake can shatter it. Moreover, the sword heart and the cultivator's heart are connected, and everything will be harmed. At the moment the sword core breaks, the cultivator will also perish. After reading this, Yunuo nodded in understanding. Realizing that diligent practice could lead to death, you are so moved that tears fall. Thanking the party and the people, thanking your Chinese ancestors, and yourself, Dunyak. At last, you've found a way to die whenever you want. That system, if you train diligently, it shouldn't judge you as committing suicide. Right? Tuyet Lai has also been asking about the situation. Then he quietly returned home and sincerely told her to be assured that the sword intent manual is very detailed. They will go directly to the second level of the secret realm, following the usual procedure, with him drawing the monsters away. But Ali objected. Now you have no spiritual power at all. so you can only scratch your head and pretend you know. The sword heart technique probably has a way to quickly restore spiritual power. Chutuyetle, hearing this, became curious. What method is that? Yu Lian crossed her arms and calmly responded. That is the blood-draining cultivation method. In the second floor of the secret realm, a bright pillar of light shot straight down from the sky, onto a rocky slab on a high mountain, gradually revealing three shadowy figures, Yu Lian, Tu Yet Lai, and Sword Spirit. According to the guidebook, the monsters on the second floor of the secret realm are magma stone apes, a type of monkey with stone arms, with great strength that can easily reach the third peak. I must kill them, extract their heart flowers and blood flesh, then refine them into spiritual force to restore my power. Tuyetli frowned and drew out the blood flesh talisman, seeming to think this wasn't a proper cultivation method. Sword Spirit, annoyed, floated up to respond, saying that whether a cultivation technique is good or bad depends on the practitioner. Even righteous techniques can be harmful if learned by the wrong person. Besides, since this cultivation method was developed through consensus, it shouldn't have any issues. But Tu Yet Lai still refused to accept it and was about to speak up again. However, the background music quickly soothed her, explaining that while this method can acquire spiritual energy, it also introduces many impurities, easily damaging the foundation. But combined with forging the sword heart, those issues can be eliminated. Still, he secretly regretted that if the impurities weren't removed, it would be much better. All three of them approached the edge of the cliff. Tu Yet Lai warned. Below is Nam Thank You Vian's territory. Be careful. Even though the beasts lack spiritual awareness, with your current spiritual power, it's still very dangerous. Dunyak looked down and smiled softly. It's okay. I've recovered some of my spiritual power. Plus, as long as the senior sword spirit takes action, this will be fine. The sword spirit then turned around and transformed. The tall body gradually shrinks into a sharp, long sword. Inside the sword, the spirit reminds both of them to hold on to her tightly later, making Dunyak feel confused, not understanding why she isn't just standing still. With a snap, the sword darted back down the deep cave at a terrifying speed. Dunyak and Tuyetli yelled loudly, and the sword spirit encouraged them to keep going. It's nearly over. Under the deep dark cave, the greenish-blue glowing sword whirs through the air before finally landing. When they arrive, the spirit sword returns to its original shape. Tu Yet Lai regains her composure and gasps for breath, while Dunyak leans on her staff. Jia is the guy who's drunk, vomiting violently, as if he's about to throw up his entire intestines, warning the spirit sword that next time, if the route is that fast, his soul might not catch up with his body. Suddenly, a warning shout to be careful startled Dunyak, who looked up instinctively, as thousands of glowing red eyes in the dark corner of the cave stared intently at him, causing him to step back in shock. Wasn't it said that the number of Namti pills was very small? Is this data incorrect? Immediately afterward, the beasts rushed forward to attack. They rushed in with overwhelming numbers, and Kiam Lin flew up to fight. She shouted back, warning both of them to be careful. At the same time, she flicked her hand to send a barrage of sharp ice crystal shards at the demonic beasts. They were successfully struck. Crying out in pain, a huge block of ice traps the Vuong hanging everywhere. The sword spirit quickly turns around to warn Tu Yet Lai that a few have headed toward her. A giant Vuong appears in front of her, raising both arms to slam down, but at the moment it lowered its hand, she had already dodged quite far away. Suddenly, two more small stones appeared out of nowhere, rushing toward Dunyak, making the spirit sense that something was wrong. Tuyet Li and Kiamlin also realized the danger at the same time, and could only scream out that it was not okay. Their speed was incredibly fast, closing the distance to the boy in just a few seconds. Dunyak Huang was so scared he jumped up in surprise. Indeed, she knew how to pick the soft peach to peel. They all howled and rushed in, with both arms raised to the fullest extent like tethers. Dunyak was now cornered, helpless, wildly flailing his limbs instinctively. And surprisingly, all his allies there looked as if they couldn't believe their eyes. A single basic sword strike could easily knock the beast away like a stunning billiard shot. I gasped for breath, trying to regain my composure. Feeling off, why does it seem like I'm cutting through air? Is a spiritual realm truly so vital? Another one attacks again. Dunyak gasps and opens his eyes. He immediately raises his sword and slashes straight ahead. The ape howling in pain and despair. That's not right at all. The book says the Namtini crystal's arm is the hardest part of the body. It should take at least a spiritual stage cultivator to break it. So why did it seem like I was just cutting air or water earlier? Zen says it looks like the first level. The magical beasts here are also weakened. Dietlai listens and ponders. It's true that the beasts here are weakened. But, Dunyip interrupted directly. Thinking that the headmaster of the divine nature's myth surely intentionally spread false information to prevent them from seeking the foreseer, Ali objected. How could that be? The headmaster of the divine nature's myth is the leader of the sect. He would never do such a thing. As for the sword spirit, she didn't say anything, only silently feeling puzzled. Even though these beasts were weakened, she also sensed they were at the perfection stage of the law realm, and Dunak was only at the law realm perfection stage. So how could she kill a beast of the same level in a single strike? Honchi is also out of spiritual power. Could he also be a genius like Nuang Truk? Thank you, with strength at the upper level. Upon hearing this, the sword spirit shook his head firmly. Impossible. Over there. Dunyak suddenly remembered that when they first arrived at Thien Yen sect, the sect leader seemed to be stalling for time. Considering the unusual situation on levels 1 and 2, could it be that some incident has occurred in the secret realm? Song Tu Yetlai gently raised her brow, a sign of concern. So maybe that's why he later allowed us to enter. Perhaps it's because they didn't think this incident was too serious. Furthermore, they might not want to lose face in front of members of other sects. But ultimately, as long as it doesn't affect their plans, it's fine. He walked over, picked up an arm of the Vuongda, called Tu Yetli's name, and informed her that he would start practicing sword intent later, which might take a lot of time. So she and the sword spirit should go find Hok Tien Tri first. Aren't you worried that they won't assist you? Dunak turned around and pointed at the pile of magma stones stacked on the ground, calming her. I told her to stay assured. I know my limits. And with the beast pets now weakened, there's really nothing to worry about. Faced with my persistent insistence, she could only agree and remind me to be careful. Then he called the sword spirit, and they set out together. They continued to walk further away from the cave, leaving only Dunyak behind, until they disappear from sight. He raises his hand to activate the barrier of power. Instantly, a shimmering light emerges from the sky. The shimmering light resembles a star illuminating the dark, damp cave. Dunyak then quickly grasped the sword body, silently recalling the timeline of the first meditation session. Thanks to Tai Thu Le's help, we succeeded. So now we must move on to the second step, opening the source of the magic power. He clenched his jaw, his eyes fixed on the target as he swung his sword up. She thrust the tip of her sword directly into the monster's body, a method called blood sacrifice for love. Vuongda gritted his teeth in pain and unwillingness, closed his eyes, and growled as if trying to resist. A surge of red energy burst out fiercely from an unknown source, quickly transferring from the beast's body toward Dunyak, followed by refining the sword's mind. Lost in restoring his magic power, he didn't notice the figure watching him from the distant corner of the stone. She nervously smiled with her green hair and then focused on her next target as it appeared. In the morning, the heaven gate was filled with the shouts of the elder, reprimanding about his embarrassment. He roared at the disciples. How could they have fallen into the trap he set himself? Do they know that today the advisor of the sword sect also came? Is this old man's face all worn out of its glory because of them? The disciples also lowered their heads, feeling guilty, only daring to whisper apology for their own mistakes. The headmaster was furious and could no longer find words to describe these rebellious disciples. So he ordered them to kneel. Only when his anger subsided could they stand up again. And then he left, with the 3 disciples trembling and not daring to oppose, bowing their heads in submission. When the master left, the 3 of them whispered anxiously, "He's truly angry this time. Surely they won't be expelled, right?" And how could they have fallen into the trap when all 3 of them had memorized it perfectly? At this point, they fell silent and looked at each other as if trying to confirm what just happened. A sense of fear prickled their minds. Wait, so they don't remember how they fell into the trap? Even a grand master like Shen Ningzhu wouldn't dare to easily forge his sword heart. But for a clueless guy like you, to reincarnate is the right move. Now he closes his eyes and mutters to himself, to see how dangerous forging a sword heart truly is. Immediately after, Dunya opened his eyes wide in shock. He was instantly transported into another dimension outside the universe, where a giant sword like a demon flame floated right in front of him. According to the records of the sword heart, training the sword mind is like a master smith, forging a steel sword. Dunyak twirled his hand, creating a blazing red fire swirling around his hand, gradually shaping it into a small, high-temperature hammer aimed at that sword. So essentially, it's transforming energy into a hammer and smashing the sword core with it. That's too simple. Dunyak swung his hand, sending the hammer rushing forward, directly smashing into the middle of the sword core. A strange sensation suddenly surged through him, causing him to freeze, his knees buckling instantly. His whole body seemed to have been struck by a fierce blow, blood and vitality seeping uncontrollably from him. Dunyak tremblingly reached out to look, blood staining his rough hand bright red. Not bad for a martial art that even Elder Thumb dared not practice. It shows some skill. He once again rashly charged forward, and the fire hammer struck the sword with even greater force. Blue lights shot out with the blow, rushing toward Dunyak at high speed, leaving him no chance to dodge. He was knocked around endlessly and spun like a top. He painfully propped himself up with his hands on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Is this what it feels like to be close to death? It hurts so much. This is really incredible. The boy looked up at the object in front of him and remembered that the sword's mental state is extremely fragile. It could break after each use of magic power, and the further away it is, the more likely it is. If that's the case, just smash it and be done with it. So, Dunyak kept violently controlling the small hammer to smash everywhere on the sword, and soon the sword turned bright red with cracks. About to break, the system now suddenly displayed a congratulatory message, saying you had successfully refined it for the first time, and your magic power limit had increased to the second realm of the magical stage. Dunyak read it, scratched his head with a smile, and modestly said he wasn't as impressive as it claimed. The space suddenly fell into silence for a few seconds, and your mind was also reloaded. Finally, you understood what it just meant. So you kept glaring at the system. What is it even saying? The clever system quickly disconnected to escape, leaving you gloomily staring, tangled like a ball of yarn. Fine. You decided to turn back and observe that enormous sword. The entire sword is gradually melting away, yet its body is engulfed in flames opposite to the fierce energy. And Dunyak carefully assesses that this sword spirit is truly dangerous. Even after it has been successfully refined, it can still break at any moment. So, he just needs to keep smashing with the hammer. Isn't that the right way to meet Power Grandma? So his eyes gleam brightly. Without wasting more time, Dunyao spins his hands to craft items from the bright red flame. An enormous hammer multiple times larger than before suddenly appears above his head, and he happily remarks that small hammers are no fun at all. This time he's going big. And then Yonyak shouts loudly, summoning all his strength to swing the huge hammer into the core of the sword, causing a cosmic upheaval. He panted, hoping everything would go as planned, but then he frowned, realizing something strange afterward. The water stains on the sword disappeared, replaced by a complete blood-colored sword billowing with smoke. The incredible music was beyond imagination, and the system, despite its annoyance, suddenly appeared to deliver good news. You had leveled up significantly. Your magic power capacity has reached the level of the Three Breaks realm. Hearing this, a flicker of disbelief crossed your face. You not only survived but also leveled up. A level up? I can't hold it anymore, and collapse in despair, shouting out loud, if the sword is like this, not dying would already be lucky. How could it possibly level up? The system immediately analyzes. The big hammer equals the small hammer times n. Based on scientific analysis, he trains with a rough technique, and after one session, the sword intent is 80% likely to shatter. But because the large hammer he uses in the second tempering contains a lot of spiritual power, the change in quantity leads to a change in quality. One round of forging with twice the effort. So, with the enhancement of spiritual power, the body of the sword becomes even more resilient. Dunyak Engsi opened his mouth to speak. In other words, if he used the small hammer for the second forging, the spiritual power would be insufficient, the strength lacking. and he wouldn't meet the standard requirements for forging a body sword, then it's possible that right now he is on his way to meet the King of Hell. Dunyak really collapsed. And the system saw this and encouraged him to cheer up. He sat up empty-handed, sighed softly in frustration, and decided to try again because he didn't believe it. Since I didn't die from this, I can still reach the 3rd level. Music then turned his hands to create more fire, but all he got back were 2 empty hands spinning in vain. And he immediately froze in surprise. No magic power. Do I really have to use blood to refine my spirit just to absorb a little magic power again? Suddenly, a heavy voice echoes. What is that horrible sound that successfully caught your attention elsewhere? Dunyak immediately turned around to look, quickly spotting a door in the cosmic corner, with red light crawling out from the hazy opening. It seemed to be the source of the previous sound. At this moment, one of the minions of nature suddenly remembered the detail about the door in a state of panic. And another nearby minion added, could it be that they heard a beckoning sound inviting them inside? A terrifying, chilling voice that is both shrill and sweet, like boiling, deadly syrup, growing more frightening as it speaks. And that door is incredibly cunning, almost as if the memory cuts off there. And at this moment, Kiem Nin and Tuyet Lai hurriedly run back. Kiem Nin finds it strange why she is running so fast. And Ali says she feels that something is right beside Dunyak. He has already gone through that door. And just as the two of them arrived, they saw the scene before their eyes, with Kinhai shouting his name loudly. A thin, bloody devil skull was opening its mouth, ready to swallow Dunyak, who seemed hypnotized but still stepped in without fear. What on earth is this? Tuyet Lai and Kiem Nin rushed towards Dunyak as fast as possible, both shouting his name loudly, but it seemed too late. As they approached that direction, Tuyet Lai had a strong premonition of great danger. A few steps away from the two of them was the skull door, but in less than a second it disappeared without a trace. Kinhai and Kiem Nin shouted out. The door was gone. The village elder's face darkened with anger. It's over. They have to find a way inside it. As for Dunya, crossing that door will transport him to another dimension. It looks like a completely unfamiliar gatehouse, with lush green willows drooping beautifully. But I suddenly realize, something's off. Why is there a tree here? I try to approach and observe more. There is a pond in the middle of the yard, emitting a shimmering light around it. This is a water body, condensed from spiritual energy. Yet there are still things like this. This is pure, liquid, spiritual energy. And just one inhale is enough to be equivalent to a dozen demon corpses. Dunyak continues to be absorbed in the misty water pool, unaware that surrounding the air are faint, purple mists quickly enveloped by the enchanting aura of spiritual fungus. She hid behind a nearby tree to watch over his every move. Jia Sao wanted him to quickly absorb her spiritual power and become her puppet, providing nutrients for her, help her escape from the imprisonment of the filthy demon cultivator. The image of the demon cultivator gradually appears, bringing us back to the past footage. That year, Elder Lao pretended to be weak to the point of lying in bed. He softly asked Ling Qinyan or Thien Diep if they still remembered why 1,000 years ago he took her as his consort. She felt uncomfortable and bowed her head in response because she had abused her powers, enchanting humans to satisfy her selfish desires. Therefore, he transformed her into a servant to be educated. The old man nodded softly after hearing that, coughing. Occasionally, it's been 1,000 years now. His great trial is coming soon, and there isn't much time left. They have traveled together for 1,000 years, with deep affection, and he doesn't want her to sacrifice herself because of him. But seeing her master hesitating, Tian Deep immediately kneels, begging him to be brave. She said that she had repented and reformed her life, and would never manipulate humans arbitrarily again. The old man saw this but said nothing, simply extending his hand, and a golden light emitted from his palm flew toward her, dissolving the spell. Tian Diep reached up to touch her neck to confirm, then smiled wickedly. This damn old man had unlocked the spell contract. I am free now. Then she burst out laughing happily. Old man, who would truly care for you? Firstly, she doesn't eat people. Secondly, she doesn't do evil. It's just that she has those people repair some palaces for her, to steal some money. He turned her into a servant for 1,000 years. Now, she will capture the old man, torture him a bit, and let some of that resentment of being enslaved for 1,000 years out. In her final moments, He heard all of Lin Chi's scheming and sighed softly. Before she could strike, he waved his finger, from which a small light beam emitted. The tiny spark shot straight to the middle of Tian Diep's forehead and seeped into her before she could react. Then, she fell onto her side and plunged into sleep. Only the mighty beast cultivator remains lost in thought. Since fate has run out, a successor will be there to teach her. Returning to the present, clever Tian Diep smiles slyly. Is that darn old man not enough to enslave her now? He wants her to be enslaved in the afterlife too? Unfortunately, the time has passed, and the sect he once had is no longer here, nor can his descendants exist any longer, and she will continue to rely on her hypnotic powers to make them work for her. Dunya, at that moment, also scooped up some water, turned around, and brought it to her mouth, a smug smile on her face. That's right. Drink a little more. Drink until your Dantian can't even refine these magical energies. In this way, she can control the unprocessed magical powers, set up another spell, and quickly come. My freedom. Suddenly, Dunyak's head suddenly peeked out from behind the tree. Curious if she was calling for him, Tian Diep paled in shock. How could he see her, her concealment technique? Without intuition, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. He's only at the realm of magic awareness. How could he possibly see her? You casually answer. With you shouting so loudly here, I don't think it's hard to notice. Right? Soon after, Dunyak gently lifts the tiny mushroom on Lin Chi's head, revealing that she is the spirit fairy. Getting it wouldn't be a waste of effort. But she immediately struggled and denied that she was not Lin Chi, lying shamelessly. So, what is that thing on top of her head? Do you think I'm blind? Nevertheless, Dunyak still decided to cooperate, set her down as if unaware, and questioned who she was and why she was spying behind the tree on the handsome guy. Tian Diep huffed and scolded him to stop being so narcissistic, while she stammered to justify herself that she was the guardian of the spiritual spring. Observing the practitioner of the connection, seeing that you seem to believe, she puffed up her nose and created an even more perfect scenario, claiming that not everyone can enter here. Only the chosen ones can see that door. She advised you not to distinguish between good and evil, to quickly absorb the spiritual spring and improve your strength so she can also complete her mission. After hearing Dunyak, he turned and gave a faint smile and an evaluation. This fiery mushroom man's tricks are too fake, this clearly far-fetched pie-in-the-sky story. Even third-rate novels wouldn't dare to write it. So Ben Ho Khan secretly told her to say like this, that I see that young hero has rare innate talent. The wealthy are special. They just need to pass the test to gain some power from the spiritual spring. Then he leaned in close and whispered, humans are all weak. They don't cherish what can be easily acquired. She should also add some evidence. Listening intently, as if the world's end depended on it. Her eyes bright and nodding. Having learned something, but something felt off. And after a moment of confusion, she finally realized. Stepping back in anger and growling, pretty good for humanity. Daring to say that the foolish girl is just a distraction. Today I won't let go of the spiritual spring without absorbing it completely. Why does this mushroom's way of speaking feel so familiar? Doesn't it remind me of Tai Thu Lei? It seems this mushroom might have supernatural powers to hypnotize people. So rather than being enchanted again, I might as well use a trick of my own. Thinking that, I pretended to be swooning from the poison gas, looking dazed and drooling. This spell is really strong. Then, before she could react, he suddenly plunged into the magic pool, effectively trapping himself, gasping for the air above the water. Alive and well, from his arm, a faint aura also emerges and extends into his sword. He thrusts the blade into the water, not knowing if there are any hidden tricks in this spiritual spring. But don't let him down, Lin Chinan Van standing there. Everything happened so quickly that she felt a bit dizzy. As for him, seeing that everything was fine, Ben sheathed his sword to the side. Then he sat up straight in the middle of the lake to begin casting his spell. Streams of blue and white energy quickly rose from the surface of the water and swirled into spirals, surrounding him tightly. When Tian Diep saw the scene before her, she couldn't help but be amazed. This new way of absorbing spiritual power is quite interesting. It seems even faster than when she hypnotized him into drinking water. But no matter what method he used to absorb it, the faster he absorbed the power, the less he would be able to refine it. When he absorbed more than she could process, Aline could act. Thiendiep thought with a cunning smile. White clouds of smoke spread throughout the Nam Thank You Vien cave, infiltrating every nook and cranny in search of people. It turns out, they are the spiritual energy from Tuyet Li. She focuses on sensing the information from the cloud clusters, but even Wang recognizes that there is nothing, no aura can be detected, and Dunyak doesn't know where he has been transported. Jianning shook his head and denied it since there is a seal. He must still be inside this secret realm. But the old man from the natural sect didn't tell them about the teleportation gate, and the information doesn't mention it either. Tuyet Li pondered deeply. It's truly strange. Dunyak is a potential sword heir of the sword problem sect, and the natural sect definitely wouldn't want anything to happen to him. They also didn't know. Kiamnin was stunned. Even the heavenly nature sect didn't know could it be the hidden sanctuary of the immortal activity. The scene shifts to Dunyak, who remains silently in the middle of the lake, still absorbing divine power. Tiandiep frowned and observed carefully. Last time, 3 cultivators absorbed full spiritual power in less than the span of a stick of incense. But this one took even longer than they did. He must be a core disciple from the external sect, and the benefits gained from him would undoubtedly far surpass those of the 3 ordinary disciples. Her imagination at this moment was free to run wild, imagining herself gracefully sitting on a throne while he had to kneel and offer precious gifts, making her burst into uncontrollable laughter. Let her teach him the dangerous secrets of time. At that moment, Yunyam, who had been focusing with eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. She quickly panicked and wondered if she had accidentally spoken too loudly. But he said nothing, only bringing his hands close to the water's surface. Slowly, the entire arm is submerged there. Are you using your hand to absorb it? No wonder you're a talented disciple with many tricks. However, I shall only stay here for now. She wasted nearly 100 years setting this trap. The spiritual energy here is thin, and ever since she broke free from the seal, day after day, only she remains. Year after year, Tainat continued absorbing the remaining pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, gradually shifting into a process of storing spiritual power. Luckily, after the spiritual spring was formed, more and more beasts of prey were fascinated by her, all becoming her nourishment. And her rate of absorbing spiritual energy had increased significantly. Right now, she's absorbing spiritual energy, not to mention reaching the perfect spiritual realm. Even a peak spiritual cultivator would burst if they absorbed too much. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled to see the music suddenly dip her head into the water. He opened his mouth wide and gulped the water into his stomach as if dying of thirst, his hand trembling. She really turned into a freak. Finding this all so intriguing, have today's cultivators really reached such an advanced level? But the human cultivator's Dantian can hold that much energy, unless he is not human. The water on his head is quickly lifted as he hurriedly opens his mouth to inhale fresh oxygen, the water flowing through his hair in an exceptionally graceful manner. However, despite that action, the music continued as she kept her eyes closed in silence. She was still standing at a distance observing, and when she saw that he had been staring for a long time without further reaction, she began to suspect, so this must be the limit, then it's time for her to harvest. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stood up, shouted loudly like a thunderstorm, and unleashed an explosive burst of energy outward. Tin Yen tightly closed her eyes, struggling to withstand it. The gust of wind you created was so powerful that she also shook, her facial muscles twitching uncomfortably. After a moment, everything returned to calm, and Tiandiet placed her hands on the nearby tree to gather her composure. So that was a breakthrough just now. But according to the realm I observed, you're still at the perfect law stage. What kind of cultivation technique have you really mastered? Dunyak's face darkened as he continued to bow, staring intently at the spirit summoning array. There. His eyes reflected the shimmering lake as if enchanted. Suddenly, he was so stirred that he stomped his foot down forcefully on the water, causing it to splash everywhere. Tianye is so frightened he almost stammers. Is it still possible to continue? He keeps gulping the remaining water from the pond until his stomach is full, causing the suffering spirit to cry and beg him to stop. It's over. There's really not a drop left. All the magical power she accumulated over hundreds of years has been drained. Before she could even wipe her tears and snot, a sharp sound pierced the air, and her entire body instantly felt a pain as if torn apart. She lost all her strength and, unable to resist, turned her head to search for the enemy, only to realize it was our main character shifting to a tree-damaging stance, tearing a large piece of bark off the trunk. The Ndiep, furious, rushes over, kicking Dunyak away and shouting for him to shut his mouth. He is kicked so hard that he falls to the ground, sitting dazed in a corner as he rubs his head. After a moment of coming to her senses, she quickly realized it was unreasonable to blame her for hitting you. The divine being's anger flared as she pointed at the giant tree she had just lost a corner of and explained that it was her sacred vow. Hearing that, Dinyak seemed to realize something, nodded slowly. No wonder it had the smell of mushrooms. The more she said, the more wrong she sounded. And Thiendiep immediately rebutted. What do you mean by the smell of mushrooms? It's Lingzi, and even the rare six-spirit Lingzi in the world. The space suddenly fell silent. Then Dunyak sneered with a vicious grin, without a doubt. She truly was the spirit of activity. Realizing she had spoken recklessly, she found no way out and stammered in fear. Asking what he intended to do, he moved closer, with a mischievous face and words more insidious than a curse. Of course, taking the gift, Tian Diep was trembling cold, sweat layer by layer. Her eyes not daring to look away for a second. He truly resembled the three beast cultivators. All villains. The world really is too dangerous. Rewind. Time to half an hour earlier, and Dunyak only now begins to plunge his sword into the water's surface, smirking slyly to challenge her, to see what exactly she's hiding. Fast forward 15 minutes. Still no movement that made him a bit excited. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and yet Ni was surprised to look down and realize that he hadn't fallen into a trap, but had even succeeded in forging it. Maybe it's not enough absorption. So let's see if he can absorb more. After experiencing several direct absorption methods with the body, Dunyak's eyes widened in surprise. A huge source of power quickly pours into his chest. He immediately leaps up and breaks free like a thunderbolt. This time I succeeded in upgrading. Could it be that this spirit pool isn't harmful, but rather a great tonic? Clearly I finished refining earlier. But the sword heart kept absorbing energy, and even started drawing my blood and chi. At that moment, he was too hungry to resist, and had no choice but to greedily absorb some of the spiritual energy from the crystal. The energy wasn't enough, so he even involuntarily bit into the branch itself. Could it be that he is being controlled by the sword spirit? Dunyak also remembered at the same time that Bak Thao Shi truly hadn't lied to him. This small-looking girl is actually very valuable. Just a bite from her is worth half of that spiritual spring pool. Tian Diep jumped back, put her hands on her hips and pretended to be fierce. Telling you to give up that idea, she won't let you eat her. Even if she has to blow herself up. She won't let humans enslave her anymore. Dunyak refused to give up and mysteriously asked her to reconsider, explaining that he came to the city because his close friend's cultivation was faltering. He only needs a little of her juice, and he is fine with her risking her life for it. There are so many treasures in this world. At worst, you and Tuet Lai can go find another mushroom. Are you serious? She hesitated again to confirm, asking if it's really true that you only need a little of her essence, and not everything. Dunyak smiled faintly, responding calmly whether she accepted the news or not. Tian Diep frowned, contemplating could this guy be different from the beast insect cultivator. Just now, he only bit a piece with his mouth, but she already knew he was no ordinary person. Although she didn't like practicing cultivation, only someone with strong spiritual power could break through her barrier. Moreover, it's better to chase him away quickly. So she snapped her fingers to create a separation. The entire willow tree shuddered into motion at her command, emitting a faint green glow as its branches stretched out and spun rapidly. In an instant, they had condensed into the shape of a giant Lingzi mushroom. From the water crevice of the Lingji, a viscous substance suddenly flowed down and began to grow. Thien Diep reached out her hand, turning it into a floating water sphere, since she already knew her true identity and wasn't afraid of being exposed. Then she threw the water sphere at him and asked indignantly if that was enough. Dunyak took out the jar, happily nodding that it was enough. And finally, the Lei Lai could restore the Dao Qi. He excitedly went to shake her hand repeatedly, not expecting her to be a good spirit bead. Not only does she let you drink her spiritual nectar freely without paying the price, but she also voluntarily gives you her juice. Hearing that, Lingzi's lips twitched in irritation. What do you mean no price to pay? Obviously, it's because you're too strong that you never get satisfied no matter how much you eat. I don't want to waste more time with you. I've already told you that you've got what you wanted. So hurry up and leave. I've had the door open for a long time now. At the same time, a familiar voice called out your name loudly. It turned out that Tuyet Lai and Sword Lin had discovered this place and rushed over. Dunyak was surprised and asked how they got in here, saying he was also planning to look for the two of them, while Tuyet Lai explained that she saw the door open and quickly entered, worriedly asking if he was okay. And he confidently affirmed that he was still in one piece. She happily asked Dunyak who she was, and he replied that she was the legendary prophet. Tuyet Lai also walked over to poke her cheek to confirm that the prophet is a human with spiritual will. No wonder they couldn't find her after searching so long. I quickly retorted, "What kind of prophet?" "Her name is Luoy, Thien Diep." Dunyak, now quick-witted, approached the giant spirit tree. He pinched any spot on its mushroom body at will, and commented that this girl is very cunning, that's her true nature. However, the young man seemed unaware of the tree and accidentally pinched the wrong spot, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. From embarrassment, she turned to anger and sharply slapped his face, then pressed her lips against his, asking if he was touching her breasts. Then she angrily stomped off, leaving Runak with a face still marked by 5 fingerprints. Still not understanding why she was scolded like that, as the sword spirit fluttered over and whispered mockingly into his ear, "Why don't you let even a little girl like her go? Are you not afraid Snowlie will be angry?" Runyak, now laughing and crying, gently presses her cheek, perplexed that he only pinched her once, then quickly remembers the main matter, and seriousness returns as he hands Tuyet Lai a divine water vial, carefully explaining that it contains the potion of the active prophecy, and instructs her to take it and the sword spirit out of here. He sensed a powerful magical force behind that door, which could help him refine his mind and sword. So he wanted to investigate further because it seemed impossible to die bravely in the process of honing his sword intent. Runak, full of determination for his plan, knew he had to level up quickly, become a renowned spiritual realm master without losing his life, and return to the sect to avoid being killed by that high priest, Zhang Cao. Tuyet Lai still didn't feel at ease and wanted to go with him. He was about to oppose. From a distance, Tian Diet was still furious, resentful that he almost been deceived by him. It turns out he was with the Beast Path cultivator and the Turtle Mother. He even planned to open that door to the south, but he didn't even touch the objects inside, not even himself. If that's the case, the spirit mushroom suddenly laughed softly and spoke to reassure, "There's no need to worry too much. Inside there are only a few treasures of her former owner, the beast spirit cultivator. Nothing dangerous." Runyak heard this and immediately trusted, feeling relieved and agreeing that everyone would go in together. So the 3 of them turned around and set off, without noticing the sinister smile on Tian Diep's face behind them. They were the ones who had chosen their own doom. The group continued moving inside, and Runyak quickly realized that ahead was the main hall. He tentatively asked what was inside, but Thien Diep only casually reassured him that it was all treasures stored by the beast to immortal cultivator, so he could rest assured. Zhao took a few more steps and then noticed something strange again, a formation blocking the path with a yin-yang circle right in the middle. Don't tell me this was also set up by the beastly cultivator. After getting no response, Runak turned back to call Lin Qinan again, only to find she had vanished. Even the search for Lin looked around with a shrug, as she had clearly been there just a moment ago. Suddenly, the stone door in the corner was heavily pushed open, successfully grabbing their attention. Tuyet Li gasped in horror. Realizing something was wrong, they had fallen into a trap. Will Thien Diep also stride out proudly from that place with the formation in hand? As it seems these humans are searching for her, she tightly grips that thing and confidently tells them what it is. It is an ancient beast trap array, specially arranged to suppress the evil blood beasts in this room. Evil blood beasts. Runyak's eyes sparkled at the mere mention of them, drawn in and captivated. On the contrary, Ali and Spirit Sword frowned doubtfully. Could the blood beast from the old rumor really be true from 1,000 years ago? Lin Qi, claiming the demonic corpse, confirms that not only are they real, but all the evil blood beasts were captured by her and the beast tamer together, thousands of years ago. The prehistoric evil blood beasts, also known as the rhinoceros demonic beasts, inexplicably injured and dropped a drop of evil blood onto the ground. After the blood shadow fell to the ground, all creatures in the area were wiped out. and the contamination then spread uncontrollably, causing animals to turn into terrifying blood shadow beasts. For ordinary people, this was an unavoidable disaster. But for the Bakthu Daunyan, the name Bientai is well known. This is surely a rare 100-year event. He prepared everything to venture into the region contaminated by evil blood, sweeping through decades, capturing all evil blood and keeping them here. To make control easier, he created a formation, and the device in her hand is the trigger to activate the formation. At that point, Thiet Diep couldn't hold in his frustration and shouted out, still thinking that wasn't enough fun, making her take the form of a blood demon and be imprisoned here. Just imagine how Lin Chi's life is passing by. The surrounding space suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Dunyak hesitated before speaking. He's a beast tamer. Surely it's not because of this. Jewel Spirit also sneered at his teasing expression, saying she had only heard that beasts like to play with strange creatures. But she didn't expect he still liked such things. Little mushroom girl. Keep talking. What else does he want her to do? Tian Didai lowered his face, tears welling up, as he whispered that he even allowed different Tahuyet beasts to mate, forcing her to always watch their breeding process and demanding she record it carefully in a proper book. Dunak and Sword Spirit looked excited and amazed, while Tuet Lai beside them was both shy and angry, clenching her fists in frustration. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently as if hit by a high-level earthquake, tossing everyone into the air. When the tremor subsided, the two girls landed gracefully, while Dunya was left falling freely. They hurriedly warned each other to look. A gigantic swarm of insects with glowing red patterns on their bodies appeared. He looked up, staring into the evil eyes. This insect is the sinister Spirit Chi creature, smiling mischievously. And for the first time, the tiny human saw a bloodthirsty beast, so frightened it was momentarily stunned. Still, Dunya couldn't show any fear and kept watching with the corner of his eye. Isn't this the herd of demon beasts from the third-tier secret realm? So why are they here? Thiet Diep said, in denial. Demon beasts outside can't compare. These are the ancestors of the external monsters. With strength, at least at the spiritual realm, at the highest level, Dunak quickly focused and locked onto his target, then sprung to his feet and swung his sword without allowing anyone to react. A powerful strike, splitting the monster in half. Lin Chi, witnessing the scene, broke out in cold sweat. But before she could speak, he had already slain a giant beast effortlessly. But then, two more appeared, tiny, like a finger joint, howling and charging wildly at Dunyak. Soon, the spider corpses were torn into many pieces and scattered like autumn leaves everywhere. Dunyak also landed, breathing heavily, scanning around and marveling. Too powerful, he raised his sword to observe carefully. The weapon that had helped him achieve that spectacular feat earlier, the feeling of swinging it was quite good. And moreover, the demon beasts were not only powerful, but also swift and agile, truly worthy of being called the Azure Blood Beasts. As for Leah Thien Diep, she was mentally shaken and shouted loudly. Does he not find it somewhat shameful to assess the strength of enemies with such a standard? They are 7th-rank spiritual beings. I didn't expect you to kill them right after they revealed their faces. Even killing them in one strike, do they have any face left? Tuyet Lai still couldn't shake her surprise and asked the Sword Spirit if she felt Derniak was too powerful. Although Kiem Lin was not willing to admit it, she had to acknowledge that this young boy really was that strong. Her senior brother wouldn't have. Before she could finish her thoughts, Lin suddenly surged up with a fierce aura. Did she actually enjoy this feeling? Her sharp hawk-like eyes filled with predation. She murmured steadily, "Fine. I'll wait for your heart." Another door opens, releasing streams of deadly aura. The fierce blue eyes threaten as they open wide. A large, wolf-like beast slowly steps out. The monster's eyes gleamed in the darkness, its jaw like a saw grinding loudly. Dunyak frowned, a bit cautious of it. The beast slowly approached, its claws digging into the ground as Yothien Diep quickly moved to a higher, safer vantage point to observe. She is fierce and fierce. That wolf is called Thon Tien Filang, true to its name. It's both fast and gluttonous. Not only human cultivators like us, but even the sky it can bite through. Dunak Bang turned to the battle plan with the Ling sword, protecting Tuyet Lai, and entrusted them to you. The elder looked at him worriedly but said nothing more. The wolf stopped howling savagely and lowered its head, While he also prepared himself, Dunyak swung his sword, and the blade immediately shattered into multiple sword rays rushing forward. The sword rays darted towards Thon Tien Phi Lang like arrows of light. As he aimed to create distance from the ranged attacks, Lin Chi dismissively evaluated, thinking it was really useless. Just some sword aura, which she could crush with a single bite. But just as she seemed about to strike, the sword path suddenly curved away to avoid her. The sword path seemed to have a consciousness, instantly transforming into human fingers as the wolf approached. Just as the beast awkwardly moved closer, a powerful punch hit it squarely in the jaw. Another furious blow from below connected, and the sword slashes transformed into twisting hands circling around it. While Thon Tien Phi Lang's face darkened with anger, it can't take it anymore, and frantically yelps, jumping around trying to bite back those sword auras but seems unharmed. The hum of music echoing with a bitter laugh. Clearly, it's a stupid dog. After swirling around for a while, the sword aura has circled his head, leaving him no chance to fight back. Now he's dazed and dizzy, and it's your turn to gently touch him with your finger. Its body collapsed to the ground with a thud from the final blow. Completely unconscious. This historic battle exceeded expectations, and Tian Diep stared in disbelief. Diet Li and Sword Spirit also spray glue, opening their mouths wide. Dunyaku dung straight, resting his sword on his shoulder. Then half joking, half seriously turned to the little mushroom. This monster is no good. Its speed is no good. Its emotions are also no good. Luckily, you have gathered some strength. Deep's pride is big. Don't get too proud. In this case, then let's go together. She presses the activation button for the formation. This time, many doors are being heavily lifted up. The doors were pulled open to their fullest, revealing the horrors from hundreds of thousands of years ago. That bear is the Iron Armor King, followed by the giant bird, the Steel Feather Messenger, and the fiery wings are the Fire Spirit Lake. And finally, the Silver Shadow Strong Tiger is mighty. The horde of monsters as tall as pillars rushes before Dunyak. And Lin Chi-ren laughs happily. With so many strange creatures, there must be one that suits him. But he didn't show a trace of fear, only sneered sarcastically. Then he swiftly spun his sword to create a gust of wind as the giant bear prepared to attack. Dunyak actively channels energy to ascend, with sword trails following his hand and slashing forward. He smoothly ends the fierce battle, leaving behind a swarm of monsters crashing to the ground like drowned rats. How is this possible? Thien Diep, dissatisfied, immediately stood up and slammed the table. Dunyak calmly turned back and plunged his spear deep into the beast he had just slain. He casually leans on his hips, not forgetting to thank the senior immortal for the reward that made her so angry. She was speechless. He will accept the blood essence of these monsters with a bright smile. Not wasting time, Duke Nak sat down to start practicing the sword technique. With such a lot of spirit blood, it should be enough to refine the sword soul once more. A shockwave immediately followed, shaking the entire dark area. Lin Chi-nan shouted in panic. What new disaster is happening now? An indistinct skull was released from Dunyak, and the surroundings were engulfed by a vast, swirling sea of retreating waves. This young man is possessed by a demon. Tuyet Lai and Spirit Sword realize the situation is getting worse and shout loudly for him to stop immediately, but the skull kept spinning ceaselessly, sparks blazing fiercely to prevent anyone from daring to approach. He still had his eyes closed, unaware of what was happening, as fiery energy seeped into his chest. Then, sensing something, Dunyak opened his eyes in horror. A sharp-eyed creature appeared on the hilt of the crimson blood sword. It also stared at you with a piercing gaze, filled with murderous intent that cannot be underestimated. That single eye seemed to contain spiritual energy, controlling the flames toward you, sparks like fragile strings wrapping around his body trying to control him. What on earth is this? Dunyak lowered his face as flames engulfed him more and more. For a moment, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with red light and fierce aura. It seems he has truly been possessed. Dunyak was now controlled by the sword heart, and his first feeling was an intense hunger. The terrible hunger exploded within him, flames surrounding his body fiercely burning. Kiem Nin and Tuyet Li Kinha realized that this was due to blood refinement, causing evil energy to affect his mind. Kiem Nin disagrees angrily. This can't happen. I agreed with her to find her sister. I can't lose my mind. You must go and control him. and Elder True help her remove the evil aura. As soon as he saw the silhouettes rushing towards him, Dunyak roared in excitement, thinking they were food. Kiem Nin unleashed hundreds of ice crystals, forcing, but to calm down immediately. The ice crystals immediately fused into a large block that tightly encased his thrashing body. After a moment, seeing that he did not react any further, could it have been a success? Before they could celebrate, an arm of Dunyak suddenly moved. From the arm, it spread across the body, and Thuivo easily broke through the ice, wrapping him, surprising Kiem Nin, hungry and restrained. Dunyak became furious and roared, flames raging wildly to burn anyone who dared approach. Dai Lai noticed the situation was unstable and warned that only their 2 girls were nearby, fearing there might be no way to control him. It would be good if something could help attract his attention. Kiem Lin looked around, searching for Kiem, then stopped at the place where Lin Chi was hiding high above. Tiandiep still hasn't realized she's about to be in danger. The cowardly girl lowers her stance. Watching all along, this little guy really is possessed by a demon. But this is karma for him consuming all her spiritual spring. She loves watching the scene where they slice each other up. So keep going. While still laughing loudly in enjoyment, suddenly rocks and dirt fell with a bang, pulling Tiandiep back to focus on the present. The music had already shattered the icy cage from earlier, and everyone's attention was now fixated on that with hungry eyes. Immediately, he was controlled by the oppressive aura and charged toward her, hands reaching out to grab and tear her apart. The speed was so fast that Diep couldn't dodge in time. When they were only a hand's width apart, she was finally terrified into a panic. He fiercely charged with eyes burning with fury, losing all his inherent humanity, flames erupting wildly as he swung his arm. She instinctively closed her eyes tightly, tears welling up at the corners, clutching her head with her small hands in self-defense aimlessly. But after waiting for a long time, she felt no pain or sound. So Tiandiep gently cracked her eyes open to look, only to see the gentle shadow of the sword spirit smiling softly in front of her, reassuring her with a peaceful expression. The image of the spirit sword now became a gentle and mysterious glow, as she was sure they would save the girl, making her tears of hope and joy. Then that salvation smile suddenly turned cunning, and her mouth subtly whispered a request for an exchange. Before Thrandeeb's tongue could form, the sword spirit abruptly lifted the spirit herb and threw her towards Tuyet Lai facing Dunyak. Realizing she had to help them with something first, the immortal fairy broke through the air and howled loudly, successfully catching your attention. You immediately left Tuyet Lai and chased her down. As she is the main source of our chaotic magic energy right now, the elder of the village chief turned and signaled the sword spirit at the right moment. Now is the time. The sword spirit received the order and quickly unleashed an enormous ice energy. You are pushed back by the storm of energy. Unknowingly entering a different dimension, the terrible fire on him has disappeared. But Dunya still hasn't escaped the control of the evil spirit. He still gazes at her with a ferocious look, as if wanting to devour her for her magical power. Diep, desperately scared for her life, ran for dear life, screaming and searching for a way out. The 2 of them were trapped inside the big ice sphere, playing a game of chase while Tuyet Lai and Kiem Lin watched from outside. She admires how clever Kiem Lin is, keeping him in one place so he can't escape and making him easier to control. Then they just need to purify him. Kiem Lin was praised to the skies. She really thinks this idea of hers isn't bad. So without wasting time, the 2 of them began casting the spell, pouring their power into the ice sphere. Ali's eyes grew more determined than ever, the memories with him from the past flooding back. She would definitely not abandon him, just as he never abandoned her at the beginning. The sword's will within Duanwak's body couldn't withstand the pressure from the powerful spell and gradually lost all its strength. After a while, he suddenly woke up, this time seemingly lost in a dream where beautiful scenery and a woman in a red dress stood far away. Dainyak stared blankly at her, wondering who she was. The beautiful woman understood and softly smiled, her eyes sealed with a piece of red silk matching her attire. You walk over and sit on the chair opposite as she calmly explains that since you've mastered the sword's true intent, she can also be considered half of your master. Hearing that, Dainyak was taken aback and exclaimed, "She is Tam Engung Chuk-u. Where is she now?" Search for her. The Sword of Nutrition has always been looking for her. But she didn't answer this question and only focused on discussing that the technique of the Sword of Nutrition has issues. And maybe you have already realized it. You remember the terrifying eye on the sword's hilt, nodding in agreement. It's truly strange. Just like earlier, it seemed you were caught in its gaze. Does senior sister Ngung Chuk know the reason? She just shook her head, saying she didn't know, because the truth is, she didn't actually create the heart of the sword. What do you mean? Dynak still doesn't quite understand. Isn't it that the senior had clearly said when handing over the treasured sword? Giang rua chao noi, titham ngung chuk chat nieng dao chuoi. Go ben dung len de lo ra duong kong tao dep. What are you saying? She gently lifts his chin with her slender fingers to face her directly. And at this moment, the scene truly becomes extremely ambiguous. Then Do Not honestly confirmed that it was indeed so. Jing can't help but let go of him and look up with a sigh, as if blaming, so Kuang Lao still has such poor eyesight. Of course, he would take in a wooden disciple for her, but actually he's right. And he's not. Hundreds of years ago, she accidentally discovered a hidden inheritance, suddenly gained spiritual insight, and her mind was somewhat enlightened. She was overjoyed, training for half a year in the secret realm, combining her own insights to create her sword heart. But gradually she realized that although she had created this cultivation method, there was a secret even she couldn't grasp, which was clearly very unusual. She began to suspect whether this cultivation method was truly created by her, or if, in that situation, she was completely unaware of an evil presence quietly influencing her mind, guiding her to develop this technique. If not, then why would it be connected to the secret mind of the ancient era, and why does it even exist? Dunya gently patted her hand in confusion. Ancient secrets indeed. Shen Zhengzhu turned around and sneered. So your idiot of a brother is secretly trying to help you? It's a pity. He can barely protect himself now. Maybe I should have the master give him some guidance. You suddenly become expressionless. What do you mean? Didn't you just say you don't know how to deal with this situation? She lowered her head in silent contemplation. Even though the sword heart was not created by her, she didn't know the specific solution to his current dilemma. But she had a little guess. Don't you remember the first time you trained your sword intent? Where did all those evil energies go? Dunyak listened, then hugged her chest, thinking, where did they go? At that time, after the aura was refined through the sword intent, it completely disappeared. But as he refined the sword intent multiple times, his spiritual power also increased. And gradually, the sword intent seemed overwhelmed. The blade not only turned from green to red, but finally that eye also appeared. That's how it was. The sword intent itself had the power to purify evil spirits. But right now, his sword intent's refinement was still insufficient. Dunak gradually nodded and understood that if she continued to refine her sword mind, she could use its purifying ability to remove that eye. Right? Tham Nung Chuk smiled in satisfaction and turned away. And he's not exactly stupid. Nguyen Quang could become her disciple. What is this? As Dunyak was still confused, suddenly thick fog rose from somewhere, blocking the view. What is that? Looking up, she saw the red shadow fading away, and he hurriedly called after her. Are you really leaving? I still have so many questions I haven't asked. But Ningzhuang Mu's voice replied vaguely, saying that she was only a spirit now and couldn't stay long. If there was a chance, they would meet again. Dunyak unwillingly chased after her, shouting loudly and begging her to at least tell him where she was right now. In that split second, she suddenly vanished like smoke and bones. Only managing to warn him to take good care of the sword spirit, he lost his footing and fell straight into a pit right beneath him. Opening my eyes again, I find myself back in the universe during the first sword forging, surrounded by celestial flames. Dunak surveys the area carefully. Yet somehow I'm back here again. The heavy-eyed creature staring at him ordered the divine fires to attack. He quickly tore through the air to dodge, leaving a smoky ruin where he had just stood. The ominous music fills the sky. Damn it. I can't afford to let my guard down even a moment with dangers like this. That I could take control again. For now, forget everything else. I need to handle these things first. At the moment they are about to hit, you quickly flash away and fly out of their reach, surpassing their calculations. They immediately chase after him, and he's pleased because everything is going according to plan. He effortlessly weaves and evades, but with a daring streak, he circles around them rather than fleeing far away. As soon as he saw it was safe, he turned around to face them, and the divine fire rushed in wildly. Dunyak stopped moving, and they were drawn even closer, as they were just a few centimeters from your eye. The situation became urgent and critical, and you held your breath in tense anticipation. But they couldn't reach further. It turns out Dunyak guided them in circles, trapping them like a mess of bubbles. Just as you had suspected, this eye hasn't formed its spiritual will yet, and will just attack you instinctively and forcefully. The winner smirked, while you put on a defiant, unimpressed face and challenged it to come at you if it dares. The angry eye widens its pitch-black pupil, but is powerless to do anything else. Dunyak spins his hand to create a weapon if it doesn't come closer. Then suddenly the giant hammer that you turned into starts to grin bitterly. So you immediately head over there. You march forward boldly, wielding the hammer with both hands raised high towards the core sword. With a mighty strike against the sky, you use all your remaining strength to bring the hammer down on the sword. The hammer flares wildly, and the sword spews out a blood-red light that spreads everywhere. At the sword's drift, the angry eyes seem to want to say something. Watermarks gradually appear, carving across the eye horizontally and vertically. In an instant, it shattered into countless pieces. Dunyak carefully watched from start to finish, eyes wide open, noticing something strange. The red on the sword turned blue, still shining brightly. Your avatar also gained a new source of power. The system happily announces that you have advanced to the peak of the spirit realm. Dunyak froze in confusion, a big question mark appearing neatly above his head. What's going on? Suddenly, everything went black, and a familiar voice was desperately calling your name. It was Tu Yet Lai, shouting loudly for the third time, shaking and calling you awake. Dunyak finally opened his eyes and returned to reality. Having been released from the giant ice cocoon, catching his breath and trying to piece together what just happened, as the elder anxiously prepared to speak and ask about him again, you suddenly become serious and loud, finally knowing Tham Ngung Chuk's whereabouts. This shocking news is like a thunderbolt, and Chinin and Ali exclaim in disbelief. What? Dunyak Sirius remembered and recounted the story to everyone, also mentioning that time was limited, so Tham Tien Boy didn't say much. After hearing this, Kiem Nin angrily turned around, intent on going to Maman to find her. But Tuyet Lai quickly grabbed her arm. Now is not the time to rush. And it's even uncertain whether Lun Gung Chuk is at Demon Sect or not. There are so many sects. How do you plan to find her? Dunyak suggested that we should still return to the sect first and inform the sect leader, so we can see what he thinks. Jian Ning was about to speak up to argue, but he was faster and reassured her first. Once they returned to the sect and consulted the head elder, then clarified the details, he would immediately go search for her together with her. Kiem Nin He Vei, Lin Dong Ethoahip, Chuet Tam Di Luan, Nyung Chuok He Ve Tong Mon, Ho Kan Yo Toi Duan Yo Nam Dong Bat Tin Na Thi Phai Shu Li the Naude? As she finished speaking, she suddenly opened her eyes awake, tears flowing from the corner of her mouth, still unresolved. A dazzling light flashed in her eyes, and the surprised voice of the assistant exclaimed, "What is happening here?" That brilliant light seems to illuminate all directions, and a lotus throne gradually appears. The celestial leaf is now meditating on the lotus with an aura shining above her head. Has she achieved enlightenment? You don't understand and come closer. Why is she like that? Lin Chi intervened to explain. If it were you constantly pushed aside and full of longing for the outside world but about to escape. So what if you get hurt, get thrown, or get chased away? If it were you, would you still want to step out into the outside world? Duong not koi chat da. Dung la ko chut wong nung. Nen ko bi moi tin non roy. Tu du dang gia. Mang song kung kui ja on. Sao ne ko sa chi yen tamil tong bikan. Seeing her behave like that only made you question yourself even more. Although you've achieved your goal, the more you think about the process, the more tangled it seems. You really are a true Taoist, right? Tuyet Lai also came to question them, asking what she had done to those 3 disciples. Tian Diep responded with a look of contempt. After she absorbed Lin Tuyen's spiritual energy, she had placed a curse on those 3. But that was also to help them get out. Now that she no longer wants to leave the world outside, she can naturally help them return to normal. Noon Yang, eavesdropping again, looked surprised. Does that mean Lin Tuyen really has a problem? So why wasn't he infected? The immortal really tired of explaining, saying that the curse only takes effect after they've absorbed enough energy. He thought everyone was like him, absorbing endlessly without ever being full enough to want to eat her. Now she will lift the curse on them. Suddenly, The three still kneeling disciples in the hall looked blank and seemed to have their memories erased. They looked at each other in confusion, unsure why they were still kneeling here when they should have reported the anomaly in the secret realm to the elder leader earlier. Returning with the Lutian Deep, she calmly announced that she had removed their curses and now asked the three in front of her to leave. The three men exchanged glances without saying a word, as if they could read each other's thoughts. Sword Nin grumbled and scolded Dunok, calling it a crime against heaven, as even a tiny minuscule like that was forced by him to hide in the invisible sect. It's not just that she burned it again, it seems her ice heart was the real culprit that led her to achieve ultimate enlightenment. A few hours later, Dunok stretched happily, finally back home. Tuyetlai smiled and reminded her to go say goodbye to the headmaster of the nature sect. The scene shifts to an isolated space where the high monk stands by a horizonless shallow lake. Lost in thought, unsure of what he is searching for, he gently skims the tip of the sword across the water, then suddenly adopts a stance, exuding an air of effortless mastery. Crescent-shaped power surges forward, creating elongated whirlpools along the sword's path over the lake. He suddenly realized it was a sword. But what defines a sword martial arts? Metal forged or both? He frowned and looked into the distance, where around him, swords of all shapes and sizes could be seen safe and clear. Cao Tian spins his hand to activate his spiritual power, drawing from the air a shape that resembles a sword but is vague. He quickly strikes to the right, then cuts horizontally, brandishing his spear to create towering water vortexes. The water surface above his head can be seen rippling with waves, crashing into the lush green lotus pond. As Truong Quanhai calmly picks up a cup of hot tea and makes an observation, Truong Taotian seems to have achieved enlightenment. Tu Du also looked in that direction and was surprised that he actually succeeded. But after all, he is from the spirit realm. Even sacrificing his soul wouldn't reach that level. Yet he understood the true meaning of the Tao realm. So maybe someone from the spirit realm isn't that hard to deal with. The old man nodded in agreement, saying that with this approach, he would become the strongest in his current realm in the future. Tu Du added that today he received news that the old man had yielded and Dunok had already started returning to the sect. Dunyak really wants to have a fight with Truong Taotian. So the outcome of the duel is truly unpredictable. The schoolmaster slowly responded. Not everyone cares about the reputation of the sword prodigy. Having a rival of equal strength is more valuable than the prestige of the prodigy. His words remind Tu Du of a memory. He once fell to his knees before a beautiful woman who half teased, half accused him of being too weak, then leaned in close, tucking his hair away with a mischievous smile, as if teasing that he hadn't even fought back yet. Returning to the present, he takes a quick sip of tea, unsure whether he will have the chance to meet her again in this life. If he does, then, lost in his thoughts, Dunyak suddenly hears a voice before he even sees anyone, urgently shouting from afar to inform Trong Jiao that he has a lead on Tham Nung Chuk. Tu Du heard the news and couldn't help but suddenly spit the tea right into Elder Lao's face. Oh my. Oh my. The usually peaceful place of the Wound Sword Pavilion suddenly became noisy with Dunyak's lively storytelling. As he jumped up a step, she also leapt with the wind. Then like this, and immediately came thunder and lightning, the heavens and earth shifting everything. Using all my passion, I used every bit of language and body to vividly depict the story, making it explode with hype and chaos. Principal Truong and Tu Du gazed intently, truly paying close attention. After a passionate delivery of the story, Dunyak finally stopped, crossing his arms, and seriously affirming that this was indeed the case. Kunhai and the elder also froze, clearing their throats softly to try to lift the awkward atmosphere. Tuyetlai beside them quickly reported that Lin Chi had been rescued, and once she recovers her strength, she plans to go with Dunyak to find Tham Nungung. You immediately turned around and asked curiously what you could do. Suddenly, Tu Du approached and asked in a low voice if you knew that Truong Taotian might have achieved enlightenment for the second time. Dunyak looked confused, not understanding what enlightenment was. As the class taught by Tuyet Li and Master Tu Du appeared immediately, enlightenment is a way for cultivators to break through themselves. The so-called Tao is the principle of the universe's operation. Like the sun rising and meeting the sun setting. When water encounters cold ice, it condenses. When it meets fire, it turns into vapor. Just understanding one of those and turning it into its true meaning is what enlightenment is. Dunyak stared blankly. Isn't this just physical chemistry? Does the cultivation world also study this? Chuang Gaoxian enters the Tao through the sword. But the so-called Tao through the sword is basically just through the sword itself. A method containing one's self and things. Reaching this level is the first stage of the Tao realm, and realizing that the sword itself is not the way. Then deriving the Tao from one's own perception, that is the second realm of the Tao stage. And Dunyak slightly chuckles as if to verify. Tu Ruji nodded. So currently, Truong Saotian matches the second level of the Tao realm. But in the end, he is only a spiritual realm cultivator, making the Tao realm power difficult to truly attain. Yet even so, you cannot afford to be careless. Dunya remained silent for a few seconds to digest the information, then his eyes lit up with excitement. That's great. His strength is almost at the second stage of the Tao realm, while I'm only at the first stage of the spirit realm. Yue Li Yi, looking from behind, saw Jiang Ten happily smiling along, feeling more and more pleased. How could Du Xiao just fight that guy casually? He would go meet that Yuan garden, so you can't help but lift your head and laugh loudly, making the elder think you weren't frightened by your second spiritual opponent. And you admire and worship him without end. That morning, thousands of people gathered at the arena to watch and participate. Dunyak looked around, confused. Why is it so crowded here? Tuyet Li explained that everyone wants to see Trong Saotian's ability after his enlightenment. After hearing that, he was pleased inside. It seems that this so-called enlightenment really is impressive. The elder didn't lie to him. Then Dunyak still confidently jumped up onto the spectator stand, facing him. Dunyo felt that although he said that, if he wanted to stay in the competition and suddenly die under Zhang Gaoxian's sword, he still needed to think a bit. So he spoke up first, saying he heard he had achieved enlightenment a second time. Congratulations, Cao Tian. Suspicious and unfriendly. Warns you to stop talking so much. So the match begins. Dunya takes out his sword confidently, arrogantly provoking the opponent. Does he really want to get beaten? Then I'll do Ga a favor and stop holding back. Use Ga's full strength. Does Ga still compare himself to the Ga of the past? You must pay the price for underestimating your opponent. Without another word, Truong Caotian quickly lunged forward to challenge Dunyak in a sword fight. You're both scared and impressed. This is the speed of enlightenment for the second time. Impressive. In an instant, a precious scene unfolded. Their swords clashed, causing the water in your sword to ripple. With a swoosh, Tuyet Lai hurriedly lunged, but with just a bit more force. He pushed your swords back more than a foot, leaving you stunned and staring intently at your weapons. Seizing the opportunity, he was distracted during the fight. Cao Tian quickly swung his sword and recited the spell. The sun-devouring sword technique. Earth One technique. The opponent cut fiercely right into his chest before shouting loudly. Tuyet Lai shouted Dunak's name in horror, and Dunak's whole body was thrown up into the air by the momentum of the strike. Just as he was struggling to stabilize himself upon landing successfully, the opponent continued to attack again. This time, Dunyak quickly dodged, his foot just touching the edge of the platform. Tuyet Lai nervously warned that he would fall off the arena. Truong Caotian's relentless attacks forced him to charge again, aiming for a final blow. Dunyak realized he couldn't lose like this. Losing would mean truly not surviving. He had to return to the center of the arena. Thinking this, he suddenly crouched down to dodge, his swordsmanship barely missing his hair. Now, it was Dunyak's turn to respond, and he unexpectedly gritted his teeth as he threw a fist. Truong Saotian forgets to defend, gets hit squarely in the stomach. The force so strong it sends him flying to the other side of the massive arena despite his efforts to keep balance. As the tide suddenly turns, calm again, the guy looked up at the opponent. So you're finally not defending anymore? Dunyak pursed his lips without answering directly, only judging that. So this is the level of this guy. He once again seriously prepares to fight with a confident gaze, trying to turn back but no longer able to be overwhelmed. He lands and then slides along with the momentum. Looking extremely pained, the crowd sitting below gasped in amazement. It was too powerful. The rogue sat on the ground, battered and dejected. He can even catch Ga's sword with his bare hands. Dunyak steps out of the mist and fog, his voice echoing mockingly, as if saying Ga has already attained enlightenment a second time. Cao Tian stops his guard, startles and looks up. In the blink of an eye, he uses a teleportation technique to rush forward. Dunyak throws a powerful punch at him, but luckily he manages to draw his sword to block. His eyes now look unusually serious. Raising another decisive strike, Nya asked if that's all he's got. But Trung Southian kept a stiff face and stayed silent. Both of them charged at each other fiercely on the arena. Neither willing to give in, Duyet Lai observes and ponders silently. At this moment, it wasn't wise to provoke the opponent like that. Your cultivation of swordsmanship is not the only thing. At this moment, Shu Niatian strains every last bit of strength to charge forward. Clutching a scroll of magical power, Ali tense and unable to look away. She remembers what brother Zhang Caotian is best at. At the same time, Dunyak throws a powerful punch straight at his face. The noise is so loud that even he has to feel uneasy. Surely he won't be able to endure it. The crowd below, seeing this scene, erupts in excitement. Right in the middle of the face, this punch might ruin Brother Trong's face. Suddenly, blood keeps dripping onto the arena floor. Dunyak, who can't believe it, blood streaming from his mouth. Cao Tian appeared behind him out of nowhere. That blood isn't from him but from you. His sword arrogantly pierces through Dunyak's chest. Staining the blade red, the child suddenly shouted in alarm. It turns out this is the illusionary sword technique. Elder Brother Zhang is the only spiritual realm disciple of our sect who understands the moving, illusory divine dragon sword to counter the school's teachings. Now he can create illusions with just a touch or a step, causing enemies to fall into illusions without realizing it. And no one of the same cultivation level can defend against it. The Boksuk swordsmanship of our sect. I don't know how much Brother Trong Suhoin has truly understood, but it's incredibly powerful. The others on the viewing platform stare in shock. What just appeared before you suddenly vanished like mist. And only then did you realize it was an illusion. They were blown away by the wind. Cao Tian remained emotionless. He decisively drew his sword and declared that you have lost. Blood falls onto the floor in an endless flow. Duni coughs weakly on the ground. He kept coughing weakly. The man behind him calmly said he hadn't hurt you too badly. We still have time to find Dung Duong Trong Lao now. You even cough up blood onto your palm. And let out a long scream. Zhang Gaoshuan looked at him confusedly. Dunyak panting heavily, trying to stand up awkwardly. After fighting for so long, he finally got injured. You lift your head and smile brightly. Losing? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. No wind. No devil. No victory unless you die. I will never admit defeat. Cao Tian furrowed his brows in surprise. Your spirit is commendable. I will help you succeed. After saying that, he immediately split into clones. Two Cao Tian are rushing forward. While one stays in the original position, Ledoux throws a thunderous punch. Is this really the only way? Raise your face and face Cao Tian again. I'm most satisfied with this. Isn't that right? Finally. You only need to pretend to fight back a little. You're most satisfied with this. Right? I am most satisfied with this smile. This is how it should be. I am most satisfied with this smile. This is how it should be. You're most satisfied with your lips. This is how it should be. You're most pleased with this. Isn't that right? You are most satisfied with your lips. This is how it should be. He suddenly descended from above, shouting loudly as he unsheathed his sword. You are most satisfied with your lips. This is more like it. In the end, all you needed was to pretend to counterattack a little. Dunyak closed his eyes, waiting. And just as the tip of the sword was a handspan away from him, a flash of light burst from his body. Cao Tian was taken aback and exclaimed, "What is this?" Dunyak unleashed his power and bout burst like an atomic bomb, causing a gendone in heaven and earth, directly blowing away the foot of the senior brother once again. The guy was struck with great force, his whole body rubbing against the floor like a ball. Unable to hold back, blood spurted out of his mouth. Tuyet Lai quickly activated her shield to block the flying debris from the previous strike. And they were still in shock, not understanding what had just happened. On the spectator stands, where Dunyak was standing, was destroyed into a deep ditch, with a long scar from Cao Tian's friction. He finally blinked dully, as the man had fallen unconscious in front of him, blood flowing tragically. I'm scared and crying out. Big brother, I only used 50% of my strength. It's unreasonable for him to be so badly injured. Jia Tuyet Lai excitedly declared that she knew you could do it. That last strike was your true strength. Dunyak, praised but now crying and laughing. Couldn't believe it. She insisted it wasn't her fault. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't counterattack or use my full strength. I was just pretending. No. I'm only the first level of spiritual branch. Why are you so strong? Why is there such immense spiritual power in your body? Could it have been accidentally activated in the muscles? Then doesn't that mean you are back to the starting point? All your efforts have been a waste? You are too absorbed in your personal suffering. Chong Gao Thien has quickly recovered a little, and he mumbles incomprehensibly about the divine path and the laugh of the deathly silence. Then he eagerly charged forward, wanting to continue, unaware that the atmosphere here had already cooled and turned hostile. The boy was unwilling and unexpectedly grabbed the just-recovered weapon. Assuming that all his efforts are in vain, he suddenly unleashes his weapon, forming a gigantic shockwave that cleaves the wind and counterattacks. Hurtling straight at Cao Tian, he struggled to withstand the wind it carried. Zhang Gao Tian made up his mind if so. This would be his final battle. Then he gathered all his remaining strength and shouted loudly, while Ingongnia stood directly in its path without even trying to dodge. A historic clash has truly taken place. After the battle, the sky turned blue again, and the smoke gradually cleared from the stands. Dunyak turned away, with Truong, Cao Tian fallen behind him. His face was covered in blood, and he muttered in frustration, "This can't be all of your strength, right?" Watching his figure walk away into the distance. That strength seemed like a demon. The caregivers hurriedly ran over to escort him to the hospital. Dunyak leaves elegantly, but deep down he is weighed down with thought. When did he start training himself to become so strong? Returning to the martial arts arena, suddenly there is a powerful explosion from inside the corner, and the headmaster coughs heavily, looking grim. So it turns out you competed with him to help determine his strength. Do you still want to continue? Dunyak? The old man pats his worn back and shakes his head, saying there's no need to continue. He already knows everything he needs to know. So, what exactly is your true ability? Zhang Junhai pondered for a moment, stroked his silver beard, and explained that your spiritual power has reached the strength of a second-layer Dao realm cultivator. The way you've cultivated sword intent is so profound, both in nature and form. It's completely different from ordinary spiritual power. It's almost impossible to resist. So strong it's hard to imagine. In other words, in the spiritual realm, Dunyak is invincible. Only those at the same Taoist level can surpass him. That mind-blowing truth left Tu Li and the old man stunned and speechless. Only you are the only one who carefully examines yourself, suffering and crying out why your abilities are like that. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have practiced the sword heart. If I keep getting stronger like this, how am I supposed to die? Dunyak was not willing and kept hitting his head against the pole repeatedly. Tu Li was far away and seemed confused about what he was doing, looking so indifferent. So she went over and called your name, misunderstanding your situation, intending to comfort you, but her words cut deep. Cultivation is about paying attention to timing, place, and harmony. You've already trained to a grand stage, so you shouldn't push yourself too hard. When she just called your name, you also seem to relax a bit. A crisp sound then rings out, and Lao Truong, without mercy, strikes Dunyak directly on the head to wake him up, warning him not to be overconfident in victory. After the sword fighting contest, there will be a test of the sword. That's when true character is revealed. Dunyak heard this and became excited again, her eyes curious as she asked the old man what the test of the sword was. The mysterious old man replied that you will know soon enough. Amomolati. The headmaster and Dunyao walked along the corridor of the library. You don't understand why he brought you here, or why he doesn't let Tuyat Lai come along. Quan Hai calmly believes that now you are his sect's swordsman, and only you have the right to do so. The so-called questioning the sword is also about talking to and questioning the sword. The sword is not just a weapon, but also the root of sword cultivation and the record of all the events in a swordsman's life. That will be the most valuable advice for those monks who are devoted to the sword like them. Sword cultivators have continued to explore the path of sword cultivation, passing down their experience and knowledge through words and actions. But unfortunately, they could not fully comprehend the power that had been passed down. However, the sword benefited each time, increasing its spiritual power with every use of sword techniques, and every time more energy was accumulated, they will all leave an indelible mark on the sword, recording everything truthfully on the blade. Swordsmanship requires a high level of cultivation, but it is very perilous. If the heart of the sword's successor does not resonate with the sword, or lacks talent, it will only destroy the foundation and cause a brief setback in cultivation. But since you have become a sword's successor, you walk the path of sword cultivation to save lives in times of peril. He kindly placed his hand on your shoulder to encourage you, although he didn't know what was troubling your heart. From the first time he met you, he knew that your loyalty to your sect and the righteous path was unwavering. For now, there are many things you don't understand, but one day you will realize. The headmaster pushed open the door at the end of the hall and motioned for you to follow. As soon as the door opened, inside the spacious room, only the golden sword floating in midair was visible, surrounded by swirling, untold magical energy. Dunyak hesitated, staring at the sword. What is this? Old man Trong slowly explained that this sword is called Tui Ingyet Luan, an ancient wandering sword passed down through generations of previous chiefs. It bears the marks of past masters and secretly contains the secrets of its owner from 1,000 years ago, making it the most coveted treasure in the entire world. He turned back and asked Dunyak how he felt. If he wanted to try. The boy carefully examined the object before him, unsure how to communicate with the treasured sword. Zhangjun Haiyin requires guidance. It's about sensing the sword's intent with your heart, and the sword will respond. Upon hearing this, he boldly steps forward. Histor is ready. But the head teacher suddenly recalls something and quickly grabs his arm. Master carefully advised his disciple, knowing that with his spirit there would be no danger. But he had to remind him. The opposite moon sword has passed through many hands and holds many people's memories. So if you start to forget your memories while wielding it, remember to escape in time. Rings of music solemnly nod, indicating the disciple understood. The old man finally felt reassured and allowed you to move closer to the sword. At close range, he reached out his hand to touch it, secretly thinking that this sword is indeed formidable. At the moment your hand touches the sword, it seems to undergo a transformation with the blue of the law, suddenly turning into a bright orange blazing light. Dunyak's eyes shimmer, reflecting the figure of Tuyen Nugiet Luan. And deep within those eyes, there's also a shift in consciousness. Suddenly, I found myself transported to an endless universe, and that sword had vanished. I looked around, confused. What is happening now? Suddenly, faint shadowy sword figures with unclear faces appeared in front of you. They waved their swords gracefully in beautiful patterns. Could this be a secret technique left behind by the ancestors? Suddenly, you feel something brush past what is happening. A sharp headache hits you, and Dunyak grits his teeth. Trying to endure, the pain quickly worsened and became more intense. And you couldn't bear it anymore, screaming out loud. But it didn't last long and soon brought you to another place. Dunyak slowly opened her eyes, and not far away was a figure dressed in deep red. Facing that person was another man in black, both of them exuding an immense aura of authority. You stood there watching them talk, and the man in black spoke first, asking if the man in red also wanted to leave the secret realm for inheritance. He replied that a catastrophe was coming, and their faction would be destroyed. But the lineage would not be severed. Everything was just a new beginning. The last successors will recreate their glorious past instead of hoarding their belongings. It's better to leave something behind for the chaos of 3 hours. Dunyak listened carefully, not missing a word, as the man in black continued, saying that nature seems to have found its way, and even the enchanting girl agrees she will survive the great catastrophe. The angry red-robed man retorted, asserting everything was achieved through dark arts, evil spirits, and forbidden magic. From his perspective, it was better to let him die. After speaking, he turned to leave, still casting a final warning to that reckless one named Tantam, saying he could do whatever he wanted. He also has no time or energy to help him. This is like a farewell. Memories fade, and Dunyak lowers his head again. The school principal saw you suffering like that and kept searching for answers. His worries overwhelmed him. You're trapped in memories and can't escape the pain. He furiously slammed his head and shouted even more. The old man kept rushing over. If this continues, he will become a mindless puppet. Goinsane. And thus, he hurriedly activated his magic power to bring you back. But contrary to his fear, Dunyak, on the inside of that space, does not want to come out. He grumbles to himself, knowing there's no way out, that he won't escape in this lifetime. Living outside without truly wanting to live. Dying is just as hard. Missing this chance means he won't know if there will be another in the future. It's not just watching a few short films. You can handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, Dunyak suddenly stood up. A giant wave suddenly surged from nowhere, rushing toward him at lightning speed. He was swept away by the wave without a chance to resist. Dunyak struggled to break free, but was gradually being swallowed by the bird. In the end, it was a flashback of someone returning to reality. His whole body was immersed in water, so it was Truong Quanhai who created the water sphere to draw you inside. He frowned, wondering why you still haven't regained consciousness. Perhaps the usual method of waking up isn't effective. Looks like we have to use the great trick now. Channel your strength. Dunya. Old Man Yu spins his hand to form a dazzling green sphere, then prepares to strike. Suddenly, Dunyak's body reacted, with thunder-like currents swirling inside the water sphere, causing the old man to falter. Even before Dai Tro appeared, he slowly opened his eyes, and when he first saw Truong Jiao, he quickly startled and asked why he was here. And the old man also looked confused and replied, of course he was here. Nevertheless, his fighting stance remained unchanged. And in the thick darkness, Dunyak hesitated, then asked if the old king of hell was sending him to heaven. The swordmaster stood upright, dressed solemnly, with a serious expression and backward words. The old man gently scolded that your memories were all jumbled. There's no old demon king here. And at the same time he cast a spell, causing the water bridge to shatter and making you slump face down. He then quickly explained, without noticing that his words had stunned you, implying that he saw you in such pain that you wouldn't even retreat after kowtowing. It seemed he had fallen into a spiral of memories. So the teacher stepped in to help a little. No need to be too grateful. Dunyak called out the teacher's name loudly. The heartbroken young boy couldn't release his frustration and could only tell him to try to negotiate with the person next time before doing something good. Seeing this, old Truong changed the subject and asked what he had discovered about the sword techniques. He listed them out. First, he saw many shadowy figures practicing swordsmanship. Then the celestial formation changed. After a while, he was flooded, then subjected to fire, torture. And in the middle, there was a bizarre flashback. The elder explained that those black shadows were traces left by past elder generals, and if he could comprehend one or two of the sword techniques within them, he could benefit endlessly. Regarding the changes in the celestial altar, it means that you are connected to a divine enlightenment. All the true intentions are deeply engraved in your mind, which can help you break through. However, the strange hallucinations also mention a man riding a camel and wearing a red robe, along with another man dressed in a white robe. Half an hour later, both returned to the study, and the elder finally found the suitable recorded documents. What he saw was probably the master of the secret realm, who lived thousands of years ago in the distant past and died. His decayed body left behind the secret realm, which was then excavated by the Eastern Crossing Immortal sect. And since then, an additional sword sect has emerged. Hearing the background music, he wondered how he and Tonkam talked about the great catastrophe. The old man calmly replied that there are no records about this in the secret realm. But based on the clues you found in the sword, he guesses that the great catastrophe might be him, or even the cause of the destruction of all ancient eras. You try to piece the events together, wondering if the ancient monk, the ancient texts Thaman Gung Chuk mentioned, are related to this calamity because of the timeline consistency. The veteran nodded and said it's not unreasonable. But for now, there's too little information to draw a conclusion. So we must keep searching for the truth. We can only go down the mountain to continue searching for the truth. The Chi Kuang Divine Sword is said to be one of the 7 treasure swords in the world, known as the 7 Swords of Madness. 3 of them are in the hands of demonic sects, and the remaining 4 are in the possession of righteous sects. Van Kiem aims to acquire the strongest sword among the 7 spirit swords, which is also the sword Sung Van Kiem just now in the Moonlit Path. The other divine swords were also obtained from secret realms, and if the goal is to secretly investigate ancient scriptures, Van Kiem is the best solution. Anything can be gained or lost. The stronger the sword, the more memories it holds. And the more memories, the more danger Van Kiem faces. Dunyak is sure of himself. When danger is mentioned, his eyes light up with determination. He is certain he wants to participate because Van Kiem is the goal he has pursued his whole life. Quan Hai Dang Toa Heap agreed but reminded him to be careful and not to show off his strength. and to retreat immediately if necessary. Dunyak nodded firmly, reassuring him that he was disciplined and wouldn't flaunt himself. But deep down, he knew it was strange that he was so cautious about it. The next morning, as the sun rose high, Dunyak and Tuyet Lai set off down the mountain, happily waving goodbye to the headmaster and the elder. Both watched their figures disappear into the distance. Still uneasy. The great catastrophe. The ancient secret scripture. The deep meditation on the bamboo. These are not trivial matters from the past. Can only Dunyak and Tuyet Lai handle it? Old Man Ban turned back and told him that he had also asked about the sword before. He had never met the master of the secret realm, nor had he heard of the great catastrophe. Tudu looked at him thoughtfully. Since the founding of the sect by the head elder, hundreds of sword disciples had inquired, countless times. Only Dunyak could access the memories of the sect's owner, and his soul's power was rare even after 1,000 years. The elder nodded in agreement, noting that the highest-ranked swordsmanship master had only been able to inquire up to 1,000 years ago, but Dunyak managed to go back 10,000 years. And this was his first time. Trong Quan Hai added that the owner of the secret realm said that the way other scholars survived the great disaster was through demonic Taoism. And Shaman Gung Truk had also once been manipulated to write about swordsmanship from the heart, no matter what the relationship is inside. For now, only Dinyam can uncover the truth. Truly. Beneath the mountain foot, the shops and people are bustling and prosperous. There is a luxurious famous restaurant that many people visit, with a corner table where 4 people are dining on delicious dishes. 2 scoundrels are sitting and bragging, claiming that recently a righteous cultivator has come alone to their demon territory. That guy is really bold, even boasting loudly when he arrived, as if afraid others won't know he's from the righteous side. The 2 sitting opposite turned out to be the male cultivator and the elder. They pretended to be a couple casually dining, but were actually gathering intelligence. The young man just went along, saying that he was confident because he had strength and backing, so he wasn't afraid. The man with the beard turned back and argued, "We didn't know about this. The 5 ghosts of Taesun wanted to capture you for soul cultivation when they first met. But unexpectedly, they were killed, alone. He easily took care of them with a single strike. Then he gathered information. And even the silver-masked demon killer met his end. King Yama didn't easily find out about this and wanted to intervene to eliminate the consequences for weak cultivators, meticulously setting a trap to lure the enemy in, expecting a decisive victory. But in the end, it only led to mutual destruction. The most important thing is that throughout all the battles, he only needed 1 sword to easily finish each one. This righteous cultivator obviously did not need to doubt anymore. You must have come from one of the 7 main sects. He is skilled with a sword, either from the swordsmanship school or the dragon-slaying sect. These orthodox monks are stubborn-minded, especially the Feng Ji, even if his skill is more cunning and his strength is greater. So what? Using poison, spells, deception, and taking hostages to force him to surrender, ensuring he'll cry and beg to be killed. Then, his face gradually darkened with murderous intent, as he asked the brother, jokingly opening his mouth to be fed, "Is what he said true?" Dunyak leisurely chews and nods slowly, pretending to listen, reasoning that it makes sense. Their food is marked with the Ye Shendan, which only the 3 celestial gates possess special medicinal pills crafted specifically for the orthodox path. It can significantly weaken their strength. Even cultivators in the Tao realm cannot resist. Dunyak barely flinched and simply let out a small burp. Truly a headache for them. Dooley also feels a bit worried and hesitantly asks if he's okay. But he calmly sips his tea and reassures her because the sword intent will absorb the poison. Then, he lifts his head with an arrogant smile and advises them to attack in groups, because only then can he be killed. Before she could finish speaking, rocks and debris shot out from the walls, and Dunyak and the elder quickly jumped off their seats to confront them. They had been surrounded before they even realized. The 2 leaders laughed loudly and attacked together actually. That's a pretty good idea. They wouldn't think that only the 2 of us are trying to kill them. Ely carefully tightened her grip on her sword and suggested that we count to 3 so we can attack together. But with a sharp gaze, he signaled that it wasn't needed. And in an instant, Dunyak drew out her legendary sword filled with magical power. The 2 enemies, seeing this, quickly panicked and ordered their subordinates standing nearby to attack them. He immediately swung his sword forward, attacking proactively. Combining with his teleportation ability, he struck multiple times in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time to react. The fragments of cloth fall like autumn leaves. The red-toothed guy looks surprised, hurriedly telling the boss to look down, then slowly shifts his gaze downward. The underlings had their clothes cut into cute short dresses by Dunyak, with the two leaders more severely wounded, leaving no fabric to cover themselves. They panic and hurriedly hide what they can, their nervousness resembling that of innocent 8-year-old girls, giving the atmosphere a surprisingly adorable touch. Dunyak, standing arrogantly. Now you must really want to kill him. Right. You probably can't tear him apart alive. The eyebrowed guy, Provoket, shouts furiously and rushes to kill, forcing his timid subordinate to run and block him, advising him to stay calm. The young boy suddenly remembers there are women here too and quickly runs over to cover Tuatlai's eyes, telling her not to look. The big boss, Win Zhang, curses, saying he's only decent at a bit of swordplay, but he has taken the evil spirit pill, so his strength will gradually weaken. They try again, confident they'll succeed. Hearing Wuhan's half-joking, half-serious words, Dunyak nods and says, "Sure. Try again and see if you can do it." Zhang Tho, kneeling on the ground, also clenched his fists, determined to agree. They can't afford to back down now, eyebrows clenched in emotion. Hao Huang's disciple risking everything to run out naked, calling back that he's now seeking reinforcements and promising to return in 3 years, leaving his boss stunned and unable to react in time. Dunyak sighed softly as he watched the situation. These average demon cultivators were indeed untrustworthy. His subordinates also followed suit, scattering like shattered eggs, fleeing in panic, while they quickly explained that their fellow cultivators still bore 2 words, "See you again." Left alone, the leader was angry and scared, cursing their fellow disciples of the feather, then prepared to turn and run. Dunyak anticipated this and pressed his sword against his neck, demanding he stop. You ask him if he is from the Batian gate, and he cries loudly as he confirms. Immediately, he quickly knelt down and begged the hero for his life. Dunyak also suddenly put his hand into his shirt pocket, calmly offering a deal he could let him live or not. You take out a map, point at it, and smile threateningly, demanding that he lead you there. The entrance to Batianmen is heavily guarded. Under his guidance, the two of Dunyak arrived here. Matu carefully pointed out the way, saying this is Batianmon. Do you think he can go now? Hearing this, Dunyak immediately told him to get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, Matu turned around and ran away, and Dunyak looked at his back and shouted loudly, remembering to tell the others that he was always ready to fight. Then, Dunyak looked towards the door of Batianmen with a sharp gaze, sensing the heavy murderous aura here. Tuatlai calmly spoke from behind. Batianmen values talented people, forging death as a path, and every year they hold a life and death arena in front of the city gate. Dunyak was a little surprised as he looked at her, and she continued explaining. Moreover, the sect leader is even more powerful in this 10th realm. As one of the 3 dark divine swords of demonic sect, the bloodthirsty and bone-crushing swords are both in her hands. The more Dunyak listened, the more excited he became, hearing that it's very dangerous to stay at home. Tuatlai, on the other hand, was quite worried and hesitated, asking if he was really confident that finding the 3 divine swords of the demon sect could lead to the clues about Tham Ngung Truk. Dunyak firmly nods. Tham Ngung Truk's disappearance is linked to ancient cultivation. Humans also have a final point, possibly demonic. The only way to find clues about ancient cultivation is through questioning the sword ask at Dongma. Find the person to find clues. 2 goals in 1 arrow. Furthermore, he had promised the sword spirit to help her find Truk, and he couldn't break his promise. As they were talking, suddenly a voice interrupted them. He is a guard of Ba Tian sect. He approaches to ask what the 2 are doing here. The 2 guards immediately panic and ask back, "Are you really the sword disciple here to inquire about the sword?" Dunyak calmly admits defeat, and the 2 guys immediately turn around and run. Seeing that, he feels happy, knowing that the sect leader of Batianmon is a fierce and notorious assassin who has killed countless people. Someone with such a hot temper probably can't stand being provoked like this. Inside the martial arts arena of Batianmon, disciples of Batianmon are practicing. On the raised platform, two figures stand observing. The woman who looks like a fox is the Manju of Bathianmon, and the man beside her is a close subordinate. The sect leader angrily scolded them, asking if they hadn't eaten yet. Shouting loudly, the people below, scolded by her, were not only unafraid but also found her very adorable. They wanted to laugh but dared not. At this moment, a disciple outside enters and kneels to report that someone claiming to be a sword master has come to ask for a duel at the sword sect. The head of Batian sect frowned upon hearing this. The sword cultivator refused to visit the orthodox sects and insisted on questioning swords elsewhere. Why come here? Are you seeking death? The disciple continued to speak, with a sword immortal beside him. And from what he saw, there must be some inside information. Hearing this, the sect master immediately knew who it was, and she asked whether the disciple was sure it was Tuyet Lai. To which he nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, the sect master immediately frowned, recognizing the cunning scheme. It seems Tuyet Lai has also begun walking the path of the false sect. So I ordered Nui-san to quickly investigate the matter. And he nodded and left at once. Outside, Tuyet Lai waited for them, yawning repeatedly, growing a bit impatient, wondering why no one was here yet. But suddenly she saw them open the gate all at once. It's Nui-san. As soon as he appeared, he shouted loudly, "Anyone who just yelled earlier is dead to Van Keem." Dunyak heard it and stepped forward, calmly claiming responsibility. Nui-san slightly frowned. "So it's you." Tuyet Lai felt that the situation was unstable, so she quickly ran forward and explained gently. They had no malicious intent. Just wanted to pay the respectful tribute to the sect master on his important days, and finish the mission of the sword master Van Keem. Nui-san took a breath and looked at her calmly, saying that they knew very well that the sword cultivator was in Zhangzhou Van Keem, and had never met anyone daring enough to come to Dongma Van Keem. Dunyak immediately spoke up, interrupting, saying that only then would Dongma's sword be worth asking about. Nui-san glared at him coldly, scolding him for having such a big mouth. Did he eat some crazy pill or what? Dunyak was a bit flustered, whispering to Tuyet Lai how this guy wasn't crazy. Was he? Shouting in his face like that? Nui-san glared at him suddenly and spoke gravely. Do you think everyone is a genius like Tuyet Lai? And according to reason, only the strong deserve to be greeted warmly by Van Thienmon? You say you're a sword disciple coming to Van Thienmon with such confidence and spirit. That's also a kind of ability. Dunyak gazed at him intently and calmly said that his suffering was only because he didn't believe in his own abilities. But he could also easily test it with his love sword. Nui-san frowned thoughtfully at this, before telling him to ask around. Dunyak chuckled softly and calmly, asked if he didn't mind that he might discover his secret martial arts. He nodded without hesitation and said he didn't mind, thinking to himself, your acting is pretty good, but you're just a sword spirit. With such advanced sword technique, there's no way you can perform it easily. But he looked down on Dunyak, and now that he agreed, he no longer held back, taking his sword and beginning the sword questioning. In just a moment, Nguyen-san's sword suddenly lit up, and a focused look appeared in your eyes. Seeing this scene, Nguyen-san couldn't help but smile with disdain, wanting to see how you would perform because of his stubborn mouth. Dunyak didn't know what he was thinking and kept focusing on the sword technique. It didn't take long for him to finish, and Tuyet Lai was amazed to see it. Nguyen-san couldn't believe that he could finish so quickly and casually, said he was not busy. So you could ask a few more questions. Dunyak heard it and immediately refused. Thank you for your concern, but I don't need it. He nonchalantly shrugged. Isn't it just the heaven and earth clash with the unmatched Fa Sun Cham? As soon as these words came out, Nguyen-san's face immediately changed. He really did know the secret sword technique. It's not just a name. The Phantom Mountain Slash was taken from a demon cultivator, and only he knows the move. Even after years of hard cultivation, he couldn't fully understand the speech cultivation, so he certainly didn't know the details of the techniques. But at this moment, Dunyak suddenly cleared his throat twice before beginning to reveal Nguyen-san's technique. His technique draws spiritual power from the divine pill scriptures, channeling it into the Taiyin meridians, which then connect to other supportive objects. Nguyen-san's face changed according to Dunyak's words, because everything he said was true, regardless of his reaction. Duna continued. After a week of traveling, the spiritual power would split into two streams. Not only Nguyen-san's footwork was shocked, but Tu Yetlai behind him was equally amazed. She didn't expect that his swordsmanship could still be so meticulous. Winson bit his lip fiercely. He still refused to let you speak of his ultimate skill, which he painstakingly studied and discovered himself. Dunyak continued calmly on this side, normally focusing on the 3 yang meridians during the long journey, while the other flow ran in the opposite direction. The more he spoke, Nguyen-san's expression grew more grim, and he immediately rushed over, shouting loudly for him to shut up. Seeing this, Dunyak scoffed coldly, reaching out to hold his arm, pouting as he said. This was just after finishing the sword technique. He hadn't even mentioned the Sun Cham yet. After finishing the sword move, the magic power split into 2 streams, combining the Tianwen acupoint, then passing through the Shoushao Yang Sanjiao into the Zong acupoint, finally connecting directly to the Muon Fac Sun touch. In an instant, Nguyen-san's face immediately darkened. This was his own magic power. Dunyak chuckled softly and looked at him. So why didn't you say anything else? Realizing you've been complicating things after years of hard training. In the martial arts arena, after losing, Nguyen-san gratefully led the 2 Dunyak into the inside. Dunyak followed behind, and when he saw the girl resembling Loli on the high platform, his eyes widened in shock. He was pondering who she might be, tentatively guessing that she might be Trong Muon, but she looked so adorable. At this moment, Nguyen-san's call confirmed that his guess was correct. He called the person on the platform Truong Muon, who was kneeling on the ground and reporting with utmost respect, and Dunyak was indeed a swordsman. He also told her that he not only discovered his opponent's secret technique, but also filled in the gaps in his own previous steps. Hearing this, Truong Muon on the stage did not manage to hide a smile. Without a word, she immediately drew her sword and charged forward. And in an instant, waves of sword energy struck at Dunyak, making him panic, and a sense of danger quickly overwhelmed him. He originally wanted to dodge, but she attacked relentlessly. With sword energy jumping constantly in the air, Dunyak hurriedly pushed Tuok Lai aside. While himself facing the sword energy, the top of his hat was sliced in 2 by the sword energy. His face grew serious, and he muttered in admiration, "What a fine sword." But at this moment, Tuok Lai suddenly shouted to warn him to be careful. Dunyak was startled and looked back, only to see Truong Muon rushing towards him. So he quickly retreated before the attack was over. In front of you now is the raging sword aura. So, quickly duck down to avoid it, but still get hit and stumble back a few steps. Tuok Lai outside couldn't help but feel worried. Coughed twice, then assured himself he was fine. Saying that, he didn't sit for long. Immediately stood up, a faint smile still on his lips, though a chill ran down his spine. At this moment, Chang Wan slowly approaches from afar, unable to hide his amazement, and says, "You're quite interesting." She frowns and looks at him, then smiles softly, and asks how you felt about the sword just now. "This is the sword god you've been after. Hollowed and cracked, normally as white as bone, with the blood-red blade shining with full force." She said this while looking at the silver sword in her hand, her tone full of teasing. "If you defeat her, she'll let you ask about this silver sword." As soon as those words left his mouth, Tuok Lai immediately objected, saying it was impossible because she was a top-tier heaven stage expert. But before she could speak further, "You were bitten back by Ni-sun." He narrowed his eyes at her, coldly saying that the sword isn't hers, and talking with Truong Muon isn't hers either. "Please calm down." She clenched her teeth and looked at him with tears in her eyes, wanting to resist but unable to do anything. On this side, opposite Tuok Lai's worried look, Dunyak was extremely excited and even thanked Truong Muon for his generosity. Then he invited her to make a move. Hearing this, the first thing she thought of was that he was not afraid of death. The female commander snorted coldly, squinting at him and asking back, "Are you sure? I won't fight back. I'm not afraid of being accused of bullying the weak. I won't do something foolish like thinking that if you can block a few of my strikes without dying, you'll win." Dunyak heard those words and her face suddenly flushed. Inside, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated, saying to himself, "Now this is the kind of words a real person should say." His eyes shining brightly, Dunyak looked at Truong Muon as if she were a savior, and feeling his gaze, she couldn't help but shiver. His stare was truly intense. After a moment of excitement, Dunyak finally regained her composure. You're overthinking it. With your figure. How could you bully someone smaller than you? But that only pleased him more. He happily said to her, come quickly. I'm ready. His provocative attitude pushed her anger to the limit, and she immediately stepped back with her left foot, beginning to summon the spirit saber. In an instant, a shadowy skeletal figure with a clawed hand covered in a red aura suddenly appeared around her. And if he truly wanted to die, she would grant his wish. Seeing this scene, Dunyakni couldn't help but panic. This is the true power of the 10th level of the heavenly realm. As he was thinking, that hand was already reaching out towards him. But for him, it was not enough. He quickly created an outer protective shell. The moment that phantom touched it, it exploded directly. Dunyak was a bit surprised. He didn't expect it to be destroyed so easily. But when the dust settled, Trongmon's figure was already rushing towards him with a sword in hand. She directly broke through the outer protective barrier, and then her sword plunged straight into his heart. At this moment, Trongmon noticed something inside his chest. She quickly inserted her needle into it and focused her gaze. As expected, I let her see a sword there. Without hesitation, she decisively drew the sword from her hand. It caused a large spray of blood from his chest, and he was also thrown far away by that stab. She hesitantly looked at his chest, which should have been covered in blood, but now was filled with spiritual energy. And she frowned. Whether he could survive depended not on his magic power or resilience, but on that sword. Dudley saw this scene and quickly ran over. While Nee was stabbed by a sword and immediately spewed out a large amount of blood, she hurriedly helped him to sit up, but quickly noticed something unusual. His breath, instead of weakening, was surprisingly steady, even though it was clear that Spot had been pierced by the sword. With suspicion, she glanced at his chest, but then saw that the pierced area was filled with spiritual energy, as if healing him. The headmaster here also saw that the sword was clearly saving him. What kind of technique is that? Since he's not an ordinary swordsman at all. His potential is terrifying. Now that he is only at the spiritual realm, he can withstand her move. And if he continues practicing, he will soon reach the heavenly realm. Thinking about it, she suddenly burst into a loud laugh, causing Dudley, who was worrying, to jump in surprise as he turned around, only to see her softly smiling. Her eyes full of anticipation, she raised her sword high, her excitement crying out, which really made people feel eager. Dudley looked at her actions and truly found himself at a loss for words. After a while, Dunyak finally woke up. Half aware, he opened his eyes and saw Dudley standing in front of him. He quickly sat up, pulled her into his arms, and resolutely said he wanted to challenge the sect leader. If she wanted to kill him, then go ahead. It had nothing to do with Dudley. Dudley was confused by his action and hurriedly escaped from him. The headmaster looked at this scene with a cold snort, saying that indeed there was some awakening. She raised her sword as she spoke, seemingly about to cut him down. At this moment, he felt incredibly happy, finally ready to meet King Yama. But just as the sword was about to strike his head, it suddenly stopped and only tapped him on the head. A sudden pain struck in an instant, making him cry out. Before he could regain his composure, a sword suddenly fell from the sky right in front of him. The sword in the head of the sect master. She arrogantly told you not to waste words and asked if you wanted to ask something. Dunyak picked up the sword from the ground and asked with a frown if she wasn't going to kill him. Hearing this, she snorted coldly. You don't need to pretend anymore. Isn't this your hidden plan? Dunyak slightly frowned. What hidden plan? If I have a hidden plan, I wouldn't even know myself. Seeing that he didn't respond, the headmaster continued and said, at first glance, he seems arrogant and brainless. But he's actually smart. Just now, when he entered, he had to make you act. And seeking death was his trick. The more Dunuo listened, the more surprised he became, biting his lip in frustration. It was the familiar situation again, and he had a bad feeling about this. Hearing that, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he reluctantly spoke, saying that was impossible, that he was truly just seeking death. The headmaster scoffed dismissively. As if she thought he was an idiot, would an ordinary person actively seek death like him? You clearly were planning to show off your incredible potential when she made her move, hoping she would agree to teach you swordsmanship. Dunyak was so furious he felt like his head was about to explode. And sure enough, it turned out like this again. Diet Li nearby heard this and asked suspiciously, "What exactly does the master mean by potential?" Although the master didn't want to admit it, Dunyak's talent is indeed extraordinary. 100 years later, not only could they reach the heavenly realm, but they might even break through the 10th level of the heavenly realm. As soon as these words came out, Winsun and the Batian sect disciples were immediately shocked. Recalling the breakthrough of the ancient sages 8,000 years ago, their highest cultivation realm has always been blocked by the 10th layer of heaven and cannot advance further. So they don't believe you have such potential. Diet Lai was very happy to hear this, thinking that the path Dunyak could take might change, while Dunyak was left speechless, unsure if they were even speaking human language, as he didn't understand a single word. At this moment, the head of the sect looked coldly at Dunyak before speaking grandly, saying that he was the one who could lead them into a new era. As soon as these words left his mouth, Dunyak looked a bit helpless. Her imagination really was vivid. What was wrong? He glared fiercely at her, hurriedly spoke. If she could recognize the difference of 100 years later, shouldn't she be avoiding him now? He could be the righteous path. Hearing this, she pouted in disdain, really not knowing shame. 100 years ago, she and the Manhwa patriarch fought a great battle. Back then, he was only a little above her in the heavenly realm. At first, she was better, causing him to be injured. But even so, in his eyes, there was still a shining light. At that moment, he said that during their fight, he saw a way to break through the heavenly realm. And not only that, but also to reach the next level. In order to find a way to become stronger, she can't help but let Dunyak go like him. And the more he listens, the more confused he gets. Isn't she afraid of being deceived by him? She doesn't care. She urges him to go learn swordsmanship quickly, become stronger, level up faster, or she'll make him lose face. Dunyak feels a bit helpless and carefully advises her to stay calm. I am just a spirit branch who likes to provoke, impulsive by nature and fond of adventure. I will eventually follow in the footsteps of the demon venerable. At this moment, Winsun came to join in, asking the head of the sect to allow him to follow Dunyak to learn swordsmanship, promising to do his best to protect him. The boy angrily told him to go find somewhere else to play. Tuat Lai also happily went over, expressing gratitude on behalf of Dunyak to the head of the sect for nurturing him if he truly has the talent to break through. And she and the sword sect will definitely bring a gift in return. Dunyak couldn't hold back his tears, wondering why even she is like that. The head of the sect promised with a command, then told him to stop pretending. Since he had agreed to help her complete the sword hunting mission, she would tell him everything she knew. Once he became stronger, that would be the day she killed him. After speaking, she immediately sent out a message before turning and leaving. The two from the Unyak sect, watching her figure, truly at a loss for words. A moment later, Tuyet Lai looked at Unyak and spoke. Although a bit strange, their plan had succeeded. The sect leader had agreed to help them. You really say you can't hear anyone? You're feeling a bit helpless. The sect master will do anything to become stronger. If you don't agree, I'm afraid she will break the rule and threaten Tuyet Lai. But even if you agree, it's not enough. You have to keep training hard, or you'll never get to reincarnate. He couldn't hold back and choked Tuyet Li. Still crying, Tuyet Lai was quite surprised, wondering why he was crying. It must be because he's not feeling well, she asked worriedly. The head of the sect on this side furrowed his brow and grew angry, wondering if he should wait a bit longer to show off, or if she had given up on learning swordsmanship. And he angrily called her over to question her. Dunyu Yao, hearing this, could only hold back her tears and look at the sword surrounded by red spiritual energy before her. The sect leader narrowed his eyes and warned him that the divine sword of the demon sect and the righteous path are not the same. So don't assume success will come easily. Dunyak frowned slightly and asked with doubt, what is the difference? She slowly explained that his practice of the void sword technique is basically returning to the orthodox path. The divine swords of the righteous way can naturally adopt it. But the demonic sword sect's swords have only accepted demonic sect's techniques since they started swordsmanship. If you boldly practice the main path technique, it will be just like that. But she hadn't finished her sentence when Dunyan interrupted, saying it's like a math major graduate searching for a job in comics. If the major isn't right, you'll be eliminated and die. So this time you definitely have to sacrifice. Right? The more you talk, the more I feel like you're not quite normal. The head of the sect, listening nearby, suddenly feels that you seem a bit unusual. You could say you might be able to talk about this. But the divine sword above is Maymon's, surprisingly embedded in such a high place. Without hesitation, he immediately leapt up energetically. Since you entered the sword's core, there has been no movement from the pearl. Perhaps I should take this sword first. Fine. I immediately reached out and touched the sword. The moment he touched it, the sword suddenly emitted a surge of energy. Dunyak Ni frowned in surprise. The energy was incredibly powerful, but he didn't let go. In an instant, around the sword appeared pools of red fog with murderous aura. Dunya does not bite his lip, gripping the hilt tightly, yet manages to produce red mist that turns into a weapon resembling a razor edge. He didn't care. He didn't shout loudly, call out to him. Following the shout, he seemed to put all his strength into his arm and forcefully pulled the sword out. After a while, with Dunyak's effort, the sword finally came out. But due to the conflicting cultivation technique, he desperately tried to draw the icy gap out, while the relentless mist kept attacking, but he was undaunted, smiling with intense excitement, as if heaven was helping him. No matter what happens today, you will not let go. Dunyak tightly grips the sword that continues to release sharp mist like a barrier. Outside, the headmaster watched Dunyak with a frown, surprised that such a situation could occur. Since inheriting the bone-dry blood snow, she had never encountered anything like this, as if a powerful surge of energy was raging within. Seeing the blood-red energy eject, she hesitated and marveled, still unable to determine if he would succeed in breaking the sword or not. Inside the world of the killing blood-dry, Yu Niao still clenched her teeth, holding onto her sword tightly despite the wounds on her body. The sect leader and Tuat Lai were both horrified by what they saw, realizing he was suffering from hallucinations. And the sect leader was also surprised to find that the injuries caused during the sword fight with the blood-bone hunger truly affected his internal body. Thinking to herself, she smiled confidently and said, as the sharp blades created by the fog grew fiercer, Dunya's figure still stood firmly there, surrounded by the blades. The more Tuyet Lai looked, the more terrified she became, as if Dunyak wouldn't be able to endure this. Saying that, she immediately formed a hand seal, ready to intervene. You haven't acted yet and have been stopped by an arm. It turns out it was the head of the sect, who leaned in close to Tuat Lai and whispered, is this a surrender? Because of her cultivation in the Tao of Vigilance, she probably intended to enter on her own. If she got itchy and wanted to fight, she would also play along. Tuyet Lai looked shocked at the head of the sect, withdrew her hand, and hesitatedly asked, are you still in the mood to joke now? Given how quickly Dunyak's body is being destroyed, even with the healing power of the sword heart technique, he can't hold out for long, so she can't just stand by and watch him die here. After saying that, she immediately pushed the head of the sect away, and Hung rushed forward. Seeing this, the head of the sect immediately smiled coldly. Then she swiftly swept past Tuyet Li, quickly blocking her path and grabbing her collar. Hung glaring and baring his teeth in warning, as long as you still have a breath, Tuyet Lai has to wait here. Otherwise I wouldn't bother making her suffer. Tuyet Li Hung bit her lip, wanting to resist but knowing she couldn't fight back. At this moment, Nguyen San suddenly spoke, saying that Tuyet Lai was wrong. Hearing this, the two fighting figures were startled and turned their heads abruptly. Nguyen San focused on Dunyak before continuing. Not only can he recover on his own, but he even enjoys it. Inside the world of drought and despair, Dunyak is still being relentlessly assaulted by misty blades. He is not only unafraid, but even shows a hint of excitement, sensing that death is enveloping him. He has already lost too much blood. How much longer until death comes just a little more? And his wish will be fulfilled. He was in a good mood. Dunyak was thoroughly enjoying it. He continued to grip his sword tightly, waiting for death to come. However, he didn't notice that the sword in his hand was now absorbing the fog. He was just lost in the pleasure for a little longer. Then, the sword had completely dispelled all the fog. Dunyak sensed this. His eyes widened in horror, shouting, why did it disappear? He raised the sword in his hand to observe, but it didn't take long before it disappeared completely. He helplessly kneels on the ground, shouting with all his might, who else has trained a demon sword like this? Why does it not continue? What did I do to it? As soon as he finished speaking, a red mist appeared before him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange scene, and he was still trapped. He lowered his head to examine his body and saw that he was wearing strange clothes, which made him gasp in surprise. Why is there a change of outfit in this memory too? Before he could even regain his composure, his arm suddenly moved, surrounded by streaks of red mist. The arm directly lifted up, and the mist from the group of people in front of him rushed into his body. In just a moment, they were completely drained by you, and you frowned in horror. What could this possibly be? Overcoming the people in front of you. You daringly guessed. This is probably the spiritual energy. This body is absorbing the spiritual energy of these people, and I am inside this body. After a while, it seems the spiritual energy has filled my body, making me raise my head and cry out loudly. The vague memories come flooding back again. The terrifying scene of them dying, and the body that I am parasitically feeding on to absorb their spiritual power. Many cultivators were killed by that person. But who exactly is he? And why is he doing all this? While the other person was absorbing spiritual energy, the lucky disciples who escaped kept shouting in fear and ran away quickly. The other person stood in a sea of flames, with a terrifying aura like a demon from hell that made people afraid. At this moment, a female voice suddenly rang out, calling the man in front of her the tears of the Void Lord. She, holding a sword, approached and coldly spoke, evaporating the spiritual energy completely irradiated. The heavenly immortal army has degenerated into mortal snakes, and the immortal forest is also preparing to retreat into the mountains. He took advantage of the moment when the Jade Willow Gate's front guard fell to seize the throne of the mountain. Does he understand the fairness of heaven's way? No matter how long he lives, it will all end here. The crying defect lord coldly retorted. So what if it does? As long as he falls behind them by one step to heaven, he will find a way to annihilate completely. The woman frowned when she heard this. He won't get that chance. As she finished speaking, she immediately swung her sword to attack him. Even the surviving disciples united to assault him. After a while, under such a powerful attack from many people, the crying missing lord finally fell. Dunyak couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Able to withstand such a combined attack, this body's strength must be at least in the heavenly realm. Still admiring his power, the scene changed once more, and it was still an unfamiliar place, but this time, this body has been disguised. And you furrowed your brow in astonishment. How many years has it been? Just then, a voice continued to ring out. Dunyak raised her head and looked back. It's the woman from the recent battle. Her appearance remains unchanged, without any disguise, and she furrowed her brows, recognizing the person in front of her. It's been a long time since they last met. Dunyuang watched her in amazement. 201 years had passed. Yet this girl has become more vicious than ever. The woman then approached, grabbing the hilt of her sword from the mount of the Hollow Master, and coldly declared that the male demon cultivator had fought across many places, causing misery among the people. It's been less than 10 years, and he hasn't escaped life, old age, sickness, and death. Hearing this, Dunya immediately was shocked. Only 10 years. And even Ascension Realm cultivators couldn't survive beyond that. The woman beside him glared and continued. The fortune teller had predicted this. This great destruction is unavoidable and cannot be reversed. It is because they cannot regulate the absorption of spiritual energy that it leads to an imbalance, and thus the world will inevitably collapse. While the spiritual energy world continually absorbs more because of that, spiritual energy vanished. The realm collapsed. This is the fate they deserved. Dunyak's face grew paler the more he heard. Is this the true face of the great destruction? The woman grabbed the sword and slowly moved forward, then turned back to leave a sentence. Back then, the Cap Kuyet sect was wiped out by the Destroyer. This cycle of Heaven's path, it's time for you to take away his hidden bloodbone. She will also treat him well, just as he does. And after she finished speaking, she quickly left. The body of the Lord of Kukuet wavered as he looked at the sword in her hand, about to fall. The last image in his eyes was the woman taking his sword and leaving. The helpless body of the leader of the Cap Kuet sect was lying on the ground. The breath of his life is gradually fading, and Dunyak knows that the owner of this body is about to die. As he closes his eyes, suddenly he hears someone calling his name nearby. Startling him awake, it's Tietly's voice. He quickly turned around to look, but all he saw was a fist flying toward him. The attacker was Truong Muon, of Bathian Muon, and before he knew it, he had taken a punch from her. Dunyak, still groggy from the beating, opened his eyes to see Tuyet Lai standing in front of him, worriedly asking if he was okay. He had tears in his eyes but couldn't cry, pouting as he looked at Trung Muon and asked why she hit him. Trung Muon basically paid no attention to the fact that you were beaten, casually smiled and said, "I wonder what you still found." You hold back tears and shook your head in confusion. "I was just helping you wake up." Then she asked what happened to you inside and what you found out. Hearing this, Dunya remembered what he had just encountered, cleared his throat, and then chose his words carefully, saying that he had gained some insights into a technique and gone through some trials. He did not mention the catastrophe to her, as it was a serious matter, and it was best that she, Leader Muon, remained unaware. Hearing this, Trung Muon was a bit thoughtful. Indeed, his progress remained smooth and impressive. But why hadn't his cultivation level increased at all? Thinking this, she immediately reached out to grab Dunak's arm. Surprising him, she quickly pulled him away, looking for a spacious place to fight and see if the results were worth something, to check whether his strength had improved at all. They found a spot to clash, but it wasn't really a fight. Truong Muon was pounding on Dunyak alone, with only his cries of pain in the process. Tuyet Lai, witnessing this, felt a bit helpless and didn't know what to do. After a moment, Truong Muon finally stopped. But Dunyak was not faring well, lying in a large hole caused by Truong Muon, and Tuyet Lai hurriedly rushed over to check on him. Truong Muon told her not to worry. Although his current cultivation level was still at the first stage of the spiritual realm, he now had the power of 5 stages, and his recovery was even faster than before. Truong Muon nodded, slightly affirming, a proud expression on her face, showing she knew she hadn't misjudged him. Dunyak didn't feel happy upon hearing this, secretly grieving inside after all the effort. He hadn't died and had become stronger. It just made him furious. But if the great catastrophe of the 1,000 male positions that you believe is real has truly passed for so long, will the current era also change? Or will it repeat itself as before? Still, you haven't figured it out yet. And then Trung Muon spoke again. With your current strength, asking about the blood dragon abyss of the original demon sect is almost meaningless. He frowned and looked at her suspiciously. She slowly turned around and explained that since the former sect leader of the original demon sect was murdered, chaos had erupted within the sect. Currently, the Yuanma sect is divided into 2 factions. One is led by the saintess cultivated by the former sect leader, and the other by the senior elder at the celestial realm, with internal conflict and mutual elimination, resulting in countless casualties among the disciples. Originally she thought they would fight, but who knew that the old neighbor of the Yuanma sect, the Blood Shadow Tower, would come to cause trouble. Since the Yuanma sect was stable, the Blood Shadow Tower had set its sights on the Blood Dragon Abyss of the Divine Sword. And now that the sect leader is dead, they are more eager to seize the opportunity to steal it. So the 2 factions temporarily cease fighting and turn against each other. As she said this, Elder Mu nodded thoughtfully, and even Dunyak agreed in support. At this moment, Truong Muon took out a bottle of pill and explained that it was a disguised medicine for demon cultivators. Since Yuanma sect's defenses are strict, it could be used to infiltrate and locate the divine sword. Then she threw it to Dunyak, who caught it with a surprised look and asked, "Is there really such a medicine?" Chief Lord nods slightly. "This kind of pill only allows you to pretend to be a demon in the first realm of the law. Unless your condition is seriously suspected, the Yuan demon sect still lacks many people due to the previous internal conflict. So disguising yourself properly will ensure they won't suspect you." She cheerfully patted her chest, waiting for the 2 to inform her they had found the Blood Dragon Yuan, so she could help resolve the original demon sect and then go search for the sword. Seeing her fierce attitude, Dunyam could only chuckle and shake his head, refusing. Why bother her with such a small matter? I've heard about this woman's nature before. If she's helping to solve a problem, then that's how it is. Tuyet Lai, overhearing their entire conversation, then spoke up and suggested, "Let me try first." Having spoken, she immediately put a pill into her mouth. In just a moment, her hair began to change. It didn't take long before all her hair turned purple. Even her eyes matched. and her appearance changed completely. Seeing this, Truong Muan immediately cheered up. Not bad at all. Tuyet Lai was a bit skeptical. But Dunyak only saw her hair change color. But in Tuyet Lai's eyes, it was different. After looking in the mirror given by Truong Muan, she saw that she had completely transformed into someone else. And Truong Muan was smug, not caring about anyone else's elixirs. Dunyak looked at Tuyet Lai stunned and speechless. And Truong Muan scowled and patted his head, making a poot. Are you silly to think so? Cultivating and practicing the righteous way are fundamentally different. You can't see it with the naked eye. Then she handed the pill to you. Now it's your turn. So listen to me, and put the pill in your mouth. Immediately afterward, the two of them set out for the Yuan Ma sect, and soon stopped at a guest house. Only to be shocked upon hearing the rules from the innkeeper. They couldn't believe they still had to pay to register and even pay a fee. The innkeeper snorted dismissively, obviously unimpressed, thinking that the Yuan Ma sect wasn't some free-for-all market and that not everyone could just enter. Tuyet Lai kept getting angrier and angrier, furious beyond control. Tong Muan, as a sect master, even had to pay money. But Dunyak quickly stopped her and said if they want the money, just let them go. He leaned into her ear and whispered, "This is Mamuan's bullying the weak. They don't follow reason. They go in first and talk later." Hearing this, she agreed, feeling it made sense. Then, Dunyao took out a handful of money and handed it to the shopkeeper, asking if it was enough. But as soon as he took it, the money was thrown away. The head clerk continued to curse angrily. "Do you think we're donating to beggars? He wants at least 30 taels of gold." Upon hearing this, Tuyet Li immediately burst with rage, Wenjiang growling fiercely. "Don't push it. He's clearly just trying to damage the reputation of the Win Maji clan." The head clerk laughed loudly and arrogantly. "So what if you have skills? Go climb higher." But as he spoke, a streak of spiritual energy shot from afar, hitting him square in the face. He directly flew into the wall behind him, and Dunyak and the others turned around in surprise to look at the source of the spiritual force, only to see a beautiful woman standing there with her attendants behind her. And they called her the Saintess. Dunyak looked at the woman in front of her, and at the same time, she was also focused on him. In that instant, their eyes met, and finally, they recognized each other. That woman was none other than Luna. Recognizing a familiar face, Yuani led Dunyak and the other two into a room where they could stay for now. This is the closest place to her, so she can come to help if anything happens. Dunyak nodded slowly, apologizing for bothering her. Ingyetni frowned upon hearing this, glancing at him, as if to say, "Cut the nonsense." She wanted to know what a righteous cultivator like him was doing at Yuan Ma sect. Furthermore, you even brought a strange female demon cultivator with you. At this, she walked over, grabbed your collar, and teasingly said, "You must have been abandoned by the sword fairy, which is why you're here in the demonic realm seeking love." He quickly pushed her away and explained that she was Tuyet Lai. Hearing this, Nyet was a bit surprised. Wasn't Tuyet Lai already restored to Tuvai? Why is she still with Dunyak running to this place? Aren't they here to settle old scores, I wonder? She wouldn't know about the secret questioning of the sword sect before, right? Tuyet Li saw her staring intently at Dunyak, hurriedly ran to block in front, and calmly said, "They're here to question. Hoping you can make things easier." As Nguyat Ni began to hear this, she smiled softly. But when she realized what she had just heard, her expression instantly changed in shock. She truly heard them say they came to question the swordmaster, and she frowned as she looked at Dunyak, suspecting. "How long has it been since he became a sword disciple?" He nodded with a gentle smile. "Is there a problem?" Nguyet Ni was stunned by the confirmation. In just a year, he had already become a sword disciple. This talent is truly unimaginable. Perhaps he will become the one to break her plans. Thinking about it, she immediately smirked cleverly. Not that she wouldn't help, but they probably know that she is currently the saintess. Yet the situation is not very good. Her every smile and move is being watched. And casually bringing a stranger to see the sword, God would raise suspicions. Moreover, she warned them not to think about sneaking in, as the guards are very strict. All are from Daokan, or higher. Rushing in is seeking death. Dunyak frowned and asked if she didn't get along with that person. Hearing about Nguyetni's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth as she cursed. It was because of that her secret dealings in Wandering Sword could be discovered by her master. After her master's death, she thought no one knew, and returned to take the position of sect leader. But Kyunu had instigated rumors, claiming that the master's death was reasonless and at the hands of someone respectable. It's also certain that her sudden return is related. Kyunu encouraged the elder group to support her for the position of sect leader. Dunyak, after hearing this, felt a bit confused. Nguyetni is the holy daughter, cunning and scheming, and yet she's afraid of her Nguyetni. Upon hearing this, was angry. Who are you scolding? She huffed and scolded. Kyunu is only one rank above her and is the head elder, having achieved the merit certificate 3 times, accepting 6 disciples. Besides that, there's nothing else impressive. Dunyak sneered dismissively. And Nguyetni, apart from being the direct disciple of the previous sect leader, had nothing else to boast about. With the holy maiden's reputation, nothing else can compare. Nguyetni was angry at your words and told you to shut your mouth quickly. You chuckled softly, not waiting for her, asking what she intended to do, and she sighed upon hearing it. Those elders deliberately spread the word that whoever can resolve the crisis at Bloodshadow Hall will become the sect master. She looked at you sincerely and said, as a favor for what just happened between you two, she hopes you can join forces with her. With your help, she will eliminate Kyunu and become the sect master. At that moment, whatever questions you want to ask the sword god, ask now. She won't object. Dunyak hesitated. But suddenly, a sharp sword suddenly intervened between the two. It's Tuyetlai, her face a bit grim, glaring at the two of them and asking what the previous feelings were. Seeing this scene, Dunyak quickly explained that he used to support others with his sword, once saving her. And after hearing this, Tuyetlai put away her sword and turned away. Dunyak finally let out a sigh of relief, then angrily questioned Nguyetni. Just tell her what she wants to do. Nguyetni softly chuckled. This is exactly what she wanted. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a pile of documents onto the ground, and seeing the towering stack of papers, Dunyak and the other person were speechless. Yue Ni slowly explains that this is the mission of the sect she has gathered, and she wants you to complete it while she goes out to handle the affairs of the Bloodshadow Hall. Mentioning this, Yue Ni grits her teeth fiercely, look extremely furious, as if someone dares to slander her to the elders, saying she must make up for her mistakes and solve the sect's problems to prove herself. She punched her hand into the pile of documents and let out a sigh. Everyone knew her intentions. It seemed she wanted these stubborn issues to block her so she could have the chance to handle the Bloodshadow Hall's affairs herself. So these missions, she can only rely on Dunyak to shoulder the burden, and she will soon handle the matters of the Bloodshadow Hall. The boy frowned in deep thought. This big scheme closely resembled the leader from his previous life. Furthermore, someone like Nguyetni is not trustworthy at all. But this is also a chance for you. There will definitely be many missions here with unexpected dangers. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke assertively. Don't worry. I promise to complete the mission successfully. Hearing this, Nguyetni immediately nodded in satisfaction. Tuyetlai watches the two with a strange feeling in her heart, but she can't quite figure out what's wrong. Do you really trust Nguyetni, even though she's from Mamo? Upon hearing this, he chuckled softly, glancing at the document in his hand. Whether he believed it or not was not important. What mattered was that they could use her to find the sage. The only real problem now was that these missions might not be as simple as she claimed. She said, then handed the document to Tuyetlai to look at. She took it in her hand and immediately widened her eyes in astonishment, saying that help was needed in Hong Tui Tran. Tuyetlai turned each page, revealing detailed information about the situation in Hongshui Town and why aid was needed. Last month, disciples from Yuanma sect went out to gather materials, and one team was ambushed on their way back by cultivators from Bloodshadow Hall. The team managed to block the ambush team, but the distance from Hong Tui Town to the sect is completely surrounded every 300 zhang. They couldn't break through the encirclement. So ultimately, they relied on their father to deliver a message back to the sect for help. After learning everything, the two of them quickly set out and arrived at a small town not long after. Dunyak looked down from above and was able to see the entire scene of this place. This is Hongshui Town. The two of them quickly entered inside and stayed at a secret inn on the street. Dunyak sat upstairs looking down, thinking this small town was dangerous, surrounded by ambushes everywhere, but what was the result? Isn't it written in the mission that you've already broken through 2 realms? But still, it's good that someone has been trying to get out for a long time. The person you're talking about is Shul. Right now, she's eating as if she's starving. And I can't just keep reminding her. I invited her to eat, but she needs to focus on her mission. At this moment, the door suddenly swung open, revealing the person bringing in more things. Tuyet Lai asked suspiciously if he called for more supplies. He shook his head softly. Ordering more would mean he's broke. The woman who stepped in was Thui Hoa, a member of this Tu Lao, carrying a large artifact in her hand. She enthusiastically introduced it as a treasure of Tu Lao, an overflowing red water flood. I quickly set it down on the table and saw within the large bowl the clear image of the red water shock. Dunya furrowed his brows in surprise and asked, "Did you call for this?" Thui Hoa calmly replied, "She knows they come from Yuan Ma sect. And here they are blessed by the sect. This is a courtesy." Tuyet Lai gazed at the image in the large bowl, unable to help feeling amazed by its intricacy. But why is there a path without anyone on it? Hearing this, Thui Hoa chuckled softly to explain. That path is the spiritual vein of the town, and those who violate its rules cannot withstand the strong spiritual energy. If the growth becomes too intense above, the newborns will weaken and die. So there's no one around. Then, Ata suddenly winked at Tuyet Lai. Mystery asked if the two wanted to try the celestial wind path, where hidden treasures left by former officials are also concealed here. Tuyet Lai doesn't understand what it is, but Duna understands. I quickly said I didn't need it. Chased them out, feeling a bit helpless and reproaching myself for not knowing how to tell good from bad. Only after they left did Dunyak breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder this town is protected by Demon Lord. Their service is indeed fierce. Just then, there was a sudden knocking at the door. I thought it was Thui Hoa come back, but as soon as I opened the door, I yelled loudly, "Stop it, please. I already said I don't need it." However, in front of him was a different woman, gentle like water, who softly said that he had finally arrived. Then Mr. Tren took him, saying he had been waiting for him for a long time. And Dunyak, suddenly being embraced, felt a bit stunned. Who is he? I don't know him. Tai Lei inside couldn't help but join in the fun. Fate is unpredictable. Meanwhile, Tuyet Lai's expression didn't look too good, and Dunyak felt like his life was over. He quickly pushed her away, nervously saying it was a mistake to mistake the person. Y3's eyes welled up with tears as she said with a pained expression, "You're not someone sent by the Yuan Ma sect later on." As soon as she said this, Dunyak and Tuyet Lai immediately reacted, realizing it was related to the mission. Right after that, Dunyuan carefully asked, "Was the rescue letter sent by you? And why did Blood Shadow Tower set up an ambush?" I said, "My name is Y3. The letter was sent by the steward, but I don't know the reason for the ambush." As I finished speaking, my body suddenly trembled, and I frightfully recounted that at that time they had nothing valuable on them. No enmity with the Blood Shadow Hall, and no understanding of their intentions. If not for the loyal protection of the Chap Su, my companions and I would have already perished in the Yellow Spring. Cutley then frowned and said, "Your disciples' conditions don't seem to match with those of the demon sects. They don't rely on their subordinates for protection." As soon as these words left his mouth, his expression immediately darkened. Cutley was about to say something, but Dunyak grabbed his hand to stop him. Then he spoke up. "The demon sect isn't all fools who only think of themselves. It seems that she and he said as he raised an eyebrow at her, and she understood the hint and didn't speak anymore." Dunyak nodded satisfactorily before turning to Iba and saying that an envoy alone can handle a group of cultivators. The enemy isn't very strong, and they had to face 2 top-tier Dao Realm experts earlier. So why wouldn't they have met you? Iba hadn't even managed to speak before Tyla chuckled and said, "They've fallen into a trap." Iba's hidden hand clenched tightly, and he tried to speak calmly. "If you tell them that the Blood Shadow village disguised itself as commoners, those 2 might have already been killed." At this point, A suddenly stood up, looking gloomy, and saying that fellow disciples died for A. But A only thought of escaping for himself. In that moment, seeing you, A understood that A couldn't keep running away forever. Dunyak felt increasingly uneasy inside as she listened. Sure enough, a second later, Iba suddenly knelt down at her feet. She gently leaned close and whispered, "As long as you help me escape here, I am willing to serve you forever. Always by your side." As soon as she said that, the button in Tuyetli's hand was squeezed so tightly that it shattered shortly after. Seeing this, Dunyak immediately anxiously told her to get up quickly. "Not only am I not standing up, but I keep begging and pleading. During this time, I haven't been sitting idly. I've uncovered the whereabouts of the Blood Shadow Pavilion in the town, and I'm fully capable of launching a counterattack." At this moment, Tuyet Lai pinched Dunyak's arm. "You truly can't find anyone to understand this grievance. I quickly agreed with Iba to let me stand up, or else this arm of yours would be lost. With your words, I am happy. But you just can't hold back tears." I took out a piece of paper from my pocket and slowly said, "According to the intelligence, they meet every evening in the southwest of the small town for a moment. A suggests they take this opportunity to ambush inside the house and strike decisively." Dunyak takes the paper and then tells her to go back first and inform the others. Iba nodded softly and then saw you off until tonight. After that, you pushed the door and left, the door closing loudly behind you. At this moment, there are only 3 people left in the room. Tuyet Lai asked if Iba had inquired whether they could rescue the realm, which is quite untrustworthy. And Thulei then asked what you plan to do. After a brief thought, you said you would go to the designated location, as this was the only way you could do, and the only clue related to the mission. Actually, in your heart you thought that place had already set up the trap. Such a good opportunity. How could you let it go? So you boldly declared, "Whatever happens, I will face it first." Tonight, the 3 of them meet at a house in the southwest. Dunyak frowned and muttered, "Is this really the meeting place?" He said that, then reached out to push the door open, but as he did, a faint fragrance wafted in his nose, and Tuyet Lai took a deep breath, feeling a slight pleasant aroma, but she quickly realized that the scent was not right. Unfortunately, it was too late, and her body went limp as she collapsed into Dunyak's arms, who called her anxiously. Even Thulei beside her felt dizzy, and then collapsed. Just at this moment, footsteps sounded behind the door. It was Thuy Hoa and Iba. Thuy Hoa gave a slight, proud smile, as today's plan was indeed effective, but when she saw Dunyak still awake, she immediately pouted and sneered at Iba. "The poison control is getting worse, and there's still one person not unconscious." Iba snorted coldly. "Don't rush. It's only a matter of time." Dunyao squinted at the two, secretly smiling. "I knew I was right. This Yiba guy is definitely suspicious." Thinking quickly, you took the opportunity to toss Tuyet Lai high into the air, then pretended you were poisoned and collapsed, pressing against Thulei. Tuyet Lai, meanwhile, fell into your arms. You pretended to be the weakest, angry as you questioned the 2 girls, asking who they were and why you couldn't move anymore. Yiba frowned, looked at you, and said with a smile, "They, of course, are your fellow disciples. Oh, I came to you and laughed heartily to tell you that there was actually no ambush at all. The officer leading the team didn't die. He sent a rescue signal just to lure the people of Yuan Ma sect here." Dunyak, frowning after hearing this, wondered why they wanted to do that. What was the point of girls trapping their fellow disciples? As soon as the words came out, the expressions of the 2, Thuy Hoa and Iba, immediately turned serious. Are the 2 of you really a demon cultivator? Or is there no point in understanding immediately after hearing? Of course, it's because of the assets on the 3 people. Dunyak, Iba said through gritted teeth. Yuanma sect is a renowned sect, but the gap between their disciples is vast. Those with higher cultivation can easily access significant resources, while we are just ordinary disciples at the palace level. She pulls Dunong's shirt forward without yelling, as their mission is to gather information, and they've been outside for more than 2 months. The only resources you can get are 2 bottles of low-grade pill soup. If you don't follow the path of the evil sect, how can you survive? And in that so-called evil sect, isn't killing fellow sect members the easiest way? Killing a tower guard disciple and taking all his strength will at least take her a year of hard work. Recently, they have gained quite a lot of benefits from it. And the more Dunyak listens, the more helpless she looks. You've been seeking the sword-viewing sect for a long time. Have you forgotten how the demonic sect operates? Thinking about it, you grab her hand again and continue questioning. But why set a trap to harm your fellow sect members in Hongshui-Gen? Since this place is so close to the sect, isn't she worried about being discovered? Iba shrugged indifferently and said casually that since the distress signal is sent nearby, it wouldn't be too suspicious. This way, weaker officials will be attracted, and anyone too strong will be exposed. Dunyak still has some doubts, so he continues asking. But many reinforcements have been sent over for this mission. Only 2 of them are cultivators at the spiritual stage. If it continues, we will soon be thoroughly investigated. And then won't we be exposed? At this moment, sounds came from behind the door, telling him not to worry about it. Dunyak looked back and saw someone holding a majestic Taoist tower walking out. The 2 women saw this and respectfully called the steward. Yiba still repeated the familiar words. She had been waiting for this person for a long time. Dunyak couldn't help but pester her. Isn't this waiting for a long time phrase used forever without getting bored? The chap Su glared at you and coldly said, the Yuanma sect cannot stay here. Each has its own place. All are major demon sects. This is not the correct place. Right? Hearing this, Dunyak immediately understood. He meant to say he is taking refuge in the Blood Image Manor. He chuckled softly, lifting the tower in his hand, and arrogantly said, this is the sincerity of the Blood Shadow Lounge. The Fierce Legacy Pagoda. It can immediately unleash a burst of energy that causes monks in the Tao realm to lose their strength. Anyone below the Heaven realm cannot return to their original state. At the Yuanma sect, they can never touch such an artifact in their lifetime. But at the Blood Shadow Pavilion, it is only a reward for completing a single mission. He told you to feel lucky that before you die, you can experience the power of this Tao realm treasure. Hearing this, Yunya not only was not afraid, but her eyes were full of excitement. Come on. Don't pity me because I am a delicate flower. I really want to die. Just then, a fist suddenly slammed into his back, making him fall to the ground. It was Thu Lei who had attacked, pressing her close to death at the moment, while Tu Lai also regained consciousness, standing up with her sword as the commander spoke. It turned out to be Hei eating hay, a traitor killing her fellow disciples, and she wanted to bring them back to the sect to face justice. Seeing this scene, the 3 blush-faced people immediately looked displeased, wondering how they woke up. Tu Lai often observes the 3, and they had already been on alert, so they naturally wouldn't truly be unconscious. Thu Lei, standing nearby, also chimed in to support them. Wai Ba shouldn't use poison like that, even if she wasn't prepared. She would wake up soon. The Black Deacon bit his lip fiercely. It's good she's awake now. Then let's go into his treasure tower. The background music naturally won't give him that chance. So I leapt forward and stood in front of Tu Lai and the others, shouting harshly that they are traitors. Draw your sword and say coldly, if you have something to say. Focus on me and stay away from them. Actually, inside, you're focused on the magic artifact in that acolyte's hand. As long as he makes a move, with the power he described, he could kill me already. Isn't that perfect for reincarnation? This time, I really have to thank the ancestors of the Blood Shadow Tower for 18 generations. The steward immediately ordered the 2 Thui Hoa to obey his command. Dunyak's eyes filled with anticipation. Come on. I'm ready. But the 3 people in front suddenly turned around and ran off in 3 different directions. The 3 Dunyak standing behind were stunned by what they saw. What is going on here all of a sudden? In an instant, Dunyak erupted in anger. Wasn't that a piece of divine equipment from Dao Jing? What is he running for? Then he turned to the 2 snowflakes, thinking of gathering them together, so they would have to make the first move. Today, he was determined to fight this battle with these cowards. Thula saw the expression on his face and looked at the man he was talking to, confused, asking if he was really that stupid to gather everyone together. Shouldn't they just take out each part separately? Yoryu gently shook his head, clearly more concerned about himself. She approached Dunyak and asked suspiciously, are you worried that fighting will harm the villagers in the town and want to gather them together for easier handling? He nodded slightly. But that wasn't what he meant. He just wanted a 1-on-3 fight, which would be easier to get killed in, though he couldn't say that aloud. Dulei suggested bringing all of them to Ling Mai, where no one is around, and he could fight freely. And hearing this, Thule just pursed her lips. What a headache. Then, the three split up and chased in three directions. Shul followed Y3 from behind, constantly muttering curses, as this place was full of criminals, and Dunyat didn't want them to get hurt. So she could only think of ways to lead the others back to Lingmai. Y3 was running ahead when suddenly a powerful spiritual energy struck Ada, causing A to gasp in horror. In an instant, Shul caught up and blocked Ada's path. Without a word, Shula quickly took action, and two giant illusions immediately charged at Ada. A leapt back to dodge this attack. This scene leaves Shulai speechless. Yet she misses again, biting her lip in frustration. And now 4 giant phantom old men are attacking, forcing Y3 to dodge repeatedly in fear. Thule once again became furious, yet still couldn't catch her. Yeah, this woman really only has the power of the legal realm. And Y3 across from her was also somewhat surprised. Why didn't she use her ultimate attack after catching him? If she doesn't kill him, what else can she do? According to their plan, the attendant warned that the medicine shouldn't be overused. With 2 spiritual realms and 1 law realm, the medicine has some toxicity. He also received instructions beforehand to run immediately when given the order. He wants to make the members of the residual music believe their plan has failed, then wait for them to unleash their ultimate move before striking directly. This move can only succeed, not fail. If we wait for the Yuan demon sect cultivators to return, they'll be watching this place, and then our plan will also fail. Remembering the instructions from the steward, Y3 frowned fiercely. She has to find a way to get Thule to unleash a powerful move. Thinking then, she immediately frowned and provoked Thule. The spiritual realm of the demon sect are all illusions. Not even a legal realm can be defeated. Thule was so fed up hearing this that she snapped. She was insulting who as an illusion. Her whole family was illusions too. If Dunak wasn't afraid that fighting would affect mortals, she would have already killed her. Y3 frowned deeply at her. This reason is really unreasonable. Dunyak truly is a demon cultivator. She said that, and immediately turned around and ran away. Forget you. Completing the mission is more important. A strange reason that apparently doesn't harm mortals. She will go check the spiritual vein. Seeing that she had run away, Thula quickly chased after her. Why was she running so fast? She bit her lip fiercely. Furious she couldn't catch up, she decided to ignore it. She had done her best. And if she couldn't catch up, it wasn't her fault. She slowly pursued, and after a while, she reached the spiritual vein. Then nonchalantly told Y3 to stop running. Y3 was a bit startled and turned his head back. Just as Thule was about to jump up, he saw the fierce battle scene before him and looked a bit unwell. Dunyak and Tuyet Lai are really risking everything for what? In the air now. Tuyet Li is pointing her sword at Three Hoa. Dunyak is facing the steward. He furrows his brow, challenging him to come over quickly. He also refused to back down, shouting fiercely, I thought he was afraid, believing his tower could defeat me with a single strike. Hearing this, Ruo Nya was somewhat helpless. So why didn't he just attack instead of wasting words? You have to loosen up so he understands your true strength. But being too precise isn't good either. Thinking that, you keep scolding him as a damn dog and tell him to stand there and watch your ultimate move. The clerk immediately became excited. His opportunity had arrived. At this moment, Yunyak had already drawn his sword. Then he started showing off, constantly drawing his sword. You clearly demonstrated yourself. So there's no reason for him not to come and kill you. So you just kept watching, waiting for him to reveal his move. But after a while, nothing came, and you quickly felt displeased. Why hasn't he made a move yet? On this side, the steward is also very angry. I don't know what kind of trashy prank this is, but it could actually kill someone. Dainyak kept acting like that, and in the end, he couldn't fake it anymore. You snarled and shouted loudly. Hold out your sword. A surge of powerful sword energy shot forward in response. Seeing this scene, the attendant was delighted. Finally, it's happening. He stood there watchfully, waiting for death to come, but that sword energy brushed past him and directly struck behind. The steward's eyes instantly widened with surprise, cursing aloud at the sight, standing still like that and still getting hit. Blind woman. Dunyak also refused to give in and shouted loudly in his face. You blind fool. It's already a trap. Why don't you fight back? while the two of them were glaring at each other. Behind Thuy Hoa, a large stream of blood suddenly spurted out. The steward immediately turned around upon hearing the noise, screaming in horror. Dunyak was also a bit surprised, wondering why the others attacked her. Although she was beaten, she not only didn't fear, but even smiled. She had finally completed her mission. In just a moment, Thuy Hoa's body exploded and vanished into the air. Seeing this scene, Lily doubted and asked why she wanted to run towards that direction. Even though she didn't hit her, Dunyak also had no idea what was happening. Dunya roughly guessed that she was just like you, with a salted fish system. Seeing Thuy Hoa killed by you, the steward immediately roared loudly. Since she was already murdered, let her lives be spared. Du nacht Caesarmul. If you dare, come on and fight. Just like last time. He will definitely realize you're a fake and attack directly. Right? On the contrary, the steward was also very excited. This time, surely we can defeat them. Dunyak thinks that even if he doesn't attack directly and fails to hit them both twice in a row, it must mean he's a loser. Thinking quickly, he charged fiercely, then took his sword again. In a flash, a strike of sword energy was unleashed, directly aiming at the steward in front of him, who eagerly waited for this attack. But once again, the attack missed, grazing past his face and going backwards, while this strike headed straight toward the battlefield behind. Seeing this scene, she not only was not afraid, but also smiled with satisfaction. This is a great opportunity. Thinking, she immediately shouted towards Thule. I never expected that my secret ultimate technique would be exposed here. Using Shulei's power, she told her to consider herself lucky to die at her hands. Then she formed a seal in her hand, shouted fiercely, and unleashed a reversal attack to turn heaven and earth. Thule looked astonished. What is she doing? In an instant, her body suddenly was enveloped in a faint pink spiritual energy, but she didn't attack me. Instead, she jumped to the back. So she directly took Dunyak's sword strike and spat out a mouthful of blood. Thule looked furious and bewildered. What is she doing? Isn't she attacking me? Why did she run behind and throw her life away? Even Dunyak on this side couldn't believe it. I only missed the steward, but somehow killed another person. Thule still thought you did it on purpose and loudly praised your brilliant strategy. The aristocratic officer angrily bit his lip and cursed you as a worthless bastard. He glared at you, teeth clenched, and said that you didn't miss your attack but actually aimed at his subordinate. You didn't hesitate to retort that she was the one seeking death. The steward was a bit powerless. If he had known it wasn't worth fighting him, he wouldn't have stood still. Going straight up would have been better. Right? But then he huffed coldly, glaring at you after you killed two of his comrades. They definitely won't be dying without a fight today. Following his shout, many figures of the steward suddenly appeared around. You think he only has the protective tower. This attack is both offensive and defensive, moving at high speed. No one has the ability to truly track his traces. The clone of him holding the protective tower, with a piercing strike. Unstoppable. So you might as well wait for death. Tuyet Lai saw this scene and rushed over to intervene. But he shook his head in refusal. He's just a petty clown. You can kill him with a single move. All they need to do is stand aside and watch obediently. Having said that, he immediately tilted his head back and shouted loudly, causing the tower to hover above the center of the stage. The lightning around continued to strike down relentlessly. Dunyak lifted his head, looking at the lightning bolts with deep satisfaction. He had hope again. He knew that heaven would not let him down. You don't believe that just randomly swinging your sword could actually hit them. Thinking that, you immediately swing your sword toward the lightning. The sword aura shot out in an instant, straight toward the Fichlich Tower. But just as it struck, the screams of the altar attendant echoed again. How could you have fought him? Dunyak basically didn't know. He just swung randomly. The gallery official was hit by his sword energy, slowly shattered by it before vanishing. He kept crying and apologizing to Iba and Thuy Hoa. But inside, he was very happy that he finally completed his mission. As soon as he finished speaking, a big fire suddenly erupted in the sky. Thule saw this scene from behind and happily ran over to praise him. You didn't cheat, right? Dunyak hesitated and asked why he knew that guy was real. Dunyak was stunned by what he saw, truly unsure if it was real. Seeing this scene, Du couldn't help but shiver and asked in disbelief. Dunyak feels like he's hallucinating. He just has a hunch that this battle went too smoothly. Dunyak nods softly. He also feels that way. You frown in thought. These three clearly deliberately sought death. Their skills are truly unmatched. Continuing to follow their wishes to reach the spirit vein, then rushing straight into their attacks. You know all these tricks well, but why are they deliberately risking death here? The most important thing is why they succeeded in dying. While you couldn't, while he was lost in thought, Tuyet Lai came from behind and patted his shoulder, suggesting should they tell Nguyen Ni about this. Currently, she is at the border between the Origin Demon Sect and the Blood Shadow Tower, resolving conflicts between the two factions. And if she returns to the sect, she will definitely pass through this place. Hearing this, Dunyak hesitated for a moment, then took out something from within himself. He nodded and said, I also need to tell her. This whole thing has been strange from the very beginning. 3 days later, inside the Prime Demon Sect, Dunyak was resting in his room, unaware that two people were standing by his bed observing him. A while later, he opened his eyes drowsily and saw a woman leaning close to his face, her gaze fixed on him as she softly chuckled. Observing this silly expression, startled by the strange woman, Dunyak suddenly sat up, clutching his leg on the bed to cover himself. He frowned at her, suspiciously asking who she was. The woman scoffs coldly. As a disciple of the primordial demon sect, she shouldn't be unfamiliar with her. Her name is Elder Ha Q Nu. And hearing this name, Dunya immediately frowns in surprise. Then I finally react, bow respectfully to greet them, honored to be nominated as the clan leader. Then I suddenly sit upright and ask clearly, if you have become clan masters, has the matter of Blood Shadow Pavilion been settled peacefully? Qiao Ru nodded softly, having taken care of everything. During the conversation, she kept touching him, making his face blush with embarrassment. She let out a soft chuckle. Luckily, thanks to your young disciple. But at this moment, she suddenly exhaled a faint cloud of smoke from her mouth, and I could smell a faint fragrance, feeling somewhat pleasant. As I drifted in a daze, a sword suddenly intervened to separate us. This is Nguyen Ni's sword. She glared at Qunu, gritted her teeth, warning her not to try to seduce any men here, and said if you want to ask something, just behave yourself. Only then did Dunyak realize that what just happened was just art. Qunu softly laughs behind her hand, then looks at Dunyak and calmly asks, so the trap set by the Blood Shadow Tower in Hongshui Town was disarmed by your junior disciple? Right. Hearing this, Dunyak immediately frowned in surprise. So the trap in Hong Thui Tron is what she means. It's those three guys. Sure enough, they secretly set the trap. So warning the girls of Nguyen Ni to be prepared in advance was wise. But what's the current situation? It looks like Q Nu and Nguyen Ni are accusing them. Was there a mistake in all this? What kind of trap are you talking about? You basically don't understand anything at all. At this moment, Q Nu finally spoke to explain that they had eliminated all the members who caused trouble at the Blood Shadow Tower. And on the way back, they were ambushed by the people of the Blood Shadow Tower near the spiritual vein of Hongshui Town. Qionu also calmly added, to be precise, there are 3 Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivators leading the ambush team. Whether Heavenly Spirit or substitute disciples, their strength is truly extraordinary. The ones blocking the way are that Y3 group. Qionu glared at them and said coldly with such a powerful presence, you didn't show up during the conflict between the two sects. What are the Blood Shadow clan planning? Hearing this, the steward immediately snorted coldly and scolded you idiots for being so stupid. He told you that the information about the Blood Shadow Tower gathering to attack the Yuan demon sect at the border of the two factions was not obtained by spies sacrificing themselves, but was deliberately leaked by them. Qianu's expression instantly turned unpleasant. She furrowed her brows and asked back, what does he mean by that? He sneered coldly. His point being that the split between the two factions is just a chess move. Their goal was to gather their experts in one place to easily trap and capture them. Qianu pursed her lips in contempt, glancing at him, thinking that relying on those guys, the top experts here still see her as part of the Yuan Ma sect, even if they are divine beings. So what? Doesn't he hear the saying that fewer men can't handle many? Then come on. The steward shouted loudly before rushing toward her. Qianu also remained unafraid, handling the situation calmly. But suddenly the steward dashed past her, and she cried out in panic. When she turned her head to look back, she saw this place already engulfed in black fog. She immediately shouted the order. Retreat all of you now. Kyonu also quickly jumped out, glancing at Nguyen beside her, and asked with dissatisfaction, "Are you just going to watch her like that? A rude person like her even trying to compete for the sect leader position?" Nguyen pouted upon hearing this. Not everyone is as bold as her. They are lying in ambush here, so they lack any tricks. Kyonu didn't resist because she knew she was right. And then she warned that the fog was poisonous. At the same time, the aggressive fog was rushing toward them, and Nguyen calmly threw out a magical artifact. Kyonu recognized this and exclaimed in shock. So respectful. When did she prepare this? But just as the extreme mirror rushed forward, the fog-possessed ones suddenly parted, avoiding the attack. Seeing this scene, Kyonu immediately yelled in dissatisfaction. You are truly the weakest. Not even capable of handling such a tiny poison creature. And Nguyen also didn't back down and scolded. Quiet down. You traitorous fool. The two of them were surrounded by the Sungmu. At this moment, the deacon chuckled proudly. That was just the appetizer. The main course is coming next. As soon as his words finished, YY and Tui Hoa simultaneously performed hand seals to activate the formation. This was the reason they had ambushed here for a month. Setting up the ferocious spirit great array along the spiritual vein. When the grand formation fully opens and the toxic fog spreads everywhere, those affected lose all strength and cannot move. Once the fog infiltrates, even the most exhausted cultivators at the 10th tier of the heavenly stage might hold out for only an hour. How long can you endure? The steward officer grinned ferociously. Accepting death. From now on, the Blood Shadow clan will belong to the Soul Demon sect. Kyonu fiercely bit her lip. Indeed, unable to move anymore. The poison fog had surrounded the area, and the chief steward tilted his head back and laughed loudly. But his pride didn't last long as the mist suddenly dispersed. Kyonu also looked a bit suspiciously at this scene. The servant officer exclaimed in horror. What exactly happened? Dunyak listened attentively as she told her story and told her to keep going. Kyonu leaned in close to his face, staring intently into his eyes. After a while, she finally spoke. Then asked you what you did to nullify their major formation. Dunyak shyly scratched his head and said there was nothing he could do. He just noticed something unusual about those three Waya and reported it early. Kyonu furrows her brows slightly. Is that all? But then, she suddenly kneels on the ground. Then she announced formally that she sincerely invited Unia to officially join the primordial demon sect and lead the entire sect. Seeing this, Unia was immediately alarmed. You should tell her to stay calm. I'm just an ordinary cultivator who just entered the sect. Don't make me look strange. She said she was very calm. You saw through the Blood Shadow Tower's plot. Saved the entire sect. And it makes the most sense for you to take the position of sect master. Nyetni nearby immediately hurriedly objected. What nonsense is she talking about? Dunyak had merit but saved the entire Yuanma sect? The palace is too much. Kyonu snorted coldly then and said, No. Let's see why the Blood Shadow Hall's grand formation suddenly lost its effectiveness. Nguyetni sheepishly scratched her head. Wasn't it an unintended outcome? Kyonu sneered coldly at her. What surprise is there? Of course it wasn't accidental. It was deliberately planned by Deputy Sect Leader Du. The more Yuani listened, the angrier she became, and she criticized Kyonu, thinking that she did it because she didn't want her to become the clan leader. If she believed Dunyak had saved everyone, then just admit it and explain how he did it. Dunyak also wanted to see what else Kyonu could imagine. Kyonu was able to speak clearly and explain slowly. At first, the mixed bloods of the Blood Shadow Hall arranged a formation at Hongshui Zhen, but Iba actually discovered it, and they wanted to kill to silence the evidence. But they didn't expect that Iba had sent a distress signal before dying. And the monks of the Blood Shadow Hall, in their attempt to protect their secrets from being exposed, killed all the investigating officials. But they used the wrong method to handle the situation. As soon as she finished speaking, Dunyak was terrified to see her. The Iba she had met was actually fake. Kyonu nodded gently and continued. The more officials they killed, the more attention the sect would pay to Hong Thui Tron. On the contrary, the more secrets there are to reveal, the easier it is for them to be exposed. So in order to quickly resolve the issue and avoid wasting effort later, they devised a plan. They used a series of tactics to make Dunyak believe that the true origin of Hong Tui-chan was due to fellow sect members betraying each other. After you kill them, they will report everything to the sect, so they can rest assured and set the trap in Hong Shui-jin without worries. Dainak felt helpless after hearing this. Could it really be like that the one seeking death was you? Qiu frowned and looked at you before continuing. Our plan was meticulous and careful, but they underestimated you completely. She said you not only saw through their covert schemes but also understood the true reason behind their formation. So it's a calculated scheme to ruin their plan. You speak well. But you never thought you could do this. Seeing you still refuse. Qiu continued. If you couldn't see through it, why did you chase them to the spiritual vein? And Dunyak hesitated for a long time without being able to answer. He simply didn't know what to say. Yue quickly responded on this side, saying you were just afraid of harming the people in the city. And as she spoke, you nodded in agreement. But Qiu didn't believe it. So she dismissively said you were a righteous cultivator. Yet a demon cultivator fears harming ordinary people. Is that statement all right? But she really doesn't know. You truly are a righteous person. But Nguyetni can't reveal your identity. She grits her teeth and asks Qiu, what does she think you are doing it for? Qiu chuckled softly and straightforwardly said, I want to destroy the spiritual vein. When this was said, the faces of Yuenni and Nietni immediately turned pale in shock. Can they really do this? Qiu slowly explained that the formation arranged by the Blood Shadow Tower was placed on your clan's spiritual vein. And if not, it wouldn't be enough to activate the transmission formation. So, the simplest way to destroy this formation is to destroy the spiritual vein. The spiritual veins of Hongshui Town are located beneath the center of the town, so attacking directly would alert the Blood Shadow Pavilion cultivators, which is why Dunyu is using a cover. This way, he can lure them to the spiritual vein and then pretend to eliminate the enemies, while actually using magic to break the veins. At this point, Qiu looked at him with admiration, saying this plan was truly brilliant, and Dunyak found it more and more convincing. Yue, hearing this, immediately became angry and scolded him to wake up, causing him to flinch slightly and sincerely apologize to her. She sighed helplessly before speaking. And there is another possibility. Fighting in the sky with magic attacks coming down is an uncommon occurrence. Yu Nuo is just acting out of habit. After hearing this, Qiu frowned, thinking it might also be possible, and Dunyak instantly brightened, excitedly saying yes. That's right. Just a coincidence. It's just that your happiness didn't last long before Chao Nu softly chuckled and said, like any ordinary person would know, that spiritual veins are formed by the heaven and earth's spiritual energy, and if a cultivator hasn't comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, they can't destroy them. Dunak's cultivation only reaches the spiritual stage, so his attacks are easy to defend against. But he just so happened to encounter the weakest spiritual vein, which could be destroyed. So she believes everything was not just a coincidence, she said softly while holding Dunyak's arm, making it impossible for him to pull back. She looked sincerely at him and softly called out the sect leader, telling him to stop pretending, as she knew he was loyal to Nguyet Ni and was trying to take credit for the achievements and make him the sect leader. But unfortunately, you have arranged the situation this far and even sent him the news. Yet you almost let the Blood Shadow Tower achieve its wish. She is just a useless person who can't accomplish anything. She sincerely told you that you either have to surpass her in strength or be smarter than her to take the position of sect leader, otherwise you are unworthy. And in her eyes, Yue Ni is just someone without strength or intelligence. Nguyet Ni from beside also feels brainwashed by Qiu Nu's words and thinks the position of clan leader suits her well. Now, feeling somewhat helpless lying on the bed, does she really want him to become the clan leader? You grit your teeth and sit up, fists clenched. Being a clan leader means you can ask questions freely. But once in charge, you stand above thousands and face those who want to kill you. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. But at this moment, he remembered Nguyet Ni. Taking a deep breath, he calmly spoke. Qiu Nu's analysis was very accurate, but she forgot an important piece of news. She forgot who gave you the mission letter for Hong Thui Tran. As soon as these words left her mouth, Qiu Nu's face instantly changed color. Could it be the person she was thinking of? Dunyak knew she had guessed it and let out a faint chuckle to admit it. It was Nguyen Ni who told you to go to Hong Shui Town, because she saw through the Blood Image Hall's scheme and ordered you to find a way to sabotage the Grand Formation. Moreover, the weakest point of the spirit veins is also caused by her saying so. Poor talent. Gluttonous and lazy. Running away when faced with problems. Unable to stay under cover. How could she possibly be smart? She kept criticizing Nguyen Ni, causing her to stay awake until she finally issued a serious warning. Her patience has limits. Dunyak sighed helplessly, normally causing trouble. But now he couldn't turn to her. Anyway, I still have to push this onto Yuan. I grit my teeth and continue. If it weren't for her, why would a spiritual realm disciple like me choose a mission beyond my limits? Right? Upon saying this, it suddenly felt somewhat convincing. Ziying her reaction change. Dunyak continued to brainwash her, because he knew he wouldn't die. But since he just arrived at the Yuan Ma sect, he had no specific information at all. So how could he have known that such a dangerous mission wouldn't lead to death? Of course, it's because someone cleared everything up for you early on, which means it was Nguyen Ni who helped. So, the one who saved the sect is Nguyen Ni, and she loves acting innocent. Enjoying everyone's surprised faces, you pat Nguyen Ni on the shoulder, chuckling teasingly. Already so wicked in your youth. Kia Nu squints at Nguyen Ni. Suspicious yet unsure, she suspiciously asked then, so when facing the ambush earlier, the broken mirror she pulled out was also her, knowing the array couldn't withstand it. Nguyen Ni calmly wiped her face and directly admitted. Kyo Nu stared at her, trying to see if she was lying. Could it really be that the truth is like this? Dunyak was a bit startled to see this. Why did she just stay silent? Give some reaction. A moment later, Yuan Ni led Dunya to a tower. Dunya asked if this was where the blood dragon Yuyan was kept. And Yuan Ni nodded affirmatively. She said she could do it. If you want to examine the sword, then go ahead. No matter how long it takes to succeed. She said this while pushing the door open and stepping inside, where a sword was wrapped in spiritual energy in the shape of a dragon gate. This is the ancient divine sword of the Yuan Mo sect. Blood Dragon Original. Shui Li frowns at the sword. Silent for a moment, then says the aura is too heavy. Heavier than the bleeding blood dry bone. Dunyak's eyes lit up with excitement. He was thrilled to find the sword of the blood dragon. Then he stepped forward and asked the others to step back quickly. He was about to start probing for the sword. He also reminded the two not to talk to him no matter what happens, as his room could be possessed by evil spirits. When Yuan Ni heard this, she wanted to speak, but he said, "Don't worry. If I get possessed, she will kill me. I won't let anyone harm others." Tuyet Lai glared at her, daring her to try. Dunyak ignored them and went to the location of the blood dragon Yin. Searching for the sword was more important. His eyes are now full of determination as he places his hand on the sword hilt. He wants to see how powerful the legendary blood dragon abyss really is. Then, Dunyak's soul was pulled into a strange memory space, where a carriage stood still with guards nearby. When he opened his eyes again, he only saw a pair of beautiful legs. Only after enjoying it did he realize something was off. Strange parts of his body started to grow. The person he possessed this time was a woman, the sect master of the Heavenly Inquiry sect, Bilian Shangyun. At this moment, his head suddenly throbbed, and the pain quickly intensified. The person outside saw this and anxious asked if he was okay and if he needed him to summon a healer. Dunak clenched his lips and took a deep breath, as if resisting something. After a moment, he finally said that he was fine. Outside, Tuyet Lai and Nguyen Ni were watching him practice swordsmanship when suddenly they saw his body trembling. In the memory space, Bishlien looked coldly at the subordinates below and asked, "Weren't you supposed to gather the nearby cultivators? Where are the others?" The subordinate immediately bowed and reported that he had already notified them. They would probably arrive soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Bishlien kicked him. Cursing him harshly, she ordered him to go to Lust immediately. "This is the only way to survive the great destruction. Tell those who don't want to die to come quickly." The subordinates obeyed and left quickly. Then she finally let out a deep breath, so annoyed that her makeup was ruined. What should she do now that her husband no longer loves her? Half an hour later, at a nearby cliff, many people had gathered there. Bailian stood high above and looked down, her tone proud as she said, "You are all talented heroes. But unfortunately, You are born in the wrong time. Heaven wishes for my downfall. I ask you, are you willing to risk everything? As soon as these words left her mouth, someone hurriedly said, just say it directly if you have something to say. You are the sect leader of the Heavenly Inquiry sect, a celestial realm venerable, and we will think carefully about what you say. Bishlian smiled softly when she heard this. If that's the case, I have no more to say. If you want to survive, join her at the evil mysterious arena to hunt Ta Sichui, your father-in-law, the elder of the Nai Tianvan sect, and the heart of the Yin blood army. Recently, a formation capable of breaking space has been discovered. This formation can help travel through time to the future and also enable them to survive this great catastrophe, but the formation also requires a lot of spiritual energy. Unless we can find an ancient divine book and absorb its power, no one can control it. Thanks in advance, Sich Hai's strength is fierce and will kill anyone daring to cause trouble within its domain. But it is our only way to survive. Do you dare to take it? In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere fell into silence, and after a moment, someone shouted that he would do it, willingly for the venerable Bichlin. Soon after, another person also became fierce. Originally a celestial cultivator, now fallen into the path of the divine realm, voluntarily accepting a great reduction. If we truly survive the great destruction, not to mention Ta Sihui, even the heavenly king would dare to kill him. Another claimed to be the leader of the 7 princes, unprepared for death, dying alongside his disciples, going mad together. This is all he's got, his weak life, so whatever happens, happens, like a wave. If one person starts, others follow. If a third joins, then suddenly there are many agreeing. Watching this scene, Bichlin, standing above, feigned a moving expression, everyone carrying pain in their hearts. She and her husband initially planned to have 108 children, but when the great catastrophe came, not a single pregnancy resulted in childbirth. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere fell into silence, leaving everyone below unsure of how to react. Sensing the awkwardness, Bichlin took a deep breath before speaking again, no longer beating around the bush, and said they would set out immediately, just to survive. The crowd below all sing along with her, chanting to live, to survive to the very end. Then they formed a crowd and headed into the Tahuyan mountain forest, with Bichlin leading the way. Continuously singing happily, she was secretly thinking to herself, waiting for a moment to slip away. Check the outcome. And she still had to give birth to the Duke's child, so she couldn't get hurt. But at this moment, her head suddenly throbbed painfully, and she could hardly walk. She raised her hand to rub her head, as if it was about to explode. The people behind her looked on with suspicion, wondering why she suddenly stopped. Not only her head, but her whole body also wavered uncontrollably, and she grabbed onto the old tree trunk to steady herself, since she now has 2 souls inside her, one belonging to her and the other to Dunyak. Seeing her still standing still, the person behind hesitated and asked, doesn't she not want to go anymore? Wasn't she supposed to give birth to 108 children for the blood corps? As soon as these words left his mouth, Bitch immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Dunich also quickly saw that fragment of memory and looked a bit grim, but now, he is in pain again. He bit his lip fiercely. Could this be like, the chief elder warned, being eroded by the sword's inner memories and losing his consciousness? After a tough struggle, Dunok finally regained control of Biclian's body, but he couldn't help clenching his legs tightly. The sensation of bleeding down there felt unfamiliar, making him wonder if sword disciples also experienced such embarrassing moments before truly fitting for a sword disciple. But in this situation now, I'm a bit confused. The blood dragon origin is much more savage than the blood skeleton. So after I entered, I didn't stay calm like last time, but was worn down by memories and directly became someone within those memories. But why are you suddenly so clear-minded? Could it be because of the blood dragon azure not being available? At this moment, your system suddenly outputs a voice. Not that it can't be, but because you were fighting with the blood dragon king. His mental resilience, surpassing his good intentions, exposed some flaws in it. Suddenly, Dunyak heard the system's voice and was a bit surprised, startling him for a moment. It's really been a long time since they last met. Ignoring your bratty attitude, the cold voice of the system suddenly sounded like the current image. You gently pouted and spoke. What kind of image? The people behind hearing you muttering to yourself. Called out suspiciously. You quickly turned and said it's nothing. Just keep moving forward. At this moment, the system continues speaking to you, saying this appearance doesn't suit you. And you sneer and curse. Are you doing this on purpose? Think about it with half of its CPU. This isn't even your body. You are being attacked by the blood dragon Yan, and don't know how long this calm state will last. You ask the system if this body dies under the dominant control of the original owner Bitch Lean. Will I also cease to exist outside? The system faintly replied that that wouldn't happen. Such a situation would only cause someone to fall into a coma, lying motionless like a plant, spending the rest of their life as if they were a salted fish, truly lucky. Dunyak sneered coldly and said, lucky for it. Who? But now the situation is clear. Hunting down Ta Sichuyi has little benefit and much risk. This is the method Blood Dragon Yuan uses to attack, but when you lose your senses, once Bitch Lian is killed, you will also think you are dead, and it will push you into a dead end. The system weakly confirmed your guess. Indeed, a dead end. Ta Sichu existed during the Age of Wilderness, when primordial monsters first emerged alongside heaven and earth, dwelling somewhere in the desolate wilderness hundreds of miles away. The system ignores your questions and continues to remind you, Ta Sichui's pupils like a kaleidoscope, skilled in illusion and subduing the mind. As soon as these words are spoken, Dunyak stops abruptly. His face tense as he asks back, what does it mean? Before the system could reply, a sudden gust of cold wind swept past him, and the path ahead was shrouded in red mist. He staggered back in horror. But it seemed the people behind had also changed. As soon as he saw their aura, he was panic-stricken. At this moment, those people quickly drew their swords and attacked Dunao. You get mad at the system. Why didn't you just say there'd be this kind of trouble from the start? As soon as I finished scolding, the system threw a reminder. I can still run now. I grind my teeth and say, it's too late to bring it up now. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fought back against the approaching crowd, gripping his sword tightly and calmly recalling Bitch Lian's awareness that they would still come to seize the ritual sacrifice. Evil. Moreover, if I run, I'm afraid I would be trapped in this sword and serve my husband for a lifetime. With that, the sword in your hand begins to dance in the air, releasing a barrage of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the sword was covered in fresh blood, and it seemed only she was unaffected by the evil spirit's influence. Just then, the system suddenly reminded you that it's not over yet. Tensioned, Jingmo furrowed his brow in disbelief. No way. I've already killed them all. The system coldly asks if you won't eliminate them, but they'll still be driven to attack you by their possessed minds. Do you really think you can be so merciful? They look nothing like living people. Are they already corpses? Just as I finished speaking, the scene before me shocked me speechless. Suddenly, a storm eye appeared in the sky, and then the spiritual energy from the bodies kept flowing toward it. It is obviously absorbing the spiritual blood of those people. Not long after, that eye suddenly opened. A giant monster has appeared. Dunyak furrowed his brow in horror, knowing it was a demonic river devouring the spirits of ordinary monks. Could it be that Bishlian didn't bring so many ordinary cultivators to join forces against the Hong beast, but to use them as sacrifices to lure the evil demonic vein here? The evil demonic vein opens its large mouth to extract the essence and blood of those people. It didn't take long before its entire body seemed to be enveloped in death energy. Looking extremely desolate, Nunyak below viewed the scene with horror and furrowed her brow. This woman's mind had already been deceived, even giving her opponent demonic energy before the great battle. At this moment, the evil spirit suddenly called out to the two humans, seeing you as a source of nourishment, and immediately tried to suck your essence and blood. You quickly dodged sideways with a stunned look on your face and said you know how to talk. But the system coldly explained that because it is an ancient non-human beast of the highest class, on par with divine beasts, it is normal for it to be able to speak. Dunok dodged the attack of the Ta Sich Hue and asked the system if it had any weaknesses. The system told him this question was about its blind spot, and it couldn't answer. Hearing this, Dunyak immediately got furious. What use is it then? He bit his lip fiercely and could only risk it. With that in mind, he immediately swung his sword at Ta Sich Hue. However, it was able to dodge the sword energy you unleashed. And then suddenly, your body froze in place. completely unable to move. At this moment, a large tail swung toward him, and feeling doomed, he couldn't move and could only stand still and endure the strike. Just like that, he was knocked far away. But it didn't spare him. Red spiritual energy beams from its body began to envelop Dunyak. It didn't take long before it wrapped tightly around you. The demonic aura continuously draining your essence and blood. Your consciousness is gradually fading away. If this continues, it will disappear very soon. But right now, you cannot vanish. He immediately opened his eyes and used his spiritual power to destroy the red spiritual energies. Outside, Tu Yet Lai and New Yet Ni were still watching Dunyak's needle storm when suddenly an unexpected change happened. 惊扰了他们. Tu Yet Lai couldn't believe what she was seeing. This is the pressure of the heaven stage. How could Dunyak possibly? Nguyet Ni also bit her lip fiercely, relying on his summoning technique. Not only would he die, but they would also lose their lives. After saying that, she immediately turned her head to run away. She didn't want to stay here, but Tuyet Lai wanted to help Dunyak. Seeing this, Guyet Lai was panic-stricken. Is she giving up on life? She hurriedly tried to stop it. With such a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, even she couldn't pull him out. But Tuyet Li remained determined. Dunyak fights for the people. She can't leave him alone. Yue Li felt a bit helpless towards her, repeatedly persuading her to let go. Why was she so stubborn? As the two argued, the turbulent spiritual power suddenly stabilized, and they both turned around in surprise, focusing their eyes on Shunyak on the other side. At this moment, you still have your eyes closed tightly. Only a few cold sweat droplets on your face. What exactly are you experiencing? Inside the space of memory, the original Biklian Tuang then appeared, glaring arrogantly at Ta Shichue and angrily shouting. How dare he blind her? The only one who can restrain her is the consort. And as soon as he said that, she immediately swung her sword at him. It was still the same sword, but this time her spiritual power was much stronger. The sharp sword energy rushed towards Ta Shichue with unstoppable force. But suddenly, its eyes widened, and a large gap appeared in the sky, continuously absorbing the blood essence below. Seeing this, Yunak immediately was shocked. This ancient beast could devour souls and traverse the cycle of reincarnation. So this time she might truly die here. Biklian's residual soul looked at Ta Shihui with an extremely cautious expression. At this moment, it opens its wide mouth again, spewing out red spiritual energy beams to attack Bitch Lean. It is seeing Biklian's remnant soul, causing her to weaken and kneel on the ground. But she refuses to give up, still wielding her sword. Not yet finished. If she's pulled it out, it's to achieve enlightenment through battle. As soon as she spoke, the sword in her hand lunged forward directly into my Sichui's mouth, and the blue spirit energies burned it away. The pain struck in an instant. Shichui roared angrily, cursed humans to die. Yet she used her own soul to counterattack it. Biklian watched this scene with satisfaction and continued to command the sword to attack. But at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly came from her head, and Dunyak's soul gradually appeared. Dunyak didn't bite her lip. Don't let him wake up now. It would be too painful. The system hurriedly jumped out to warn that the host's consciousness was fading inside the body, with the soul close to being devoured, and the countdown to death had begun. Dunyak frowned slightly. She wanted to use her own soul to resist the demonic Shichui. But first, she had to lose consciousness. Could the spiritual power of the heavenly realm also be helpless against this monster? At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Yes, it's the soul. He hurriedly called the system to ask, am I now inside the blood dragon abyss? And only consciousness and Bitch Lian can be linked together? The system softly replied, yes. You keep asking if there's a way for your soul to connect with the sword. After several attempts, you've mostly figured out the origin. Those images flickering are actually the hidden power within the divine sword. Your mind is so profound that even the headmaster can't understand it. Your soul power is already on par with the heavenly realm. The system seemed to realize your intent and skeptically asked, so you want to use your own soul power to oppose the blood dragon abyss? I smirked at it, saying, this can't be done either. So useless. The system, scolded and angry, hoped you would change your words next time when you saved it. Although very unhappy, it still helped you transfer your soul into the blood dragon abyss sword. Tu Yet Lai looked on outside, eyes wide with horror, convinced that Blood Dragon Yuan was controlling him and that escape was impossible. Immediately, he focused his spiritual power in his hand, hesitating not, and directed it towards himself to protect his body. Yu Ni stood nearby, unable to hold back a sigh as she watched the scene. At this moment, Yunya's face contorted with anger, her lips biting fiercely in her memory space, and beads of sweat kept dripping down her forehead. Immediately afterwards, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a dazzling golden light enveloped her surroundings, causing Tuyetlai to open her eyes wide in horror. Seeing that she was still in shock, Nguyen Ni took her hand and ran away from there. As soon as they left, a corner of the tower suddenly exploded. A large hole appeared there, and when the two looked inside, they were startled because Dunyak was still standing there rigidly. And inside the memory space, Bichlian was able to stand up and face the dark Sich Hai. At this moment, Dunyak is eagerly anticipating, with his soul force and divine body cultivation, wondering how far he can reach. After recovering, Bichlian suddenly closed her eyes tightly, and faint blue light shot out from her forehead. In just a moment, the vine tendrils carrying spiritual energy kept appearing, and soon surrounded Bichlian. She glared at Jia Sihui and said if he liked to suck, then she would let him do it. As soon as she finished speaking, the vines attacked Jia Sihui like snakes. They directly ran inside its body. The vines pierced through as they entered, causing it to scream in agony. In just a moment, its entire body was consumed by the vines, turning into a dry, withered shell. It forcefully collapsed in front of Bichlian. Seeing this, Bichlian was extremely pleased. Her move was perfect, and the spellcaster would surely be very happy, maybe even rewarding her with all the handsome, muscular guys. Hearing this, Dunyuan was dissatisfied. He didn't want any handsome muscular guys. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Meanwhile, at the martial arts training ground of the Heavenly Inquiry sect, many array formations were being set up. After destroying Tasich Hui, Bichlian happily ran back home. The man standing on the platform saw her and his face suddenly darkened. He is Bichlian's protective talisman, Long Uyen, the Blood Army, and he suspiciously asked why she came back so early. Bichlian threw herself straight into his arms and said, "Why are you so surprised? Do you think I couldn't handle Sich Hai? Long Uyen, Kudandu Hoi Jia, Gui, Hanching Aknin Vikotavasom, Luk Nao Kung Ding Roi Di Don Chota. Mneve, Dumat Bichlian Trande Tinkam. Vrivenoi, Antuk Sutot, Voikotakwa, Kota Johan Nulam." But Dunak has realized Longuyen's deception. He clearly does not genuinely agree with Bichlian. That's for the best. The attack on Tasichui just now drained the power of the blood dragon Y Uyen, and Bichlian's consciousness has not yet returned. You can only control the body through him. If he takes the initiative, it won't be easy for you to activate your part. Bichlian once said that Long Uyen mastered a kind of formation that can break through the void and lead them to the future. But Ning Tuo said that the matter of her writing the sword intent manual is related to ancient cultivators. These things are definitely connected. Since it's happening, you must investigate thoroughly. If it's true, then Snow Lotus and the others are very likely to be in danger. After thinking, you then asked Long Uyen if he had already captured the evil Sishui and whether they should immediately throw it into the big formation. Hearing this, Long Uyen's face immediately darkened, but he quickly concealed it with a gentle smile and reached out to hold Bai Lian's chin, asking if she could do as he requested. Use a rogue cultivator as a sacrifice. Lure out Te Siwi, and divide it into 5 parts. Dunak felt a bit disgusted by his scare tactics but still kept a smile on her face, claiming she had followed his instructions perfectly without any mistake. Hearing this, Long Uyen nodded in satisfaction and even wanted to reward her with a kiss. After hearing that, Yu felt scared and silently prayed he wouldn't come. But unfortunately, he still pressed his lips to Bichlian's cheek. Although the body belonged to Bichlian, you were the one in control, and you truly wanted to cry inside. At this moment, Long Uyen once again suggested to quickly place them into the 5 arranged arrays so they could go to the future together and fulfill the grand plan of giving birth to 108 children. If he still wants to have 108 children, he better get lost. Dunyak hid his astonishment inside Long, threw 5 small gems wrapped in blue light from the space, then threw them toward the south of the great formation on Wu Dai. The moment those gems touched, The spiritual energy of the formation was immediately sealed in. Seeing this, Long Uyen was overjoyed. Success at last. At this moment, Dunyak suddenly leaned close to his hand to summon the amulet. Startling him, he even mischievously touched his butt before asking what to do next. You ask if the great array is about to be activated. Don't you? Dunyak secretly feels pleased. Daring to make a move on you, let's see if you can teach him a lesson. Long Uyen was initially startled, but quickly regained the advantage, casually pulling you into his embrace, stroking your hair, then smiling and saying that's right. But first there's an important task for you. The sacrifice ritual for the Grand Array is not truly completed yet. There's only one thing left. While he was talking, his hand moved to your back, and with a mysterious smile, he said he needed that to connect and control the sacrificial object of the Great Array. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly plunged his hand into Bai Lian's body, drawing out her spring orchid heart, her bloodline. With her bloodline gone, Bai Lian's body immediately wavered and collapsed. Long Yen showed no hint of sympathy and laughed loudly. He must be doing this right. Dunyak didn't bite his lip. He realized that this guy had planned to target bitch Lian from the start, which is why he pretended to be friendly but disapproved of her. Dunyak raised her head, clenched her teeth and asked why. He chuckled softly and nonchalantly replied, "Of course. To survive the great destruction. To break through the void. The regenerative power of the sacrificial eye alone is not enough. You also need to use someone else's soul as a guiding spirit." He grabbed Dunyak's sword and scolded her for being foolish. Although they are cultivators, they are only mortals. So how could they resist the pressure passing through time? But the soul is different. It can cross the dual worlds of yin and yang, naturally giving it the strength to resist. The more powerful the product, the stronger the soul line forged, and the greater the pressure when tearing the void. From the moment he learned of this plan, he had already chosen Bish Lian as the sacrificial piece. Long Uyen's eyes were full of hatred. He hated lustful, insatiable women like Bish Lian most of all. And every day and night beside her made him feel miserable. Dunyak sneered and rolled his eyes after listening, acting as if it was his own fault if he couldn't have her and blaming others. Long Uyen now frowned with a faint smile, knowing that now he has finally escaped from Bitch Lin and naturally he can't ask for more. As he finished speaking, he crushed the spring blossom within his hand. The shattered bloodline causes Bitch Lian's body to ache, and Dunyak can't help but scream inside him. He asks the system about his current status if he were to die, and the system tells him that the influence of Long Uyen's blood has been lifted, so he can continue to seek truth as usual. Right now, Bish Lian's residual spirit is standing opposite you, and you speak slowly. What has happened cannot be changed. She's still alive, and you heard her clearly a moment ago, so what does she want to do next? Bish Lian opened her watery eyes, gritting her teeth as she said she wanted him to pay a heavy price. Dunyak heard Lian nod and say she understood. After using the transformation, you haven't been affected by this body. Fulfill her desperate wish. Long Uyen, seeing this scene, asked in fear who he was. At this moment, Bish Lian's body changed instantly, from a slender hand to a muscular one, and her legs were no exception. It didn't take long for Bish Lian's entire body to become abnormally powerful. Dunyak smiled softly and said, "I am his heir." You can't tell, but that's to be expected. He has never looked directly into Bish Lian's eyes, so of course he wouldn't recognize it. At this point, his eyes were filled with hatred as he shouted loudly, "Do you bastard?" Then a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from his hand and struck out. Long Yen, Lian shouted in terror. With a boom, the stand in the arena exploded instantly. When the spiritual energy gradually dispersed, Dunyak returned to his original form. He looked up at the surroundings. Is this finally back? He quickly checked his clothes, then let out a relieved breath, so he's back. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "I have to find Tuet Lai." But suddenly, dense spiritual energies appeared around him. Kin Hats Hiu Mai. What's happening there? Outside, Tuet Lai and Ugyet Ni still haven't left. And suddenly they sense a surge of spiritual power rising straight up from the tower. Tuet Li exclaimed happily. This is Dunyak preparing to ascend to the Tao stage. Nuyet Ni was also a bit surprised, but she quickly realized the problem and frowned, asking Tuet Lai, Is it true that during the moment when the spiritual power surges with the ascent, something will happen? But before she could finish speaking, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them. It's Dunyak. He immediately grabbed Tuatli's arm and pulled her away. We need to act before the members of the Yuan demon sect react. Let's run now. Yue Ni watched their figures fading away, angrily scolding. If you do this, how can she be expected to handle the situation at Longyan Tower, which requires releasing her own spiritual power? Anyway, Dunyak ignored it and pulled Tuyet Lai along as they ran to safety. And once they were in a safe place, he took out a gem. In a flash, the figure of Zhangmen Wenjianmen appeared, and he recounted everything to him. He cleared his throat twice, skeptically asking, "Are you really possessed by the body of an ancient female demon cultivator?" Dunyak saw his reaction and looked a bit displeased, saying, "Your hands and eyes both show that you're smiling." Tuyet Lai beside her couldn't help teasing. "Are you sure you've turned into a female cultivator? You're so angry right now. Get it together. The main focus is the Great Annihilation." The Great Annihilation. Hearing this, Junhai finally spoke seriously, realizing that the Great Destruction was just a world where the spiritual energy suddenly became imbalanced for unknown reasons, causing cultivators to suffer and gradually turn into mortals. Then, based on what he encountered in the Bloodlong Yuan, he realized that the cultivators were no match for the Destruction Dragon, intending to use the appearance of ancient demonic beasts as a tool, using human souls as guides to travel to the future. Dunyak nodded in confirmation. The Long Yuan Blood Army indeed had this plan. But he failed. Otherwise, his broken sword wouldn't have ended up in the original demon sect. When he heard this, Junzhong hesitated for a moment, thinking that his failure didn't necessarily mean others' failure. Otherwise, he would have already nodded. Then he told you to ponder it yourself. Who was it that cast the forbidden spell to tear through the void and lead the Long Yuan Blood Army into another era? Dunyak frowned in thought, letting you consider it. After a moment, he finally said hesitantly, "Even Bitch Lien's memory didn't clarify." Hearing this, the three of them immediately fell silent. But at this moment, Dunyak suddenly said that everyone didn't need to worry. Suppose the ancient cultivators really came here. Their numbers weren't large, and with so many of them, fighting each other would gradually exhaust and kill them. Tuyet Lai heard this and pouted, thinking maybe they wouldn't be able to win. At this moment, Quan Hai finally asked Dunyak seriously, "Do you know what has made the leading sect strong today?" After a moment's thought, he remained silent and replied perhaps it was due to the efforts of the predecessors who established many new techniques. Kun Hai Saihu. Of course. But also because they were protecting the secret realm left by the venerable elders and the heavenly sword. Within the secret realm, there are many secret techniques, which to them are like divine texts. So what you're saying is that the Crying Hollowbone and Blood Dragon Abyss are just petty swords of ancient celestial strongmen, not divine weapons. Dunyak frowned slightly. So what does that mean your father is implying? But he hasn't answered yet, when suddenly Chinin jumped out and shouted, "So Ning Chuk probably is fine now." Dunya nodded, startled by the shout, and said she would scare that person to death. Wasn't she planning to sleep until Hing Chuk appeared? Kiemnin pursed his lips and snorted coldly, calling that nurturing the spirit and accumulating vital energy. Then her eyes suddenly brightened as she thought about meeting Hing Chuk again. If you ever face a dangerous situation, you can use your full strength to help, and then the whole continent will remember you as the beauty who saved another beauty. Dunyak scoffed coldly at this boast. Dismissing her illusion, you asked her why she suddenly said earlier that Ning Chuk wouldn't be in any trouble. But no matter how you hear it, those words sound like they come from an ancient and powerful cultivator. He indifferently shrugged and said, "Then please Elder Jianing explain the metaphor a bit." She chuckled softly, a mysterious look on her face. Then she casually waved her hand, and a surge of spirit energy appeared around her. In just a moment, a microphone materialized in her hand, elegant and grand, proclaiming that the ancient monks are far beyond them. A mighty expert like this, if they have truly been lurking quietly until now, they are either living peacefully among the people or plotting something behind the scenes. But from the fact that the Qing Chu was restrained, it's clear they are not people content with staying in the background. Long Uyen's sacrifice of Biklian is to forge the soul strand. The stronger the offering, the more solid the soul strand. Yu Ni and Ning Chuk, due to their sword cultivation, have greater strength than ordinary people. The principle is clear, even without Dunok's explanation, as she glared down at you. He thought for a moment and then slowly replied. Her meaning was that Ningzhu was the chosen sacrifice. But if they had successfully crossed over, there was no need to activate any more barriers. As soon as she said that, Kiamnin immediately scolded you for being an idiot. She snorted coldly and continued. Is it possible that in that era, animals ate more meat, so all the high-level heavenly realm experts were sacrificed? In order to enlarge the number of people passing through this way, Dunyak frowned after listening, seeming to see some truth in it. Kiamnin nodded contentedly with a satisfied smile. So she seems to be certain that Nguangtruk is still alive. If they had already sacrificed her, such a large-scale spell would surely have been noticed. Then, Kiamnin raised an eyebrow and asked Dunyak, Aren't you very clever? He gently ruffled her head and praised her. You are truly clever. Although the guess isn't very reliable, but it can give Kiamnin a glimmer of hope. Kiamnin was very happy to be complimented, and Nguangtruk also praised herself for being smart. At this moment, Junhai spoke again. Kiamnin's analysis was not bad, but it was only a guess. To know if the ancient cultivator succeeded in crossing Vietnam, or if Nguangtruk was truly the sacrifice, more clues were needed. Dunak also nodded in agreement. He would continue to seek the sword. And if the demon sword ultimately yielded no clues, he would set out to investigate the 3 main divine swords of the Orthodox sect. Kunhai chuckled softly and further urged him that seeking the swords was essential. But first, he should perform a spell on the mountain behind him for him to observe. Dunyak was a bit surprised when he heard his master's request. But despite his curiosity, he followed orders and performed a sword move towards the mountain behind him, causing a deafening explosion with dust and smoke spreading everywhere. When the smoke cleared, everyone's faces immediately showed shock as the mountain before him was split in 2 in an instant. Tuyetlai happily said, You just demonstrated the strength of the 2nd level of the celestial realm. Kiamnin beside her also spoke in praise. Indeed, she was right. He was truly well-suited to accompany her in seeking the condensation blessing. Quan Hai, seeing this, also nodded in satisfaction as he watched him fight, using his celestial realm body in the sword contest. You have grasped the true meaning of the heavenly realm and your strength has reached that level. So you can go to the fire worship sect without worry. Everyone is happy about this. But Dunyak isn't. Now that you're both at the heavenly realm, doesn't that mean it will be harder for you to find death? You should shed some tears internally. So what if they are ancient era cultivators? What sacrifices do they need? I will sacrifice for you. The 3 of us, Dunya, Tuyet Lai, and Kiem Nin searching for the Bai Hoa sect. The closer we get, the hotter the heat becomes. And we are all sweaty and exhausted. Kiem Nin couldn't help but climb onto Dunyak's back, asking him to carry him. Dunyak sighed helplessly. No wonder Bai Hoa Man chose the Dungnam area. Even the monks couldn't tolerate it. Tuyet Lai, nearby, advised you to stay strong a bit longer. Once we reach the borders, drinking their special cooling pills can ease the heat. Dunyak nodded slightly, and the 3 continued forward. Soon, Kiem Nin suddenly shouted loudly, noticing a restaurant ahead, and he was just as happy, knowing it was time to buy some pills. But only after arriving did they realize that it wasn't a restaurant but a corpse collection shop, leaving the 3 of them speechless when they saw this shop. Dunyak sighed helplessly and said, This Bai Hoa Man land is truly unique. Then, the 3 of them turned around and left, heading to Bai Hoa Man first. But at this moment, Yu Nuo's arm suddenly was pulled by someone. He turned around in surprise and saw a little girl who had appeared out of nowhere, smiling at him. This little girl's name is Nin Than Than. She eagerly asked what you wanted to order and said she has everything in her place. While talking, he clearly felt someone watching him intensely from behind. So he quickly turned his head and sure enough saw Tuyet Lai staring fixedly at them with wide eyes. Kiem Lin behind them saw this and also warned Than Than not to hold the man's hand like that, because he has a reputation to maintain. Tuyet Lai, aware that Kiem Lin is talking about her, shyly lowers her head to explain that she's not such a petty person. Then she took Dunyak's and Tuyet Li's hands so they could hold hands. She happily asked how their relationship was going. The 2 of them just turned away silently. No one spoke. After a moment, Dunyak sheepishly scratched his head and said it's also normal. If things don't go as expected, they will be together in the next life. Hearing this, Than nodded satisfactorily and enthusiastically said, "Congratulations on arriving at the right time for the store's discount event." She introduced the sword-shaped coffin to the two, a special kind that fulfills the wish to die together, buried side by side in the same grave. As soon as she said that, the three people's faces changed color, unsure of what to say. Thon didn't notice the strange atmosphere and kept offering, adding that if they paid 300 taels, she would include a self-made love spell booklet as a gift. There are also a few other items buried with them. She said, then took out some objects for the two to see. Dunyak saw these things, almost bleeding from his nose. Zobikin Zeiss. Even Nin Chi knows about these items. He sneered softly. The cultivators are really going all out now. Only Tu Yet Lai doesn't understand. She asked in confusion why there are dicks among the buried items. Thon immediately wanted to explain enthusiastically. But before she could finish speaking, Dunyak cut her off, saying they were here not to deal with the aftermath. Thon looked at him with confusion, thinking maybe it's possible to catch living people to make money. Dunyak sighed helplessly and asked seriously if she knew anyone from the Manhwa sect, saying he wanted to find the sect leader for questions. Thon furrowed her brow suspiciously and said, "Weren't you here to resolve the secret realm?" Hearing this, Tu Yet Lin immediately looked surprised. They had never heard of a secret realm here. Thon looked at them sharply and asked if they didn't know anything. A month ago, the Fire-Blessed sect announced to everyone that their sect leader said they found clues about the ancient relic table inside a secret realm. Doo-doo. Those three are shocked to hear this. Is it really an ancient relic? Seeing their reactions, Thon smiled faintly. Your information is too slow. This won't do. She told the three of them that according to the sect master of the fire worship sect, the clue was in the ever-burning volcanic formation, which everyone called the Fiery Mist Gate secret realm. Dunyao frowned after hearing this and hesitated before asking why the sect master of the fire worship sect would release this information. Jianling also suspects that, according to the habits of the demonic sect, such a delicious piece of meat should be swallowed alone. Thon sighed and shrugged indifferently, explaining calmly that he thought it was one thing. The truth does not permit it. Dozens of years ago, the fire worship sect discovered the secret realm, and later the sect leader personally led elders inside. But unfortunately there was no progress. Seeing the ancient relic like a treasure in front of them, yet unable to attain it, they understand that feeling, don't they? Dunyak gently nodded, understanding that feeling, being right in front of it but still unable to succeed. Thon narrowed her eyes and softly said, "So you're the one with concerns." She glanced at the three people again and continued speaking, understanding that the sect leader knew that relying solely on the sect's strength was not enough to uncover the secret realm. So he called upon cultivators from all over the world, and as long as the secret realm could be solved, he was willing to share the rewards. Tu Yet Li nodded clearly at this point. No wonder Thon wasn't surprised when she saw them. She had already known that some cultivators would come here. Dunyak hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has the leader of Baihoa sect gone out yet?" Thon narrowed her eyes at him, smiling mockingly and saying the sample listening has ended. If you want to hear the full story, top up your credits. Dunyak also didn't hesitate and handed over 3 gold coins. Seeing the small amount of money in her hand, her face couldn't help but darken. Is that all there is? Kim Lin, standing behind her, also looked dissatisfied and questioned. "Are you that poor?" He sighed helplessly, recalling how last time he spent all his money inviting Thule to eat. Then you told Thon to wait a moment while you rummaged for something. Everyone looked on expectantly. And in the end, you just pulled out a elixir and a weapon to give to Thon, causing her to nearly lose her temper, but she still held it in. She took a deep breath, forced a friendly smile, and said she had bought everything available there. If he wanted to find the sect leader, she could guide him. Hearing this, he happily thanked her. Soon after, Thon led the three of them deeper into the territory of Bahoaman. Not long after, they stopped at a volcano with intense heat. Dunyak frowned as she looked down and skeptically said, "Don't tell me the inside is the Fire Worship Alliance." Jianning also sighed. "It's truly magnificent, like an endless sea of flames." Lai didn't believe that and asked Thon if this was the Fire Mountain secret realm. She winked gently and nodded. That's correct. She pointed to a corner and said this is the entrance to the Fire Mountain Pass. After hearing the failed, monks return and say that, although this place is a fire, it contains the barrier of the universe. A small heaven and earth no less than magma. She reminds the three to be careful. She nodded with a gentle laugh, of course. If not, then why would she open a coffin shop here and make so much money? Dunyak looked serious as he held tightly to the sword spirit. The sword spirit nodded seriously and understood. All three quickly passed through the orange whirlpool and disappeared. Soon after, everyone fell onto the snow-covered ground on the other side. Dunyak took a swig of alcohol and got up. Snow covered his entire body. Dunyak, trembling, suddenly found himself buried in the freezing cold again. Am I time-traveling again? Dunyak turned back, watching the others fall one after another. Everyone had already passed through. He reached out and caught a snowflake, knowing that their meridians were beginning to freeze. Nose running and tears streaming down my face. I need to find a place to avoid the wind and snow, or we won't be able to move anymore. Looking around, everything here is completely white. I have no idea where to go now. Dunyak thought she might be right. So he paused to concentrate and think for a moment. Perhaps. He clapped his hands together and smiled maliciously. Little Lord, what if we go east? The system appeared. Tannon looked at Dunyak and said just 2 words. Dead for sure. Then he pointed up and asked, what about south? The system responded. Dead for sure, refusing to give up. Dunyak continued to ask. West. The system still replied. Certain death, not giving up. He stubbornly inquired about the last direction. North. The system hesitated and said, death is certain. Everything seems to be against him. Dunyak silent, rubbing his chin as he thought seriously. At this moment, he had 3 dead ends and only 1 road to survive. So Dunyak needed to make a serious decision. Tuyet Li watched him think for so long and grew impatient. She stepped forward and asked, are we heading south? Part of Dunyak's anxious thoughts also urged him to go south. Faced with this dilemma, Dunyak clenched his jaw in frustration. As these choices were truly troubling him, heading north. My second boss just gave a prophecy. And your decision has frozen Shui Li and Sword Spirit in anger. Jianling hurriedly flew after him. Wait for me, what kind of dream? Who is your second master? In the end, all 3 of them moved north together, according to Dunyak's decision. So no wonder Lord Zhang was surprised why you only looked at the ground briefly, before choosing to head toward the only safe path. Before she could ask further, the jade pendant by her side suddenly called out, we have arranged supervisors for all areas, so there's no way to get lost. Which is why Shang Laowu praised with satisfaction. Then she suddenly frowns and thinks, that Dunyak guy still isn't too bad. I don't know what she's thinking. But she immediately changed her attitude to a sly smile. So the old man knew that the path of survival through the heaven and earth snowfield was absolutely not easy to traverse. Amidst the white snow, the 3 Dunyak struggle to move as the wind grows stronger. Suddenly, he sees something that makes him gasp in surprise. It turns out that under the snow, there is a piece of wood marking the path. Dunyak immediately knew this was a fork in the road. Jin Nin grew annoyed. The road getting more complex. Perhaps the others were displeased with him. Tuyet Li remained calm. An intersection isn't necessarily a bad thing. If you choose the right path, it can lead to safety. Dunyak asked again, what if little governor goes to the right? The system quickly responded, life or death. He asked again, what about the left side? But the system still gave the same answer, life or death. He stood at the crossroads. Or just ignore which way to go, as long as he could avoid danger. Facing this situation, Tuyet Li also feels worried now. Brother Dunyak, do you have any solution? Elder Nin has been trailing behind to watch them, and she looks at Dunyak with caution. He put his hand behind, rummaged to find something, and quickly a satisfied smile appeared on Dunyak's face. Having found it, he cheerfully spun the coin, tossing the face side forward and the tail side at the back. Dunu thinking, if that's the case, then just go with the flow and follow the will of heaven. After all, ever since your luck system was activated, you've been either first or second. Charging forward fiercely and punching Dunu in the face, is this also what you call a solution? Lin Elder also got angry, feeling really stupid, for a moment thinking he might actually be capable of something. The coin, flipped quickly by him, lands on the ground. Dunyak happily facing forward. On the left side, Elder Nin looked helplessly at him, feeling unable to find the words to speak to the person in front of her. When she regained her composure, Elder Nin grew even more annoyed. Realizing that he had successfully chosen a path without snow wolves just by relying on luck, but she saw that all three of them still calmly walked the path you chose. So it must be just luck. Elder Nin was unwilling to accept it. She didn't believe that Dunyak would be lucky forever. She was annoyed because afterwards you kept flipping a coin and following that way. Elder Nin gasped in shock, feeling like she was about to go crazy. What kind of joke is this? Lao Nin's face turned pale with anger. Why does he always seem to choose correctly? If tossing a coin could lead to the right path, then why did most of her disciples have to venture into the wolf's belly trying to find the correct way? But Elder Nin still refused to give up. Sticking close and following every step of Dunyak's group, this is the center of Tet Mountain, where the enchantments are all located. But the snowstorm inside this place is even more terrifying than outside. A dozen disciples entered to check and accidentally stepped on the enchantments. All of them froze instantly. Only one disciple near the entrance survived. However, this is an opportunity to see if his luck is good, or if he foresaw everything long ago. Dunyak is serious about his thoughts. In the past, when he threw the coin along two paths, it was always a life or death situation, but now here, there's nothing to wait for, so the real danger can only be here. As I looked up and observed, this is the entrance to the ice cavern where Dunyak's group is standing. Tu Yetli saw what you did and spoke up. Are you noticing something unusual, Dunyak? The sword spirit is still hot-tempered, and your second master is ignoring the one behind him. Are you not flipping the coin anymore? Dunyak guessed that this place was Tuet Sun's final trial. And inside, it was probably full of danger. Kiem Lin knew very well that once they entered, they would be dealing with a very dangerous place. But they still had to go in. Dunyak reminded both of them that if they sense danger, they should run if they can. Tuyetlai calmly pulls out her long sword and looks at him, reassuring him. Her attitude leaves Dunyak speechless as the cave door gradually closes. Snowstorm swirling around, finally shutting completely. Nin Truong Lao crouched in a corner. Seeing that they had already entered, she quietly moved closer to the door. She stood motionless, staring intently at it. Had she really gone inside? Nin Truong Lao hesitated, then raised her hand to open the door and enter together, but suddenly changed her decision. Soaring swiftly away to the nearby tree branch to observe, it seems that many allies lost their lives here before. So she needs to be careful. Better wait and see. Then Nin Truong Lao raised his hand, and a blue aura followed closely behind Dunyak. After the misfortune, she smugly smiled, watching their situation, as they didn't even detect her location. The three of them inside stood bewildered, observing everything around them, wondering if this ability could break through the icy hall. Tuyet Li is scared. The door was locked when we entered, and then it was locked again. So we need to find another way out. Jilin pushes her sword. Or we might as well directly destroy this place. It's even colder here than outside. If we don't break it, we might turn into ice statues like these people. Tuyet Li guesses that the cold air here probably comes from this ice chunk in the middle of the hall. And the three of them simultaneously look at the giant ice block that she just mentioned. Dunyak drew his sword quickly. Even Kim Ling couldn't stand the cold anymore, and we don't think we can hold out much longer. The longer we delay, the harder it will be to act. So it's better to try directly. As he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his sword up. Dunyak madly slashed repeatedly at the massive ice, each strike fueled by fury, standing alone and fiercely hacking away, while GM Lin and Tuet Lai watched speechless. After a long time, Dunyak was exhausted from overexertion. But the important issue was that the ice block remained unharmed, with not even a scratch on it. I gaped. My second heaven realm slash leaves no trace at all on it. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, like ice breaking apart and water splashing. All three of them heard it. Dunyak was confused. What was that sound? The whirlwind started to rage wildly. Elder Nin was right inside. This place is even more dangerous than outside. It's Thule. She was so surprised by the giant ice block that she was open-mouthed. She crossed her arms serious and said, "If you want my help, I also want to feast on Manhan Tone Tich." Dunyak smiled smugly, thinking that after leaving here, he would not only get the full meal, but also enjoy a special feast from the summer fire season. Seeing Dunyak act so arrogantly, the two girls beside her looked at each other with disgust. as if she were a child. When she hears she'll get to eat, Thule eagerly gets to work, while Dunyak behind her cheers her on, keep going. She takes a deep breath, her stomach gathering fire into a long, sustained blast. Then Shule took a deep breath and blew out a burst of flame like a erupting volcano. It seemed her fire was working, and the ice started to melt gradually. She seems to have used all her strength, but only a small part of the ice has melted. Dunyak shouted desperately for her to blow. She has already melted a small corner. After a while, it seems Thule was out of breath and could no longer blow fire. And Dunyak was grim-faced. She sighed to clear her mind, drained of strength. And Dunyak kept feeling something was wrong, realizing that both physical attacks and fire magic wouldn't work. Dunyak looked at the sword spirit, puzzled why she, a ice attribute, was colder than me, cold to the point of immobility. And with the sword spirit's power, she shouldn't be struggling like this. Dunyak suddenly soared into the air, calculating that attacking ice with ice might be the right approach. Talking about ice, I remember I tried once on the time wheel. Then Dunyak drew his sword while speaking. He used his internal energy to form a light blue circle around himself, then rushed toward the large ice block ahead. He focused intently and fiercely, swinging his sword straight ahead as the icy blade rapidly emitted freezing aura. Elder Ning was so frightened, she exclaimed. This person must be crazy. I've never seen anyone do it like that before. In the extreme cold, she used ice-type magic, unafraid of freezing to death. Elder Ning anxiously continued to watch as Dunya broke through the giant ice block, and she looked on in astonishment and shouted, "It seems that this method is really working. The ice is gradually turning into water." Dunyak exclaimed with joy. Indeed, using poison to counter poison was the right decision, but the joy was short-lived as it was quickly snuffed out. The ice suddenly vaporized, and the cracks healed. I was stunned. What just happened? Oh my god. A block of ice that can cut limbs and resurrect. Why doesn't it just ascend to heaven already? Dunyak silently calculated. Since the ice has regenerative abilities, if I don't break it, it's just a waste of effort. But with only one person, nothing can be done. The protective layer is gradually dissolving. Dunyak knows it can't hold out much longer. He turned to Tuyet Lai and told her not to try to resist. But she still stubbornly endured. This little scrape is nothing. What she's worried about is whether this ice block can continue generating energy, and I think only by focusing Thula and Kiem Lin's energy can we break it. Dunyak laughed and looked at them. We think the same. So you two villains. The sword spirit proudly says, feel proud of yourself for agreeing to help me find the ice crystal. That's why I accepted. The spirit of the forest also agrees with them, adding, eat 2 more pieces of chicken. You feel helpless at her gluttony. As soon as Thule and the sword spirit agreed to help, Dunyak stepped closer to the ice block once more. The 4 of them, filled with determination, prepared to strike together. Your narrow eyes gleamed as you looked at the sword in your hand. The second form of the Cold Heaven sword technique. A strong gust of wind rose, and Dunya struck fiercely into the massive chunk, shattering it apart. So Thon was panic-stricken. At the 5th heaven stage, yet none of them was at the heaven stage. As expected, this young brat had pretended to be innocent before, but I don't know what trick he used to make his cultivation appear only at the Tao realm. But for Thon, this is also a good thing. She sneered with a satisfied smile, because the stronger Dunoak's group becomes, the greater the chance to break the secret realm. All 4 are exhausted. Kaylin looked confused. Did we succeed? But suddenly, out of nowhere from the sky, another large block of ice fell and stood still in its original position. Dunyak opened his eyes wide in shock. So that's how it is? Suddenly, hundreds of ice darts shot simultaneously at the protective circle surrounding the 4 of them. Everyone suddenly thrust their weapons into the protective shield, causing it to screech loudly. Junyak senses trouble. The barrier can no longer hold, so he quickly should get out of there. Following your command, the other 3 quickly soared to different locations. And at that moment, the protective barrier shattered by the ice. Dunak's leg was partially frozen, and he panicked, causing his speed to slow down. Dunyak clenched his jaw and said, if we go on like this, we'll freeze to death. Sword Spirit wondered. We used all our strength just now. Is there really no way out? Everyone's legs also started to freeze over, making movement difficult. Thon saw the scene in front of her and lost interest, sighing softly. As expected. People shouldn't hold too much hope. Continuing to watch is futile. But it also proves that this is a path one can take. She thought to herself that she would report to the clan and the other Heavenly Realm elders to break the ice later. Meanwhile, Dunyak and the others are still struggling to fight against the ice darts. Yue Lai suddenly shouted loudly. There is still one way. Tu Yuan's body contains a powerful ice-type energy. If we all unite once more, we might be able to break that ice block. But Dunyak has a better plan. He hadn't expected to master the Belian technique so quickly, and now has a way to fight. He flew up. And even if everyone combined their strength, they could only reach the 5th stage of the Heavenly Realm. So now he sacrifices himself to elevate his realm to the 10th stage of the Heavenly Realm. Tuyatlipanikted. No. It's not allowed. Dunyak gritted his teeth. There's no time left. If we hesitate any longer, we will all turn into ice statues. Without hesitation, you turn to Sword Spirit and say, I need her help. Sword Spirit embraces the trembling person and agrees. Her soul quickly merges into the sword in Dunyak's hand, restoring it to full strength. He stood proudly before the massive icy block, with his soul and spirit intertwined, his existence and life eternal. As his words echoed and a blue light enveloped Dunyak's entire body. At this point, he looks like an ice warrior, fiercely wielding his sword against the giant ice block. Under the immense inner strength of Dunap, the ice mass shatters immediately, but just like that, it's not over yet. Dunyak's eyes turn cold as ice, and he prepares to launch another attack, a powerful aura swirling around him like a tornado. With the 3rd heavenly cold sword spinning uncontrollably, the tornado spun fiercely into the large ice block in front of him, finally shattering it into countless fragments that scattered across the air. Dunyak stands firm like a general, a satisfied smile of pride on his face. His soul has been drained too much. This time Senza is really doomed. System. Prepare a huge salted fish bag for me right now. Thon has been watching the process all along. She paused angrily. How can this be happening? Martial artists below the celestial realm may have vastly different strengths at each level, but they still have opportunities to challenge and surpass themselves. However, once they reach the celestial realm, the gap between each level becomes enormous, with the difference between the 10-fold celestial stage and the others being insurmountable. If all of them team up, they could unleash the power of the 5-fold heavenly realm, but it's hard to imagine that he alone could burst out the overwhelming force of the 10-fold heavenly realm. She was overwhelmed by her own thoughts. Could it be that he was originally a powerhouse of the 10th level of heaven? Thon's face turned black as she maliciously smiled, then waved her hand, no longer paying attention to Dunyak's group. This is really great. Her attitude changed so quickly. At this moment, Dunyak seems to have collapsed, and Tuyet Lai immediately comes to support him. Dunyak quietly rejoiced. It's so good that Tuyet Lai is safe. I have achieved my wish. Each of us will have a bright future. Goodbye, Tuyet Lai. As soon as he finished thinking, he closed his eyes, awaiting his final breath, but the sword spirit rejoiced, and Dunyak's body of Huyen was gradually recovering. Dunyak looked unhappy about this and shouted in shock. What the hell is this? It completely surprised him. He looked around himself, still feeling that this faint mist was a bit familiar. From above the hill, something was slowly trying to step out, and Dunyak shouted, Ta, sich hoi. Tuyet Lai wondered if this was the evil destruction that Bichlian had slaughtered, and Dunyak looked grim. He personally had torn it apart, and he couldn't mistake it. Kim Nin wondered, didn't Bichlian throw it into the formation? Now it's appearing in Tuyet's son. Dunyak guessed something must have happened, allowing it to escape. Kim Nin was shocked and blamed that this place is extremely cold. If it weren't for another extreme cold, entering the secret realm would have turned into ashes. Dunyak wondered, could this be the place to suppress the demonic Sichui? Why would the sect master of Bai Hoamon use such a place as a hiding spot? Finally, he caught up with his sisters. You're surprised. Shop. Owner of the coffin shop. Why are you here? Little Kaka? Thon pretends to be happy as she takes your hand, then sighs deeply and looks sad. Saying this story is quite complicated. Kim Nin didn't care, so he wouldn't listen anymore. We still have things to do. Thon shouted from behind. Turning back, that was just my catchphrase. Hearing that, the four of them immediately stepped forward in front of Thon and said, "Let's go." She looked flustered, fumbling to clasp her hands together as if it was difficult to speak. But in reality, these days fewer people come to the Hoamon to break the mystery, and even fewer visit my coffin shop. It's just money. Do you really need to take such risks to get rich here? Me? Thon immediately shook her finger to dismiss Kiamnin's words, saying that her sister's words were a bit unfair. Can you really not breathe? Kiamnin quickly answered. Of course I can't. If I were a turtle, I might be able. But otherwise I would die. Thon replied casually. So it's not a double knot. For me, money is absolutely essential air. Thula also agreed. It makes some sense if they don't let me eat delicious food. It's really very uncomfortable. Dunyak looked at Thon's appearance and felt a bit suspicious. This person is quite suspect. Should I let her come along or not? Tuyetli seriously considered. Bringing her along wouldn't be a problem if anything happens. She paused to think for a moment, then she fiercely glared at Thon. Just kill her and be done. Thon was scared, but still forced a smile. My sister really knows how to joke. She thought to herself, they are truly a bunch of freaks. Dunyak wondered. Teleportation? He stared at Thon in disbelief. Do we have teleportation formations here? The aura of Tiukaka is indeed outdated. A few days ago, a group of Taoists broke the evil light of the Great Hall. The formations inside were restored, and teleportation arrays were revealed. This place has naturally been protected by a teleportation array. If Shao Kaka doesn't believe it, just look. Following the direction Thon pointed, a blue compass appeared clearly in the corner of the great array. Dunyak stared intently at that compass and said that someone else had also broken the big formation. Thon smirked and continued explaining. That's right. I heard they are now heading to the Poison Sea Hell. Dunyak silently calculated that if a part of his body were also destroyed here, maybe the same was true for that place. He had to find out what Baihuo Gate was really for. Without hesitation, he turned and left. Let's go check out the Poison Sea of Hell. Thon stared at him admiringly. Her fake chicken has no fear of the unknown. He truly is a child chosen by heaven. In this strange sea area, the water is a pinkish purple, and the waves crash violently onto the shore in fierce surges. On the beach not far from the water, the teleportation circle of Dunyak's group appears, spinning them around until they are dizzy. Everyone holding hands tightly, closing their eyes, and leaving their lives to fate. Dunyak quickly fell to the ground with overwhelming force, causing him pain. His mind spun. But he had to stand up quickly. He was transported somewhere else again. Just as Dunyak was regaining his senses, what was in front of him made him panic again. He quickly used his inner strength to prevent the water ahead from pouring down. But still, human speed cannot match nature's. He grit his teeth. It's too late. Suddenly, a giant yellow compass appeared in the air, surrounding the massive wave in front of everyone. Just in time, the water spilled down like a waterfall, then quickly receded. A white figure charged from behind Dunyak at lightning speed, too fast to be clearly seen. A young disciple in Taoist robes, wielding a weapon, rushes toward the massive flood. He looks very young, but carries a stern aura, standing with a fan amid the raging water. Looking at the scene, it's clear this is the four-weighted heavenly scale of the yin and yang Tao. Standing alone amidst the massive wave, full of arrogance, he is breaking through. Under the pressure of his presence, the water surface ceased moving and everything stopped. The young Taoist looked like a master conductor, making even the water bow before him. After that, he turned and flew to the group of Dunyak. Are you all okay? Kiamnin was so captivated, her eyes watered. She looked on intently. The little Taoist was so adorable. Then she flew back, letting Titi hug her a little, while the three others from the music troupe just stood there with dark faces. Tietlai tried to stop her but was too late. If the master's behavior and gestures resemble those of a demon sect, I hope the young lady will reconsider what true self-respect is. After being blatantly rejected like that, she was furious and stomping mad. You little brat. What are you talking about? Master Kiamnin acting so shamefully. Yunyak couldn't take it anymore, and a fierce hand covered her mouth. He smiled awkwardly, apologized, and explained that Chinin had lived inside his mind for hundreds of years, so his thoughts might be a bit off. He sincerely appreciated the Taoist rescue and was modest, But when suddenly his mouth was covered, and he was called insane, Nin became a little angry. While everyone was talking, a voice from Cao Trung suddenly appeared. Thian Tam. The person hurriedly came here to help. And now they're also making a fuss? A shadow dressed like a young Taoist appeared for a moment. I am Hanzi. Forgive me. Fellow Taoists, Tian Tam's speech was rough. I am Shu Tuyetlai from Van Sword Sect. Just now. Enlightenment made use of yin-yang techniques. Are you both from the Vibrant Literature School? Tian Tu pouts, saying we're just wandering monks with no sect. With nothing better to do. So we came here to use this. Hantu giggled ignorantly. We are indeed casual cultivators who just broke through the demonic radiant hall and moved here through the teleportation array. Thien Tam from afar noticed everyone was in danger and rushed to help. So don't judge her by her lip movements. She truly has a noble and righteous heart. Dunyak chuckled softly. Indeed. Unsure if he was speaking the truth now or earlier, he looked over at Sword Spirit, who stood silently beside him looking worried. What's wrong with her? She hasn't spoken a word since earlier. But unlike the lively attitude earlier, the black Sword Spirit quietly turned and left, saying there's nothing wrong. I'm tired now. Before leaving, she advised that the extreme cold hall just now consumed too much spiritual power, and the next obstacle must be faced alone. Dunak, feeling sad, suddenly got angry for no reason. After those few days each month, the Entam didn't pay attention to her and directly asked his name. Dunyak paused and asked back. Me? My name is Dunyak. I am also a disciple of Van Kiem sect. Thientam asked again. So you're the swordsman who was recently chosen by Van Kiem sect, right? Dunyak was surprised. You know me? He looked serious. The swordsman who dealt with the divine sword from the two great demon sects. You are the leader. Dunyak said proudly. Overly complimented. I won't let Dunyak become too complacent. I want to show him he doesn't know his limits or measure himself right and left, considering him a fool. Dunyak lowered his head and whispered to Tiantam that he appreciated him for saving Tuyet, Lai, and the others, but not himself. And if he kept speaking like that normally, Dunyak would give him a thrashing. Suddenly, Tiantam placed his hand on his cheek. And Dunyak, surprised, wanted to use this innocent gesture to apologize. But contrary to his expectation, a mighty slap instantly landed on his face. It seems that Thientam used a bit too much strength, and Dunyak was caught off guard and was knocked far away. Tuyetli and Hantu looked panic-stricken, their eyes wide with shock. Dunyak. Thientam. He looked at the person he had knocked away and coldly said, harsh words are the style of stronger cultivators. Thientam looked at him disdainfully. A little brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. Your cultivation level is still far from enough. Tuyetli looks worried. Dunak, are you okay? Why did he suddenly attack like that? You just chuckled and said I'm fine. Are you joking? Then you look at Tian Tam. That hit just now. This person is a high-level celestial master and very powerful. You're drooling. Mighty elites I admire. Please hit me more, and better yet, kill me immediately. Why does Tuyetli look so helpless while you show this expression? And seeing Dunyak like that, Thientam's face darkened like a pan. Truly a fool. Thing. Stop watching quietly. Just a moment ago 2 experts appeared. It seems this secret realm is about to be destroyed. She declared. The 2 elders. The tsunami has receded. Nothing can stop it now. So the toxic water hall should be easier to find. She said that the seawater here is toxic water. So she suggested everyone quickly destroy what's inside the main hall to restart the teleportation formation and make everyone leave. Tuyet, Lai turned her head to look out at the sea. But this vast toxic ocean, where should we look now? Dunak and she both looked simultaneously towards the endless ocean. Amid the cold, strange-colored sea, Dunya and Tuyet Li sit on flying swords ascending to the submerged area. I feel strange. We've searched the entire north. Left no spot untouched. So why isn't it here? Tuyet Lai suggested returning to the shore. Perhaps there. Thientam might have a clue. Dunyak agreed. And the 2 quickly flew back to the coast at top speed. When he and Tuyet Lai land on the island, it's at the same time as Thien Tam and Hantu. Hantu immediately realizes that they haven't found any clues to the entrance either. And Dunyak hums in response. The Ming Mongolia Sea area even shows no sign of any hidden formations. And Zen Mind deduces that the toxic waterhole is probably not on the water's surface. Dunyak was stunned and hurriedly asked, "So it's beneath the sea, not on the surface." Tin Tam despises such a place. Or anywhere else would be too small for this. Thing. Blocking the seat and doodling. Hears this and gasps in surprise. Under the sea? The seawater here is extremely toxic and cannot be touched. So how can they find anyone? Dunyak was deep in thought. That's right. It's impossible to drain all the ocean water. Suddenly, Dunyak seemed to have some ideas, causing him to freeze. Wait a moment. A sudden idea struck him, and he looked out at the sea. Thanthan also saw the thought in his eyes. She smiled cheerfully and sweet-talked. "Brother Huain, you have a way, right?" He remained silent, staring at the sea. Dunyak asked Hantu, "Little Taoist, after you deciphered the dark light hall, did you see anything?" And Hantu also honestly replied, "Yes. Brother." He happily asked further, "Is it like a bull's horn?" It seems he has found some clue. Hantu and Tien Tam were surprised. How did Huain know? This is something only the two of them could have known. Thanthan was shocked. Where did that intel come from? I never told him in detail about breaking the Ta Kuang Hall. Hantu reluctantly recounted the entire event inside the Shadow Light Hall. That horn flickering with blood, red light, was clearly an evil cursed object. And if Tiem Tam hadn't used his high-level cultivation to suppress it, I doubt we would have had any chance to survive and escape. After hearing Han Si tell the story, Dunyak clapped his hands excitedly, smiling widely as if he had figured out something important. I understand now. Thanthan and Tuyet Lai looked at each other confused and asked what they understood, while Dunyak smirked maliciously, thinking it must be an evil relic. That is my Shichui's horn. An ancient, savage beast. Only the power of the Aurora can suppress it. Extreme cold affects the claws. Aurora affects the horn. If I am not mistaken, the place to suppress this mysterious zone must be in the heart. Everyone looked out to the deep sea. Thanthan looked confused and blank. What heart? What is Kaka talking about? He explained that my Shichui's spirit contains a great deal of life force. Once the constraints are removed, it will immediately rebirth and revive. So I must soak this life force in toxic water until it is completely exhausted. If you've used soaking methods to suppress it, it definitely wouldn't be on the surface. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword, and the poisonous water instantly destroyed the state of my heart tissue. Dunyak's long sword quickly plunged deep into the water. Making a sound, Dunyak knelt down to observe, sure that he was inside this poisoned sea, meditating. Guan couldn't help but frown as he watched your actions. Realizing what he was about to do, suddenly, Tuyet Lai rushed over and stopped him. Dunyak, you're still holding your sword tightly. She said, we don't know what's inside the sea area, and last time you almost used that magic. Dunyak looked at her with a determined expression. Don't worry. I have achieved the sword heart. I won't fall into that trap again. Thanthan stood there, confused and angry, wondering what they were talking about, her mind full of questions but unsure whether to ask. So she just stood there, hesitating and murmuring. Finally, Thon hesitantly moved closer to Dunyak, wondering whether she should ask her lingering questions. Dunyak closed his eyes, focused his mind, and channeled his inner strength into his hand and then into the sword. The water under the ocean started to swirl violently. Even though the sword in his hand remained motionless, Thanthan was stunned. Are they really going to absorb the whole ocean water? Is he joking? Hansi sighed bitterly. It seems you're right. But can one person really swallow all that much seawater? Besides, the seawater is extremely toxic. He wondered if he would really die from the poison. Thien Tam still maintains a serious attitude. He is not drawing seawater, but rather the spiritual energy within it. My current state of chaos is related to all things, and the toxic water is just benefiting my originally scarce inner organs. But after being affected by the power of the inner heart for a long time and accumulating more and more, it has created the ocean you see now. As long as this force dissipates, the poisonous water will return to its original nature. Hansi smiled happily. Rare to find someone so talkative, actually showing concern for Brother Huang Daha. Hansi retorted sharply. But I've never seen anyone as stupid as you guys, Teng Teng said. even if it's spiritual power. This amount is too much. Suddenly, Dunyak withdrew her sword from the water. She wondered, is Kaka no longer able to breathe? Immediately after, Dunyak grimly leapt into the air, quickly standing in the midst of the raging toxic waters without saying a word. Dunyak stands high above, still channeling his inner strength. As a giant green sword plunges into the sea with a deafening sound, the people on the shore stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before their eyes. All of them surprised by what they were witnessing. Thon muttered in amazement. Could it still be like this? Han-tu answered. Brother Du Huyen said the efficiency of the CG was too low. So he used a formation to see. Thian Tam stood there, also unable to help but marvel at the speed. Can he really endure it? Completely trusting Dunyak. He didn't run into the sea to absorb it this time, proving he wasn't reckless. Thian Tam was surprised. Running inside to absorb it, Dunyuong closed his eyes, as the poisonous water now surrounded his body. Thon watched the majestic scene before her, and couldn't help but be amazed a second time. Mung Ko opened her mouth so wide she couldn't close it. Thon stared intently, the seawater surprisingly remaining half. She looked down at the sea with a pale face. Unable to believe such a thing could happen, Han-tu also stared in shock at the water level. Now only 1/5 remaining. Thian Tam looked at Dunyak differently, secretly thinking, as expected, it's drinking faster and faster. Dunyak suddenly opened his eyes wide with a serious expression. Then, without hesitation, jumped into the toxic sea once again, leaving Thon stunned once more, wondering why he would do it again. Under the poisonous dark water, Dunyak glows like a pearl, as the venom begins to corrode his flesh, causing him great pain. But he still grits his teeth and endures. But strangely, the wound on the skin heals quickly. You seem very calm. But in reality, Dunyak is feeling immense pain and can't bear it, thinking that jumping into the toxic water would either kill me or leave me half dead. I forgot that the sword's core could regenerate. Now my body, after being corroded, is recovering. I helplessly scream with tears streaming down. This torment is too much. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him, and Dunya looked back alertly. In front of him was a towering sword, emitting a bright light. The magic power not only entered the sword heart, but also began to flow into the illusory image. The sword heart was indeed expanding. He focused his thoughts. Since the sword heart was completed, even if I level up again, nothing seems to change. Why is it now suddenly stopping its expansion inexplicably? Could it be that the magical energy I am absorbing, which matches the process of refining the sword heart, all comes from the evil Crimson Destroyer? Dunyak's face turned pale. Did I just make myself even harder to kill? Suddenly, he looked back and saw Dunyak now standing solidly on land. Everyone worriedly rushed to your side. Dunyak, are you okay? Hearing a cry, he turned his head to look. They quickly approached to check if you had been harmed by the toxic water. Deetlai, are you worried? Is anything uncomfortable? Seeing this scene, Thian Tam awkwardly turns away. Dunyak laughs foolishly. Besides feeling unhappy, everything else is fine. After seeing the red object, he joyfully exclaimed that it was his Zichui heart, Duna scrolls, blaming us for not finding the grand hall of the poison sea. He looked up at the heart. But there aren't many halls here. The entire sea area is under suppression. Tuyet Lai spoke. So claws, forest, and the heart are all present. Perhaps my Zichui has parts elsewhere too. Dunyak stared at what was holding her Shichui heart. Realizing this fire mist domain was actually a divine formation, Thon listened to Dunyak and Tuyetlai whispering and felt terrified. How could these two know our Baihoa sect's plan? Her face turned pale further to brace against your people. I don't know what she's thinking. But a wicked smile spreads across her face. Stretching her mouth to her ears, Thon licks her lips. It seems it's time to control the insect embryo on him. Han-tu steps forward and says, I understand. But can you explain further? Perhaps there's more to this fire mist secret realm than we realize. Thon rushes in at extreme speed, asking what's really going on. She's so scared. No one notices she's secretly passing something from her hand to Dunyak. Oh. Is that so? Kata. Do you really find me troublesome? I don't understand what she's about to do. But I just see Dunyak freezing up. You were about to speak, but you felt frozen and couldn't find the words. Tuyetlai anxiously approached you. Dunyak, You are standing still and motionless. She angrily pointed her sword at Tannon and asked what she had done to him. Only then did she rip off her mask, revealing a sly smile, and turn her back to leave, accompanying me to the next door. Dunyak's eyes turn bloodshot as if possessed, and he fiercely stares after Tannon before quickly rushing to the teleportation circle, pushing Tu Yetlai aside as if they have never known each other. Hantu looked on with worry. This is not good. She no longer controls Dunyak. After Dunyak jumped into the teleportation circle, Tannon shamelessly turned back. Goodbye, everyone. Tu Yetlai impatiently scolded, then soared into the air, with Thien Tam rushing up right behind her. Seeing everyone gone, Hantu finally followed slowly from behind. Wait for me. It seemed like everyone had jumped in there, but it looked like they had been separated. With Dunyak and Thien Tam together, Tu Yetlai and Hantu still alone. Tu Yetlai was tense. Only the two of us. Where are Dunyak and the others? Hantu also looked around, nervously searching for Thien Tam. The sky over here is blazing with sunlight, and lying on the ground, Dunyak feels so hot. But he can't open his eyes. He just stays there in a daze for a while, until a voice awakens him, telling him to wake up. Wake up. It's time to reincarnate. Hearing this, Dunyak regained consciousness. His eyes widening, he immediately sat up, alert as if nothing had happened. It seems Dunyak was too bored here. I'm dead. So I happily turned around to look at my surroundings and see if anything had changed. The system alerted. Congratulations, host. A saltfish in life. Checking again. The host meets the criteria for reincarnation. Please get ready. You suddenly turn towards someone. So abrupt like that. Why don't I remember that I've already died? The system showed you the image explaining why it announced your death and continued to say, the luck of the host is limited. The host just entered the volcano and encountered the erupting Dung Nam. This time there's no firm-minded monk with a soft heart to save you. So in 3 breaths you will turn to smoke. After hearing that, you raised your hand to look. No wonder your body feels so hot. Please, host, extend your hand to the teleportation array. The system will select a new life for you. Dunyak is stunned, feeling this is all too smooth. Am I really dead? Is any of this real? But he didn't care at all, thinking that having a sinister demon plan was even better. Suddenly, out of nowhere from the sky, a streak of oil appeared. He directly attacked the system, causing it to be triggered, and Dunyak hurriedly withdrew his hand. The system quickly transformed into the object in front of Dunyak, who stared blankly and didn't know what to do. Suddenly a familiar voice from behind. Are you so useless now that even I can't recognize you? Dunyak turned around and looked, and was even more surprised to see the little system. The system grumbles. If you plan to mess up, just mess up and take responsibility. Right? With all the scolding, you hurriedly insist. Ling ling ling. I only have my eyes. Trust me, the system replied again. I knew right away that the host was still not at ease. Are you? So you cut in and said, wait a moment, don't scold me yet, I have a question for you. Hearing this, the system stopped scolding and asked seriously, what's the issue? You kicked me. In my previous life I was... The system immediately replied, worker of public wastes, 007. Then Dunyak blushed shyly, scratched his head, and asked further. My first night was... The system doesn't understand what you want but still reluctantly answers this question. Enduring the pain, then you continue asking, oh my love or Laura? And the system laughs as it responds, Laura. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. You really are human. Dunyak quickly calms down and says, I still don't know what happened here. The system is suffering. The trap I secretly set was destroyed. If you had reached inside just now, it would have created an illusion, and you would never wake up. Do you know how serious this is? Is there a way to break the illusion? The system then began guiding, and following my instructions. I took him outside. Suddenly, Dunyak stopped in place, pausing. And you, dark-faced, can someone really get me out of here? The system now feels it might have overstepped and can't explain further. Soon, long swords are fired from within the system towards him. Dunyak momentarily couldn't find a way out and could only watch them rush toward him. He clenched his teeth tightly as suddenly from above, a powerful blast struck down to block the attack. Dunyak, still with his eyes closed and biting his teeth, was waiting for death when someone suddenly yelled at him. "Idiots!" The familiar whip struck him square in the face, distorting his expression. "It's Thien Tom. Knowing that my decayed body caused this, but still not preparing a protective amulet or building a trap to counter it. You clutch your misted face and ask, was that just an illusion? Since the talismans in your hand are calming amulets, Thien Tam was so annoyed that he was speechless as he looked at you with contempt. And what else could there be? Dunyak quickly thanked Thien Tam. But you only let out a superficial sound and looked away. Dunyak kneels with his hand touching the ground. My Zichui eyes can create illusions. So perhaps the suppression here is actually from those eyes. Thien Tam responds. It's just that the suppressive object here seems to have lost its effect. Otherwise, those eyes wouldn't be able to function. Did you see Tu Yet Li when you woke up? Thien Tam was annoyed. The array's teleportation has a problem, and we got separated. They don't know where they are anymore. Dunyak clashed his teeth. After those people fell into the illusion spell, they turned into a pile of dead bodies. If Tu Yet Li cannot break the illusion, she might be in danger. As soon as he finished his thoughts, Kan Trung quickly grabbed Thien Tom's hand and pulled him away. We need to find Snowy Lily quickly. So the two of us run together swiftly across the vast sand dunes. At the same time, on Snowy Lily and Hantu's side, it seems they haven't encountered any danger yet. Back with Dunyak. He was always eager to find Tu Yet Li because he thought she was in great danger now. Thien Tam was annoyed. But why did someone pull him? Maybe because he was so urgent to rescue Tu Yet Li that he didn't realize he had been holding hands with Thien Tam while running a long distance. Dunyak quickly let go, and the two of them stood awkwardly silently for a while. Dunyak rubbed his forehead and sighed, saying it was because he was too impatient. Tianxian looked at his companion with disdain, then sternly said, "Aren't you calm enough? If you're not calm enough, I won't bother helping. Duran seems to be scared. Now he's in a rush, so we'll be calmer later. Then we'll proceed. Is there anything between you and Hantu that can quickly determine the other's position? Like a positioning talisman? Tu Yet Li might be with Hien now." Thien Tam confidently said, "Yes, but I don't want to help. I want to stay with you for a while. I don't know what he's planning." Dunyak was speechless. How could this little brat say such terrifying nonsense? Thien Tam didn't pay attention to your expression. Let's go first. Ride the sword and then look around slowly. And investigate this secret realm along the way. Dunyak looked out over the vast desert, full of sand, and could only accept that, inside the illusion of the Cloud Sword sect, Tu Yet Li and Hantu are still standing anxiously, unable to escape. From afar, Tu Yet Li sees Dunyak and Thien Tam walking slowly towards them, and she joyfully calls out, "Dunyak." She hurried over worriedly. "Are you all right? Did Ning Than Than poison you? How do you feel now?" Dunyak gently holds her hand. "I'm fine. I just don't understand why we were transported back to the sect. Maybe that teleportation array was originally connected to the outside world, and being so close like this makes Tyet Lai feel shy. So what about it?" Thien Tam, standing in the middle, irritably interrupts this romantic moment, reminding them that there are still two visitors here. Tu Yet Lai shyly turned away, blushing and stammering. Apologizing, Hantu stepped forward. "Is this the Van Kiem sect of filial piety?" Tu Yet Lai quickly replied. "Yes." "Han Dao, Hu. Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Hantu remained calm. "But somehow I can't help feeling this place is very familiar." As I was lost in thought, suddenly Tu Yet Lai let out a sound that made Hantu turn his head to look. Tu Yet Lai barely managed to return to the clan. "We should seize the chance to do what we need to do." She stammered. "What exactly?" Dunyak's eyes sparkled. "Before this, we only had the nominal marriage. But we never completed the soul-binding ritual." Tianxian angrily rushed forward. "That idiot dreaming peacefully in broad daylight. If you're so capable, then come with me to the Hoashan secret realm." Hantu quickly stepped in to stop Tianxin with a bitter smile. Those two have their own matters to discuss. Hantu gently held Thien Tam's shoulder and smiled kindly, while he pouted, annoyed, and looked around. Dunyak gently held Tu Yet Li's hand, asking if she agreed to this late marriage proposal. She hesitated and stammered, Somewhere else." And Dunyak shouted loudly, "Wait for me." Why are you flying so fast? Thien Tom feels uneasy. Just now I was in a rush to find someone. So why am I not hurried now? Before, it was because I cared that I was troubled. My Tuyet Lai is not someone who is easily disturbed. You should be proud she has overcome her inner demons and gone through 2 spiritual transformations. Things most ordinary people cannot achieve. Both of them continued to fly away. Maybe my Shichui is not easily broken or won over by her. Over with Tuyet Lai. She was still immersed in Dunak's hurried proposal. Hansi watched the scene with a joyful smile. Glad to have such a loyal lover. Suddenly, a sword was swung unexpectedly, and Dunyak was immediately covered in blood, causing Hantu to panic. Dunyak was stunned and confused about what had changed. Tuyet Li's expression became more resolute. Meanwhile, Thien Tam warned Dunyak not to underestimate the power of my Zich Hui. Do you know what my Shichui's heart would become if it escaped the suppression of poison and came back to life? Dunyak also looks serious. My Shichui's one word is to confound the mind. Maybe it's those 2 eyes. Thinking about the cunning, fiery red eyes makes you couldn't help but tense up. Thien Tam looked at you with a satisfied smile. Not too stupid. If I destroy myself and come back to life, my eyes will become my head. My heart will become my body. And my inner core will restore my cultivation, while the forest and claws will return to their original positions. So even though you see only 2 eyes, they are the place where my destructive power resides. And its means of manipulation and deception are far stronger than spider demons. On Tuyet Li's side, Dunyak was beaten down to sit on the ground, his body starting to emit smoke. After dealing with Dunyak, she fiercely swung her sword at Thien Tam standing next to Hantu, not him. Thien Tam Jia Hoso VB Kembat no. Hongkip Fanung. Hantu Kung Huang Hot? Va Thien Tam Kung Do Phao Nyom. Nyen. Noi Hai Nuai Dong Yan Chong Bien Than Quan Mat that Qua No Chu Kong Phai La Tong Man Qua Tuet Li. The entire surrounding area was covered in white snow, like standing at the North Pole with no path visible. Suddenly, a clapping sound came from behind, and at the voice of the sword immortal, Hantu and Tuyet Lai turned their heads together. An old man with white hair happily laughs. Seeing through the illusion of the district so easily, Tuyet Lai angrily. Which demon dares to pretend to be the head of our sect? The old man keeps smiling. Who I am doesn't matter. The sword immortal only needs to know I'm here to challenge you. Snow Lai hurriedly shouts, then rushes toward him with an unrealistic dream. Hantu and I strike simultaneously, but neither of our attacks harm the old man. I am surprised. How is that possible? We are probably still within the illusionary realm, so the targets are not real entities. The old man is right. This place is truly a prison zone, and I am the one controlling it. If you want to get out, you must pass my trial. Tuyet Lai straightened up and concentrated her energy. Then if that's the case, go ahead and charge forward. Don't hold back and wait for the opponent to make the first move. Why does the sword immortal speak so confidently, seeking death? In fact, this time in the district realm, it's actually an opportunity for everyone. Tuyet Lai looked at the cunning old man in front of her with suspicion. What does this mean? The old man proudly stroked his beard, as he knew. She had previously fallen in love with a mortal man, leading her to become possessed by demons. Later on, I remained weak and avoided the truth, and my cultivation recovery was very slow. Do you know why? Sword immortal? You looked at the cunning old man in front of you with disdain but remained patient. So if you have something to say, just say it directly. The old man pointed directly at her and shouted, because she had not truly broken through her demon silk. She was fundamentally unable to see her own true heart. And facing this statement made her feel confused. Hantu warned him to be cautious and not listen to his deception. As he is trying to sow discord, she turned around with a reassuring smile and told Hantu to relax. It's only a small matter that won't affect me. The old man lost patience and raised his hand. It seems the celestial maiden's sword has made its decision. So, white mist quickly rolled out to block Tuyet Lai and Hantu's view, and the two carefully shielded their eyes with their hands. From within the smoke, a deep voice suddenly echoes. The test begins. Hantu struggles to observe the surroundings. And suddenly, there it is. In front of you appears the image of a young girl with 2 braided pigtails, wielding her sword as she practices. She concentrates with all her strength, striking the rocks before her. As her sword slices through, the rocks break into many pieces, As expected from the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, even at such a young age, she already masters the Yen Diep sword technique. The Grand Elder certainly hasn't misjudged. My disciple has true potential, and over time she will surely become a guardian of the demon and protector of the righteous. The girl smiled happily, humbly holding her sword, and replied, "You senior brothers are too indulgent. I will definitely not disappoint my master and brother's expectations, and I will do my best to protect the demon slayers." Suddenly someone from behind called out Tu Yet Lai, revealing this is the image of young Tu Yet Lai. Tu Yet Lai, this is your younger brother Dunak. The boy in front of you is smiling innocently and kindly. From now on, your junior brother will fight demons and protect the Tao. And as his senior sister, you must guard him well. A buzzing sound rings in Tu Yet Lai's ear, a voice saying, "Dunyak, the name feels so familiar. Like I shouldn't think of him as my junior brother." Han Tu stood outside the illusion and immediately realized that the person who tricked her memory was the old man. He did not deny it. As the trial was naturally very difficult to set up, the old man closed his eyes and continued. "Qin Kuang, even after losing your memory, you became so chaotic." Hearing this, Han Tu's face darkened. "How do you know?" The old man looked up to the sky and cackled. "I am the embodiment of your desires. How could I not know? And I also know that those who have lost their memories can regain them." Hansi hesitated. "Are you really that kind?" The old man didn't explain and turned his head away. "Whether it's kindness or not, you'll know once you see." Tu Yet Li, in the illusion, is seriously practicing swordsmanship, concentrating her internal energy. Then she swings her arm, and the sword energy shoots out, making the water in the lake splash all around. At the same time, another wave of sword energy struck, causing the water in the lake to splash loudly again. And the background music suddenly shifts as a cheerful tune kicks in. Tu Yet Lai thinks to herself, "I can protect you from now on, junior brother. Your kindness is appreciated. But your mission is not to protect me. It's to hunt demons and monsters to safeguard peace. Your senior sister should be the one protecting you." Suddenly, a voice echoed in her ear saying, "You're still so weak. You're still so weak." Tu Yet Lai, unprepared for the attack, watches as a shadow swiftly rushes past her. While on her side, the older Tu Yet Lai is fighting three mysterious assassins, fiercely charging forward. She was surrounded alone in the middle. But Tu Yet Lai did not show any fear. Instead, she was actually overwhelming them, gently raising her sword. And the assassin was knocked back. But there are still two others behind her. They ambushed her, catching her off guard. Luckily, someone shielded her from that attack, and Tu Yet Lai was fortunate to escape once. Dunyak, stepping out from the shadows with a cold voice, said, "I don't need your protection." From an ordinary mortal to an outstanding cultivator like now, it is still making progress. But you once dedicated yourself wholeheartedly to cultivation, yearning to become a celestial power to protect all beings. But you have lost your original resolve, and now you are just like an ordinary girl. Not to mention protecting all living beings. You can't even protect one person. You think you've overcome your demonic thoughts. Don't deceive yourself. After so long, your cultivation progress has still stagnated, and you don't even understand why. I can help you if you accept my power." Tu Yet Lai turned pale with fear upon hearing this invitation. Outside, the desert is all sand, and the two figures, one tall and one small, still cannot escape this place. "Big brother, hurry up. We're looking for someone, not out for a stroll." Tantam was annoyed. Isn't he very confident about Tu Yet Lai? Suddenly, the two stopped, seeing someone ahead, and Tantam cautiously asked Dunyak to see who it was first. "So that person is Than Than. She was also transported here." Dunyak still bears a grudge. "What did you see just now?" Tantam isn't interested in someone as wicked as her. "Let's keep going." She looked up at the sky but saw nothing. It was strange, as if someone had just mentioned her earlier. She told Prefect and Jock Boy to rest assured. "I will definitely uncover the secret here before those monks can break the mystery of the realm. The jade piece glows. Remember the place where the internal pill is kept. And at that time I will promote you to become deputy sect leader." She smiled like a flower when she heard this. "Thank you, sect master, for your kindness," but she quickly changed her attitude afterward. Deputy sect leader. Promoting Angsina. After the second outbreak of the poison demon on the little guy, She will proactively come find me. Don't mention just a deputy sect leader. Even the entire Baihuo sect will belong to me. Han Tu kept punching the barrier in front of Tuyet Lai and shouting loudly, calling her to wake up, but no matter how loudly he yelled, Tuyet Lai remained completely unaware. Han Tu, angry, turned to look at the old man. What have you done to her? I only meant well to let her understand what the true inner demons are. As the Chancellor of Wen, Sword Sect, and yet you can't even deal with demonic monsters. How ridiculous. Han Tu's face shows thought. Dealing with demonic temptations and slaying evil demons, he seems to be pondering something. A fragmented memory suddenly flashes in his mind. These words sound so familiar, the old man could tell right away. So you've remembered something, huh? No wonder your eyes are so sharp, like a love eye that knows everything. Han Tu clenched his teeth in frustration. Not related to the person, of course. He hasn't stopped yet. Still trying to coax Han Tu. Still with the same words. As long as you're willing, I am ready to help restore your memories. Han Tu clenched his fists. Suddenly, Tuyet Lai spoke out loud, replying on behalf of Han Tu, who was being pressured to stand still. No need. Han Tu, hearing the familiar voice, turned around to look, and the old man was also very surprised. Tuyet, Li continued. I used to think Dunak was a mortal who couldn't live a life of fighting demons and monsters, but Dunak had already become a cultivator long ago, and she spoke of her loved one with pride. Both sides support each other and cannot exist without one another. My demonic heart has long been broken. Do not try to deceive me. Your problem isn't with Dunak, but with your own weakness. As soon as I finished speaking, he reverted to his true form, and his head quickly transformed into my chain destruction, which roared and howled fiercely. I, Xi Hui, stare fiercely at Tuet Lai. Do you understand now? This is the power of ancient era cultivators. Judging by Tuet Lai's fierce head, she seems truly frightened. As soon as it finished speaking, seeing her reaction as expected, Eye Shatter returned to the old man's form. Tuyet Lai collapsed to the ground, and it continued to manipulate her. So weak, like someone trying to leave the district, only feeling more hopeless. After finishing, it waved its hand, and the wind blew stronger. Tuyet Li's face turned pale as she looked on in shock. I have experienced that era and witnessed the power of ancient cultivators, understanding their desire to dominate the world. After the ancient cultivator arrived in this world, it continued speaking, while Tuyet Lai sat trembling on the ground. Van Vium Monastery is one of the sects of this era and will undoubtedly be the first target of their warning. At that point, whether it's Dunyak or someone else, they can only die. And as for you, guess where you'll be? Hearing this, Tuyet Lai became even more terrified, her whole body trembling. It continues to point at the pile of corpses lying sprawled on the ground in the illusion scene. The person already among the bodies. Ta Shi Chui begins to lure. No one can be saved now. But there is still a chance. As long as you accept my power, you will have a chance to save them. Tuyet Lai, like in a trance, her eyes becoming vacant. She reached out her hand and extended it toward me. Chi Hui, it is satisfied and sweet. Just like that. Accepting my power. Come now. Let's save everyone together. Her hand quickly grasped his hand. Ta Shi Chui quickly merged into Tuyet Li's body with a loud explosion. Its spiritual soul has taken control. And I have finally revived. Dunyak, flying in the sky, suddenly stops. Seems like I hear Tuyet Li's voice. Tan Tam senses something's wrong, so he commands you to go down and check. Ta Zi Hui, after taking over a new body, was strengthening his power, while Han Tu was already collapsed on the ground. Dunya looked at the scene in horror and shouted loudly, Tuyet Lai. Han Tu, Dunyak and Tan Tam quickly land facing Tuyet Lai. Tan Tam, worried, channeling his internal energy, pulls Han Tu toward him, but he remains motionless without any reaction. Tan Tam immediately recognized it was useless. She had already been taken over by Ta Shi Chui. Dunyak, hearing this, was furious and shouted angrily, his deadly eyes full of rage. You burst into rage and shouted, causing Tuyet Lai's aura to vanish immediately. It glared fiercely at Dunyak softly and left. And at this moment Tuyet Li's eyes also turned an unusually red color. It stands before you, with this body having very good talent, suitable for temporary fusion. One of you has average talent. The other has hidden intentions. Even serving Tu Yetlai is not enjoyable anymore. But still, Dunyak calmly added, but we can use them as materials to nourish people. Right? Guessing right into the heart. I immediately snapped and roared. Talking is useless. Then fiercely wielded inner power. Dunyak still kept a contemptuous attitude, trying to choke me again. After 1,000 years. Can't we find another way? He was momentarily speechless. You haven't stopped yet. Are you planning to use spiritual blood to gather people's souls next? But now you're just a pair of eyes. Is that okay? I can't bear for others to know what I'm thinking like that, after shouting it out loud. What's your relationship with Bitch Lian? You really got tired of answering. So when you set up the strict surveillance for me, didn't you look through all my memories? That's really a shame. Or perhaps you want to review the entire process of your betrayal. Dunyak successfully provoked Shi Hui into anger, his rage burning fiercely annoying. Today you must die. As soon as the attack was launched, you immediately retracted your smile and quickly turned serious. At the same time, you threw a green compass to block my Shi Chui's attack. Dunyak quickly managed to block that attack, causing its anger to reach a boiling point. Caught off guard, it clenched its teeth and glared, while Dunyak seized the opportunity to rush forward and kick directly against Ta Sich Hui. Your kick successfully sent it flying, and the deafening thud of its body hitting the ground echoed loudly. Ta Ji Hui was knocked half to the ground, only its head visible. Struggling in frustration but to no avail, Tan Tam approaches and looks at it. His face is grim as a demon from hell. I hate anyone who talks about my feelings. It seems it fears this young, enlightened man. As his rage is terrifying, Dunyak hurriedly ran over to stop him. Be gentle. This is Tu Yet Li's body. Tan Tam lifted her up and used his magic to bind her tightly. He looked at Dunyak and started to leave. Dunyak then maliciously scratches his head and starts something. It seems he still cannot coordinate well with Tan Tam. He is upset. Wasn't it your intention to provoke it with all those words to exhaust its spiritual power and force Tu Yet Lai to wake up? Dunyak suddenly had a cruel look on his face, and didn't expect to have a method like that. He was confused and kept wandering in place. So now how do I wake Tu Yet Lai up? Tan Tam muttered irritably. Turning his face away and thinking of a way, Dunyak seriously reviewed the past. Usually around this point in dramas it would play out differently. Ta Shi Chui felt proud. Even though my current strength is only a fifth of what it used to be, my mental power isn't easily depleted. Suddenly, Dunyak firmly grabbed Snow Lai's shoulders, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. I Shuhai didn't know what you were doing. Dunyak sincerely. Snow Lai. Wake up quickly. I can't do without you. I still want to watch the stars with you to talk about poetry and life and death. Ta Shi Hui. Ignore her and just think this level is enough. Her cheesy words make Ta Shi Chui and Tan Tam both nauseous, standing behind. But Dunyak doesn't give up. She can't be gentle anymore. So she has to use force. You seriously straighten your collar and then reach out to Bien Hui. And this unexpected move surprises it. Soft and gentle, I command her to recover her memory and return to my side. Feeling a chill down my spine, this must be a brutal method. It grinned maliciously, not even knowing what Snow Lai, who is so weak and afraid, is afraid of. And yet you want to wake her up. Dunyak was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this. Weak indeed. Yuki quietly challenged a demon sect alone. Yet you're saying she's fragile. Yuki, deep in sleep, gradually wakes up to Dunyak's provocative shouts. Her closed eyes slowly twitched. Whether intentionally or not, it seemed her words had successfully stimulated Tu Yet Lai. Dunyak continued boldly, recalling how she had once made an innocent, unequal treaty with the cruel woman for the people of Tannon City. Are the gods seriously preparing to go to Hangzhou to carry heavy wounds, or to protect the spirit pearl? Dunyak's voice is thick. And does anyone realize how terrifying it is when she tries to behead someone? Especially when she's close to her sisters. I sneered mockingly. So you're just a broken fool. Dunyak shivered. But that doesn't matter. Anyway, she's just a naive girl who, even knowing she's hurt, still wants to protect others. She is like that. Gradually, Tu Yet Li's gaze seems to return to normal. Are you sure she is fragile? Deep down, Tu Yet Li is slowly waking up. Her eyes widened with resolve as she looked up at Dunyak and continued speaking. She is the strongest person I have ever seen. Your words have touched her heart. Zhang Tuyetlai remained silent. Dunyak also paused to observe her. It seemed futile. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Dang dang." Tan Tam angrily threw the blanket aside and shouted loudly, "Wake up for me." Dunyak still seemed uncontrollably hysterical. "I have to find Thon Thon." Tuyetlai just looked up and realized this was because Thon Thon had previously used her neck to trap the poison. "I have to break the enchantment to help you." Tuyetlai's sword trembled slightly, as if she was still hesitating over something. Ai Shichui appears behind her, sneering cruelly. Afraid of holding the sword, Tuyetlai aggressively turns around and presses the tip of her sword to its neck. But it still maintains its arrogant attitude. "Sword immortal. Did you forget that I was the one who created this divine prison? Do you think you can kill me?" I say. "I won't fall into your trap anymore. This divine prison was born from my will. I am its master. Whenever I want, I can make anyone leave. It looks like you enjoy teasing me by flying close to my face. So why are you still afraid to leave? Are you afraid to face the ancient cultivators? Don't worry. I can stand in for you. And you, keep sleeping peacefully, as all the ancient soldiers simultaneously attack Tuyetlai. She stands alone amid their encirclement. But Tuyetlai shows no sign of fear. The relentless, dangerous attacks keep coming. Tuyetlai quickly swings her sword to fight back, one after another. They swarm like ants, making her feel a bit overwhelmed. While the front was not yet cleared, another sneak attack came from behind. One after another. Blood poured from Tuyetlai. The final blow felled her, with one of the ancient soldiers striking from behind with immense strength. She sat down on the ground in despair, panic-stricken as those shadows slowly advanced toward her. Gradually, Tuyetlai almost felt herself being swallowed. Unable to muster the strength to move, her hands holding the sword are slowly loosening. As darkness is about to take her over, Tuyetlai looks at Tashi Chui, smirking in front of her. She can't accept it. Is this really how it has to end? Suddenly, from the darkness, Tuyetlai's eyes lit up with determination, and she firmly grasped her sword before fiercely slashing at the shadows holding her. Tashi Chui was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. She stands as steadfast as a mighty tree in the wind. "Since the day I first drew my sword, I have sworn to protect it with my life. I can only die when I cut down the demon or monster. My sword will only fall at my death." Dao Shichui grits her teeth in anger. And the district guard was corrupted. It quickly transformed into a blood-red eye glaring fiercely at her. It quickly started to fade away. And before it disappeared, I shouted out in despair, "I won't give up." After eliminating the evil inside me, she glared fiercely at Dunyak, who was desperately yelling. Tan Tam still tries to hold him back, so he wouldn't run off, while Dunyak keeps calling Thon Thon's name, and Tuyetlai fiercely strikes a powerful blow to the vital points. Dunyak's whole body collapsed weakly backward, and she quickly moved to support him. Tantam was surprised to see Tuyetlai awake and alert, realizing she had broken through to the celestial realm. About half an hour later, Hantu finally managed to sit up slowly, rubbing his head in confusion. What just happened? As soon as he saw Dunyak, he was alarmed and opened his mouth to shout. "What's wrong with Dunyak?" "Tantam nin ngoy ngungo dang bitroy long lang. Guai duoy dat mat hong biu kem. Han bi than hatroyo. Hantu biet ngoy. Hitrong fai tuat nai. Sa sem ngoy thi tuat nunuakia. Chua doiming. Sa chohai lan fatan tuat. Va bay gio Dunyak. Dang fatan lan tuhai." Tuyetlai is annoyed, but thinking that if she gets through this, Dunyak will no longer be controlled. Tantam smiles gently, thinking that if the man endures a little longer, it will be fine. Suddenly, Dunyak regains consciousness, and he drunkenly and deliriously calls out that woman's name again. She looked at Tuyetlai and the others drowning. Thon Thon was Thon Thon. And hearing that, she was furious enough to explode. Tuyetlai furiously shouted back. Unable to tolerate this, crazy man repeatedly shouting someone else's name. "Thang Tang. Thang Tang. Wake up and get a hold of yourself. Hantu nin they vei, kochut lo lang. Oi kudashua, dudao hieo, uongivai. Ko na, quavua vasak, hidudua. Dua mot, loai, nuak, tu, the jiupting tam an then." Tantam calmly responded with, "I am Duak," meaning a castration drug, causing Hantu to panic and shout, "What? and all three anxiously looked on to see if Dunak would change after taking the medicine. Seeing that he remained motionless, Tuyet Lai slapped his face hard and shouted, "Dunak, wake up." He slowly opened his eyes, and from within his glow, a radiant light shone forth, free from worldly desires, making the three of them gasp in awe. "Can you tell me how you're feeling now?" "Dunyak, I feel very alert now." "Tuyet Lai, can you give me a bright smile?" She hesitated and blushed, clearing her throat several times. Tuyet Lai quickly smiled brightly at Dunyak, still sitting quietly with a faint smile, as if they had never fallen in love. "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, the rope was also loosened, and Dunyak smiled a mischievous, mysterious smile. Then he quickly made a seal, vanished in a flash, leaving the three of them stunned. So the medicine she gave was useless. Now I can go find Thanthan. Tuyet Lai glanced quickly, and knew right away that this was a one-time teleportation array. Once used, it would disperse. Nin Thanthan's alliance is indeed powerful. Even that potion is useless. This is problematic. Will we have to rely on Du Huin's self-control? Tan Tam turned away nonchalantly, perhaps knowing exactly where he was heading. Tuyet Lai and Han Tu both turned to look at him, still not understanding the meaning behind his words. In the sandy desert under the blinding sun, Tan Tam pointed out that it was here where he and Dunyak had come looking for you, and that they saw Nin Than Than here. Han Tu sighs. "There's no one here. Maybe they've already moved on." Tan Tam smiles. "If that's true, by the time we find them, Dunyak will be exhausted, and all their secrets will be out." Thanthan heard that and grimaced, forcing a smile. "Can only guess they are nearby." As she finished speaking, she seriously drew her sword. Unaware of what her intentions were, the sword energy bursts out with overwhelming power, producing ear-splitting sounds. Quickly, the spots she swiped through are affected by internal force and explode. Tan Tam Khan praised that this method was not bad, as long as Nin Than Than hides here. She will act against them because the attacks will reveal her weakness. Han Tu also admired her fierce readiness to fight. Yue Li patiently concentrates, surrounded by deafening explosions everywhere. From within the white sand emerges something resembling a deep hole, just as she predicted. Then she loudly called out to signal the others. "We found him." Without finishing her sentence, Tuyet Lai suddenly leapt up into the air, probably because she was very worried about Dunyak. Tuyet Lai leads the way. Han Tu and Tan Tam quickly follow her by flying. The three of them dive into the hole together to check for any other signs. As soon as she landed, Tuyet Li saw Dunyak lying motionless there, and she shouted his name in panic. Han Tu turned his face away, too afraid to look. Tan Tam then teased Tuyet Lai impatiently, saying, "Wouldn't it be done yet? It seems he has succeeded in pouring oil on the fire." She angrily raised her sword and stared fiercely at Dunyak. He anxiously pushed Tian Tian away and hurriedly explained, "We haven't done anything at all." Tuyet Lai, like a raging monster, was furious. But Dunyak quietly sighed. "You tearfully swear that nothing has happened between us. For now, put your sword away and forgive him." Then Tuyet Lai looked over at Thanthan, who was sitting on the ground in shock with her clothes disheveled, and wondered what exactly had happened. Dunyak sighed deeply and began to tell the story. "There's nothing complicated about it. At first I took the medicine you gave me and it barely worked. I was still thinking about Thanthan. So after I loosened the ties, I immediately took the opportunity to leave." Hantu wondered. "But Brother Duong said that when you claimed to be very clear-headed, my cultivation didn't detect that you had been placed." The first girl, Thanthan's mutated version, seems to be an improved version with the ability to make people think normally, but only to be obsessed with harming others. So I said I was very clear-headed, which isn't a lie, just a language flaw. Hantu was stunned. "So that's how it was." Dunya continued speaking. "After escaping from this place, I successfully tricked everyone, so I was very excited, but unexpectedly, just as we were about to start, the Yemjuk suddenly worked. Tan tam nin vao cho do, kwa kau chemien kwai. Dunyak ngungung hetlon. Ning kai jimanin. Ning tang tang. Duong nurat. Nyang da huting hing chuata. Dui voita thoida mot luong himao hong. So Dolian, you remember that my little kaka usually doesn't use such boring poison tricks. But since the ancient array has been reactivated, I had to do this. Do you realize this is an ancient era battle formation? She said that her fire worship sect master, is a descendant of the ancient era, and over 10 years ago, the sect master saw the records left behind by the ancestor and discovered the secret realm inside this volcano. Dunak pondered. Could it be that the sect master of the fire worship sect is a descendant of Bish Lian? But isn't she already dead? Thanthan is like a mountain. Even after 10,000 years, the suppressing evil chains have weakened. The Great Formation cannot be activated again. And the group of trash has studied for so long just to protect the corrupted inner core. Little Kaka is different from just a few days. Constantly draining blood and completely activating the Great Formation. As she finished speaking, she forcefully pressed down on Dunyak. But before that, let us complete the final step. When the time comes, you will only follow my command. Hansi finally understood. So Ninthanthan was only suppressing you to help the sect activate the big formation. Dunyak nodded in agreement. And at that time I also asked her the same thing. But Thanthan crazily laughed out loud. Of course she wouldn't leave such a big treasure just lying around. Ever since the sect leader decided to evenly distribute the treasure to set a trap to lure you into breaking the Great Formation, I started looking for someone who could help me carry out the plan to monopolize everything. So I opened a coffin shop on the way to the secret realm, watching everyone pass by. And when I found someone with the right strength, I would plant a tracking talisman. Truly, heaven did not disappoint me. In the end, I met your young master. Dunyak responded with a sigh. You just pointed at my face. So I'm just one of her hundreds of targets. Tantam looked curious and asked, what happened next? Why did she become like that? You recounted, so she must have realized she had the upper hand and began to act directly. Her judgment was right. At that time your condition was very bad. My senses became incredibly sharp due to the effects of the drug. When Thanthan leans into me, I can clearly feel her body temperature, and the more she grips me tight, the more I can imagine with my senses what her soft body, like cotton, might look like as it takes shape. I can still hear her shuddering, passionate breathing mixed with a hint of gasping, while noticing the scent from her hair and seeing her blush shyly. Then all these thoughts flooded back into my mind, fueling my illusions. I knew I couldn't go on like this anymore. But just as I was about to raise my hand to push her away, I found myself unable to do it anymore. Tuyet Lai has been furious all this time, and she's gathering her internal energy to strike at Dunak. Right? You're determined. But of course not. Because when I realize I have this thought, I feel like a person without shame, but I am a steel-hearted person leaving my warm feet behind in the freezing winter. I still have to resist, no matter what she says indifferently. Dunyak clenched her fists, so I risked fighting my desires, but Thanthan really is. I described my feelings at that moment as extremely exhilarating. And Tuat Lai frowned in anger. She raised her sword to strike. Hantu hurriedly intervened, and Tantam held back her laughter. Dunyak felt wronged, but stayed calm, quickly reacting. Your will kept failing until you were pushed down. You didn't want her to dominate you like that, and while lost in thought, you raised your hand. Dunyak didn't act passionately to replay that moment. I pushed her to the ground. Tuyet Lai was satisfied indeed. Dunyak clearly defined boundaries and always outperformed everyone in every way. The boy continued speaking, then immediately sent it to Thanthan. Tuyet Lai pouted and yelled. Tantam was annoyed, so his half-alive psychological episode finally became meaningless to the narrator who was telling these stories. The boy scratched his head, perhaps to protect his male dignity. At least I am on top. Tuyetli smiled brightly behind you, and then what happened next after protecting your dignity? Dunyak hurriedly explained that at that time I was drugged and behaving abnormally. But she didn't mind turning her head away to avoid eye contact. Whatever, it doesn't matter what happens next. As I caught her waist, I wanted to continue, but was overwhelmed by a violent tremor in the entire maze. Immediately after, a stone fell hard into Ning Thanthan's stomach. Tuyetli forced a smile. The stone and the tremor in the room were caused by her bombing outside. Tuyet Lai quickly asked again, so we're heading there next, right? Dunyak seriously denied. No, it's not that simple. Anyway, a single stone couldn't seriously hurt Thanthan. She pushed herself even harder to force Dunyak to the ground, ready to finish what she hadn't yet started. Then another stone fell heavily on her head, and Thanthan was furious. But these things only made Thanthan more determined. Today I must sleep. As you finished speaking, nearly 10 large and small stones simultaneously fell from the sky. Dunyak clenched her teeth, covering her face in pain, as the stones cracked loudly against her head. Thanthan was truly furious now, shouting and making hand seals. Damn it, can you stop already? Immediately a protective circle formed around the two people lying on the ground. It seemed she was determined today to take over Dunyak's body. Let's continue. Your face shows boredom. You can't do that. Then a loud explosion erupts. You continue to describe the next scene. As everyone has seen, everyone covers their mouths and giggles. Dunyak wasn't sure if Thanthan was hit on the head by a falling rock or what, but she just stood there stunned. Hantu covered his mouth and laughed. Duhoin, Dia said. That's not right for a girl like her. Tantam also barely suppressed his laughter. Yeah. You keep going, you just laugh so happily. Isn't it a bit too late to apologize? Now suddenly a voice rang out. It should be me apologizing, Than. Than said with a serious face. She stands firm there, while the entire Dunyak group is puzzled, not understanding what Than intends to do next. Dunyak, frowning, asks her what's wrong with her. Than stands with clenched fists. I have already figured out that little rascal just now. She blushed. I suddenly realized I loved the same sex, which made Than feel embarrassed. Dunyak and Tuyet Lai both looked confused and did not understand what was happening, staring intently at the person in front of them. Tantam helplessly asked the one who loves Dunyak, so tell me what is so worth loving about this fool. Relying on just a little cultivation or mental issues, Dunyak looks dark and expressionless, and although I don't understand either, you don't have to be so harsh. Than objects, no, these things are just superficial, you fundamentally don't understand Xiaokaka. Although Xiaokaka only has cultivation for Taoist realm, he can harness the power of the fairy realm and knows the secrets of the ancient ruins, all indicating that he is a strong person who likes to hide his strength. The moment I uncovered the truth, I was determined to conquer Xiaokaka at all costs. Tantam let go of his hand. Is that all? She proudly lifted her head and confidently said, of course not. Than, serious. The reason I love Xiaoka is because he has been the same person from the moment I was born up to now. All four of them fell silent, waiting to hear what she would say next. Than's gaze became resolute, because Dunyak was the only one not wearing pajamas, determined to stand firm and wonder. Pajamas. You're confused, and just wave your hand casually. Is that even a reason? Than, looking sad, begins to tell her story. You don't know that I entered the path because I was kidnapped. When I was a child, I was kidnapped by a female demon cultivator while playing on the street. It turned out that this female cultivator was a renowned figure in Qidao sect. When Dunyak heard this, she wondered why Qidao was known for only capturing boys. This sect is all female, so they only want to take men to practice dual cultivation until they die. Than sighed. No wonder she's a young apprentice. Only a few can understand the inner workings of that sect. That nun kept me on the mountain because I was still a child back then and they thought I was a boy. Dunyak sighed softly, thinking that if she had known about this sect from the start, she wouldn't have even bothered to seek out any school. It would have been a death sentence. Tuyet Lai hesitated, but as a female herself, she wondered how women could do such things. Could it be that they take in female disciples? Than said she knew the sect's cultivation methods well enough to become righteous, so she secretly brought back valuable books to research, thinking she could deceive them. Dunyak silently pondered that only someone with a problem would do that, and that she would definitely fail. Than, embarrassed, finally managed to deceive during her first service. Dunyak was surprised. How could she do it? He asked in amazement. How did she manage to pull it off? Than kwai heno jiong noi rang. Numuan bietchitia tiko, the deko chiro tren juong kautot mo hoive thikong kenua. Chokati prang chang bao lao, sao menu tudolai muan tien the mot buok fa sao necho. Fat hien ratrik dao montuk sungien churat sao rong trong nyung matnai. I had long since created something that looked like that, so I used my skills and that item to fool the trick Daomon for 2 years. You asked, I pretty much knew about that thing, but it's been 2 years without discovering who did it. She said she had actually exposed herself in the first year, which made those people extremely dissatisfied, so she worked harder, and over time they no longer held any objections. During these 2 years, Than trained while trying to escape and finally managed to break free and regain her freedom. She then went to the Fire Temple, relying on the skills she learned from the Trick Dao sect, becoming a prominent figure next to the sect leader, and gaining a large amount of yuan energy for her cultivation. Dunyak listened to her story in a daze. Can it really be like that, Than? Than smiled smugly in the end. After all these stories, I realize there's nothing I can't handle in bed. It's such a shame to be lonely for so long. I still hope someone would help me break this curse. Tantam immediately understood. He kept silent until Dunyak refused the other person right. Than's eyes lit up when she heard this. She turned around quickly. That's right. The little guy was the first to refuse me. He is the one I've been waiting for. After finishing speaking, Than ran over to Dunyak and looked determined. Little brother, don't worry. You feel scared and stand a distance away from Than. Be a bit calmer. Tantam poked his head from behind the boy mischievously, and it's not an exchange for words. The only ones who can be born and die with Tuyet Lai and Dunyak are Tuyet Lai, who has been standing there sternly all this time because of Than's twisted stories. She firmly rejects Tom's words. I will not be born with the little brother. Here the little brother is the teleportation formation, with a time shift when passing through the upcoming Black Sacred Hall. I will bear all the losses alone to seize the entire Fire Mountain secret realm for you and give it all to you. Tam continued to gaze coldly at her. Do you still have such thoughts? Thon's eyes lit up, of course. Little Kaka wants to hear my plan right. A man stood outside the secret realm gazing inside. Thon respectfully says our sect leader has tricked Dunyak and the others into the Black Ginseng Hall. He's quite pleased and did a good job. The sect leader continues. Dunyak is very adept at understanding the secret realm. If he can't sacrifice his soul this time, he won't be able to rest in peace. The crowd is bustling in with 4 of Dunyak's group carefully sneaking outside to observe. Everyone who sees what's before them falls silent, as the object looks very eerie. Dunyak immediately guessed that this was Yuling Mok, probably because of the distinctive color it emitted. Tam was right. The inner core contained a large amount of my fundamental magical power, which would decay if it leaked out and cause other creatures to mutate. Yuling Mok is too beautiful to exist, so it keeps absorbing surrounding spiritual power to seal the internal talisman's energy. Little brother, this loud and familiar cry startled Dunyak and made the hair on her body stand up. You and Tuyet Lai looked at Thon's appearance and were quite shocked. What happened to her? She chuckled bitterly. It's nothing, just need to carefully consider her plan. Thinking about the possibility of fulfilling the wish she has cherished for so many years, she truly couldn't keep her nerves steady. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside the main hall, drawing everyone's attention. Esteemed friends. Thank you all for working together over the past month to successfully decode the secret realm. Next, let's witness the ancient legendary treasures. He concentrates intensely and strikes a powerful punch directly at the source of the red light. Music and everyone below focused intently on his actions, each curious to see what was inside. Dunyak broke out in a cold sweat. Finally it was starting, and at that moment, Thon suddenly shouted and made her move. The old man suddenly focused his internal energy on that object, when a yellow light suddenly shot straight at him from an unknown source, and the sect leader was surprised to see it winding into his hand, but because everything happened too, suddenly he didn't know what it was. I am once again caught in this dilemma with no choice but to helplessly give up. Yet you dare to betray me. So Thon happily laughed loudly before swiftly rushing towards the sect leader. Did Li and Hantu also intend to rush forward, but Dunyak struck them down. In terror, they froze in place, and we observed the situation before deciding what to do next. Thon quickly approached her sect leader while everyone below held their breath and watched intently. Seeing her shocked yet composed, when did you start, Thon? Thon pretends not to understand. What is your master trying to say? If you want to ask when I incited your family to act, it was 15 years ago. But if you want to ask when I started planning this action, it was on the first day I discovered the secret realm. I have thought about how to overthrow the one who takes over the museum, and the sect master understood everything. He continued, but if you kill me, no one will activate the formation anymore. This ancient museum, you and everyone here won't get it. The spring crowd, they just want the museum. Who cares about your chaotic sect? Thon covered her mouth with a sneer and said the museum really does have conditions for being taken, which is not to decode the entire secret realm. This secret area is actually just a large sacrificial formation. Once the sect master uses you to decipher the entire secret, he will kill you all and take the ancient museum. So if I hadn't prepared in advance, all of you sitting here would soon become nutrients for the ancient vault. As for activating the formation a few days ago, I also mastered it. The dark-faced sect leader didn't expect that you would master it too. The sect master said nothing, only chuckled. Then the ground where everyone was standing seemed to lift up. Tuyet Lai was panic-stricken, the earth trembled, and it was unclear what the old man was planning next. From the water stains on the ground, something rushes out at an extremely fast speed, too quick for everyone to see what it is. Another team of black-clad assassins with glowing red eyes quickly eliminates those who were working with Thon. She was caught off guard because she wasn't prepared, and was quickly overwhelmed by the scene before her, as the black-clad man from behind forcefully pressed Thon's head down, and she was swiftly subdued. Dragged down from above Thon fell freely like a ball, her head smashing hard into the ground. The guild leader laughed loudly in satisfaction as he watched the traitor lie on the ground, unable to react. Thon was quickly restrained and tied up by the group of black-clad men. The sect master looked pleased, as if the music not allowing everyone to rise was the right choice. Tuyet Lai was worried. Thon's plan had failed. Do we need to intervene? Suddenly, someone from the crowd fled in panic. I no longer need this precious item. The black-clad assassin quickly leapt after him, catching up in no time despite the distance. That person fell to the ground with a single slash. The sect leader spoke, wanting to run. Have you asked for my opinion yet? The ruthless old man continued. Are you all staying here to serve as sacrifices for me? Everyone was panicking. Those masked men are all top-tier celestial enemies. It looks like this time they are facing heavy losses. Dun Yao inferred that given the current situation, even combined forces can't beat those black-clad assailants. Tuyet Li is determined that no matter what, we must directly eliminate the sect master of the Bai Hoa sect. Dunyak's voice trembles, hoping this plan can proceed smoothly, and Tuyet Li's anger is hard to suppress. Thon, even when tied up, was still incredibly shocked. These people are the cunning sect leaders. How come even their own disciples don't recognize them? The black-clad person in front of her had half of his face wrapped in bandages, probably from a serious injury. The arrogant sword, Knight of the Heaven Court, the Shepherd of Crows. Thon suddenly felt like struck by lightning. Isn't it true that over 10 years ago, he went on a mission and then mysteriously disappeared, and until now, no one has found out why? And that woman, could she be Lam Nguyen, Yumai Lok, Yen Zhao? The name of the sword-bearer on the right is 7th Star Wan Wangton Taethon, and the other one is Pudi Long, Shilu Kiem Ngam. These names made Thon break out in cold sweat. She gritted her teeth in panic. Could it really be? The sect leader smiled. That's right, all of them were once hopes within the faction to break through to the 10th heaven, but now they all belong to me. Thon was furious. She couldn't believe that someone had secretly hunted her own disciples to turn them into corpses. Dunak looked puzzled. What is a death soul? Tam, standing beside, sneered. Your knowledge as a scholar is pitifully poor. Hantu quickly covered his mouth. A death soul is a scholar, transformed by a secret technique. They have no thoughts, no consciousness, only obey their master's commands. Durai understood. No wonder the Burning Fire sect is so weak, yet still one of the top 10 demonic sects. It's not because they lack experts, but because their members are all turned into corpses by the sect leader. He thought to himself, it's truly madness. These people are still alive, and the Burning Fire sect's power could at least double or triple. The sect master looked at Thon and said, the madness began when I became the sect master of the Fire Worship sect. Moreover, without these skeleton warriors, I would still be confined by that prison. Thon, you're truly impressive, already prepared for this day, but sadly your decades of dedication can't compare to the efforts of past sect masters and the 20 years of preparation by your predecessors. What kind of trap haven't you missed, huh? Thon glared angrily, and the sect leader's face darkened. His subordinate, betraying him to leak the information, and Thon quietly cursed in her heart, which stupid fool was that. He recounted that not long ago I received a letter revealing your plan, although I don't know if it's true or not, but to be cautious, I still brought the mortals along. She frantically rushed forward and shouted. Who could it be? As it seemed, Thon had lost her temper. The sect master no longer wanted to argue with a traitor like her, so he reached out and squeezed Thon's neck tightly. He aggressively lifted her up high, smiling, happily, wanting to know who. Then go ask the king of hell. The sect master threw her forcefully to the ground, and Thon clenched her teeth in pain. He continued channeling his internal energy into the strange object. Flames erupted and spread quickly. The surrounding wooden barriers shattered with loud noises, creating a somewhat chaotic scene. Everyone below starts to scream and run in panic as the formation begins to shift. He loudly exclaims in triumph, finally achieving his goal. From now on, I will become a cultivator to seek vengeance. Tuyet Lai tightly clenched her big sword. The fire sect master who slaughtered cultivators deserves to die. As she finished speaking, she rushed quickly toward the sect. Master Dunak couldn't call out in time and could only shout after her. Wait, Tuyet Li. That's really annoying, Tam muttered before swinging his fan to pull Tuyet Lai back. Caught off guard, she fell into Dunyak's arms, and he quickly held her tight. Don't rush, the formation has limited range. If we go to the river, we'll just be controlled by it. Tuyet Lai was anxious. Dunak, do you already have a plan? He smiled grimly, thinking that everything happening was going according to my plan. The man with the noble nickname is the one who gave the secret letter to the Fire Worship sect leader. It's me. Dunyak lifts Tuyet Lai and looks at everyone in front of him gradually collapsing and losing all their strength, only the 4 of them remaining safe. Since Thon said that the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect is the descendant of the Heavenly Cloud sect, I immediately guessed that he knew about the sacrificial ritual. And Nin Thon's confirmation proved my suspicion, and I couldn't help but smile smugly. She revealed her entire plan, and even the tricks of her close confidants beside the sect leader, and it was also her who told everyone about the sect leader's sacrifice. Knowing this, I felt a deep bitterness in my heart, and realized so many opportunities for death had slipped away. To facilitate my death, my brain started to quickly process and consider how to prevent this outcome, until a comment from Nin Thon awakened me, and Dunak vaguely recalled the entire process. 3 days ago you asked her if her plan was so perfect, why did she spend time on you? Thon said she didn't know how to activate the Great Formation even though the sect master trusted her, but not in this matter. She could see as clear as day Dunyak's attitude towards the formation, as if this great array was created by him, making her think that he had spent a long time contemplating it. I'm speechless. I've indeed participated in creating this kind of formation. Although Dunyak helped set up a small formation of Bitch Lian, the principles of the big formation are similar regardless of size, so I think I can activate it. To test this idea, I will quietly tell Ning Than Than about my method and let her try it out. Than Than followed your method, and the formation reacted, but she was afraid of alarming everyone, so she stopped experimenting after the formation glowed a little. But for you that's enough. The principles in Biclian's formation can be applied here. In other words, you know how to make the formation shift its target of attack, which is a key part of your plan. The first step is to send a secret message to the sect leader by using his real location and time at Worship Fire Sect. The second step, when Than Than's plan fails and the sect leader activates the Great Array for sacrifice, is to pretend to sacrifice yourself heroically and then escape. Step 3. Due to limited strength, of course I am no match for the Celestial Realm, so I will die together with him. By then I might save everyone's lives, kill the sect leader, and also find my own way to death. And now is the perfect opportunity. Just as Dunyak is about to gather his thoughts and prepare to move, he suddenly leaps into the air before he even has time to set down the snow lotus. The three of them watch intently as Dunyak's figure disappears, none of them understanding what he's planning. He successfully jumps onto the safe spots of the array without any injuries. The sect leader was surprised that he could still move, and Dunyak quickly appeared in front of him, because I had always deliberately stayed outside the range of the formation. You must be Dunyak, right? As I said clearly, you understand this strange formation very well. But what can such a small figure possibly do? He sneers cunningly at you, then gestures and cuts him off. Two black-clad men behind him immediately draw their swords and attack. Dunyak was not worried. On the contrary, he smiled confidently. Too late. Now the purple lights shifted to attack the sect leader's people. Everyone participating was shocked and opened their mouths wide. Somehow they couldn't beat him. The old man was finally able to move, and the purple flames surrounding everyone started to retreat. Tuyet Lai was surprised that Dunyak was changing the direction of the attack formation. Han Tu quickly took her hand and pulled her back, understanding that moving forward would only increase casualties. She follows Han Tu's advice, and afraid to hinder him, just stands still, observing quietly, and cheering for Dunya. The old man panically watches the young man in front of him scream, knowing he too will be sacrificed if he continues this way. But unfortunately for him, he is wrapped around Dunyak's waist. Both he and the sect master freeze in fear, not knowing what is happening, as Dunyak is just a moment away from dying successfully. You are quickly pulled out of the formation and still don't understand what's happening. Just like you, the old sect leader is shocked and stunned by the unfolding scene. The person seeking death, Dunyak calmly says, "I don't push my luck." The sect leader begins to coax, "Just forgive me, and we will be the two highest leaders in the cultivation world." Dunyak smiled warmly and said, "I apologize, but I do not believe in the promises of the demon sect regarding my integrity." The sect leader grimaced, biting his teeth in resignation. He knelt down, truly deserving of death. Dunyak looked pale but smiled, satisfied. "Yes, finally it's over," and he slowly registered the scene from before. Suddenly a yellow light flickered from nowhere. The sect leader of the fire palace cried out in pain, unwilling to die just like that. Everyone below the altar, while the formation was disrupted, quickly ran away. The old man's divine body quickly dissipated. Without Dunyak's help, everyone might have suffered heavy losses, but escaping death didn't bring him any joy, and Dunyak gazed regretfully at the sect master's soul just a bit more. Tantam glared at Dunyak, almost sacrificed himself. The boy was so disappointed he cried that naughty kid actually pulled me out of the formation. If I had known his strength was so formidable, I wouldn't have included him in the team and ruined my own path to greatness. Han Tu, Anne pities him, and even though Brother Du survived, you don't need to rejoice so much. Tears streaming down his face, he looked miserable with extreme joy. Little did anyone know that Dunyak only wished to die. Than Than, running towards him from afar with the longsword, happily called out, "Little Ta, I found the divine phoenix sword in the master's inner storehouse. Tukak Ca, I remember you once said you wanted to find the master to spar. Here it is. You also want to see the heroic stance of little Kai Tse, wielding the sword." Hearing her say, Dunyak seems to be at ease. Tired, he asks Than Than, will he become stronger after wielding the sword? Tuyet Lai, also curious, ran over to look at the divine phoenix sword in Than Than's hand. Upon seeing it, she immediately recognized it. Han Tu was also intrigued. He heard that among the 7 precious swords, this one was the rarest to find. Than Than happily said that this was the weapon left by the former sect master's father. Tantam didn't care about the sacred sword. He only seriously asked for the name of your sect master's late father. Than Than tried to recall, my sect master who passed away was named Dai Tu, and the late father of the sect master. It seems his name is Dai Tad, and even though I don't know what he's asking about, Than happily answers. Hearing this name, Tantam gives a mysterious smile, feeling quite intrigued. Tantam glared at Dunyak, who was nervously clutching his sword. Does he really not want to know the secrets of Tien Van Mon? Hearing this, Dunyak suddenly became more spirited, thinking to himself, secrets of Tien Van Mon indeed. Then Dunyak turned to Thon. Thon handed her the sword, not knowing what he intended to do. Dunyak closed his eyes, thinking that if he couldn't find death, at least he should complete the mission assigned by the head teacher. His inner strength quickly merged with the green sword, and Dunyak closed his eyes to feel it. Dunyak opened his eyes and found himself in an unknown place with many people standing around. Confused, he looked around and wondered where he was, unsure if he had been transported somewhere else again. A voice echoes, and the group, including Daitatsu, starts to react, causing Dunyak to be startled and shout, "Yes, but Daitatsu, this name sounds very familiar." He looks at the person beside him. This is the father of the previous Hoemon sect leader, and they look exactly alike. Their movements are so fierce. Suddenly a bunch of books and pens were thrown right at Datiet's head, and Dunyak stood there in shock. One of them sneered, saying they heard lately he had quite some free time, coincidentally, just when they were also busy. The steward had just arranged the mission so that Daitat would do it on their behalf, and the other one looked at him and sneered mockingly. Daita did not react, only quietly picked up the item. "I will complete the task." Seeing him too bored, they all left together. Dunya observed from the side. Why is the previous leader of Firegate so cowardly, pretending to be a harmless pig to eat the tiger? You step forward and greet him. "Are you Daita?" Suddenly being called by name, he startles. Daita turns around kindly to look at Dunyak, apologizing. "I must have forgotten he has none of the majesty of the sect leader." Datiet just pointed at the book, saying, "Your task is to expand the array formation. It's fine to place it here. You mull over why Huan said to expand the array formation." Daitat explained to you that the time-crossing formation was created by Long Uyen and Bitch Lian to temporarily seal the evil spirit Hui and conduct the first experiment. Since a large-scale sacrifice wasn't possible, they had to expand it, and Dunyak secretly thought that the formation and Bitch Lians were connected. You're wondering if someone has traveled through time while using this small-scale formation. Before Daitat frowned. The last experiment only halfway through when a major incident occurred. But creating this large formation requires at least 5 years of experience within the sect to participate. Dunyak smiled and said that when he joined the sect because of his excellent grades, his senior brothers and sisters made an exception and brought him along to gain experience. Daitat believed it completely. Dunyak didn't expect that he would believe such a lie, but he did just like him. You happily wonder if senior brother needs any help and suggest we work together to become a larger force. It's not really a good thing, but you want to follow Datat to understand the formation better, and if things go well, maybe find out which ancient people wanted to travel to the future. Daitai felt a little sad, but I have much more work to do, and most people can't endure this kind of suffering. Dunyak's face darkened at this, unable to bear such suffering. You stare fiercely at Datat, can't handle the pain, and seeing you like that, he nervously calls out 2 times junior brother. You shout loudly, "Brother, it seems you're doubting the spirit of my loyal workers," and Datat gently apologizes. The 2 young men are wandering in the forest doing who knows what, making it truly hard to understand. The short-haired young man proposed gathering materials for the spider demon poison trap, basically a very beastly task. One important point to note is that the spider demon acts quickly. Its venom is very powerful and hard to see with the naked eye, so proper defense preparation is essential when capturing. Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that his new friend, who was standing beside him, had disappeared, leaving him stunned for 5 seconds. Suddenly, a giant beetle crawled out from the ground, scaring him half to death and making him scream in panic. Actually, it was just a joke for Dunak's little brother, and that friend of his was speechless and didn't know what to say. He nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes, but 1 won't be enough, it's still too few." Seeing how the young man talked too much, like he was trying to meet a KPI, Dunyak had already caught many of those giant spiders within an hour, threw them into a huge pile, and laughed smugly at his own exceptional ability. The young man, still holding the book, praised you as very impressive. Their next task is to head southeast of the Dark Fog Peak to find the Yulin Mach young cat. Recently, black shadow tigers have been guarding the Yulin Mach, need to be taken down with Fairy Bakha, and hearing that, Dunya snorted in satisfaction because it was too easy. Another hour passed, and they had traveled quite a distance. Dunyach felt that this guy was quite troublesome, so he decided to recruit the black shadow tiger as a helper, watching the dark-colored tiger with a heavy piece of wood in its mouth, which was hit on the head and looked quite pained. Just after being fed wood, the tiger was given a few leaves and happily sent a message. Their next task should be expanded to assign responsibilities. Dunyak helped that young man who is his senior brother, so next time he wants to do it himself. Dunyak quickly responded, so it's not just because of the senior brother, but he hesitated and said nothing, only thinking to himself. The monks of this era probably went through the transcendental route to reach the next life, so they would arrive first to observe the expanded array. I must definitely join this mission. Suddenly, the senior brother was hit by a falling piece of wood and fell to his knees. Dunyak didn't understand what was happening, only seeing his senior brother crying out in pain. a stream of purple smoke suddenly appeared, accompanied by a thunderous voice echoing through heaven and earth, questioning when the heavens started supporting trash like you. Then the smoke shot directly into my senior brother's back, causing him to cough up blood. Dunyak held his senior brother and asked who that person was to dare to hit his older brother like that. He was a young man with long red hair down to his waist, and his name was Long Yen. He repeated that he had been to patrol 4 times. Each time the 2 of you weren't there, and Heaven's great assassin, you only arrived at the magic array this evening, was just a small lesson. Dunyak quietly wondered why this man was still alive, but of course it was an illusion. In reality, Biklian still lay dead at his hands. Fen Tran explained that the other senior monks were pushing all the responsibilities onto the great senior monks, and Long Yen, the blood soldier, shouldn't lie blatantly. He felt their words were truly disrespectful, so he cast a spell to transform into a terrifying snake to punish them. Fortunately, Abbot Tan Tam arrived and helped them for a while. He then stepped forward and told Shiwu that what he just said was not wrong, it's true, that the senior brothers assigned the task of collecting materials to the junior brothers, but they misunderstood. Long Yen clenched his teeth in anger, unable to believe this priest's act of kindness was actually justice, but he still wanted to retrieve Tuan La's heart on the other side, and since there was no time to argue, he turned and left. Seeing Data doing tremble in pain as if recalling something, Tantam extended his hand and handed him a calming pill that he personally prepared which could help soothe the heart condition. Daita took it and put it in his mouth while the sect leader stopped the spell to dispel Long Yen's curse. Dunyak then carefully asked, "Is your senior brother feeling much better? It's all just an old illness." The 2 people were very grateful for Elder Tantam's support. He repeatedly emphasized with seriousness that Daita's heart condition could not withstand such prolonged stress. And there's no need to feel embarrassed by those who are inconsiderate and do things inappropriate to your cultivation. They are completely unnecessary. He just chuckled because he knew the master was very caring. You have good intentions for him, but unlike the master, your mortal illness still leaves your mind strong. I dare say your life depends on heaven. The master helped me cultivate at heaven's abode, but my fate has already exceeded the age I can live to. There is still a chance to overcome this great ordeal, so I consider myself already old and no longer have any other requests. Tan Tam Dao Truong only sighed because he was exhausted and could only give him a small jar of medicine, telling him to take 1 pill if the symptoms reappear. After giving instructions, Dada turned to look curiously at Dunyak, who was muttering to himself only to be interrupted by the senior brother next to him. He complained that junior brother really knows nothing, and that Tantam Dao Trung is the founder of the sacrificial array, while in the eyes of Dao Trung Long Uyen is not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Dunyak finally understood that this Tantam was the person who invented the time travel plan. By the way, you might as well ask Taman Daozong is surely confident that this formation can help cultivators overcome great calamities. If the sacrifice formation fails, wouldn't it cause a catastrophe in the heavenly realm? Taman Tam replied that it would not fail. What I do absolutely cannot fail. The conversation got too intense, so the big guy nearby sprayed glue. He immediately ran over and patted the junior brother's shoulder, telling him not to think too much. Because if it fails, Master Tantam won't be the savior of the world. If it doesn't succeed, we won't escape the catastrophe, and shouldn't we quickly find a soulmate to marry? To pass on the knowledge of cultivation from generation to generation, to serve the world diligently and avoid repeating past mistakes. Hearing this, Dunyak could only say that his senior brother was truly tolerant and silently thought to himself based on future generations. Daitat failed to overcome the great calamity, the formation was unsuccessful, and Daitat successfully became the founding ancestor of the fire worship sect. Seeing his junior brother still hesitant and pondering, Daitat could only encourage him since the formation still needed to be expanded, but there was still enough time, so hurry up or you won't get to sleep. Meanwhile, Dunya was still troubled by the scarce clues and couldn't discern the cause, only waiting for the formation to be successfully expanded so he could witness the emperor with his own eyes. Tantam Dao, Master, and Long Uyen stood on the steps high above, watching down and addressing everyone. Today is the crucial moment to confirm whether heaven and all of us can escape the great destruction. If we succeed, the great path will still remain. While the beginning speaks of how heroic it is, in the end, Long Uyen remains silent, because if we fail, all our cultivation paths will be cut off. He stands above, arms out, clearly declaring that the sacrifices are all ruthless and evil, filled with wickedness. Today we must not only save ourselves but also uphold justice, as the people chained below tremble with fear. What awaits them next is death. The monks below all responded to him by loudly acting on heaven's behalf. Tuinyen, Nakdu also only knew how to spray glue because speaking is easier than doing. Long Uyen grinned maliciously, signaling that the sacrifice ritual had begun. The young men sacrificed could only scream in agony as the formation was activated. He muttered to himself that the formation was complete, but something unexpected happened, and magic was also being cast on Long Uyen's entire body. Both Daita and Dunyak were stunned, unable to believe that the Blood King of Long Uyen was also being sacrificed. Dunyak realized that everyone here was a sacrifice, including the monks and their fellow disciples, who had also been pulled into the formation. At this moment, they finally realized that the person behind everything is the one who has said nothing from beginning to end, Tan Tam. Datat flies up towards him but doesn't have time to bite back. He sighed and forgot it's just a memory. The two of them flew forward to question how the Daoist master could do such a thing. He still calmly believed that what he was doing was right. Datat couldn't believe that the headmaster he admired and respected so much would think that killing people was the right thing to do. He began to detail the crimes of each person present here, the tyrannical Long Uyen blood warrior who killed his wife, and to me the sorceress who ate living people. As for the others, Da Tam is sure that Da Tam and the others know better than him. Tan Tam is firm in believing that no one in the Heavenly Still sect besides Da Tat is innocent. Previously, humans could only pass half of their body through, and you could see and hear it. Hearing this, your hands clenched tightly. The tense conversation made even the background music wonder what the relationship was between Tan Tam and Su Huin. Right now it seems it's not just about a kind-hearted master and a clever disciple. Feeling overwhelmed with anger, a blue-colored sword intent suddenly appeared in the Great Tamer's hand. Seeing this, Tan Tam Dao Trung just laughed because it was exactly what he wanted. With a simple raise of his hand, the sword suddenly fell into his grasp. This makes Dajit realize that Tan Tam Dao Truong also cultivates the sword intent. Dajit, holding the sword in his hand, lowers his face in helplessness and says, "Can other people's lives be decided by the two of us?" Tears streamed down his face as he shouted loudly, "No matter what they've done wrong, it's no reason for them to be cast aside." Then he ran forward holding the blue sword and begged the master not to say all of this is for my own good. The two swords clash with a ringing sound as you block that strike, and you say immediately that the great destruction has begun, and in my heart I've wondered why the world's spiritual energy suddenly became so balanced. Although Bot Tone 2 tried to explain that it was because we overused spiritual energy, this was the harsh punishment from the world for us, but within just a few days he died tragically in the outer district, and there were rumors that he was drained of his spiritual power. Dunok sitting there eating melon and eavesdropping the operator seems to be just a passerby caught in the dialogue while fighting to the death. He has died, and through this conversation you have realized many things. Master Tan Tam pushed him away, causing Datai to be thrown backward. I guessed right. The imbalance of spiritual energy in this world is caused by him stealing blood to cultivate love. Hadua sprays out puff after puff from Dunyak's mouth, unable to believe that Daitat also knows about blood theft to cultivate love. Unexpectedly, why did Daitat's IQ suddenly soar so high, and is the great destruction really caused by humans? Dunyak ate so many watermelons that his belly was round like a ball, making him a bit confused. It seems he agreed with the elder's dark prediction, so he stayed silent. Dunyak quickly stepped forward and pointed his sword directly at him, but he didn't dodge, causing him to freeze up for a moment. Just as each sword was a few millimeters away from stabbing him, Tan Tam finally spoke, claiming he truly wanted to kill me. But since it's already decided, a single palm strike sent me flying several meters away. Senior brother falling flat on the ground surprises Dunyak, and Tantam points his sword at Dai Tat to remind him that he is the one who taught him swordsmanship. Even though blood is flowing from his mouth, he still forces himself to stand up and fight, making him look like a fool. He's mad because if he goes again, he will truly kill him. Spitting out the bloodstain, Dai Tat firmly declared that he wouldn't kill you. Suddenly you called him master. He remembers the old days, taking a deep breath long before he was a dirty, poorly dressed kid. Back then he had a heart condition that made him collapse and seek support from others. But as his eyes slowly closed, no one came to save him. Just as darkness fell, heaven did not abandon hope, and a Taoist priest stepped forward to ask about his condition. Datat, the sword I taught you yesterday, you've practiced it well, right? That question woke up your sleeping mind. You woke up suddenly and anxiously asked why your master came here. With a broad and forgiving heart, I taught you the sword heart technique so that you could have the ability to protect yourself. You, reluctant as you are, want to fall into danger again and cry out for help. Like a child, you cling tightly to me and whimper you have a master, don't you? With a master by your side, you're invincible. I am truly patient, so I was definitely pushed away by my master rolling on the ground. I cannot protect you. Even if treated so coldly, you still proudly say that everyone on this world is a unique individual. No one can protect anyone forever, especially a master who will never care about others' lives or deaths. And even yourself, you've been saying that all year. No, master, why did you save me and teach me so much? Could it be because you're just bored and doing it to kill time? Seeing my disciple complain like this, Tantam could only utter in disappointment. Then just consider it as my help to relieve your sadness as a reward for the way your master protected you. Without answering, Tantam abruptly left. Daita could only trot after and ask what the master wanted to eat tonight. I've told you many times already, but monks can't indulge in cravings for food. Tan Tam stopped and reminded himself not to be called master, which made the kid feel a bit helpless. Daita still happily accepted, "Fine master, I won't call you master anymore." As soon as he finished, he blurted out, "So what are we eating tonight, master? You also seem helpless and a bit regretful for having accepted this face-faced brat as your disciple back then." Regret closed the chapter. Data returned to the present. Tom reminded once again not to call him master anymore. He had kowtowed and severed ties with me. Data, feeling both sad and disappointed, admitted that he had no big ambitions and could not understand what his master really wanted after so many people came and went. He confessed that he only wanted to live an ordinary life with his master, but the master still couldn't understand why. Usually, after losing all her cultivation, she has been caught up in the conflicts of the major sects for 100 years, enduring insults. This is the normal life she wants. If it weren't for me saving you all your desires to have a filling meal, wear nice clothes, and pursue big dreams, would all be just an illusion. Hearing that Da Tat solemnly nodded, using another person's life to prolong my own is not acceptable. I believe it's better not to. As the argument reached its climax, Dunyak interrupted silently, thinking after a half-day of watching, "I thought I had learned some big news, but it turns out to be this." I just half-joked, half-seriously, and suddenly everything changed. "This fool willingly works for these sects and even dares to atone for a selfish person like you, truly unlucky for 8 lifetimes." Hearing that Da Tai stood next to him and also sprayed glue in front of his boastful words. Of course, the full-hearted Taoist priest facing them was also very angry because of a cheeky brat whose reputation was as bold as a tiger eating lion's liver. Light looked at him, muttering to himself, "Yes, the people and the big boss have known each other for hundreds of years, but I've only known him for a few days, and I understand him better than anyone else." Then he remembered 3 days ago, in the fiery mountain's secret realm, burning like hell. You go in there and sweat so much it's like being put in a hot pan. Data is stunned, unable to believe how quickly the two of them advanced. You stood guard and nodded proudly, saying that your senior should reflect on who was responsible for this. The two of them clasped hands and decided to head to the next hall. When night falls, they rest, sip a few glasses of wine, and talk about life. "It's been a long time since I last exercised like this, and I feel the same. It's not easy to find a partner 996 inches the cultivation world." Dunyak plopped down on the grass while Daitat wondered what 996 was. Mentioning this, Dunyak no longer felt sleepy. "It's rare to get a class like this, so you should try to act as a teacher. With Du Huyen, there's no need to focus on that number. Just understanding that this concept means spending at least 5 hours a day, which is almost half the time dedicated to work. This is a kind of spirit among workers who exchange their limited bodies for the fruits of their labor. In simple terms, work is glorious. Only the diligent know that the speaker is actually someone who endures spiritual hardship, and it turns out that Sister Du Huyen is also a fellow disciple." After finishing, he went up to the board to correct the circle there and re-explain it to the junior brother. "We and others are practitioners dedicating an hour each day to meditation to recover. This is truly the ultimate limit." Dunya's eyes sparkled with admiration after being enlightened on life's truth by Master Huyen, realizing that rigorous cultivation is still life, and that even in brevity, one must find time for joy. Datak turned to look at Dunyak and said sincerely, "If the Great Formation can indeed help future cultivators advance, I will have done a good deed, and will travel across Daishuyen when the time comes." The two words, master and disciple, that you finally heard made you very curious. Daita quickly explained, meaning that on this journey, he wanted to recruit 180 of his disciples and become the master of many people. You pat their shoulders as if I had told you to, and they clasp each other's hands to show their determination. Back to reality. Dunya blamed Tantam. "I didn't think about that back then, but just now I overheard you talking. He clearly said it was you. He helped you learn the Great Formation. He genuinely hoped you could use this to wash away your fiery obsession, but from the beginning until now, all you wanted was to survive by killing others, if I'm not mistaken. The imbalance of the world's spiritual energy is due to you having seized the blood-refining essence from the world's spiritual veins, and after destroying this world, you selfishly want to cross into the next." Tantam laughed and praised Dunyak for being somewhat clever, while Daitat could guess it because he could understand me. "But with Dunyak, this is truly unbelievable. You are proud of yourself for pointing out the problems. Fam, having trained in the sword mind technique makes it easy to see this logic." Tantam laughed. "No, failure is fine. Passing through this test is also part of my plan. I will forever become the strongest power and live forever in this world." Hearing these absurd excuses, Datat couldn't help but exclaim that he was just digging his own grave. Heaven's way will not let him live well. The words Heaven's Way laughed so much that Tantam went mad and shouted loudly, "But Heaven's Way is unfair, unfair to people and to me." He begins to set up his formation, appearing possessed by fire and fury. If that's the case, then someone destroy the heavenly path. Once more, Dottie calls out 2 words, "Master," and urges him to stop or it will be too late. You stop your spell and turn yourself into a chain of constricting links around your master. But he's no longer your master of the past, and now he gives you one last chance and can take you with him. Daitat knew that this act of defying the heavens was naturally something he did not want, and it was this very answer that drove Tantam truly insane. His power shattered the iron chains into pieces, and Daitat bled profusely. Those who don't want it can become my flesh and blood. The sealing spell begins to activate, and the startled and terrified monks in the formation shout out loud. Only Dunyak felt exhilarated in the battle, leaving Daitat beside him confused, but for him, that was the true thrill. It's been a long time since I last experienced this near-death feeling. The last time was still when it happened before. Just a moment ago you were happy, but now in just a few seconds you're feeling pain. Little one, don't be arrogant, even a tenth of your full strength hasn't been used yet. Dunyak screams in agony, but feels more exhilaration than pain, leaving the other two speechless. He longs for more, because it's been a long time since he felt this way. Tantam helplessly clenched his fist to increase the pain of his formation. He finally stopped fooling around and became more serious. Thank you for awakening my senses. The sword intent formula appeared on his back, surprising both Daituda and Tantam as they exclaimed together. This time Dunyak couldn't die here because he still had someone genuine to settle accounts with. He chuckled happily because it was finally their turn, surprising everyone. I never imagined he also knew the sword intent technique. Dunyak turned to Daitat, telling him not to be stunned anymore, and to remember 996, just like he taught before. He has realized something very important, and smiles even more brightly. Both of them say in unison, we are people pursuing the limits of our craft. Tantam was surprised that even at this moment those two young men still hadn't exhausted their strength. He smirked proudly, finding it interesting, and although he didn't know where they had learned the sword intent, it was still too early to outshine him in front of his eyes. Dunyak shouted in frustration, feeling disdain whether I'm useful or not, I'll prove it with a fight. The two senior brothers joined forces with their swords to attack him. Tantam uses a spell to transform into a beautiful yellow shield to block their attack. Just as he casts it, they disappear without a trace. Suddenly he realized that behind him was the disciple he had raised for decades, and a subtle move from Daitat was just a trivial flick in his eyes. The one worth paying attention to here is Dunyak. He's no ordinary guy. The swords he transformed into shot toward him with a deafening explosion, and a thick cloud of dust rose up, creating a barrier that obscured the view from outside. Daitat thought they had succeeded, but then a spear shot out and knocked Dunyak back several meters, causing him to fall straight into the wall and leave a large dent. He finally felt the pain and lowered one leg to the ground. Tantam stepped out of the smoke, not knowing that he had learned this incomplete sword intention from somewhere. The three incomplete words made him feel confused and full of doubt. Dunyak thought to himself Shen Zhongju was writing the sword intent while he was being restrained. If the one controlling him is Tantam, then with this guy's personality there's really a chance he could leave behind hidden dangers. Damn it, I don't even know what the Phoenix Tier's sword test is for. If he dies at Tantam's hands, he might not really be gone. Da Tai suddenly spoke. If that's the case, then teaching him the complete sword heart technique would give us a chance to defeat the master right. Hearing these words, Dunyak couldn't believe it. He closes his eyes, and then opens them again, as if accepting something. Before Dunyak now is the image of Daitat standing in front of the huge blue sword intent. Dunyuong could only call out his senior brother's name in helplessness, still not understanding what was happening. A few seconds later he realized that the senior brother he had known all along was actually the dreamy phoenix. The phoenix before him is actually the Great Cauldron, which makes Dunyak find it hard to believe. The Great Cauldron then says the owner died 100,000 years ago. Although he has always kept an optimistic outlook, I can see that I cannot persuade his master to turn back. This is a thorn in his heart that he cannot let go of even in death. After spending this time together, I believe you can fulfill the master's final wish. I will teach you the complete sword intent technique beforehand. Dunya feels this is really ridiculous and annoying, so you put me in that role all this time just to test if I was worthy of learning the full sword intent, huh? You're right, I'm convinced. At the same time, this is also a mock battle to see if you can fight against the master's teacher. Hearing that, Dunyak's eyes lit up, wondering about the result of the mock battle. But when he heard what was said next, it made him stare in shock. Even if he learned the complete sword mind manual, now he would just get beaten. Dunyak crossed his arms in annoyance and asked how to master the complete sword mind manual. So is it because you've reached a level of sword intent, where it no longer evolves, that even as your realm increases, your sword energy's power doesn't grow? Daitai finally realized that it was because he had not undergone the 10th level of sword intent training. Dunyak was hearing about the 10th level for the first time, so he couldn't help but be surprised. The sword heart technique is like forging a real treasure sword. If you compare the process of forging your sword with the initial shaping stage, you'll understand. Refining and polishing, then the final step of forging the blade is the tempering. Dunya rubs his chin thoughtfully, seemingly starting to understand what this tempering process is all about. The sword is heated to a high temperature, and then plunged into cold water to cool it quickly. Only in this way can the blade become truly strong and sharp. At first it seemed like he was very knowledgeable, but then he shook his head sideways. But the sword intent is not a real sword. How can you possibly reheat and temper the steel like that? No matter what you think, it's just impossible. Talontiang ye chu yo ladanyan man. Rang viek lam nong lai lam winai. Sihien kiem tam chungran hun vi trong quatring nai. No datrai qua mot lan bien doi chat. Luong muk dich chua viek lam wi kiem tam ching la dat duok. Buok bien doado. The phrase change in nature makes the music nonsense to the rest. Changing nature helps fuse the sword mind and the soul into one entity. Humankind has 3 souls and 7 fragments. The 3 souls are fetal, light, spiritual essence, and star energy. The 7 fragments are corpse, servant, tamer, thief, poison core, and relic. The first step is to transform the 7 fragments into fierceness and gradually merge them into the sword heart. Daita emphasized that when merging the power of the 7 souls, you must take just enough to fill the sword's heart without overdoing it too little, and you can't unleash its full potential too much, and it will explode. Hearing that Dunak felt like he was being toyed with, the sword heart carries the heart of the person. If you're not careful and just slip your hand a little more, what would happen? Daita smiled lightly and said it was nothing, yet it still exploded. Dunyong immediately spat out glue after hearing that response. He was also curious whether the person in front of him was the sword of the great master. Dunyak didn't know what to do next, and could only ask the person standing before him. When the soul is completely absorbed into the sword heart, that is the crucial moment for the sword heart and spiritual soul to fully merge. The tri-soul flower must be immediately used to stabilize the sword heart, and it must be neither too much nor too little. The subsequent words only made Dunyak even more desperate because, if not for that, it would have exploded. He began to recall the mathematical formulas he remembered, and pondered. After some mental calculations without a calculator, he finally thought of something interesting. He chuckled wildly, making the big shot frown. Dunach cast a spell to a round, and set several blue flames on fire. Nearby Brother Du couldn't believe that he had turned all his broken souls into flames. You don't understand what I just said. Dunyak uses his power to further temper the sword. Even the great armor beside Kan is useless. You warned that doing so is like killing yourself by fire. The sword rapidly changed from blue to blood red, and finally succeeded. He hesitated, unsure if Phoenix Tears had finished rambling. The sword is getting bigger and redder, continuing to absorb power from Dunak. I also haven't forgotten that I am wielding a demonic sword. I thought you might kindly tell me the secret to the great mastery of the sword heart technique. I've always wondered what exactly Phoenix Lay's Cloud Sword Trial was. You put so many restrictions, you just want to trap me inside this sword heart. There's no way to break through and get out right. The final ignition of the sword heart core doesn't require controlling the fire, just burning it is enough. Dunya smiles and a flicker of insight begins to flash in his mind. His whole body is floating here, covered by many flames of divine light nebulae and shining spirits. Those 3 powers combine to form a complete demonic sword. The sword quickly turns into a golden hue. I told you, didn't I? He can only clap his hands and then burst into hearty laughter. That's right, it's really impressive. Your talent surpasses even your master. Breaking through life and death with such a strong spiritual force is truly extraordinary. He only explained that what I told you earlier wasn't a lie, but just the safest method for training. Phoenix Lay also felt helpless because Dunya couldn't sense it. Just now, you risked everything and forcedly fought with reckless violence. Your strike was too aggressive. Dunyak had no idea, face full of question marks. At this point, Dunoak finally couldn't help but ask why he didn't tell me sooner. He blushed and awkwardly wondered if he had accidentally made Tin Qas more powerful during the training. With this appearance, how can I not be ashamed to go out and meet Tu Yet? Li Fuang Lahong said helplessly, Junior brother, now that you've cultivated your sword heart to great success, shouldn't you also leave to return a peaceful place for me? Dunyak angrily shouted for his senior brother to go ahead and leave, because he clearly knew he couldn't go outside like that. He crossed his arms and reminded them both to talk about Tantam. The kid locked outside. It must be Tantam, right? Feng Huanglei was very proud to have such a loyal person by his side, already able to guess so quickly. But as the conversation continued, Dunyak grew even more annoyed because he had already put the answer on his face and praised him clearly, mocking him. Feng Lihong smiled tenderly and raised her middle finger in a joking gesture, while Du Nuo thought quietly about why Tan Tam had transformed into such a small boy. Could it be due to crossing worlds? Feng Li Huang casually explains that the Great Time-Space Gate is extremely unstable, and getting injured is quite normal. I can sense that his strength is no longer what it used to be. Perhaps due to depletion, his body might even have shrunk. This makes you very curious because he's not as strong as before. That also means I have a chance to win. As soon as I saw the victory door, Fuang Lehoang's words of no chance hit me like a lightning bolt, leaving me hopeless. There was one thing that Phuong Lahoang had already realized. He seems very interested in the lingering music because he saved me from the Great Array, using many powers, and moreover, your mind is very strange and unconventional, so Phuong Lahoang believes you can fulfill the master's wish. These words only deepened Dunyak's sorrow, and I thank you for valuing me. He wondered if there was anything about him that Tam Tan found interesting. Maybe he was curious why he understood the ancient battlefield so well, and he grew more anxious knowing that only the chief instructor, the elder Quang and Tuyet Lai, knew about this besides himself. Suddenly he realized that something was wrong here. Dunyak hurriedly asked Phuong Loi Hoang if Tan Tam had told him before the questioning that he did not want to know about the next life of Thien Vin Son. The scene shifts back to when Dunyak was still unconscious in bed, and the two girls beside him were so obsessed with him they were drooling all over the place. I only blame myself for not seeing anything. Everyone outside is embarrassed and trying to hide it, but what is Du Huyen doing while asking about the sword? The two girls seem to have hidden intentions. Should I help Dunyat? Feng Li Huang pointed thoughtfully and said the difference between him and the previous sword cultivators is that he is the first to challenge the demon-seeking sword. Moreover, after entering the secret realm, he didn't hide his understanding of the secret realm. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deduce that your clear connection to the secret realm is related to the demon-seeking sword. Dunyak doesn't understand anything, only wonder why he would let me ask the sword for him. It's the same as self-destructive. How could he let that happen? With hundreds of years of experience and knowing his ruthless nature, Phuong Loi Hoang clearly understands that he's always been arrogant, fearless in his actions, willing to use any means for his goals. You remember the old days when he tested the bond between a mother and her child, deliberately leaving the mother to decide whether to save herself or her child. Maybe now he's just watching your reaction when you learn the truth like a cat-and-mouse game. With such a clear explanation, Dunyak finally realized that after I left the secret realm of the demon sword hunt, if my performance was not satisfactory enough to please him, he would kill us. Feng Li Huang was sure this could happen too, causing Dunyak to panic and lose his composure on the spot. Based on his master's cold-hearted personality, your disciple Miss Chuang would likely be drained into dust. If you don't say anything, Dunyak will also know that the urgent task now is to clarify the true purpose of this fiery mist secret realm invasion. He has been following us all along, and once the formation in the secret realm is restored, theoretically he will initiate the grand battle array again. But not only did he save me from the formation, he also let the original monks who could have been sacrificed leave. Could this not be the time to activate the great array now? Dunyak stroked his chin thoughtfully. Where is Thamangung Chuk now? Feng Li Huang revealed an extremely provocative picture, so I had to maintain my mysterious identity in front of him, continue to attract his interest, and maybe get some information out of him. I snatched that disgusting picture and tore it apart with an angry face. I should also leave the secret realm and find the sword. The sun has reached its highest point, but Dunyak is still lying in bed asleep with a water essence mask on his face. He begins to open his eyes, and the scene before him startles him into panic, unsure of where he is. A full-blown revenge hits Dunyak right in the face. Nin Thon Thon rushes over and he screams and cries so much that he almost threats to kill her. He immediately pushed her away with both hands without any mercy, while Tuyet Lai standing nearby looked at him with disdain. We have left the secret place and are now at the Baihuo gate. Did something serious happen during the sword questioning when you used it for 5 days and nights? At this moment he suddenly remembered that Tan Tam was nowhere to be found. Tuyet Lai sat down beside him and told him that she saw his spiritual power gradually stabilize and that he had already left with Han Zhen. This surprised him. Dunyao stood up in panic and said, "Let's go back to the sect immediately. The 10 elders will arrive here and discuss the details on the way," so Nin Thon Thon quickly tries to stop them. I thought it was something insignificant, but she was worried that after Dunyak left, she would have to perform a sacrificial ritual. The two of them face to face, you seriously said to Thon Thon, "Young lady, you should have connections in the demonic cultivation circles. There is something I hope you can help with." Seeing your very serious expression, I am also curious what it is about. We will gather the top experts of the celestial realm or higher, and depart for Van Kiem's sect in 3 days. We have an important matter that requires many people. Using the harvest from the little demon's secret realm of the fire worship sect, this time calling the experts to the sword-seeking sect isn't difficult, but why do you want to bring people to practice? Dunyak nervously said that the ancient cultivator has arrived in our era, and that person is Tan Tam. Just hearing the name already amazed the two young ladies. Dunyak and Tuyen Lai zipped through the air on their aerial tools. As they walked and talked when he asked the phoenix how to inquire about the ancient times, Tan Tam must have known I could access the distant past. Tuyet Lai wondered why he still encouraged me to ask the sword. That point is indeed very strange. In the past, he only started that great sacrificial ritual out of desire, and now he wants to do something else. Seeing him always following people in the secret realm, I worry he has other schemes against them. Dunyak suddenly realized something, but it was this very realization that unbalanced him, causing him to fall straight to the ground. I fell to the ground with a thud, creating a deep hole in the earth. It must have been the strong impact between my head and the ground that made me realize why I had forgotten my own plan to seek death. Now I finally know who the ancient cultivator is. As long as I synchronize with him to the end, I will achieve perfection in merit and virtue. Tuyetli saw Dunyak lying there without getting up and hurriedly flew down to ask him what was wrong and why he suddenly fell. You get up, brush the dirt off your face because you're fine, just momentarily distracted. The biggest problem now is that we don't know where Tantam is, only that we should be prepared for him to come to us or even gather the major sects to search. With his strength, if he intended to escape, even turning the sky upside down wouldn't be able to find him. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared by Dunyak's side, which was his sword spirit, though it was supposed to be cultivating and he didn't understand why it had awakened. That sword spirit is a beautiful girl who just woke up and heard her master looking for someone. She is confident that while Tantam might not find him, she definitely has a way to catch that too. She said something that both of the others didn't understand, and the scene shifted to Lu Jin, where Guangzhou and the others respectfully bowed to the master, and she recounted that he too had been trapped in the meditation room behind the mountain. Hearing that Tantam was very annoyed and glared at her, she turned pale and lowered her head to apologize repeatedly, saying it was her words that caused trouble. Please forgive her, master. He used magic to create a flame in his hand, feeling a bit happy, because he finally found the person he was looking for. She heard that, and was overjoyed, congratulating her master, as after thousands of years of searching it could be seen as fate's last mercy. The magic mirror of capturing monsters appears before him, and he replies to his disciple that only heaven is too lazy to care about people. He has long abandoned any plans involving the person he seeks, and seeing that he's halfway to success, if not for his own insignificance, he would have met that person again long ago. Tantam denied again that she never wanted to see him. Guangzhou shook his head and waved his hand because his words mean nothing. Perhaps she doesn't realize who it is that he's after isn't anything good. Allowing her to have a beautiful and adorable disciple like that doesn't necessarily mean she wants him. She laughed loudly because she wanted Tankin to be happy. He also felt quite helpless in front of her quick-talking tongue. This mouth was truly wasted on preaching. Glancing at the gossip mirror, he realized that the ones who should finally arrive had indeed shown up, and he instructed his disciples to take good care of them. The others from Dunyak finally arrived. He was very curious about Lu Kim City, which was the jurisdiction of the great emperor, and didn't understand why his sword spirit identified this place as where his master too was. The sword spirit tilted her head, sensing a familiar aura on him that resembled Ngung Truk. Thank you, thank you. Hearing this, the kid was completely stunned. How could a man have the aura of Tham Ngung Truk when she is a woman? The sword spirit crossed its arms and didn't repeat what she said, because to her Ngung Truk, thank you, is the most beautiful, and Dunyak could only be speechless in the face of this playful tease. She used to be the sword spirit of Ngung Truk thank you's sword so she could sense her master's aura. Since he awakened, I have tried to sense him, but it seems like his aura is always covered by something, making it impossible to confirm for sure. I'm worried about Tuyet Lai and wonder how she's doing. She should be back safely at the sword sect by now, but as the goddess of the sword miner, things like this shouldn't trouble me. Guangjiao looked at them and sighed. Perhaps this was the perfect ingredient for a nourishing soup. A protective charm was sealed within the family estate, guarding a single talisman there. Han Tam, trapped and suffering, pressed his hand against the wall. That damn kid Han Tam, not knowing his place, threw me into the meditation chamber. And he even set up a barrier outside. Does he want me to deal with eating and relieving myself right here? You helplessly knelt on both knees on the floor. I am not a Taoist monk or a Taoist master Than Tu Than Li, so why am I being locked in a meditation room? Han Tam, exhausted and head aching, recalled past images of a girl with long hair but vague face. In moments like this, you can only hold your head tightly because it feels like 1,000 ants are biting you. Since encountering the sword sect in my illusion of Shi Chuai, blurry images have constantly flashed in my mind. What is really going on here? Out there, Dunyak and Sword Spirit are exhaustedly searching for any trace of Han Tam. He suddenly jumps up, accusing Sword Spirit for not fixing the faulty map, saying they've circled around 7 times without finding anything. She was so irritated that she grew impatient because she could only rely on the sense she had from the previous encounter with Han Tu in the Burning Mountain secret realm to sense the way. Moreover, someone deliberately played tricks on him, so being able to find this place was already impressive. Dunyak just keeps shaking his head, uncertain about what he really wants, but if he has come to Thon Lu Kim, then there must be something he desires here, or he is hiding within this city. Lujin City is a city specializing in intelligence trading. The biggest announcement there is that the Great Exceptional Pavilion was established based on gathering intelligence to form a sect. Knowing the intelligence of the major sects in the immortal cultivation world, if not, someone would pretend to be a sword disciple to visit the great figure and see if they have any clues. Just after speaking, someone's shout suddenly rang out, startling both of them. Everyone ran back to the place just now, and found out that the Grand Master just issued this notice. The notice clearly states that swordsman Du Nok, who has recently become a swordsman of the Sword Sect, is summoned by the Grand Master of the Great Sect for 10 days. After reading the notice, both of them were stunned on the spot, and even Du Now didn't understand what was happening. They whispered to each other as expected of the #1 intelligence sect. They even knew when the people arrived at Lu Kim City, and it was clear that the Great Elder Kung and Van Nen sect had a conflict. Kiem Lin confidently responded that she didn't have any before, but after what happened in Guang Truk, thank you, she definitely does now, which left Dunyak unsure of her intentions. Kiem Lin recounted that Nguang Truk thank you once accidentally burned half of their intelligence files. Later, the 5 elders of their sect went bald from treating intelligence missions, and haven't grown new hair for years. Hearing this, Dunyak covered his ears, feeling the pain, as if he experienced it himself, and the important question is, what we should do now. Dunyak suddenly had a realization that the other side was actually a disciple of the Great Divergence sect. Maybe that's right, since the Great Divergence sect keeps spies all over Lu Kim City, and receives daily intelligence through their messengers. People with information usually come to the gathering point to exchange news for money based on its value. Kiem Lin crossed her arms because she heard that someone had obtained very private information and immediately bought a mansion in the center of Lu Kim City. As soon as Dunok's eyes lit up like he'd found real gold, he thought there's nothing better than making a profit. Upon scenting money, he grabbed Kiem Lin's hand and dashed forward. Right now we have quite a bit of intelligence about the secret realms of the Great Sect, so we should be able to exchange for a lot of money. Kiem Lin can't accept such greed and only advises you to be a decent person. This time, Quang Zhao and the others also have a chance to meet. Dunyak even agreed that this place could be used to exchange intelligence for money, and I have many secret news from the Great Sect. Quang Zhao felt that everything was going according to plan. It's not in vain that today she came down the mountain to gather intelligence. These two truly want to find the Great Rare Pavilion for support. She smiled brightly and said, "You're at the door. I won't be polite." Quang Zhao was overjoyed, eyes wide open, still not believing what Dunyak had told her. He crossed his arms and repeatedly insisted that it was only natural. Then he leaned into her ear and whispered, "I want you to know the sect leader of Batian sect still has someone in that room, and you can only cover your mouth with your hand out of shock." Dunyak recounted that he personally saw that person and the sect master leave the room together late at night. Quang Zhao just opened his mouth in surprise, sounding a bit shy. That yellow demon sect has been chaotic lately, but actually it's because the senior elder and the saintess of the sect have a complicated relationship filled with love and hate. It's very messy. Judging objectively, they're not as good as the Mihan sect. I agree that Young Junior is really useless and should be replaced in the election. That person called Liang Yueni is even throwing internal banquets for the sect, giving the sect a bunch of resources. Their methods are really shameless. I also heard that they even joined in investing to buy things. Oh, that's hardly big news. Has anyone from the Nuoxiu sect even been informed? Of course, all of us at the Great Disciples Pavilion already know. The head instructor of the sword-seeking sect stayed up all night, and you can guess what he's doing. Quang Zhao also chimed in with his vague comments. Cutting no longer watching, making moves for show that lecherous old man wants to eat, drink, and be merry on his own. The sword spirit nearby was annoyed because it had nowhere to vent its anger, since it didn't know when these two started talking, but they had been chatting from early morning until sunset. Quang Zhao still seemed excited about Dunok's story. I know. There was also the Great War of the Celestial Demons before. Suddenly the girl silenced herself, realizing she had let slip. Why did I mention the Celestial Demons? What were we even talking about? Dunya watched in disgust as the woman in front of her was really good at gossiping, talking for over 2 hours without repeating anything terrifying. Way too terrifying. This person is truly formidable. Quang Zhao was deep in thought. I was so careful, yet he managed to steer me into what he wanted to know, completely losing control of his mind, brainwashed by him. Should I replace my master and eliminate this dangerous person? Then she shook her head repeatedly. No, that's not right. He still has use for the master. I must make him become an obedient puppet, then do whatever I want when the time comes, depending on the master's decision. She immediately explained that the information she just mentioned is temporarily unverified, and they are going to check it together at the branch of the representing palace. Hearing that her goal is about to be achieved, his eyes lit up with satisfaction, and Quang Zhao led the two of them to go ahead. The spirit sword whispered into Dunyak's hand, and the representative of the palace strongly opposed the sword spirit entering the door. That person Quang Zhao wouldn't recognize you, and he's even kind enough to take you to get money. He cleverly replied that this was all the information, and that he had his own plan. Before Tai Thu Lei's action when she controlled the body with the demon power to force him to do whatever she wanted, now with the intelligence retrieved, this demon power can be borrowed and used. In a room, Dunya and Quang Zhao sit facing each other. He wonders how she plans to verify this information while she fumbles in her shirt pocket. Our Kung representative gathers both rich and accurate intelligence not only from powerful external sources but also from this Earth spirit core. Kwang Zhao pulled out a white vial and placed it on the table after providing information to those who took it. Silence prevailed, words were unnecessary. Rest assured this pill is harmless and non-toxic. We only carry it for the purpose of verifying information. She unscrewed the lid, asked if he wanted to try a little to be completely sure, and promised to pay immediately. This familiar habit reminded Dunyak of some naive, black-haired, pink-haired girl. What she didn't expect was that Dunyak just took the entire jar and poured it directly into her mouth. He places the empty bottle on the table. Everything is easy to deal with when there's money, so let's start the inspection. Kwang Zhao doesn't understand why he's cooperating so willingly. Although I don't know whether he's simply greedy for money or has other motives. If he's taken the drug, then he will definitely be under control. She begins to demonstrate her magic before the person claiming to be the sect leader of Bai Tianmen, who secretly keeps someone in his heart, is true or not. Dunuong seemed a bit tense, and it really began to investigate. Could it be that I was overthinking? For now, I'll cooperate a little to see what she wants to do. Unexpectedly, you suddenly stood up angrily and accused her of talking nonsense. She never kept someone. She planned everything every 12th day without seeing him again. Kwang Zhao never expected that the young-faced sect leader of Bai Tianmen could be such a person. She covers her ears with her hands as if she doesn't want to hear anymore, angry that she's being led astray again by him. My probe into him isn't because of news about catching monsters. So, what about Head Elder Ha and the Holy Maiden of the Yuanma sect? What exactly is their secret relationship? Ha Tronglau's former young lover was one of Than Nu's subordinates. They once had a secret rendezvous, and the subordinate was caught in the act. Ha Tronglao mistook Than Nu for someone due to the captivating story he told, which made Kwang Zhao eagerly await the next development. But she realized that something was really wrong here. Her willpower was so strong that it could be easily manipulated by him. She had to act quickly. She cast a spell, sending a beam of light into Dunak's head, making his head feel dizzy. Seeing your expression, Kwang Zhao smiled because it seems the magic worked on him. She then placed her hands on his shoulders and told Dunyak to lift his head. It was only then that I realized it was a mind control drug. She's truly wicked for making me bark like a dog, and even worse that I actually barked. I can't believe it was so easy to succeed. Fool, that's not the Earthroot pill, but my own research, the Darkian Chaos technique praised even by my master. It can control the 4 limbs of the living, make the dead move their muscles, and together with the demon's flaw technique, I can control others' minds, truly unmatched in the world. But then you suddenly let out a wicked laugh that made her feel a chill down her spine. Dunyak grabbed her hand and pushed her down on the table. So this medicine really works, and saved my dark magic technique. Now you should talk with me. Kwang Zhao, terrified, lay on the table, with a white cloth soaked in blood, screaming, Why aren't you under control? Dunyak, with a calm attitude, replied to Kwang Zhao, Isn't Tantam supposed to tell you I am the one whom even the deadly waters of the Forbidden Sea can't hurt? This so-called master of yours is really disappointing. Kwang Zhao still yelled in anger, not allowing anyone to look down on my master. Dunyak smirked maliciously. Oh, so you are indeed Tantam's disciple. Kwang Zhao, sweat beads forming on her brow. This shameless person dares to speak nonsense about me. You raised your empty hand on the table next to Kwang Zhao, so you must know where Han Tu is. So do you know Day, Tat? Kwang Zhao's eyes widened as he heard this. Dunyak smiled triumphantly, recalling how Tantam had merely glanced over in the wilderness and chosen them, bringing him along. When he seized the blood-refining spirit one day, Da asked Tantam, Master, why did you choose us among all the scum? Tantam said. Dunyak deliberately made Kwang Zhao look curious, then continued, If you tell me where Han Tu is, I will tell you. Kwang Zhao instantly got angry. She is still lying there insulting me, huh? How could I be caught just because of something you said? Dunyak was picking something up from behind his coat. Don't you want yourself to be like the others, all disciples that your master values? Kwang Zhao listened and then promised. He took out a notebook and held it up to Kwang Zhao's eyes, explaining this is actually the diary of the elder disciple, recording every detail about him and Tantam. She closed her eyes tight, unwilling to look at the notebook, and said, I want you to know I and the elder disciple are all just following the master's orders. Even if I die, I would never betray him. Dunyak pulled out another notebook and said, My part still has one. Tantam is fighting fiercely. The ultimate villain is actually the master, and inside it shows a different side of Tanton than usual. Aren't you curious? Kwang Zhao looked pleased and thought, the other side of my master. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head in refusal. I don't want to know. Tu Nguyen sat on a large branch, wondering why Dunyak still hadn't come out. She's been inside for so long. The brown door suddenly swung open, catching Tu Nguyen's full attention. Dunyak stepped out, smiling as he opened both doors wide. Let's go. I know where Han Tu is held under the night sky. Dunyak soared on his sword ahead. Kwang Zhao had revealed everything Han Tu really is. Tham Nung Truk Tu Wen followed behind, asking, Really? Tu Wen looked serious, and wondered why Tin Truk Tt had become like this. What had they done to her? Dunyak quickly floated through the air while explaining. Tantam used sorcery to turn her into a man and then embedded a curse into his mind. She remembers nothing, has no past or future, and Tu Nguyen is puzzled as to why. You guessed again. If I'm not mistaken, Tantam must have intended from the start to use Tham Ngung Truk's life to sacrifice for the array. Tu Nguyen immediately panicked and asked, what do we do? Did Kwang Jiao mention what kind of forbidden curse it is and how to break it? Dunyak continued. She also didn't know we must get there quickly, first find the person, then figure out a way. Tu Nguyen quickly agreed, got it. Tran Ngung Truk, disguised as Han Tu, was kneeling in a small room shouting, ah, she collapsed forward. She furrowed her brows and clenched her teeth, holding her head with her left hand. Someone's voice echoes in the darkness. TT sister, Ning Truk. Then another voice calls out, come back to yourself, sister Ning Truk. Ngung Truk closed her eyes in panic as the voice echoed again, urging her to wake up. Tu Nguyen sat beside her, smiling softly as she called out sister Ngung Truk. Ngung Truk tiredly stands up. Der Daolu sword. Peace, why are you here? Dunyak asks. Seriously, do you know where this is? Ngung Truk stands facing forward and explains the meditation room behind the mountain of the Great Unusual Palace. I was once imprisoned there too. How did you manage to enter the Great Unusual Palace without being stopped by the mountain ceiling formation? Tu Wen floatingly replied, no, we followed the sword path to find this meditation room. Sister Ngung Truk, what do you think? Just now, I saw you in pain. What happened? Hearing this, Ngung Truk was surprised, turned to face him, and asked, what do you call me? Dunyak was alert. This wasn't a place for chatting, we need to leave quickly. Behind the great strange palace mountain in the area surrounded by giant trees, Dunyak and Tu Nguyen sat close together with Win Truk sitting opposite them. She furrowed her brow in confusion, asking, you mean I'm not Han Tu but the former sword maiden Tham Nung Truk of Van Sword Sect? Tu Nguyen replied immediately, yes, I told you about this, don't I have any memory of it. Nung Truk kept shaking her head, causing Dunyak and Tu Nguyen to both sigh and close their eyes. Tu Nguyen frowned and looked over to ask, is there really no way to break the enchantment? Dunyak also looked at her seriously and said, according to the online novel In My Place. No Wenxian recorded that dealing with this kind of amnesia requires some stimulation. Tu Nguyen's pupils narrowed, and she asked further stimulation of what exactly. Dunyak chuckled, softly lifting her mouth but thinking of something interesting. Tu Nguyen's face blushed as she hugged Ngung Truk, making her embarrassed as a man. Tu Nguyen asked again, so this is the kind of stimulation you mentioned. Dunyak's eyes gleamed with mischief, and among us here only he has the closest relationship with her. Dunyak calmly watched them embrace and hold each other, repeating what they once did together, experiencing it with her again. Her soul holding her and crying that stimulating spirit, understand little sword spirit. He kept talking, I won't look away. Ngung Truk showed obvious confusion on her face. It shouldn't be like this. Tu Nguyen said he's right earlier. Ngung Truk's sister sacrificed herself for my freedom, merging her soul into the sword that created me. Tu Nguyen blushed as he held Ngung Truk's hand, saying, in other words, she is me and I am her. In fact, we are a perfect harmony. Ngung Truk's face blushed with embarrassment and stammered, we Tu Nguyen continued his voice, gentle, please feel a little of your original soul. Awaken the memories belonging to Sister Nung Truk Ah Song keeps the two brightening more. The dazzling blue of Ah Song makes Dunyak grit his teeth and close his eyes. Then the green light of An Sang exploded, illuminating the entire place. Finally, Han Tu and Tu Nguyen both widened their eyes in astonishment as they looked at each other. Dunyak brushed away the lingering smoke with his hand. What's going on? Tu Nguyen turned to look at Dunyak with sparkling, indifferent eyes. Du understood. Dunyak is terrified, feeling like a barrage of blades stabbing into him. He defends his face with one hand, meaning to let him test the soul a bit, not to exchange souls. Tu Nguyen in Hansi's body crossed his arms and said casually, well then I might as well let Nguyen Truk try to experience a bit of a girl's joy. Dunyak responds, it's useless. Suddenly a red mist spreads under their feet, and the three of them realize that the red smoke has appeared everywhere. Nguyen Truk inside Tu Nguyen quickly covered her nose with her sleeve. She's dead, poisoned. A young woman in long underwear smirked. The player is happy too. Han Tu's family. It turns out it's Kwang Jiao. Tu Nguyen in Han Tu's body looks up from the ground. Kwang Jiao, what are you planning to do? Kwang Jiao smiles excitedly, wanting to regain the A memory. Don't even dream about it. This is the forbidden formation my master specifically placed, and no one can break it. A giant octagonal array suddenly appeared behind Kwang Jiao, covering the mountain behind her and pointing toward Han Tu's body. She shouted obediently, following me back. The huge octagonal circle shined with golden light, rushing toward Tu Nguyen's body. Nguyen Truk in Tu Nguyen's body rushes over her face, filled with fear, as she reaches out to Tu Nguyen, crying out in worry, when a clear, green, crescent-shaped streak cuts across beside her, causing her to look over, while still reaching out. The greenish-blue crescent emitting light pierced the Bagua diagram, successfully blocking it before it reached Tu Nguyen. Quang Zhao, Tu Nguyen, and Wan Truk all stared in amazement, sweating and turning to look at the person who deflected the circle of 8 trigrams. Dunyak's face appears and he says softly, "Sorry to trouble you, did you forget? I'm still here." Dunyak smiles as he stands there, a new sword in his hand, dust swirling on the ground in 2 directions. Quang Zhao is furious, her eyes flashing with lightning. She grits her teeth and struggles with both hands, saying, "Damn it, your resistance to poison still hasn't reached its limit." She is so angry that she exhales black smoke, her face turning dark as well. Quang Zhao frowns and clenches her fists, saying, "If that's the case." The red sandalwood foot stomps hard on the golden bell, and a giant golden yin-yang diagram appears again, radiating sound wave-like ripples around with red mist beneath. A giant blue shield appeared on the ground, blocking the yellow wave attacks, with dust and debris flying everywhere. Dunyak grasped the hilt of his sword planted into the ground. From the red blade, a blue bone, like aura, spread out, forming a blue barrier in front of him. He thought, the 10 levels of heaven, my little sister eating this melon is so strong. The giant blue shield appeared in front of Dunyak, with water stains from the attacks, and Ngung Truk supported Tung Nguyen's back, to ask her, "Are you okay?" Tung Nguyen draped her arm over Ngung Truk's shoulder, her face tense and sweating as she replied, "I can still hold on." Ngung Truk looked worriedly at her. Dunyak turned to look up at Quang Zhao standing on the bell outside the blue protective barrier, and shouted, "Hey sister, hi. Didn't we chat at the translation station? No need to fight." Quang Zhao pointed at Dunyak and shouted in the transport station, making me feel so humiliated that if I could turn back time, I wouldn't want to know you 1,000 times over. Dunyak put his hands on his hips and grinned wickedly, saying, "Don't be angry. I'm using your image of the master to exchange for your loyal subordinates. Is that okay?" As soon as she heard, Quang Zhao blushed and had a nosebleed, "Master." Then Quang Zhao became angry and shouted, daring to ignite my wrath, rushing headlong into death. Then from the bell, a beam of golden light smashed down onto the protective barrier. Dunyak's mouth jutted out, exposing a look of desperation. Under the shield, Dunyak's arms struck the ground. Forcefully, giant vines erupted from the earth, with Xuandong parasitizing dust and dirt swirling around. With a thud, the yellow light blasts straight onto the cage, but the giant vines block it fiercely. Quang Zhao stands with one hand on his hip, and the giant vine appears behind her. She looks down on him dismissively, "So he's got a few skills, huh?" Dunyak calmly stood there with white skin and dust all around the giant spring vine emerging from the water source, with only a segment left. He said, "This should have been me asking you, wanting to catch me, no chance." Dunyak smirks with one hand on his hip, and the other extended, flicking his middle finger at Quang Zhao, a wide grin on his face with no windows in sight. As he taunts, the giant bell crashes down towards him and Quang Zhao shouts, "Do you want to die?" The golden bell struck where you just stood, sending rocks flying and causing the ground to crack open. Dunyak, with both hands raised straight up and tilting his head back successfully, dodged the bell, sweat pouring down his face. Quang Zhao, with a furious face, shouted, "What?" Quang Zhao looked as if struck by lightning. She said, the domineering enforcement of the Bathian Monday. The golden bell hovered nearby. Tung Nguyen and Ngung Truk stood watching in shock, while Dunyak quickly turned to run away. Quang Zhao frowning in anger, shouting, "Don't think you can escape like that," as a golden light shines on her. The bell chases Dunyak and strikes the ground 3 times, but Dunyak still calmly flares his hands while dodging, looking perfectly at ease. Quang Zhao fumed with rage, her eyes blazing with determination. The bell strikes faster, but Dunu still dodges gracefully. Hantu, inside Tung Nguyen's body, asks, "What should we do? Dunu probably can't hold on much longer. We need to think of a way to help him. Jingzhu only has the memories of..." Hantu, now within Tung Nguyen's body, says, "He is trying to buy us some time to detox, but this poison has sealed away more than half of our magic power, and it will take a day to detoxify." Tung Nguyen turned anxiously and said, "Sister Ngung Truk," and Ngung Truk immediately replied, "I understand, I might not have to." Tung Nguyen grasped her arm with the long blue sleeve that was originally hers. Ngung Truk looked embarrassed, sweating as Tung Nguyen held her hand, and Tung Nguyen said firmly, it's you, the only way now. It is my sister Ng Truk, transforming into my true form, as Tung Nguyen's sword, using the power of the sword to help the leftover music." Ngung Truk widened her eyes and asked seriously, "But what should I do?" Tung Nguyen places his hand on her chin and says, "Try to merge your spirit with mine. Maybe you'll transform into a sword shape." Ngung Truk closes her eyes. "Let me try." A golden light suddenly flashes on her forehead. Ngi Truk, in Hantu's form, floatingly observes the memories appearing. This is the recollection from the moment Tung Nguyen's sword was created, from its initial forging and floating in the air, to a young man kneeling to accept the sword, and then another young man holding the Tung Nguyen sword. The woman disguised as Hantu was stunned like a thunderclap and shouted, "Wait, that's her." The real image of Ngung Truk appeared. The woman with long hair and a red dress, her eyes covered by red silk, shouted out, "Tung Nguyen." Inside the cave, Ningzhu sits in front of a table with a sword on it and asks, "In this mountain cave, is it just us and you talk to me?" The heavy sword, Ningzhu says, "It seems you're also long bored." Ngungtruk raises the sword. A stream of green energy from her forehead shoots straight into Tungwen's sword, enveloping the entire blade. Then Tungwen's sword emerges in front of her as a young woman. Ngungtruk realizes that she is her, and she is her the image of Ngungtruk, and Tungwen merging between the two of them rises into the light. Ngungtruk clenched her teeth, her face covered in sweat, as the Bagua circle appeared on her forehead and glowed. She screams loudly, clutching her head with both hands in pain. Ngungtruk holds her head and drops to the ground, while Tungwen embraces her tightly and happily, says Ngungtruk's sister, "I am finally free." Ngungtruk, furious, opens her eyes wide and roars. Then the diagram of the Bagua on her forehead shatters into pieces. Dunyak, terrified, runs while lamenting, "I can't run anymore, I can't run anymore." Suddenly, a luminous aura attacked the bell boom, shattering it into 100 fragments. Guangjiao shouted, "My bell." Dunya turned around and the person was there. "Why do you want to start again, Tham Ngungtruk?" she said as she held her sword and flew onto the stage. The little disciple was finally met again. "It's been a long time since we saw each other." Ngungtruk asked about Dunyak, and he suddenly welled up with tears. "Elder, you have finally recovered, and if you don't run away, I've learned from sword training that I'll soon wear you down." From behind, Yunya was grabbed by Shen Zhengzuo by the collar. She pulls Dunyak like many toys and leaves here, first explaining along the way. Guangjiao is panic-stricken. Today no one can go. In the sky, Tham Truk blocked a few sword strikes to prevent her from chasing after him. Guangjiao was knocked down by a blow and fell. Dunyak looked down without questioning or panic. The clear sky is disturbed by young birds on the branches, and below a gathering of people. Tom has restored the ritual formation. Its purpose needs no explanation. The head elder beside him also added, "That's right, but according to the information the elder brought back, Tam didn't offer any sacrifices to mend the great array." The chief priest wondered if he had any other purpose. The sect master of Batian sect sat confidently on his throne. "Where is your disciple, Yunahua, from the sword sect? Why isn't he here?" The head mentor had to explain again. "Yes, well, it has to be said, in the secret realm of Hoasan Quan. Tam begged for the life of sword disposer. The sect leader was angry." Is it possible that Van Kiem sect colluded with ancient monks? She was furious, constantly criticizing them, and there were many people like that on the scene, but time and time again he kept entangled with Yu. She continued to act understanding, and kept talking endlessly as the Institute of Cultivators held countless secret techniques. "Right now we have been stalled in the celestial realm for 1,000 years. Perhaps the opportunity to break through is truly in your hands." Tam to seize the chance to take the lead. "Who would think like that degenerate?" A voice suddenly interrupted their argument, urging them not to doubt each other, revealing that the person there was Zhang Junhai, who approached calmly, having just destroyed countless cultivators in front of thousands of men. The main culprit is Tam, but Qi Nu and the sect master are a bit skeptical. Tunyak is currently searching for her target at the representative hall, so Tam is probably hiding there, and Tulai steps out to analyze. Although I don't know what his true purpose is, he has gathered strength to open the Great Formation. Hearing this, the Lord of Batian sect confidently looked toward the other person. "So we need to unite to attack the Representatives Guild," the opponent helplessly reminded. "No gathering you all here is to die and destroy the current Great Formation." "I didn't expect such cold indifference from the Tao of Understanding," a voice echoed from somewhere, catching the attention of Tudu and Tian Monday. It was Tam floating high in the sky. "Everyone, I've admired your great names for a long time." Tuyet Lai quickly took a defensive stance and shouted his name, Tam. Lao Zhang sensed something was wrong and quickly examined the situation. Even a talented martial artist from Tianji couldn't quietly enter without a sound, so what had he done, and who was guarding the gate? Tam, why goad them like that? "Today I come to inform you all that tomorrow I hope all the celestial realm cultivators on the continent will gather at the Misty Fog secret realm." Both techniques are nothing to him. He easily blocked the attack with just one finger. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Tam lowered his voice and announced, "Don't misunderstand, I'm here to inform you not to negotiate." He threatened them again, saying, "If you don't go there peacefully, I'll only suffer some losses," and set up a few great mountain guarding formations to kill a few more disciples. Tham Nungchuk went ahead, and in short, when I first realized there was a problem with the Sword Heart scripture, I began to investigate the ancient disciples and then followed the clues to the fog-scented realm. She remembered the moment she faced Tam. I encountered him there, and only then did I realize that the sword heart technique I believed I created was actually a deliberate guiding by him and his, like this was to make me a sacrificial offering for the ancient great formation. Dynyak looked thoughtful and asked, "But what does practicing the sword mind technique have to do with sacrifice?" He couldn't help but wonder. "Isn't the sword mind technique a new cultivation method specially created by Tam because of his injury?" Even in the flow of time and space, the cultivation of the sword mind requires the soul as a medium, and each refinement of the sword mind is a soul-tempering process. Spiritual energy gathers in Shangwang Truk's hand, but I do not rely on his guidance. Instead, I sit in a vast space and feel an unexplained danger, so I devised a cultivation method that creates a massive outer shell around the sword mind to protect the spiritual power. Nguang Truk lowered her head slightly and said because her training in the sword heart was not yet complete, her soul's strength did not reach the level Tantam desired. She remembered that dark memory after being betrayed by him, and I thought about escaping his control every day. He erased all my memories and kept me by his side like a puppet, but mastering the sword heart technique still makes my spirit much stronger than ordinary people. At that moment, a bright light shone from Tham Nguang Truk's forehead as proof of what she said. He couldn't completely suppress me until... Nguang Truk smiled and turned away. My little brother, you practicing until you nearly lost your mind. I had no choice but to split a divine soul to help you. Dunyak, I've been wondering all along how you knew I was in danger. Nguang Truk folded her arms and smiled. Have you forgotten the relationship between me and the sword spirit? Dunyak suddenly seemed to discover an earth-shattering secret, his whole body like he's been struck by lightning. Are you sure you're not constantly spying on me through the sword spirit? I didn't think that remark would. Anger, Nguang Truk's sword spirit. Her troubles are secret, so can we call that spying? Be careful, or I'll kick you out. Nguang Truk turned back to continue taking advantage of the opportunity, but when I separated my soul, sealed my memories, and even used yin-yang techniques to change my gender, Dunyak finally understood that this time, he brought you to... The fire outdoor secret realm was originally to wait for the great sacrifice formation to recover. Using you to cross through time again, Tham Nguyen Truk slowly replied. Perhaps that was always his plan. Then he turned back and pointed at Dunyak, but when he met someone, his attention shifted. Dunyak understood the key point in Nguang Truk's words, that each sword cultivation session also refined the soul. He swore that when he recognized the obsession in his heart, damn it, he realized that the reason he was saved was because he desired his body. Dunyak wondered why he still wanted to jump once more. Nguang Truk speculated that perhaps it wasn't really jumping but just a sound, from Dunyak. Miss Nguang, maybe he wanted to bring the Vinco cultivator to this era, who knows. Tham Nguang Truk wondered someone has a lead. Dunyak muttered, I thought of someone. She asked again, so what do you plan to do next, before Dunyak could reply. Nguang Truk suddenly shouted back to Van Kiem Monday. The blue tendrils arc up the towering peak, while Dunyak stares in panic at the chaotic scene below, where everyone is rushing around the sounds, overlapping someone, breaking through the Ho-Sun barrier, advancing here, and others wounded nearby. The sense of ease from before is gone. Tham Nguang Truk frowns first. Let's go to the conference room. Something big has happened. They must be discussing a plan of action. In the conference room, the leaders of the Van Kiem sect are gathered, their cold voices echoing. Everyone turned around and looked at the three people entering the door, Tung Yuan flying high and saying, "We are back." Tu Yetli happily held Dunyak's hand and asked Han, "Dunyak, are you all right?" You replied softly, "I am fine." Then Dunyak turned to Nguang Truk and said, "Oh, you managed to break the curse on Han. Tu Han is Tham Nguang Truk." Tham Nguang Truk clasped her fists and knelt. "Master, I'm late." Commander Hai stepped forward to help and stand up. "I've heard Tu Yetli talk about your matter." "Headmaster, what exactly happened? Why was the Ho-Sun formation broken?" Dunyak asked with a serious tone. Tu Yetli explained that Han Tam Tan had wounded the disciple Thu Sun and entered without permission. He demanded that all cultivators of the heavenly realm gather at the Fire Mountain secret realm tomorrow, or else they would attack each sect one by one. When she spoke, Tu Yetli's voice was almost a whisper. Elder Quang and the sect master of Batian sect were injured while trying to stop Han. Dunyak was surprised. Nguang Truk approached Tu Yetli, anxiously asking if the young disciple's injury was serious. Trong Quan Hai lowered his head, the deep furrow on his forehead growing even more pronounced. Tantam wants to kill Han, so Tudu's life isn't a concern, but her future cultivation path might be affected. No wonder Han hasn't shown up. After all this commotion at the Great Rare Pavilion behind the mountain, turns out she's here. Luang Yetni approached Dunya and said, "All right, we'll talk about these things later. The urgent task now is to find a way to deal with Tantam." According to what Geo Set On heard, the person from our Van Kiem that came with the demons is to understand the events of the ancient era, but have they noticed any weaknesses in him yet? Dunyak was silent for a moment, then after a moment of contemplation he finally spoke. "I will tell you everything I have learned from Van Kiem. I just hope that after hearing everything, all the heavenly realm cultivators can gather together and accompany me to the secret realm of Hoa San Quan." Everyone in the room shouted loudly, voices debating and reflecting loudly throughout the chamber. The next day at the secret realm of Hoa Sun Quan Tan Tam was practicing in seclusion. Quickly, Guang Zhao ran over and reported, "Master, they have arrived." Tan Tam's eyes sharpened. "Yes, I know. I have long anticipated this moment, and it has finally begun." A familiar voice echoes, probably causing some disappointment. The sect masters and Dunyak are here. We have no intention of surrendering to the dogs. Tam sneered contemptuously, wanting to fight to the death. But what can 7 of you do alone? Dunyak is confident of winning this time. It's simple, we will keep you occupied so that others can destroy the grand formation. Tam's face darkened with killing intent, and you all realize that I alone cannot protect the 4 formations. If you only need to destroy one of them, I won't be able to activate the temporal array again. I marvel at how simple and effective that method is. Dunyak sternly says in this matter, I must also thank you. You intentionally let me attain the 10-fold sword heart. Through the Phoenix Tears, I learned that the so-called Great Destruction is your way of benefiting yourself by upsetting the balance of the world's spiritual energy. Your feelings rise high, praising me as the perfect sacrifice, and helping summon the leaders of the major sects to the Sword Inquiry sect, saving time and effort by not notifying each one individually. Dunyak concludes that the method is simple but fully exploits me. Yet he questions, if you already have a perfect sacrifice like me, why still gather other heavenly realm cultivators? Dunyak's words up to this point have caught Tam off guard, perhaps revealing his secrets. His aura blazes fiercely, and that fool's life or death has nothing to do with me. Tannon gazed at Dunyak and lowered his voice, saying, I do everything to regain my power that the Great Formation swallowed, so I can restore myself to how I was before. Dunyak flicked his middle finger at Qin Thuong Han. I've always appreciated you thinking you still had some conscience. So you threaten to get rid of us if we don't cooperate. But if you kill us all, wouldn't you lose your own soul? Now you want to fight us and capture us, aren't you tired? Dunyak's anger surprised everyone, but actually I only need you to let the others go, and I can willingly sacrifice myself. Quan Hai reminds him that Dunyak must not speak recklessly. Dunyak's appearance changes. Think carefully about what he's planning. Quan Hai doesn't understand and calls out loudly to Dunyak. Dunyak suddenly appeared in front of Tannon, and Quan Hai was stunned at this moment using teleportation. He was worried, telling Dunyak to turn back quickly. Liu Yue Ni beside him kept scolding. Are you stupid? You've been sacrificed. If he doesn't keep his word, it would be a waste. Guangzhou stood in front of Tam to protect him. Master, be careful of treachery. This person is very fake. Whether you believe it or not, I don't mind destroying myself here, so you get nothing. Master Trong again shouted loudly. Do knock. The system alert sounded, reminding the host that these dangerous words are self-destructive, and if you do, the system will fully shut down and cannot provide unbeatable rewards. Tantam doi dien khai ngoi ngoi dung la truok sau numot luon hang dong hong theo la thuong. Dunyak toi samat hoi lai. Chonen chao traloi chuang ngoi lagi. The system continues to warn, please stop considering dangerous plans. Dunyak silently strategizes, apologizing to the headmaster, as Tam's cultivation is supreme, and a cultivator of the celestial realm employs tactics, even your sea cannot defeat him. For now, this is the only solution. As long as you sacrifice me, it will surely trigger the soul, shattering attack, and even if I don't die, I will be injured, giving us a chance to win. Facing Tam filled with murderous intent, Dunyak imagined that of course, if Tam could kill me easily, my system might agree to negotiate for the role of Tran Phi in exchange for some reward. Thinking so, he turned around, called out loudly, Headmaster. He raised his hand to declare that others should not persuade him anymore. He had made his decision. A divine light shone on Dunyak's face, and he now looked truly resolute, letting them go. Trung Quang Hai felt incredibly proud of Dunyak's bravery and willingness to sacrifice, saying if only the young swordsmen from our sword sect could all have such noble character. It's a blessing from the sect, and also a blessing for the entire cultivation world. Hearing him praise me like that, I can't help but mutter to myself in frustration. I can't accept this blessing, just go away. You're not stopping me is a great help. Tantong nge chao mo nop mang tile lam fui mung hop ye chuoi. Keding hinai kwa nien hong toiling hon chuang ngoi. Chung hong phai pho cho ma man hon dam tien mon hat gan kia. Thay cao ta cui cùng chap nhan du nhak hon ho dốc thúc zuok, roi vai con roi zi nua dong tu zi. Suddenly, the leader of the Ba theme sect drew his sword and charged forward in anger, shouting, which surprised the boy, who then jumped in fright, and he said, who's the coward? When one of them makes a move, the rest won't sit. Still, they all leap up and fly towards Dunyak's expressionless face, saying, if the sword spirit has this awareness, how can we possibly back down? Today I will fight to the death, with the sword wielder eliminating karma like you. One by one, they each unleash their skills, the great leader wielding a divine aura to cut through the masked man in a long coat, using spiritual purification, the female swordswoman raising her sword to use Yang Tian, the young lady, and the sect leader of Ba theme sect, employing the blood dragon abyss and spreading blood, and the military horde wearing sunglasses, pretending to use the crescent moon technique. The main hall where Snow Lie's group is moving is also affected by the fierce battle, and Dung cautiously surveys the surroundings, convinced that Dunyak must be in a fierce fight. Thon listened and nodded slightly, then recalled everyone devising plans together. And Dunyak speaking, does the ancient great array have the power to break through the void? The main reason is to exploit the power of my Shich Hui's 6 paths of reincarnation. So if we want to neutralize the great array, the simplest and most effective way is to destroy these parts. Then he raised his hand in a gesture of respect, and tomorrow I will go with the 6 sword holders to Hack Sun Underground Palace. Wait until the distraction is over, and don't disturb the others during this time. Destroy my Zich Hui's corpse. Hakyonu looked at him with concern, but my Zich Hui is indeed an ancient beast. Even if it's just a corpse, it still has great power, Dunyak responded. Though formidable, there are other ways to suppress it. Snow Lai's group finally found my Shich Hui's enormous red eye, and recalling Vang Bentai's voice, they poured all their strength into her. My Shichui's eyeball is very good at creating illusions, but beyond that, it has no offensive power, so as long as someone with strong attacking ability can resist the illusion, there is hope to destroy it. The best person for this is Tu Yet Lai, who has previously faced my Shichui's illusion directly. After gaining the power, she immediately charged with lightning speed, attacking the eyeball in rapid succession without any unnecessary movements. When the eyeball was affected, tears appeared, releasing countless bright red gases outward. A blood-red light shone directly down, and suddenly someone cried out, "My eye!" The monks and Thangthan suddenly felt pain. They froze in shock, as they saw nothing in front of their eyes, then covered their faces and screamed, "It blinded my eyes." Tu Yetli saw everyone falling into the illusionary spell, using spiritual energy to dispel the trance, then recalled when Dunyak spoke about its other vital parts, Sichui's horn being one of the 5 most attackingly powerful spots. Once affected, it will burst out with a fierce negative glow, turning people into dust. Then he turned to look at Nguyen Truk and Tu Nguyen. "Master, I fear that the strongest person here is you." Nguyen Truk smiled and nodded, telling me to go. I went through the great hall of the extreme Quang, with Tan Tom standing happily beside her, while I followed Nguyen Truk Titi. In reality, Nguyen Truk used her sword to transform spiritual energy into countless fierce blades that shot straight at my Sichuai horn. It was struck, and immediately released a blaze of red light, as Dunai warned. Though Nguyen Truk couldn't see it, she felt the sword energy forming a barrier of ice to block its attack. The red light was blocked and reflected back, hitting the shield around the horn. Seeing it countered before she could react, Nguyen Truk smiled and turned to the sword to remind the little spirit sword. "I still need to use more strength. Don't let yourself be fooled anymore. After so many years of not seeing each other, you've learned to look down on me." And on the other side, Tai Thulei recalled Dunyak's warning. "I hope my power is enough to burn. Its core water will dry up, grass will wither, and there will be no flowers, for it is the embodiment of death itself. Don't think of anything else. Use your strong flames to scorch its core," she warned, "but my strength alone will not be enough." You smile reassuringly and say, "Don't worry, I have a candidate," as she recalls Dunya's words and unleashes fire to burn its heart at the extreme cold, so that its protective barrier starts to weaken and show signs of cracking. The teacher immediately notices Thule's change and turns to call Vian Fuang now quickly. She nods and then focuses her strength to unleash her firepower. Yuan Feng jumped high, transforming his firepower into a giant flaming phoenix that blazed brightly, then used all his strength to send the large bird flying toward the demon's claw attack. He didn't sit idly and accept death, immediately unleashing his dark magic again to counterattack. The phoenix and the demon throw themselves at each other, clashing to create a thunderous explosion. After a moment, Thule seems to see something flying out and can't help but wonder if this is it. After saying that, she immediately opens a space magic circle in front of her to draw in spiritual energy. Thule uses a technique to absorb this fiery gold spiritual energy from the sky into her body, then says she can absorb as much as the old woman takes in. At the Great Hall of the Independent Water, Chi Nuo and the head teacher are catching their breath after the battle with the heart of the evil divine fire. Tian Diet, seeing everyone gathering their strength, she confidently steps forward with her hair, then gestures and throws it toward them, saying, "Hurry up and destroy it in one go." The beast tamers then happily raise their hands to grab her hair, put it in their mouths to thank her. The headmaster also spoke, "Don't worry, little one, I have signed a 1-year contract with the shop owner." Hearing what he said, Tiandiet's eyes lit up with anticipation, promising that everyone would have books to read every day. Q Nu, leading the beast priests as they raised their weapons in preparation, remembered Dunak's words. The life force of Ta Sich Hui's heart was so fierce that if they didn't kill it in one strike, there would be no second chance. It was time to fuse the blood energies. She uses techniques like a massive fire whirl to attack, counting this as the 73rd time. Kyonu, exhausted, says that about 1965 more attacks will break this part of the heart. Thien Diep, hearing about the number of times on the bed, couldn't help but worry about that woman's head, fearing there would be no hair left, then curled up, hugged herself, and tearfully replied, "I understand." On Dunak's side, 6 people holding divine swords rushed into battle against Tan Tam. He watched the scene in silence, realizing that the headmaster was willing to risk everything against Tan Tam, and that there was no chance to use the soul protective blade. Only the original plan could be used to delay Tan Tam. Then he quickly leaped into the air, gathered his energy, and with a powerful strike, sent a fierce blade flying toward Tan Tam. He immediately transformed a large, yellow Taiji-shaped shield to block the attack. The combined force of Dunyak's sword energy clashing with the shield caused a massive explosion. The sect master of Ba Thian sect, fighting alongside Wen Ni, seems to have found Tan Tam's weakness and shouts, "Now is the moment." Immediately, two of them channel their combined power into their swords, forming a Taiji diagram flowing behind them. Junha also uses his magic power to form a whirlpool surrounded by shards of broken ice. He coughs once and accelerates to gather them together. When the red sword energy and the large dragon-linked force followed by the ice tornado, all three converge with the same goal. Tan Tam sneered condescendingly. "Do you think that works?" He calmly blocks the red sword energy with one hand, then swings and punches the golden dragon in the face, before turning back to create a circle of combined energy to disperse the tornado. And finally, Tan Tam orders the formation of numerous clones through a magic circle to scatter everywhere. Quan Hai gasped in horror and said his clone and cultivation level having reached the heavenly realm. "I didn't expect him to be so strong." Tan Tam chuckled sarcastically. "Old man, it's not just you. I also play with others in the Great Hall." At this moment in the extreme dark ancient hall, the Tailai group was ambushed and seriously wounded by some force bleeding. Thon looked up to search and was horrified to recognize the attacker Tan Tam. Seeing him, she couldn't help but worry, could it be that the little guys and they have failed? In the extreme glow of the great square, Nguyen Truc was also struck hard by spiritual energy and was caught unprepared. Tu Nguyen was also startled and panic-stricken. Nguyen Truc clutched tightly. She immediately withdrew her sword and reverted to her spirit form, looking up and saying, "Tan Tam." Nguyen Truc shook his head, wiping blood away. No, it was his clone. At the Hak Lin Grand Arena, Tan Tam and the remaining sublimbals looked smugly at Dunak's group, as I once said before. "You prolonged my suffering and broke the formation, but you didn't realize I had already considered this possibility." He then and his clones created a huge extreme diagram and attacked Dunyak. The strike caused the ground to crack open, and he quickly dodged aside and asked, "What did you do to the Tu Yet Li group?" Tan Tam suddenly swooped in close to him without him noticing, then raised an eyebrow in provocation. "Just ask the person himself." Then he threw a strike at the music group, and the force of the blow sent him flying backward. He was hit and fell to the ground, heavily bleeding. Then there was a loud sound of something falling nearby, like mangoes dropping. As the dust settled, Dunyak saw the person lying there coughing blood and couldn't help but shout out the priest. Tan Tam dissolves his clone and absorbs it, no longer wanting to waste more time. "I've had enough of these petty games." His eyes suddenly turn a blazing red like demon eyes, and he roars, "Now all of you honestly offer yourselves as sacrifices to me." Tan Tam then used his power to create a giant purple Taoist yin-yang circle, with runes unleashing a stream of radiant energy outward. He performed a ritual over his demon tree to absorb greater power, continuous streams of spiritual energy pouring out. Quan Hai, after regaining his strength, brandished his sword and shouted the residual music. The broken swords merged together. Hearing this, he nodded without hesitation and continued to channel his energy. Receiving the response, the four sword guardians, along with Yue Ni and Quan Hai, channeled their spiritual energy simultaneously, then merged it into the boy's body. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual power, he became filled with strength and a more determined expression. He unleashed his power and turned to glance fiercely at Tan Tam. He remembered Quan Hai's words before coming here. Dunyak's cultivation level was already at the 10th degree of the heavenly realm. Among the 7 of us, only your sword intent can display the true strength of the original realm. He paused for a moment, then continued, "So tomorrow the 6 of us will gather our strength through you to unleash the power of the lower heavenly realm to fight back." At this moment, seeing Dunak's cultivation suddenly rise to the 2nd realm of mystic hermetic Tam couldn't help but feel relieved, as the strength on the sky immortal realm hadn't been seen for a long time. He immediately slashed, transforming his spiritual power into the Taiji diagram, then shouted to show you what true dominance of the transcendent scene is like. Dunyak didn't hold back either, swinging his hand to strike at Tan Tam. "Watch the sword." The spiritual energies of both clash like a storm, but Tan Tam's power is greater, overwhelming and destroying Dunyak's sword aura. He was knocked back his body, suffering internal injuries and coughing up blood. The Taiji diagram, after removing the obstacle, continued rushing toward him. Dunyak clenched his teeth and gathered his energy, and behind him appeared a soul, a war god and law general. That war god shattered the 3-phase formation with a punch. "There are senior priests supporting from behind Dunyak. Keep going." He looked up and silently calculated, as I expected. Even the power of the divine sword cannot oppose Tan Tam. In this way, the senior priests will exhaust their magic power, and finally be unable to resist. You draw your sword, prepare your stance, gather your energy in your hand, and in the worst case, Tu Lai and the others will also be wounded or killed by Tantam's clone, and this great formation cannot be broken. Dunyak furrowed her brows and decided that the final method was to cross her arms and release her spiritual power, reversing it. The spiritual energy surrounded Tantam, who observed it with confusion, as someone was stealing control of the grand formation in front of him. The group of Yueni was stunned and exclaimed in shock. What meanwhile Dunya was calmly handling Tantam. Don't think only others can manipulate the formation to threaten me, I know how to do it too. He continued to strike while the battle god talisman behind him had created a giant 8 trigrams formation. If a sharp sword couldn't deal with the enemy, then what about the great array? Tantam fell pale. He made them look a bit of intelligence, but relying only on people dreaming of controlling it. Dunyak smiled confidently at the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't forget, I am the one who witnessed and experienced the creation and repair of the great formation firsthand." The battle god talisman aimed directly at Tantam and reached out with his hand to seize it. He said, "Try the taste of my divine formation manifestation." He charged forward, fiercely shouting in a dream. With a single sword strike, he split in two the person of the battle god. A huge explosion erupted, blowing away the naval troops. He grinned cunningly, unleashing his magic power surrounded by a red cloud, a divine grade being a human. Those red things following Tantam's orders charged straight toward Dunyak. He was surrounded by those things but didn't show any fear, only a proud smile, but overall I succeeded. The system displayed a long string of red warnings. Warning, warning, the target's soul is under attack. Soul protection activated. His eyes shone brightly as a dazzling light radiated from around Dunyak. Tantam's face paled, sweat pouring down his brow. This is it. The light grew brighter and even more dazzling, and even Junhai standing nearby couldn't escape it. This is truly strange. The sect masters were so blinded by the light that they couldn't open their eyes or wake up. The beam of light lingered around for a long time before gradually retracting, and the Lord of Bathian Gate opened his eyes in amazement. Now everything is covered in dust and smoke. The lingering music still hangs in the sky. The darkened sky surrounds the scene while elsewhere, Tu Lai on this side is struggling to hold up the unconscious Bai Qua. Thanthan flew over in panic to help the sword fairy girl. She turned back in horror and shouted loudly, "Be careful behind you." That clone of Tantam was attacking with a skill Thanthan couldn't dodge in time, frozen in shock. Suddenly the clone had a cracked watermark on its body and vanished into the air. Thon, terrified, sank suddenly to the ground, no longer seeing him. Turning back to Dunyak, he remained motionless in the sky. A moment later he fell helplessly, and Junhai quickly flew over to catch him. The elder looked at him seriously. Junhai helped him down, and Yueni worriedly stepped forward to ask how he was. Dunyak, pale and exhausted, no longer showed any sign of energy. He is nearby responding on his behalf, although he is unscathed externally. But his spiritual soul was severely damaged by the Great Formation, and it may take 3 to 5 years of cultivation to recover. Suddenly, a voice called out from the other side, "Master." So far away in the area, heavily affected by the battle, there is someone's figure. "Master, master." Tears in his eyes, Kwang Jiao struggles to turn under the rocks. "Su Tone, where are you?" On this side, the guy with the high bun looks quite surprised. That ruthless man actually has a disciple as loyal as this. The leader of Bai Team Sect, furious, charges straight with his sword. What filial piety is this? She's just betraying her own sect, siding with the enemy. "Let me help you reunite with your master and disciple," she shouted angrily. Hong Road, Kwang Jiao glared and cast a spell. Hong Road approached my master, Patriarch Bathim. Men stared back and defended against the attack, skillful but inferior. Suddenly it exploded, creating a cloud of purple smoke. She quickly flew away and then landed. She snorted impatiently, the bespectacled woman in front of her with a hint of sarcasm. In her words, "After all these years, nothing has changed. Your mind is just as dull as your appearance, right?" She considered fast strike tactics since Kwang Jiao specializes in poisons. "I will set up an encirclement to trap her. Everyone else find the right moment and act." After explaining her plan, Fairy Titan charged straight at Kwang Jiao. Kwang Jiao was no pushover either, releasing a cloud of toxic gas ahead. The woman in glasses easily dodged, slicing through the poisonous gas. Just now the sect master activated the Great Formation, but he doesn't cherish your life and someone as unfaithful and treacherous as you still defend him. She remained stubborn and deluded. "I was abandoned among the corpses by the sect master, and even if he wants my life, I will give it to you." The glasses-wearing one casts her magic, her sword shining brightly. "You fool, don't blame me for not showing mercy after all these years." Kwang Jiao was stunned, startled, and trembling with panic as a red hand shot straight down from the sky where she was standing. It pressed her down with its palm. The bespectacled person looked straight ahead. She raised her sword to the sky, shining with gold with the Taiji formation behind her. She drew her sword and aimed it straight forward at the wind. The Taiji formation descended to the ground, radiating a golden light. The heavenly master Ba Thian Moon, standing behind, spoke displeasedly. Damn it, that was really cruel. It nearly made my face rot just now. Guang Zhao is immobilized by the formation. Quickly, let me go. I still need to find my master. She was crying with tears streaming down her face, her master. A moment later, Guang Zhao's eyes went blank. Something strange was happening. The formation shattered too. She was pierced through the back. Yuna's expression froze in shock. Guang Zhao struggled to turn back while Tantam beneath the rocks stabbed her with one hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. She didn't blame but smiled with satisfaction. In her final moment, she remembered the scene of people crowding her master standing above and watching, wondering if it hadn't been her master who found her in the chaos of the desolate field at first. She raised her hand begging for help, but I had long since become a wandering ghost. My master reached out her hand to pull her out of that darkness. Guang Zhao smiled happily and said, "Master, you found me again." At this moment, in the great sacred expanse, Tuyet Li's group gathered around defending against attacks from Tantam. Than nervously looked around in fear and said, "It seems Tantam is gone, relying on his strength to kill us. There's no need for schemes." Tuyet Li heard this and agreed. Probably the remnants have subdued Tantam. Mentioning the group beside Duong Nyak Than couldn't help but worry about them. With Tukak Cha's cultivation and all those Tantam lore, she feared even self-destruction might not contain him. "I'm worried." Tuyet Li shook her head and, channeling her inner strength and resolute expression, declared, "I believe in him." Than, sensing a strong aura behind her, turned around in surprise. Using such a powerful spell, without restraint, do you no longer need your life, girl? Knowing it's dangerous, she still continued to unleash her strength, drawing her sword and staring directly into Shihui's eyes. "You can't waste the opportunity to fight for Dunyak. You must seize the moment to destroy the array," Than anxiously urged. "So I can't destroy the formation, but only harm the person first. Maybe Xiao Kake will be fine, he's still waiting for you." Tuyet Li shook her head and frowned, unrelated to personal feelings for the eternal cultivation world. "For peace in the world, I am willing to sacrifice myself." Hearing her so determined, she no longer advised but instead supported her. "Fine, let me help you." Then she used her strength to move toward Tuyet Li. The other warriors, seeing that united in effort, decided to help as well. Everyone was moved by her bravery and channeled their strength into Tuyet Li. Receiving a surge of spiritual power into her body, she combined it with her sword to strike at the eye, and the dense sword aura crashed into the eyeball, producing a loud explosion and fierce tremors. In the dark hall, Dunyak's group looked on in shock, as Tantam, still alive, slowly emerged from the rubble. He looked at him with a furious clenched jaw and said, "This beast is unexpectedly so strong, but the destructive power of his attack has increased several times, yet we still couldn't kill him." Tantam smirked confidently, even the wounds on his face healing as if nothing happened, while Dunyak watched in disbelief, realizing the power of the sword heart technique. The guildmaster frowns in annoyance and doubts how to fight him. The masked man with a golden aura sword brings reassurance, but Dunyak's recent attack also inflicted serious wounds on him. The lady swordsman with glasses suggests we should work together to kill him before he recovers. Without warning, Tantam threw the corpse at the disciple before disappearing. The female hero sensed something was wrong and shouted, "It's not good, he's about to attack Dunyak." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared above Dunyak, ready to strike from behind. Quan Hai quickly prevented him, activating the protective barrier around him, and Dunyak warning, "Be careful." Hearing the commotion, Huyet Ni and the big fat man were startled and turned around. The boy hurriedly gathered his inner strength and shouted, "Tantam." Because of the previous fight, he had been wounded, so when he tried to summon his power, his body couldn't handle it, causing him to vomit blood. Tantam, who is still attacking the protective barrier, is very pleased, and asks after the divine soul is formed, "Do you still want to make a move? The killing blow just now of yours is related to your linked soul, and the way you perform it is by killing the soul initially offered as a sacrifice, which was also your scheme." Dunyak was so surprised to hear him say that it made him sweat, and wonder if he could already see through everything. Is he a monster? The boy clenched his teeth and kept thinking, not knowing if he could still use the protective soul to attack again, but at this moment, Dunyak regained his composure, placing his hand on Tantam's body and warning him, "If you dare to attack my soul, I have a way to make you suffer just like you did earlier. When that time comes, your soul will shatter and your body will be destroyed. That will be your final fate." He listened to that, then gritted his teeth with rage, then changed his expression, deploying the small Taiji diagram in his hand, and sneered, "If I can't tear your soul apart." Tantam leaps back, then enlarges it while revealing his plan. "First, I will drain all your energy, make your body rot from the inside, and finally imprison your soul." He controls his energy in a circle, and laughs maniacally threatening, "So you can witness others becoming sacrifices for me." After saying that, Tantam unleashed the power of his Tai Chi diagram, spinning rapidly toward Dunyak at lightning speed. Quan Hai refused to give up and yelled out, "You stay out of this." Then he swung his sword straight at Tantam's spiritual energy. The others also charged and used their strength to attack him with us. Here you won't be able to lay a hand on him. Dunyak asked anxiously if he could still use the soul sword attack, but the system replied only that the skill was recharging. Hearing this, he hurriedly reproached the system. Damn it, seeing everyone fight courageously but unable to do anything, he wondered if there truly was no other way. At this moment, Tantam, fighting the naval squad, is smiling coldly and saying that with your current abilities you barely keep your own lives, let alone protect anything else. Tantam, hearing this, became even more enraged and channeled his internal energy into his firm fists. No one can stand against me. Then he poured all his strength outward with all his might. No one can stop him. Dunyak saw this scene below and sensed something was wrong. He shouted to warn them, "Quick, get out of the way." Even running couldn't escape. That power burst out too quickly, overwhelming Dai Tat and causing his blood to burst forth. The spiritual energy struck Muet Ni and the sect leader of Bathian Mon before they could react. In the end, they fought against the Navy soldiers, forcing him to communicate telepathically with Dunyak. With his last ounce of strength, he transmitted the message, "Hurry and run," just as he saw everyone defeated, blood flowing, and silence lingering like death. Tan tam ninthangkwamo kash, kinthwang dutada, bitrongthwang, kung se kong de dekak, nuagiet chet. Dunyak noi bet swang dut dao donvang in ngao, trong jiao. Tantam smiles at you, then controls his hand to burst into flames. "Don't rush, you'll all be leaving together." Saying that, he unleashes his power and slashes at Dunyak. "Go and die." Tantam confidently wipes his sword, as if to tear you into 100 pieces. Dunyak can only grit his teeth and wait for him to come, because he no longer has the strength to fight. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A purple lightning bolt tore across the sky. It struck towards Tantam, startling him as he dodged. He looked up and asked, "Who is it?" "That person is Tu Yetlai." She arrived just in time to save Dunyak from certain defeat. Tu Yetlai, covered in purple lightning, glared at Tantam, who had just avoided her attack, feeling quite upset. He frowned and asked her why she came here. Her body was full of wounds, and she drew her sword toward him. "Tantam, the Great Formation has been broken. This world has no second chance. Your plan can no longer be carried out." Hearing that, Tantam dismissed it as impossible. "I personally set up the Great Formation. No one can break it." Tu Yetlai paused, tears of sorrow. "You don't understand people's hearts." She recalled the desolate scene after the battle at the Great Sacred Extreme, where corpses lay everywhere, thinking that he also underestimated the enlightenment of many cultivators. To bring peace later, when the eyes no longer functioned, it meant that no one could stand up anymore. Tu Yetlai regained her composure and shouted fiercely, crossing her arms as she endured the pain. He remained silent, saying nothing. Suddenly he burst out laughing like a madman. "Ha ha ha, good, very good, since I'm destined to die anyway." He placed his hand on his forehead in a frantic manner, as if to save me the trouble. "So what does this count as, huh?" He frowned at Tu Yetlai, sneering, "The thing I find most annoying is you monks abandoning me to save the common people." Then he darkened his face and stared at her intently, truly making people feel sad. Tu Yetlai was extremely shocked to see him appear to be schizophrenic. Suddenly Tantam stopped talking and directly jumped up with his power. He suddenly turned into a large sphere of dense golden spiritual power, with the strength of a raging storm heading straight for her. Tu Yetlai immediately swung her sword to attack him. However, you are no match for Tantam. A single attack shattered your spiritual power and directly strangled you, causing pain and difficulty breathing. "Tantam BMI, your bugs and flies are only fit to be tools for me to restore my strength." He gripped Tu Yetlai's neck tightly, and using his spiritual power tried to burn her to death, continuing his words. "Even your chief priest, the leader of the Sword Sovereign, is no match for me. What reason do you have to challenge me?" The background music below anxiously calls out Tu Yetlai's name. Suddenly, a gust of ice magic rushes past him. A huge ice tower flies toward Tantam and Tu Yetlai, its icy tip striking a statue and releasing a chilling energy wave. Seeing this, Tantam looks on in shock. Then she used her remaining hand to cast a counterattack. Spiritual energy from both sides clashed in midair, causing a huge explosion and stirring up the surrounding air. A voice calls out from the thick fog, "She's not enough." After the dust settles, Ningju Thanthan and Kyo News Group appear and ask, "What about us then?" This scene leaves Tantam stunned and distracted, allowing Tu Yetlai to take advantage of his moment of weakness and cut her way out with her sword. After Tantam let go, Tu Yetlai quickly landed beside the protective truck, telling him it's useless, he's gone crazy. Hearing that, she nodded, raising her sword to confront the madman, knowing only she could be crazier than him. At this moment, everyone is ready, using their powers like flaming phoenixes for those with magical energy and those with magical artifacts like Kyo Nu. Otherwise, Tien Diep steps forward to replenish spiritual energy, while the other cultivators also draw their swords and rush forward together. Tantam remains expressionless as he mocks them, the clowns. Then he practiced cultivation, transforming into a giant bloody figure. He used his spiritual power to cut through one group after another, screams of pain echoing everywhere. Dunyash was furious that he couldn't win against so many enemies, so annoying. Sage Bak, Thao Si, and Thien Diep suddenly flew over, leaving him puzzled. Dunyak was confused about why they came here to ask, but both of them acted quickly. One broke the spiritual branch on his bald head, while the other continued tending his wounds. Tian Diep handed him something and reminded him to eat it quickly. Bak Tao Si would help him transfer and absorb as she went to rescue the others. He nodded, took it with his hand and said thank you. Once this is settled, I will definitely find a place for you to cultivate. Then he quickly put it into his mouth. Then Dunyak continued absorbing while thinking, realizing he needed to recover his strength quickly, as the Snowly could not hold out much longer. At this moment, Tan Tam was still berserk, killing relentlessly, his eyes now filled with only cruelty. Tan Tam, in a frenzy, slaughtered everyone without hesitation, while his Tai Chi tentacles simultaneously struck and ensnared the monks to drain their power. But even if I recover, I can't fight him anymore. Now that the main formation is broken, Tan Tam won't hold back against us, not even with the Soul Seal attack anymore. Clearly Dunyak and the others did not seriously injure Tan Tam. Now both Tuyet Lai and Dunyak are struggling and powerless, sharing the same thought. What should we do now? While Dunyak was still lost in thought, a loud voice rang out full of hostile energy. Bak Thao Si, exhausted and sweaty, reminded him anxiously, Du Dao Hu, don't let your mind be disturbed. If now the person is confused, the Sword Immortal and his group will be even more powerless, and they are sure they must think of a way. Dunyak quietly listened carefully, pinpointing Tan Tam's weakness. You remember the scene where the sword entered Tan Tam's body, and he said one sentence, yet you still wanted to kill me. Now I realize the way to send him to the Western Heaven, it's the heart. Tan Tam has a heart condition. The clue is so clear that only now do I understand. At this moment, Tuyet Lai and the other cultivators are still engaged in a fierce battle with Tan Tam. Suddenly a tentacle sneaks past her to strike unexpectedly, leaving her no time to defend. Fortunately, a monk sacrificed himself to block the strike for her at that moment. The monk turned back and said, I will help the immortal sword maiden with all my strength to open a path for you. Another cultivator also spoke, don't turn your head, this foreign demon is coming out. Yue Li clenched her teeth in anger, seeing them sacrifice themselves for her. Today, soldiers and common people have been harmed with countless casualties. I have cultivated for 100 years, what difference does it make? She flew closer to the evil Tan Tam, still using her strength while muttering a spell, but didn't sense an increase in the Eastern divine aura. She poured all her spiritual power from her palm into her sword, and continued chanting, not fearing life or death, and entering the cycle of reincarnation. The spiritual energy surrounding Tuyet Lai's body soared like a massive lightning bolt charging at Tan Tam, at lightning speed, still echoing the incantation, vowing to offer my blood to the heavens in exchange for eternal peace for Ku. Chao. Old fought fiercely, embodying the fusion of strength and determination, directly striking Tan Tam. Their clash triggered a deafening explosion that shook the entire surrounding space, causing Tan Tam to be wounded and blood to spill. He is lying there with a faint smile, while the sword is pierced straight into his heart, yet you manage to break it. The heavenly sword maiden truly has an extraordinary charm. Tan Tam suddenly releases black energy, and looks at Tuet Li's sword, saying, too bad. Then he unleashed his power to push her away, and continued, your sword cannot kill me. The monk stopped and saw Tuyet Lai defeated, shouting worriedly, sword immortal. She used all her strength to face Tan Tam, but was counterattacked, suffering serious injuries and falling rapidly, tears streaming down her face as she murmured Dunyak's name. At this moment, Dunyak was still replenishing his spiritual energy, unaware of the situation around him. After his body was fully restored, he opened his eyes filled with desire, and the scene of Tuyet Lai falling before him immediately appeared. Dunyak shouted in panic, Tuyet Lai, and swiftly flew at lightning speed to catch her. Fortunately, Dunyak also managed to catch her just in time. Dunyak, pale and terrified, called her name, Tuyet Lai. She looked up at you, struggling to speak. Dunyak, you're okay now, recovering it seems. This time I really overdid it. I couldn't defeat that demon lord. The demon lord can only be delayed. Seeing Tuyet Li's strength fading, Dunyak shouted in panic, Lin Chi Tian, Lin Chi, where are you? Diet Thien, upon hearing her call, immediately rushed over in the blink of an eye, and then channeled spiritual energy to restore Tuyet Li's body. Diet Thien shook his head and sighed nervously, her cultivation roots all damaged. She's afraid of something unfamiliar. Shui Li, weakly lying in your arms, gently accepting her fate, spoke. Dunyak, there's no need to waste time with me. I have cultivated all my life and always knew this day would come. She paused for a moment before continuing, but you are different. Tuyet Lai recalls the moment when you were carefree and happy, standing and gazing at the mountains and clouds with a sigh. You were meant to live peacefully in a thatched cottage in the mountains, but I dragged you onto this dangerous path. Dunyak listened to those words and felt as if her heart was being torn apart, tears falling uncontrollably. His trembling hands held to it lie tightly. No, that's not it. I left that place because I wanted to die. I am the one who deserves to die. She leaned into Dunyak's embrace, her faint breath and now clouded eyes. Dunyak never knew what she truly pursued, but he couldn't hold back his tears as he listened to her. Someone definitely can. Her breath was fragile, like a dying candle trying to say her last words before leaving this world. You are the hero I loved. His eyes widened with pain as he watched Tuyet Lai take her final breath. The tears streaming down are gradually replaced by darkness covering his face. The boy's face is blank and stiff with despair, as if resigned to an unchangeable cruelty that suddenly stirs faintly. Dunyak still couldn't absorb all the surrounding spiritual energy. While he was grief-stricken, the battle continued, this time against Ngung Chuk and Tan Tam. Suddenly sensing the instability, he muttered that the magical energy was unstable. King Chungu looked around, and little Z, already agitated, was absorbing the surrounding magical energy recklessly, even forcing contact with the nearby ley lines. The surrounding and underground energy surges intensely, directly ascending, and then converging together, all focusing on Dunyak. Tantam, witnessing this scene, was so shocked, he almost gaped. Suddenly he raised his hand to his head, and let out a Fengquan laugh that seemed to tear the surrounding space apart. Ha ha ha. Tantam's eyes flickered with madness as he stared at Dunyak. Good, very good. Stealing blood to forge spirit, using the blood of the entire continent to refine it. He reached out his hand, his face full of murderous aura and a crazed smile, needing to take a little more so that they could be like me. Tantam observed Dunyak still absorbing magic and said, The era of your kind is about to fade, no one can escape. He grinned smugly, but unfortunately I won't give him this chance. Then Tantam raised his hand, ready to unleash his move, his eyes brimming with savage cruelty and contempt as if he were already the victor. Then he released powerful red tsetse, aimed directly at Dunyak, not forgetting to boast that only I would survive. Dunyak, wrapped entirely in blue magic, grasped his sword. Holding the snow cup in one hand, and raising the sword with magic, unleashed above in a single strike, he cut through all of Tantam's fiery energy. The barrier vanished, and his sword plunged straight towards where he stood. Tantam was struck heavily, wounded, blood spraying from his face as he stared in disbelief. No, this couldn't be. Dunyak gently places the snow glass on the ground, then calmly releases all the green magic surrounding him. Once more he raises his sword and unleashes a wave of energy that causes rocks and debris to fly in all directions. Stop praying to the Navy troops in shock, wondering what scene this is as chaos turns to dust. Dunyak's eyes blaze with a cold resolve and power. Then he dashed forward like an arrow cutting through the wind with unstoppable momentum. Dunyak used all his strength and speed to charge straight at the remnants. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but be amazed, then quickly used his hands to form a dense air barrier to defend against it. Blue and red lightning clashed like two storms, with loud explosions following the conflict, shaking the entire space with fragments of rocks flying everywhere. The Taiji universe, after being struck and exploding in a deep tornado like a deadly storm, ripping apart the darkness and shaking everything around. Master Latuye Lai quietly observes, whispering, the space has been torn apart. The great heavenly realm. Dunyak isn't aiming to merge into eternity with that guy, is he? Tantam, battered and bruised, saying, I'm just seeing how strong you are. The spiritual energy outside has been drained. He looked at Dunyak, standing in the space, with a faint smile, yet somehow still managed to drag me into this time-space tunnel. The world may collapse, but the righteous path still remains. Hearing that, Tantam laughed ridiculingly, pretending to be noble. After 10,000 years you are just like me also, to be regarded as a mere mortal in the eyes of the world. While Tantam spoke, Dunyak also began channeling spiritual energy into his sword. Dunyak ignores what Tantam says and rushes forward with his sword. Then it doesn't matter. The two fight fiercely, exchanging blows from one side to the other. Tantam uses all his strength to push you back at once, then channels his spiritual power to enlarge his sword and strike directly at Dunyak like a massive tidal wave coming ashore. You are absolutely right. With your divine speed, Dunyak leaps and dodges Tantam's attack like a squirrel. He rushes quickly to Tantam's front, startling him, then suddenly disappears and reappears behind him. Dunyak struck, but Tantam had vanished already. A familiar, chilling voice rang out behind him, someone he thought only knew how to sneak up suddenly. A streak of blue light, and Tantam's voice erupt, but it's only a fragment of his body. Dunyak responded swiftly, turning around and blocking the sword attack from behind. Tantam sneered with crazed eyes. I initially thought you were no different from other cultivators, and wouldn't fight for what you call justice. Now it seems that's all there is to it. Dunyuan angrily retorted, the selfish person everyone wants to kill, and their morals are innocent. Because of your greed for selfishness, you had to risk your life, even causing Guangzhou to die at your hands. Hearing this, Tantam was furious, his voice full of anger, as if he wanted to blame everything on you. If you hadn't hurt me, I wouldn't need to drain Guangzhou's spiritual energy. Tantam vua tung don vua lan lung. Noiro rang, nudu la chu yen tat nien convey fi trio tu yet lai. Trung the joy tu tien thi ke man la de an heap ke yo. Dunyak hong dong I voika noi chua tantam tachi biet rang kaman fai dung kiem chua ming de bao fe ke yo. Hearing that Tan Tam immediately became excited, full of hostility and despair. How could a strong person understand someone who has had a heart condition since childhood, and whose cultivation speed isn't normal? Tan Tam recalled the scenes where people in the sect always looked at him with pity, whether it's the master or friends, all viewed him with sympathetic eyes. Even when I created the sword heart technique, a cultivation method that doesn't require talent, they still talk to me the same way. Then I think of the senior brother in the sect who pats his shoulder and laughs. Don't worry, Tan Tam's senior brother will protect you. His eyes were blazing red, his voice full of anger and resolve as he said, "What protection?" The image of his senior brother appeared in his mind, and he was sure that smile was fake. He was shouting, surely looking down on me, a useless person who needs others to protect him. In his darkest rage, Tan Tam still released his spiritual energy all over his body, emanating a cold aura. This kind of pity. He swung his sword wildly at Dunyak, making me feel sick until Dunyak suddenly looked at Tan Tam and smiled. Then he still used all his spiritual energy to cover his body, so many heavenly realm cultivators dying just because of a fool like him. Then he struck many blows at Tan Tam while loudly singing Truly Unforgivable, every strike wildly aimed at Tan Tam. Like losing control, Dunyak became frantic, his eyes turned blue and he kept shouting Unforgivable. Then the blue spiritual energy transformed into dense golden power that surged towards Tan Tam like a storm. Seeing this, he immediately unleashed his aura to fight back. The two streams of yellow and blue light collided, creating an explosion that shook the space, but Dunyak's spiritual power was stronger and shattered the opposing light. Then he stepped closer to Tan Tam, who was trembling in fear. The light pierced through his body as if burning everything away. Dunash tightly grips his sword, emitting a brilliant light standing before the radiant golden energy, like a burning sun on Tam Tam's body. He attentively observes the situation. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes through the light. Tan Tam reappears in his body, wounds gradually healing. The strength of his sword intent is beyond my expectations. He looked at Dunyak with a smug smile and a teasing tone, saying, "Too bad you still can't kill me." The boy frowned and asked again, "Really?" He seemed to sense something, and immediately turned around, sudden pain hitting him his eyes, showing an expression of unbelievable shock. Dunyak suddenly appeared behind, and pierced Tan Tam's heart with his sword without him noticing. He looked up sharply and said coldly, "Master, even though the sword heart has restorative powers, it is connected to the heart." Tan Tam widened his eyes in shock and pain, as the tiny sword pierced through his heart, trembling and unknowing. Dunyak unhesitatingly drew her sword, shattering his heart and breaking his sword's soul. A streak of blue light from the divine energy burst through the body, making Tan Tam scream in unbearable pain, with streams of energy burning through every inch of his body. Tan Tam turns back in confusion. "Dai Tat, why is it I clearly am?" Tan Tam recalls the moment when the devilish magic circle of 8 trigrams was tested. It looked like demons devouring and absorbing the souls of monks who were swallowed whole, and now Datat was frantically screaming as his soul was being pulled out. Tan Tam hin hanom dao dao, kothak maklin hon kuan woi, vi mathish hop den hon hon woi, thwong lavi luyen kiem tam kiet sao. Han dao don wok len hoi sufu nu vi ko the sang how the anton sao. Tan Tam quickly nods yes, his soul suddenly gets severed. Daitat stands up, confused, struggling to look at Tan Tam master. Tan Tam drew a sword from within her spiritual power, and then wound the target's soul with it. The sword and the soul merged into one. Tan Tam threw the sword at this guy. "I'm not so weak that I need your soul, get out." Then Tan Tam used her power to open a space. Datata stands from afar, watching Tan Tam prepare to leave with a heavy heart. Then he slowly approaches Tan Tam, and looking at his shadow says painfully, "Master, take care." Tears streamed down his face as he bade farewell, and left Master take care. The end of the story is when Tan Tam becomes shards scattered with memories. Dunyak, watching him disappear, also shows a hint of sadness in his eyes, and the system displays a message, "Congratulations on completing the mission." A year later it begins with a loud cry echoing everywhere. "Dunyak, the headmaster is already old, your family is the sword youth, so you should inherit the position." Dunyao pulls her and runs away, refusing to stay, heading back to 996. I already lost my strength during the great battle. I remember asking the system in another dimension if completing the mission meant I had to die, and it replied almost there. "You keep talking, let the system do the translation, forcing my reward to be transformed into spiritual energy to return to this world." The system asked, "And what about you?" Dunyak looked at Tuyet Lai, and the two of them gazed at each other. With deep affection, he happily embraced her. "I don't want to die anymore, it's better to take my wife and go find a good fairy."